Chapter 1. I am connected to the apocalypse through dreams. Dear, stop wearing it. I want to have your child. Aren't you afraid that useless Xiao Chen will find out? What are you afraid of? When he brings the betrothal gift, I'll break up with him and serve young Master Gu well in the future. Haha, that's great. I'm a bit eager. Young Master Gu, be gentle, you're hurting me. Hearing the conversation coming from inside the room, Xiao Chen felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, that he never expected that the girlfriend he had cherished for 3 years not only cheated on him, but also wanted to swindle his family fortune. She even wanted him to be an unexpected father. Fortunately, he had delivered food to this neighborhood today and decided to stop by home. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If that's the case, then this venomous woman can be left to that young Master Gu. He would sever ties with her completely. Xiao Chen hesitated no longer and turned to leave the upscale community. He didn't say anything about the cycles of fortune. He was just an ordinary person, born in the countryside, without background or money. Even if he had 30 years, he couldn't reach the height of young Master Gu. After all, young Master Gu's family was in construction, making a fortune during the real estate boom. Back in school, young Master Gu drove a car worth several $100,000. Now that he has graduated, he has taken over a company worth over $100 million. And what about Xiao Chen? After graduation, he found a 9-to-5 job with a salary of only $4,000, barely enough to cover rent. Moreover, he had to support his girlfriend, Chenrong. He could only quit his job, delivering food during the day and driving at night, just to barely support Chenrong's expenses. When it came to discussing marriage, Chenrong asked for a betrothal gift of $300,000, which Xiao Chen couldn't provide. It was only after his parents pleaded with relatives and friends that they barely scraped together the amount. Today, Xiao Chen had planned to give the betrothal money to Chenrong and discuss their wedding plans, but he never expected this to happen. Luckily, the money was still in his card and hadn't been swindled away by this venomous woman. This eased Xiao Chen's mind somewhat. Of course, the pain he felt was still very real. Knowing he couldn't continue delivering food, Xiao Chen took a leave of absence and bought 2 bottles of Erguo to find his childhood friend Su Cheng. Su Cheng was a chef. He started work at 5:30, so during this gap, he cooked 2 dishes for Xiao Chen. After listening to Xiao Chen's woes, Su Cheng left him the keys to his rental apartment. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Xiao Chen stumbled to the bed. Time to sleep. When he woke up, it would be a new day. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, Xiao Chen found himself back in that dream. A nightmare? In the dream, it was the year 2074. A fog descended, enveloping the world. Humanity had mutated, and zombies appeared. It was like the end of the world. Only a small number of people were still alive, and even they were succumbing to lack of water and food. If Xiao Chen hadn't stocked up on a few barrels of water and some biscuits and instant noodles while at the supermarket when the disaster struck, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Now, looking at the remaining sip of water and a bag of biscuits, Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He chewed quickly and finished the water. Grabbing a kitchen knife, he strode outside. In reality, he couldn't rise above others. Did that mean he couldn't dominate in his dreams? A mere zombie dared to stop him from searching for food? Kill. His confidence soared. But as soon as he stepped outside, he encountered a zombie, and he instinctively shrank back, retreating. The zombie seemed to see him and came rushing over to smash the door. After some research during this time, Xiao Chen had a certain understanding of zombies. They had no perception and were not afraid of pain, but their strength was far greater than that of ordinary people. Xiao Chen had previously seen a zombie on an upper floor tear the head off a living person searching for food. They were killing machines. Xiao Chen braced himself against the door, his face pale with fear, praying that the zombie wouldn't be able to break through and would leave on its own. However, after just 3 bangs, the door frame shook. Xiao Chen dared not hold the door any longer. Instead, he hid to the side, tightly gripping the kitchen knife. Bang, bang, bang. The door collapsed with a loud crash. The zombie stepped inside. Xiao Chen swung the knife at its neck, yelling, "This is my dream. I am the protagonist. I will kill you." 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After a successful sneak attack, Xiao Chen struck the zombie's neck 9 times before finally severing it. No blood flowed, and the zombie's body did not fall, but instead transformed into mist, dissipating into the surroundings. Phew. Xiao Chen slumped to the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Zombies were truly not something an ordinary person could handle. Killing one had nearly exhausted all his strength. Of course, that was also due to his weakness. After all, since the fog descended, He hadn't had a single full meal. He was just hanging on for dear life. He still needed to become an awakener and possess supernatural abilities. Unfortunately, it had been nearly a month, and Xiao Chen showed no signs of awakening. Forget it, he had to go out and find food. Surviving was the only hope. Struggling to get up, just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, he saw a pill emitting a milky white glow where the zombie had been standing. It was about the size of a painkiller. But Xiao Chen didn't remember stocking up on any medicine. Where did it come from? Could have fallen from the zombie. Just like in a game, killing monsters drops equipment. Could it be eaten? As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Chen's stomach growled. The key was that the pill had a fragrant aroma that made him salivate uncontrollably. Forget it. After all, this was his dream. Even if he died from eating it, there would be another dream. Xiao Chen grabbed the pill and tossed it into his mouth without even chewing, swallowing it whole. Then, Xiao Chen's eyes widened. He felt an overwhelmingly powerful force emanating from the pill, crashing against his limbs. The pain made Xiao Chen roll on the ground, screaming continuously. It took a full hour for the pain to gradually subside. Xiao Chen swore that if he ever ate that kind of pill again, he would no longer be human. Even in a dream, he didn't want to endure such inhumane torture again. However, in the next moment, the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curved upward. I've awakened. Just like in the novels, he possessed spiritual awareness and could clearly see the back of his head. He didn't even need to use his eyes. He could see everything within a 5-meter radius. Not only that, but his strength had also increased. Xiao Chen felt that he could now kill a vicious dog with a single punch. Moreover, a cubic meter of space had appeared in his mind. Was this a spatial ability? Xiao Chen was thrilled. In such an apocalyptic environment, having space meant he could store food. It was much safer than keeping it at home. Gurgle. Before Xiao Chen could fully express his joy, his stomach betrayed him again, growling. He was even hungrier. If he didn't eat soon, Xiao Chen felt he would starve to death. With no other choice, he had to take the kitchen knife and head out again. That he was worried about encountering zombies again, so he dared not go to the supermarket. Instead, he decided to search the buildings. He ran from house to house. Some homes were locked, and Xiao Chen couldn't get in, so he had to move on to the next. Others, even if the doors were open, had no food left. After a day of searching, he had only scoured 2 buildings. His haul included 6 steamed buns, 2 bottles of mineral water, 18 biscuits, and 2 boxes of instant noodles. It was a bountiful harvest that made Xiao Chen feel inflated with pride. After finishing all 6 hard buns, drinking both bottles of water, and munching through half a box of instant noodles and 10 biscuits, he finally felt full. Xiao Chen stored the remaining items in his space, planning to have a good night's sleep and continue his looting tomorrow. He lay in bed, just closing his eyes, while on the other side, in Su Cheng's bedroom, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 2. First encounter with the awakened. After drinking so much, he had a night full of nightmares. Xiao Chen felt a pounding headache. Shaking his head, he planned to get up. Then Xiao Chen was shocked and gasped, because he discovered that there were many things suddenly in his head. For example, a box and a half of instant noodles, 8 pieces of biscuits, a kitchen knife, and several changes of clothes. If you remember correctly, these were all stored by Xiao Chen in his dream. Could it be that wasn't a dream? With just a thought, Xiao Chen took the things out of his mind. Following another thought, he put the things back in. This is a golden finger. He could actually connect to the apocalypse. The good things obtained from there could be sent over through his mind. For instance, gold, silver, and jewels. In the dream, those things were like garbage. No one would even pick them up if thrown on ground. What was lacking in the dream? Clean water and delicious meals. If he could send things into the dream and exchange them for gold and silver, wouldn't he become rich overnight? The more he thought, the more excited Xiao Chen became. His eyes sparkled with fierce light. Was Xiao Chen wrong? Just wait. But Xiao Chen quickly hid this hatred. He knew that even if he had a golden finger, he was still just a small character. To bring down Wu Xiao, there was still a long way to go. Moreover, the dream was set in the apocalypse. In a situation with scarce water and food and zombies everywhere, how long could that Xiao Chen survive? If he died, would he die too? No, he had to prepare enough food and water for him. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay, quickly tidying up, saying goodbye to Su Cheng, and left. Hey! Su Cheng looked at Xiao Chen's hurried back and couldn't help but sigh. It's all because of life's pressures. Cheated and betrayed, 3 years of love thrown to the dogs. His childhood friend didn't cry or make a scene, just drank a few glasses of alcohol, slept for a while, and then returned to normal as if nothing had happened, going out to make a living. The only thing he could do for him was to give him a key. Let him treat this place as home. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen climbed onto the bed to sleep. He had curled up on the sofa all night last night, and his lumbar disc was almost herniated. He needed to catch up on sleep. He still had to go to work later. After Xiao Chen left, the cold wind blew, and his mind instantly became much clearer. He couldn't quit his job, that if the dream shattered and he had no job, how would he make ends meet? It was better to wait until after experimenting tonight to make a decision. Xiao Chen put on his helmet, rode his little electric scooter, and went to the company to clock in, starting a busy day. It wasn't until 9 o'clock at night that Xiao Chen got off work. According to past habits, he would drive a rented car to do ride-hailing until around 1 in the morning before returning home to rest. But now he urgently needed to verify the authenticity of the golden finger. Xiao Chen didn't waste any more time, switched to a car, bought 5 large barrels of mineral water, over 30 boxes of self-heating hot pot, ordered more than 20 takeout meals as well as bread, ham, and so on, until he filled that cubic meter of space in his mind to the brim. Xiao Chen finally stopped. It was just a bit costly. The money he earned from running deliveries all day wasn't even enough to buy food and drink for the Xiao Chen in his dream. He had to pick up more gold when dreaming at night. Otherwise, he truly couldn't afford it. Determined, Xiao Chen returned to Su Cheng's rented room. Seeing him, Su Cheng was a bit surprised. Not going out to drive tonight? Taking a few days off? Xiao Chen said. It's about time to rest. Su Cheng nodded. He would have to sleep on the sofa again tonight. But considering this was for a childhood friend, Su Cheng didn't hold it against him. However, after Xiao Chen finished washing up, he came out with a blanket. I'm sleeping on the sofa tonight, Xiao Chen said. Tomorrow I'll go look for a place. I can't keep staying here. Still need to rent a house? Su Cheng said sympathetically. That'll cost a few thousand. How about we rent together? After all, it's just sleeping at night. I'll buy a bunk bed later. This one-bedroom apartment is enough for the two of us. Does Lin Xiaoqing mind? Xiao Chen said. Even if she truly doesn't mind, I can't be a third wheel. Su Cheng didn't persuade further. Lin Xiaoqing was his girlfriend, working as a waitress in a hotel, and they had already confirmed their relationship. They were getting married after the new year. Whenever she had time, she would come over and be all lovey-dovey. Xiao Chen staying here would indeed be quite inconvenient. That Su Cheng turned and went to the bedroom, and soon came out with an envelope in hand. He handed it to Xiao Chen and said, Chen, hey, raise 5,000 yuan. Take it and use it. Thank you. Xiao Chen didn't refuse. If he didn't accept it, it would probably upset his childhood friend. Moreover, he really needed the money. After all, his salary card was in Chen Rong's hands. The private savings he had were not enough to rent a house. Thinking of Chen Rong, her call came in. Before Xiao Chen could speak, Chen Rong started scolding him. Xiao Chen, where have you been? It's been 2 days, and you haven't come home or called. Do you still see me as your girlfriend? Are you trying to starve me to death? And what did you buy today? How come you spent 200 yuan? Let's break up. After saying this, Xiao Chen hung up the phone with a snap. Then he directly turned off his phone. Go home. Was that even my home? Thinking of his girlfriend, whom he had pampered for 3 years, being with someone else, Xiao Chen felt disgusted, let alone going home to cook for her. Go eat shit. Su Cheng didn't say anything, but quietly took out a bottle of Dream Blue. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Over 500 a bottle. His childhood friend really spent a lot to comfort him. But Xiao Chen shook his head and refused. Chengzi, I'm fine. It's a waste to drink such good wine. You should save it for your father-in-law. Go to bed early. You have to work tomorrow. Xiao Chen sent Su Cheng away, wrapped himself in a blanket, and lay on the sofa. As soon as he closed his eyes, the dream came. In the apocalypse, when Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he felt his stomach cramp. He was unbearably hungry. Xiao Chen hurriedly checked the space in his mind. Inside were takeout, self-heating hot pot, mineral water, ham, etc., all packed to the brim. Reality and dreams could indeed connect. Xiao Chen took out a box of rice from the space. It was still warm. In no time, he finished it all. Then he took out a second box, a third box. He finished 6 boxes in one go and drank over 2 gin of water before he burped contentedly. Why could he eat so much? Xiao Chen was a bit dazed. Previously, he would feel hungry, but he could last a day by nibbling on a biscuit and drinking a few sips of water. Last night, he had eaten 6 steamed buns and half a box of instant noodles. After sleeping, he felt like a starving ghost. Could it be related to the space in his mind? Xiao Chen couldn't figure it out and didn't want to think about it anymore. After all, this was his dream. It could combine with reality. With that Xiao Chen continuously providing food, he wouldn't starve. The key was making money. The real Xiao Chen was impoverished and betrayed, living a miserable life. If he didn't manage to get some money, it seemed both of them would starve to death. Xiao Chen remembered that when he was sweeping the building yesterday, he saw a lot of money and scattered jewelry. In this place, those were all unwanted trash. Holding the kitchen knife, Xiao Chen carefully went out. Familiar with the route, Xiao Chen swept through quickly. He completed the workload of an entire day. In just one morning, he obtained over 100,000 cash, several gold and silver jewelry, and even encountered 2 gold bars. The harvest was quite bountiful. Just as Xiao Chen was about to take a break and eat something, a looping loudspeaker sound came from outside. Are there any survivors in the Green Garden community? I am Wu Guwei, the property manager of our community, a strength type level 2 awakened one, and I can protect you. Everyone come down. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, we can only survive by working together and keeping warm by sticking together. Chapter 3. Sanctuary Property Manager Wu Guwei. Xiao Chen had no impression of him. He had only been in this dream for less than a month and had hardly gone out. He didn't even know how many buildings there were in the community, let alone the property manager. Looking down through the window, Xiao Chen noticed a lean man below. He had a large loudspeaker slung over his shoulder, playing a looped message. He was carrying several long swords on his back, with 6 or 7 short knives at his waist, and a few daggers sticking out a cloth bag on his leg. The handles were visible, making him look like a hedgehog. In his hand, he was holding a canvas bag, which was bulging, though Xiao Chen couldn't tell what it contained. Wu Guwei didn't seem to mind his appearance as he wandered around the community. Occasionally, zombies would rush at him, but they were quickly dealt with by Wu Guwei. He drew his sword, swung it, and sheathed it, executing the movements flawlessly as if he had practiced countless times, without any pause. With a flash of sword light, a zombie's head was severed, and its body vanished into mist. Whenever he encountered a pill with a milky white halo, Wu Guwei would pick it up and store it securely. Under Xiao Chen's watch, Wu Guwei killed 10 zombies and collected 3 pills before turning around a corner out of sight. There were so many zombies in just one community. How could he collect gold? Xiao Chen felt a bit anxious. It seemed he needed to join the group. But Wu Guwei was a strength-type level 2 awakener. Would he rob those who sought to ally with him, relying on his power? In a real fight, who could escape from him? Wouldn't they all become his slaves? But if he didn't follow Wu Guwei, how could he understand the situation in this apocalyptic world? Relying solely on his real self might not be enough. What if he encountered 3 or 5 zombies? He would be overwhelmed. He needed to become stronger and possess the power to protect himself. Having made up his mind, Xiao Chen took out some items from his space and began to eat. He was hungry. Only by filling his stomach could he take the next step. After consuming 6 boxes of meals and 2 jeans of water, Xiao Chen rubbed his belly and stood up, feeling satisfied. The loudspeaker outside continued, but the message changed. Is anyone there? I'll wait for another half an hour at most. If you don't come down in half an hour, we'll leave. And you can wait to feed the zombies. Xiao Chen peeked out and saw that more than 30 people had gathered below. They all looked emaciated, hardly different from walking skeletons with hollow eyes. Only when Wu Guwei killed the zombies did a glimmer of light flash in their eyes. Wait, how can I see so clearly? Xiao Chen was puzzled. Although he wasn't nearsighted, he wasn't far-sighted either. Standing on the 26th floor, how could he see the expressions and changes in the eyes of people below? Was this the benefit of awakening? Why was it specifically vision? What use was it? Xiao Chen was confused. This further solidified his determination to seek out Wu Guwei. However, he needed to prepare in advance. Xiao Chen found a backpack and took out 3 bags of instant noodles, 2 sausages, 6 biscuits, 2 pieces of bread, and 2 bottles of mineral water from his space, packing them into the backpack before heading downstairs at a leisurely pace. When half an hour was up, Wu Guwei turned off the loudspeaker. He counted the people, 62. Another group of laborers. A trace of barely noticeable pride flashed across Wu Guwei's face. Although it was subtle, Xiao Chen noticed it clearly from close range. His heart sank. This guy has issues. But Xiao Chen didn't reveal any unusual behavior. He needed to gather more information through Wu Gui and couldn't expose him yet. If things went awry, he would just run. Wu Gui waved his hand and said, "Let us go." "Where to?" a timid voice asked. "To the sanctuary," Wu Gui replied. "Sanctuary? We've never heard of such a place." Someone expressed confusion. "It's probably established by the government. It's normal for us to be unaware of it due to our low status," Wu Gui explained. "If there's a sanctuary, why didn't they notify us sooner? My wife died of starvation. Poor my half-year-old child, who didn't survive even 7 days, boo-hoo." As he spoke, the man started to cry. His tears quickly influenced the group, many others also shedding tears, especially the elderly and women. The tears flowed uncontrollably. Xiao Chen remained silent, observing the situation. There were over 60 people, men, women, and children, but only 5 of them had spirit and energy. The rest seemed like walking corpses. More than 10 carried burdens, including those 5 spirited ones. Xiao Chen speculated that these 5 must have either prepared sufficient food like him or awakened abilities. Choosing to follow Wu Gui now seemed like a way to band together for warmth. Xiao Chen silently noted their appearances, planning to find an opportunity to ask them questions to see if he could gather useful information. If he did make a discovery, he would distance himself from Wu Gui. "Quiet." Wu Gui frowned and shouted, "Shut the hell up. In this apocalypse, what good is crying? The dead are gone. We who are alive must work together to survive. Stay close. If you spread out too much and encounter zombies, I can't protect you." Hearing Wu Gui's words, the crowd hurriedly gathered around him, including the 5 spirited individuals. Xiao Chen squeezed into a safe position while keeping an eye on his surroundings. The fog outside was much thicker than in the community, and taking a deep breath felt like it was scratching his throat. The streets were eerily quiet, with shops vandalized beyond recognition. No living beings were visible, only some zombies that Wu Gui easily dispatched, allowing him to collect 2 more pills. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel envious, but he didn't dare to act recklessly. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the sanctuary Wu Gui mentioned, the Xinhua bathhouse. Inside, there were 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, all looking rather thin, but with a slight sheen on their faces, unlike the emaciated individuals from the Green Garden community. After everyone entered the hall, the 3 spread out, surrounding the group in a pincer formation. "What do you want?" one of the spirited individuals asked coldly. "To prevent you from escaping," Wu Gui replied. "There's zombies outside. If you leave on your own, you likely won't survive. Once again, we must unite in these circumstances. Pool our resources, focus on nurturing high-level awakeners, and we can lead ourselves to a brighter future. Now, take out all the food you have." "I want to leave," someone protested. "If you take our food, how will I survive?" Poof! Before the man could finish speaking, Wu Gui's figure flashed, his hand moved, and the man collapsed in a pool of blood dead. "In my group, those who disobey will be killed without mercy." "Hurry up. My patience is limited," Wu Gui coldly ordered. "Damn, this has gone wrong." Xiao Chen cursed inwardly. Wu Gui was clearly not a good person. He was a ruthless killer. He needed to find a way to escape. Chapter 4 labors the 5 energetic individuals all changed their expressions dramatically. They clenched their fists, seemingly wanting to take action, but ultimately held back. Without anyone taking the lead, Xiao Chen didn't dare to act recklessly by himself. He had no choice but to obediently hand over his food and water like everyone else. Upon seeing the supplies Xiao Chen took out, Wu Gui's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, praising him. "You're not bad. I'll reward you with an awakening pill later." "What is an awakening pill?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. "Did you see the zombies I killed?" Wu Gui explained. "After their bodies disappear, those milky white pills that appear are called awakening pills. Ordinary people can use them to awaken. For awakened individuals, they can enhance their strength. Now, I'll distribute 1 awakening pill to each of you, and you can awaken on the spot. If you become a level 1 awakened, you'll qualify to be our core members, and in the future, you'll receive more supplies. Of course, if you can't awaken, we won't abandon you, but you'll have to work for us." After hearing this, Xiao Chen gained some understanding of this organization. It was called a refuge, but it was not an official establishment. Instead, it was spontaneously organized by awakened individuals. Wu Gui was a level 2 physical type awakened with extraordinary combat power, recognized as the leader by them. The reason they were recruiting living people was not to protect them, but to utilize them. They would give them awakening pills to help them awaken, leading to the emergence of special ability users, such as those who could create water or had spatial abilities, who would be absorbed into their ranks and become true core members. Otherwise, they would be mere laborers, tasked with helping them search for food. If one tried to escape, they would lose their protection and would eventually be killed by zombies. If they wanted to survive, they had to obey their arrangements. Abilities also came in levels. Those with exceptional talents had already awakened during the spread of the mist and became level 1 awakened. Those without much talent needed to take awakening pills to awaken. To become a level 2 awakened, one would need to consume at least 50 level 1 awakening pills. At the final moment, they would also need to take level 2 awakening pills to forcibly break through. The level of awakening pills was categorized according to the level of zombies. Level 1 zombies would drop level 1 awakening pills upon being killed. Level 2 awakening pills required killing level 2 zombies. Not all zombies would drop awakening pills upon being killed. It was a random occurrence. The most frustrating part was that after awakening, one's appetite would also increase. A normal adult typically needed about 2 to 3 kilograms of food and about 1.5 to 2 liters of water per day. But after becoming a level 1 awakened, these amounts would double, or even more. If food and water intake were insufficient, it would affect the performance of their abilities. Level 2 awakened individuals had even greater appetites. This was also the reason why Wu Gui was constantly looking for laborers. He needed more people to help him find food. Otherwise, he would starve to death. After Wu Gui finished explaining, the girl with a long ponytail who had just surrounded them stepped forward to distribute the level 1 awakening pills. Each person received 1 pill, while Xiao Chen received 2. Wu Gui was well aware of this strategy. He used force to intimidate these ordinary people, then used the awakening pills to win their hearts. These people were still grateful. They understood that in this apocalyptic world, only by awakening and becoming ability users could they have a chance of survival. So, after receiving the awakening pills, they immediately consumed them. Some had no reaction at all, confirming they were ordinary people and could only stand aside in disappointment. Others were in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground and screaming. Some suddenly felt a surge of power. For example, the 5 energetic individuals that Xiao Chen was paying close attention to. However, that aura was quickly suppressed by them. Xiao Chen also took 1 pill. Once the awakening pill entered his stomach, a rush of power washed through his meridians. It wasn't too painful and was bearable. Soon, this power was absorbed by his limbs and bones. Xiao Chen felt his spiritual sense grow a bit stronger, expanding from 5 meters to 6 meters. However, there was no change in his spatial abilities. Through his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen noticed that Wu Gui was watching him intently. He quickly put on a disappointed expression. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the other awakening pill. After absorbing the power, Xiao Chen shook his head, finding himself among those without talent, his face filled with disappointment. Wu Gui also withdrew his gaze and focused on the others. 3 hours later, the cries of the crowd gradually subsided. Then someone exclaimed, "I feel like my whole body is filled with power. I could punch a cow to death. Have I awakened? I've awakened too." The sounds around me are amplified like thunder. In an instant, those who had awakened began to describe their abilities. Even the 5 energetic individuals joined in, trying hard to showcase themselves. Among 61 people, counting them, there were only 11 awakened individuals. Wu Gui clapped his hands to quiet everyone down. He divided the 61 people into 6 teams based on the abilities of the awakened individuals. The team leaders were all combat type awakened. They were instructed to set off at 7 o'clock the next morning to search for food. If they couldn't find any, they would not be allowed to re-enter the refuge. The refuge was managed by a dedicated individual. She was a barrier type awakened and could create a closed barrier. As long as they remained within the barrier, zombies would not detect their presence, allowing them to sleep peacefully. It was only at this moment that Xiao Chen learned that zombies relied on their sense of smell to attack humans. As long as zombies couldn't smell a person, they wouldn't attack. It seemed he had been lucky not to be attacked before. It appeared there was no way to escape. Even if he wanted to escape, he would need to bring that barrier type Awaken with him. However, Xiao Chen still didn't know who she was. He decided to wait it out. Once the teams were organized, Wu Gui began distributing food. Each awakened individual received half a moldy bun, while those who hadn't awakened could only drink water. The water was bath water. Even so, everyone rushed for it. For those who hadn't awakened, having some water to drink could help them last a day or two. But for the awakened individuals, half a moldy bun couldn't fill their stomachs, and they were still hungry. They dared not search for food at this time and could only rest. Fortunately, there were plenty of rooms in the bathing center, and each person having one room was more than enough. Xiao Chen locked the door, took out a box meal from his space, and began to eat heartily, washing it down with several liters of water. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Chen went to sleep. As he closed his eyes, another version of Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The first thing he did was check the space in his mind. Sure enough, there were over 100,000 in cash, as well as gold and silver jewelry and 2 gold bricks. With just a thought, he could access them freely. Xiao Chen couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. This was the true golden finger, with the help of his other self in this apocalypse. How could he not become rich? Xiao Chen suppressed his excitement, washed up briefly, and then confidently left the rental apartment. Chapter 5. Never seen such shamelessness. Xiao Chen first found a breakfast shop, bought a steamer of buns, and a bowl of millet porridge. When he went to pay, he realized his phone was still off. Xiao Chen hurriedly turned it on, and there were more than 10 missed calls, all from Chen Rong, along with text messages and WeChat notifications. The little red dots were countless. Xiao Chen didn't even bother to look. Chen Rong had betrayed their vows of love. That was in the past. He was ready to embrace a new life. After paying, Xiao Chen happily ate his breakfast. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. It was a call from Chen Rong. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment but chose to answer. With such a toxic woman clinging to him, it was hard to start a new life. He needed to completely cut ties. Xiao Chen, I agree to break up, but you need to compensate me for the losses of these 3 years. I don't want much, just 300,000. As long as you give me 300,000, we can part ways peacefully and never contact each other again. As soon as the call connected, he heard Chen Rong's cold voice on the other end. Damn! Xiao Chen wanted to curse. He had seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. Who exactly wasted whose youth? And she wanted 300,000 in compensation? What a joke. With a snap, Xiao Chen hung up the phone again. The best way to deal with such a toxic woman was to ignore her. Xiao Chen, you bastard, hung up on me again. Hearing the dead air on the line, Chen Rong was furious, nearly throwing her phone. Oof. If you don't want to give me compensation, fine. I've already latched onto Guoxiao. Without you, Xiao Chen, this useless piece of trash, I can definitely soar to new heights. But you can forget about taking this house from me. It's mine, and my salary card is also in my hands. You have no money, and sooner or later, you'll come begging to me. By then, I will definitely humiliate you thoroughly. After venting her anger, Chen Rong called Guoxiao to play the damsel and explain her intentions, wanting Guoxiao to use his connections to blacklist Xiao Chen and drive him out of Jiang City. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen went to the bank. The salary card was in Chen Rong's hands, limited to 200 a day. He needed to buy supplies for the apocalypse Xiao Chen, and 200 was simply not enough. It was better to apply for a new card. Just as he finished, he received a call from the manager of the delivery department, Chen Chengyan. Xiao Chen, did you offend General Manager Guo from Chiman Construction? Chen Chengyan cut straight to the chase. He just called me, asking me to fire you. Otherwise, he order company employees not to use our platform for takeout. That day will be thousands of orders. I have no choice but to agree with him. Xiao Chen, as compensation, I've decided to give you an extra month as salary. I'll have finance settle it now and transfer it to your account. If you can clear up the misunderstanding with General Manager Guo, you can come back to work anytime. Brother Chen, thanks for telling me this. Xiao Chen smiled and said, you don't need to keep a position for me. I was planning to resign anyway. Also, my bank card is broken, so I've applied for a new one. I'll send it to you later so that finance can transfer my salary to the new card. I'll treat you to a meal another day. After a brief chat, Xiao Chen hung up the phone, but a fierce look flashed across his face. You shameless bitch. If you had agreed to part ways peacefully, I would have let you off. Now you're trying to have Guachiming mess with me. Just wait. If I don't make you both lose everything and beg for mercy, I'm not worthy of being the male lead with a golden finger. Silently vowing in his heart, Xiao Chen then went to sell jewelry. The house he rented was occupied by that toxic woman Chenrong, and he couldn't squeeze in a Su Chang's small room. It wasn't easy to find a suitable rental. Buying a house would be more convenient. Moreover, the real estate market wasn't doing well, and prices were quite reasonable. Buying one and moving directly in would save the trouble of moving around later. Even if the prices were reasonable in Jiang City, even in more remote areas, the price per square meter would still be 30 to 40,000. A 100-square-meter house would require a down payment of 3 to 400,000. Xiao Chen didn't want to touch the betrothal gifts from his parents, so he had to sell some gold and silver jewelry. The gold ingots were pure gold, steadily increasing in value, so he could keep those. Xiao Chen planned to sell the jewelry first. In his dream, when he picked up these pieces, he had seen their prices. Xiao Chen took the most expensive diamond necklace, which was likely a collector's item, still with the price tag, 666,000. There happened to be a jewelry store nearby. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen walked in. The salesperson greeted him with a smile, asking what kind of jewelry he wanted to buy and for what purpose, so she could recommend something. I'm here to sell a necklace, Xiao Chen said. Have you lost your mind? The salesperson's expression immediately changed. She looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a fool and spoke harshly. You came to our jewelry store to sell a necklace? Are you mentally ill? You. Xiao Chen was momentarily speechless. He wanted to turn and leave, but then he thought it over and felt something was wrong. No matter how you looked at it, he was the male lead with a golden finger. How could he be humiliated by a mere lowly salesperson? Moreover, this necklace, valued at 666,000, he originally intended to sell for 300,000. In that case, the jewelry store would still make a profit. He was effectively giving them money, so he had to fight back. Xiao Chen angrily said, "What is wrong with the jewelry store? Don't you take back necklaces? Even if you really don't, you could just refuse politely. But to call me mentally ill? Is this how you treat customers?" Xiao Chen's voice was loud, filled with indignation. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the jewelry store, gathering to watch. The salesperson was also furious and started arguing with Xiao Chen. Just as they were arguing, a cold shout came from outside the crowd. The assistant hurried to inquire and then reported back to her. Zhuo Yingxian frowned repeatedly. Could it be that a competitor was trying to create trouble for her? Zhuo Yingxian wanted to explode. Business had been declining, and if they couldn't produce a decent piece this month, it would be questionable whether their jewelry store could survive. But what if this person really was a customer selling jewelry? If she went up and started yelling, would it lead to the company going bankrupt early? Zhuo Yingxian didn't dare to take that risk. Taking several deep breaths, she managed to calm her anger and then stepped inside. President Zhuo is here. Someone recognized Zhuo Yingxian, surprised. Since you're here at our jewelry store, you're our customer. Zhuo Yingxian coldly said, "You insulted a customer as soon as you arrived, which violates our store policy. Now apologize to this gentleman, and I will let it go. Otherwise, you won't need to come to work anymore." The salesperson's face changed repeatedly, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and apologized to Xiao Chen. "Sir, I am Zhuo Yingxian, the president of Yingxiang Jewelry." Seeing things calm down, Zhuo Yingxian turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Since you want to sell the necklace, please take it out. I will appraise it for you on the spot. Beautiful, with a strong presence." So this is what a beautiful president looks like, just like the novels described. She was as cold as ice. If only I could. Ugh, what am I thinking? I'm here to sell a necklace, even with a golden finger. He is not worthy of such a beautiful president. Xiao Chen did not hesitate and quickly took out the necklace from his pocket. Chapter 6. The Invitation of the Beauty. As soon as the necklace was taken out, it was snatched away by Zhuo Yingxian. She cradled it in her hands, examining it seriously while constantly murmuring, "Master Feng's work? No, it doesn't seem like it. Master Feng's designs are more conservative. He would never create a necklace with so many diamonds. Could it be the work of Master Su from Jiangnan? No, that's not right either. The craftsmanship and technique of this carving are beyond what we can achieve domestically. Even abroad, it's not possible. Where did you get this necklace? Who designed it?" Faced with Zhuo Yingxian's questions, Xiao Chen felt his head spinning. It's just a necklace, right? What do you mean, who designed it? Where did I get it? Are you checking my household registration? Xiao Chen clearly felt a bit impatient and replied indifferently. Why do you care so much? Are you going to buy it or not? Are you sure you want to sell this necklace to me? Is what Yingxian asked. Of course, Xiao Chen replied, speechless. Why else would I come to your store? I must buy it, Zhou Yingxian said, fearing Xiao Chen might change his mind, clutching the necklace tightly in her hands. Sir, make an offer. I don't know much about necklaces. You should set the price. Xiao Chen said, if the price is right, I'll sell it. If not, I'll go ask elsewhere. Zhou Yingxian did not speak, but extended her delicate hand. 50,000? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. 50,000 isn't worthy of this necklace. Zhou Yingxian said irritably. Regardless of the design, materials, or carving craftsmanship, this necklace is something I've never seen in my life. I'm willing to offer 50 million to buy it. I wonder if you would part with it? What? Xiao Chen was directly moved. Wasn't this thing priced at over 600,000? How did it increase nearly 100-fold? So Yingxian thought Xiao Chen found it too little and hurriedly explained, Sir, while this necklace could sell for a higher price at an auction, our company also has to cover various promotional expenses. So 50 million is really the highest price I can offer. If more. Before she could finish, Xiao Chen excitedly interrupted, I'll sell it. Here's my card. Transfer 50 million to this card, and this necklace will be yours. Sir, the sale of a unique necklace requires a contract to be signed, confirming that the other party wanted to sell. Zhou Yingxian also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she explained. Let's go to my office to discuss. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded and followed Zhou Yingxian to her office, leaving a crowd of onlookers enviously watching. Once in the office, Zhou Yingxian instructed her assistant to prepare the contract and then began to subtly inquire about the origin of the necklace. However, after asking, she found out nothing. On the contrary, Xiao Chen countered, So I have rings here too. Do you buy those? More? Zhou Yingxian exclaimed in surprise. Quickly take them out. I will buy all quality items. Xiao Chen didn't bother with pleasantries and pulled out 2 rings from his pocket. Zhou Yingxian's eyes lit up again. She snatched them from him, examining them closely. The more she looked, the more excited she became, even unconsciously standing up, holding the rings and spinning around. Her curvy figure was fully displayed in front of Xiao Chen, making him unable to help but swallow hard. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking he must have good fortune to marry such a beautiful wife. But he only cared about money and urged, You've seen them. What price can you give for these 2 rings? Do you have earrings as well? Zhou Yingxian asked. Yes, Xiao Chen took out the earrings. This is a set. Xiao Chen didn't know how to sell them, so he took them out one by one. Upon seeing the earrings, Zhou Yingxian examined them for a long time, then said with a hint of reproach, Mr. Xiao, such valuable items, and you just put them in your pocket. Didn't you know to find a gift box? Aren't you afraid of wear and tear? Xiao Chen awkwardly scratched his head. In a post-apocalyptic place, who cared about that? Besides, the space he had could only hold 1 cubic meter. A gift box would take up space. I don't understand these things, Xiao Chen said with a wry smile. Zhua, you give me a price. If it's reasonable, I'll sell all these to you. Adding the previous necklace, 150 million. Zhou Yingxian thought for a moment and said, But I can't come up with that much cash right now. Can you give me some time? 150 million? Xiao Chen was nearly dumbfounded. Selling just 1 set of jewelry could earn him so much money. He still had many more in his space. Wouldn't he instantly become a billionaire? Having a golden finger made a difference. The speed of making money was faster than robbing a bank. Seeing Xiao Chen hesitate to answer, Zhou Yingxian thought he disagreed and changed her tone. Mr. Xiao, if you don't believe me, I can offer something as collateral. I have a property worth 100 million at the Half Mountain Villa. Don't bother with collateral. Just sell the house to me, Xiao Chen said. Also give me 50 million, and we'll be even. Well, okay. Zhou Yingxian hesitated for a moment but agreed. Although she had the Half Mountain Villa, she had never lived in it, and keeping was a waste. It was better to exchange it for these jewelry pieces, as long as she could save Yingxian jewelry. Earning 2 more villas wouldn't be a problem. As the assistant arrived, Zhou Yingxian sent them to prepare the contract for the villa transfer. At that moment, Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Yingxian not as a beauty, but as a mountain of gold and silver. His gaze seemed to want to swallow her whole, making Zhou Yingxian frown repeatedly. Did he really think he could get close to her just by selling a set of jewelry? Zhuo Yingxian coughed a couple of times and said unhappily, Mr. Xiao, if there's nothing else, you can wait in the conference room. After we sign the contract, the finance department will transfer 50 million to you, and we'll be even. I still have some jewelry here. Let me sell them to you. Xiao Chen hurriedly took out all the remaining jewelry from his space. Of course, he pulled them from another pocket. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such a generous buyer. Seeing the dazzling array of jewelry laid out on the desk, Zhuo Yingxian was nearly speechless. Although these pieces were not as outstanding as the previous set, they were still very classic, especially the craftsmanship. From what she knew, neither domestic nor foreign carvers could achieve this level. Where did he get these from? Zhuo Yingxian began to wonder again. Could it be that he designed and carved them himself? Thinking this, Zhuo Yingshuan's eyes grew even brighter. If she could bring him into her camp, Yingxiang Jewelry would find it hard to go bankrupt. They could even soar to become the most famous jewelry brand, both domestically and internationally, without a doubt. This time, Zhuo Yingxian looked at Xiao Chen as if she were looking at a mountain of gold and silver. She even made an unusual move, tightly grasping Xiao Chen's hand and excitedly saying, Mr. Xiao, can I invite you to join Yingxiang Jewelry? Chapter 7, Do You Want to Escape? Joining Yingxiang Jewelry? Xiao Chen was taken aback. How to join? By investing jewelry as shares. Zhuo Yingxian said, I have looked at your jewelry. Its total value is about 200 million. Although Yingxiang Jewelry is on a downward trend, its market value still exceeds 10 billion, and I can offer you 2 of the shares. You want to participate in company management, and you can receive dividends every year. Only 2, Xiao Chen said with some disdain. That's too little. Besides, what if your company loses money? Wouldn't that mean no dividends? I might as well keep the jewelry here and sell it. At least if I sell 1 piece, I can get real cash. That said, Xiao Chen had his own calculations in mind. How many pieces of jewelry does he currently have? And he could get 2 of the shares. If he could get thousands of pieces of jewelry, wouldn't he become the largest shareholder of Yingxiang Jewelry? With a high-cold beauty CEO like Zhuo Yingxian working for him, just thinking about it was very appealing. All right, Zhuo Yingxian, without suspicion, directly agreed. Selling the jewelry in her store would not only help Yingxiang Jewelry gain popularity, but also earn traffic. The key was that it didn't require giving up shares. A sure win. At this time, the assistant also prepared the contract, and Xiao Chen signed it. The finance department transferred 50 million to his card. As for the house contract, since Xiao Chen didn't bring his household registration book, it could only be processed another day. After finishing these tasks, it was just time for dinner. Zhuo Yingxian very generously invited Xiao Chen to dinner. Xiao Chen didn't refuse. After all, selling jewelry in the future would inevitably involve dealing with Zhuo Yingxian. Getting to know her better could deepen their understanding. Dinner was at Yunming Hotel, and Zhuo Yingxian generously ordered a large table of dishes. They couldn't finish it all, and all were packed up by Xiao Chen. In the afternoon, Zhuo Yingxian had something to do, so she left Xiao Chen to the assistant. She asked her to help Xiao Chen inspect the villa. The first things Zhuo Yingxian did when she returned to the company was to investigate Xiao Chen. Although the jewelry Xiao Chen brought out could save Yingxiang Jewelry from the current crisis, what if he was an undercover agent sent by a rival? After all, it involved the survival of the enterprise. So Yingxian didn't dare to gamble. She mobilized all her resources to thoroughly investigate Xiao Chen. It wasn't until nightfall that the assistant returned with the relevant information compiled for Zhuo Yingxian. A genuine rural person, studied information engineering in college. After graduation, he supported his girlfriend Chen Rong by delivering takeout and driving for Didi. As a result, Chen Rong cheated on him. Looking at the information in her hand, Zhuo Yingxian was filled with disbelief. How could someone like this produce so many classic pieces of jewelry? She turned to the assistant and asked what Xiao Chen had done this afternoon. Shopping, the assistant said as she handed Zhuo Yingxian a list. 4-piece bed set. Bought 2 sets. Also bought 6 sets of sportswear, 6 pairs of sneakers, a few pairs of underwear, and toiletries. Then there were instant noodles, ham, bread, biscuits, spicy strips, mineral water, self-heating pots, etc. What surprised Zhuo Yingxian the most was that Xiao Chen had actually bought 200 steam buns. All in all, he only spent a few thousand yuan. Truly a rural person. Even when he has money, He doesn't understand luxury. Quality is precious. Such a person must be completely bound to Yingxiang jewelry. Otherwise, if he is snatched away by rivals, Yingxiang jewelry might be completely destroyed. But how to operate is what Yingxian fell into hesitation. At this moment, Xiao Chen was already lying in bed. Tomorrow at 7, in the apocalypse, Xiao Chen would have to get up to look for food. He needed to sleep early. Before 6, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In the apocalypse, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. First, he checked the supplies in his space. It was full. Xiao Chen took out the packed food from the hotel and had a hearty meal. After drinking 2 pounds of water, he planned to go out. However, at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to check. It was a frail girl, about 15 or 16 years old. Very thin. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was skin and bones. The key was that this girl looked extremely exhausted. Even knocking on the door seemed to take all her strength. However, her eyes were very bright, round, and almost as if they could speak. In another context, she would be a porcelain doll-like little princess, loved by everyone. But in the apocalypse, she was worse than a beggar. Xiao Chen didn't recognize her and frowned slightly. But considering this was within a barrier, with Wu Guai stationed, others shouldn't dare to act recklessly. He still opened the door, indifferently asking, "Who are you looking for?" "Big brother, I'm hungry. Can you give me some food?" The girl weakly asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. The food that came was already handed over to Manager Wu. "I don't have any leftovers." Xiao Chen replied, "You do." The girl said, "I just smelled the delicious food you had. It was better than what I ate before the apocalypse." Swipe. Xiao Chen's face changed drastically. His hand was already gripping the knife handle. Innocent people can be punished for having treasure. He had space and hid countless food, until his strength reached a certain level. He must not let others know. He thought about killing her to silence her. The girl also realized this and urgently said, "Big brother, don't kill me. Even if you don't give me food, I'll tell anyone. Please don't kill me." As she spoke, the girl knelt down before Xiao Chen. Seeing the fear and pity flickering in her eyes, Xiao Chen's heart softened. He pulled the girl into the room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Then he picked up a kitchen knife and held it to the girl's neck. Coldly said, "Speak. How do you know I have food?" "I smelled it." The girl said, "After the apocalypse came, I awakened my ability, Barrier Master. As long as something happens within my barrier, I can sense it, especially the smell of food. I can smell it clearly." "You are a Barrier Master?" Xiao Chen didn't believe it. Barrier Masters should be a top priority for Wu Guai. How could he let you starve like this? Top priority? The girl sneered, bitterly saying, "I'm just his tool. Barrier Masters can only create barriers but have no combat power. If I encounter zombies, I would definitely be eaten. So I can only depend on Wu Guai. He gives me food every day, but it's only enough to keep me from starving to death. And every night, I have to help him set up barriers. Big brother, could you give me some food? I haven't had a delicious meal in a long time. Just one bite is fine. I can trade you with awakening pills. I have a lot of awakening pills." As she spoke, the girl pulled out a small bottle from her pocket. The bottle was filled entirely with awakening pills. It looked like they were all first level. There were about 60 or 70 of them. No way. Xiao Chen suddenly realized. When he used his spiritual sense to probe earlier, he didn't find any awakening pills. He didn't even see inside the girl's clothes. Could it be that she can shield spiritual sense? This is a treasure. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel excited. He had to take her away. Just then, a loudspeaker sounded outside. It was already 6 o'clock. Everyone hurry up and get up. Get ready and set off at 7 to look for supplies. Anyone who dares to slack off will be killed without mercy. It was Wu Guai's voice. He was waking up everyone on each floor, urging them to help him find food. "Do you want to escape?" Xiao Chen stared at the girl and asked. Chapter 8. Found a treasure, what did you say? Zhou Qingyu was startled and quickly covered Xiao Chen's mouth. She whispered a reminder. "You can't say such things carelessly. What if Wu Guai hears it? He will definitely kill you." "And what about you?" Xiao Chen asked. "Won't he kill you too?" "No." Zhou Qingyu shook her head. "Barrier Masters are very rare. Without my protection, they can't sleep soundly at night. They need me." Confirmed. This girl indeed had no intention of harming him. She simply wanted to enjoy good food. Otherwise, just based on that one sentence about escaping, she could have reported to Wu Guai and had him kill Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said seriously, What I said is true. Wu Gui only sees you as a tool, and he doesn't even let you eat enough. Why not escape and follow me? You? Zhou Qingyu shook her head again. Forget it. You just arrived last night, and even took 2 awakening pills without awakening any abilities. Following you. It's only a matter of time before you get killed by zombies. Even if you miraculously avoid zombies, how long can your hidden food sustain me? In the end, I would still starve. Xiao Chen didn't speak, but instead took out a white steamed bun from his spatial ability. Spatial ability? Zhou Qingyu's mouth formed an O shape in surprise. You're actually a spatial ability user. Eat this, Xiao Chen said. Do you believe me now? Zhou Qingyu nodded as she chewed on the bun, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With spatial abilities, even a level 1 awakener could store a lot of food. Plus, with the food collected from searching buildings, she should be able to survive longer than if she stayed with Wu Gui. After all, Wu Gui only gave her 1 piece of bread a day, but required her to use her abilities to protect the shelter every night. Sooner or later, she would be drained. It was better to take a chance and follow this spatial ability user in front of her. Xiao Chen was generous and also took out a portion of salmon, 2 steam buns, a pack of spicy strips, and a bottle of mineral water. Zhou Qingyu devoured it like a hungry wolf, her mouth greasy from the food. Then the two began to discuss their escape plan. With just the 2 of them, even if they could escape, they wouldn't be able to deal with the zombies outside. So they needed to find another awakener who was good at combat. Xiao Chen's team had 10 people, but only 2 were awakeners. One was the captain, Yubo, a combat type, and the other was Chang Haitao, a hearing type awakener who could hear everything. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen inhaled sharply. Would his conversation with Zhou Qingyu have already reached Chang Haitao's ears? Seemingly understanding Xiao Chen's thoughts, Zhou Qingyu smiled and said, Brother Xiao, I am a level 2 barrier master. Our conversation is within the barrier, and outsiders can't hear us unless their level is higher than mine. Phew. Xiao Chen secretly let out a sigh of relief. However, this also taught him a lesson. In the apocalypse, awakened abilities are varied and strange. He needed to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, he might end up in a difficult situation. Of course, the most important thing was to increase his strength. In the face of absolute power, any small threats would have nowhere to hide. Now, with the 63 awakening pills Zhou Qingyu gave him, he had no time to use them. Moreover, there were no level 2 awakening pills available. So he couldn't raise his strength to level 2. He needed to hunt level 2 zombies or trade with others. All of this required getting away from Wu Gui, escape, and find someone to protect him. Back to square one. Yubo was one of the 5 people Xiao Chen had been focusing on before. A man in his 30s, wearing glasses, he appeared scholarly. But he was clearly an awakener who had suppressed himself in front of Wu Gui yesterday. He was quite deep-minded and should be difficult to recruit. Zhou Qingyu said, Although I don't have much combat power, I am very important to Wu Gui. He wouldn't want me to die outside. If I go out to relax, he will definitely send someone to protect me. Sister Yao's awakened ability is invisibility, which is very suitable for protection. In the past, whenever I went out, Sister Yao would follow me. It should be no different this time. Moreover, Sister Yao is very kind-hearted. She has long disliked Wu Gui's actions. She can only follow him because she lacks the ability to protect herself. If she knows you are a spatial ability user and have stored a lot of food, she will definitely follow you. Xiao Chen didn't respond, but stared at Zhou Qingyu intently. Not only was she a barrier master, but her thinking was also so sharp. He had truly found a treasure. Brother Xiao, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Zhou Qingyu felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and touched her face, asking. Having you is great. Xiao Chen patted her shoulder and said, Let's do as you say. I'll go out first and join you, Bo, and the others. Having me is great? What does that mean? Could it be that Brother Xiao has taken a liking to me at first sight? But I'm not even of age yet. However, it's not impossible. The apocalypse has come. Who cares about the law? If I could be a real woman before I die, it wouldn't be a waste of my life. Zhou Qingyu thought secretly. If Xiao Chen knew what this girl was thinking, he would definitely give her a knock on the head and scold her for being wise beyond her years. With Wu Gui's wake-up service, the team gathered very smoothly. By 6:30, everyone had appeared in the first-floor lobby. There were over 100 of them, standing neatly in formation as small teams. Xiao Chen noticed that aside from the 61 people who had come yesterday, The others all had varying degrees of injuries. They were bandaged very simply, just wrapped in cloth strips. Blood seeped through the cloth, adding a bit of fierceness. Moreover, other teams rarely had enough members, with most having 3 to 5 people. One team even had only one person, with bloody cloth strips wrapped around their arms and legs, and a wound on their face that looked fierce. When Xiao Chen was evaluating him, the man seemed to sense it and turned to glare at Xiao Chen. His gaze was sharp, causing Xiao Chen to instinctively take a step back. Then the man turned his head and ignored Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen secretly patted his chest. This person was tough. He needed to keep his distance. At that moment, Wu Gui stepped forward and laid out some rules. In fact, there was only one. Each team must bring back 3 pounds of food, or even if they returned, they wouldn't have any food to eat. He then introduced Zhou Qingyu, stating that she was going out to relax. No matter which team encountered her, they must do their utmost to protect her safety. Those who contributed would be rewarded. Immediately, many of the older teams reached out to Zhou Qingyu with olive branches, wanting her to join them. However, Zhou Qingyu refused all of them and walked straight towards Xiao Chen's team. Yubo frowned slightly. Wasn't this making him offend the older generation right after he arrived? But seeing that a man and a woman were following Zhou Qingyu, he didn't say much. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, felt a bit bitter inside. Wasn't it agreed that only Sister Yao would come? Why was there another man? Recruiting one person, Xiao Chen couldn't guarantee he had 100% confidence, let alone 2. But he also understood that this wasn't Zhou Qingyu's fault. Wu Gui must have been worried about Zhou Qingyu's safety and deliberately increased the protection. He could only take it one step at a time. As Wu Gui shouted to set off, the older teams rushed out of the bathhouse, racing towards their destination. The newcomers, however, looked confused. Where were they supposed to go? Chapter 9 targeted the nearby buildings had been completely swept through. Zhou Qingyu kindly reminded, if you want to complete the task before dark, you need to go a bit farther. It will take at least half an hour on foot. Thank you. The team leaders expressed their gratitude and left with their groups. Yubo also joined them. After they dispersed, he quietly asked, we're all from the Green Garden community, so we should have some understanding of the East District. Does anyone know where food might be stored? Xiao Chen, you go first. After all, you had the most food yesterday. You should have some experience. When the apocalypse hit, I happened to be at the supermarket and grabbed some food, Xiao Chen said. Plus, I usually eat very little, so I've managed to store quite a bit. After the fog descended, a Haven tea even left my home. So I'm not sure where food is and can't be of much help. However, if the captain points me in the right direction, I will do my best to find it. Yubo clearly wanted to place the blame for not finding food on him. But Xiao Chen wasn't going to fall for it. Yubo gave Xiao Chen a deep look, but didn't say anything more. At this moment, others suggested, let's south go to Changning Street. There are logistics warehouses there. The fog descended in the morning when the goods just arrived and hadn't been distributed yet. There might be a lot of food. All right, let's south go to Changning Street. Yubo made the decision, adding in a sarcastic tone, now we are all one unit. If one suffers, we all suffer, and if one thrives, we all thrive. So we must work together and not have any selfishness. If I find out, I want to go easy on anyone. As he said this, Yubo glanced at Xiao Chen again. In the apocalypse, food is more precious than silver. Everyone was not familiar with Wu Gui. How could they possibly take all the food with them when leaving? Unless, of course, that food was just a drop in the bucket compared to his savings. This was a fat sheep. When the time comes, it's best to slaughter it respectfully. After making the decision, the group headed towards Changning Street. They had only walked for a little over 5 minutes when Deputy Captain Cheng Haitao stopped them. There are 3 zombies about 50 meters ahead. Let us take a detour. How do you know? Someone asked. Even Yubo looked at Cheng Haitao. My awakened ability is that of a keen ear. I can hear sound within a 50-meter radius, Cheng Haitao explained. Zombies don't breathe, but their footsteps are very heavy, and I can distinguish them. If we head south from here, there's a small path that also leads to Changning Street, though it will take a little more time. Huh? Xiao Chen was quite surprised. The keen ear could actually distinguish zombies. If he could recruit this person to his side, wouldn't it help avoid many unnecessary troubles? But Cheng Haitao continued, everyone, I really want to help you locate the zombies, but I'm a person too. I awakened my ability yesterday and only ate half a moldy bun. I'm hungry. With my stamina, I can only scout once. To scout again, I need to eat something. Does anyone have any hidden food they can spare me a bit? Once we find food, I'll return it to you. Whoever Chung Haitao looked at, they all hung their heads. After scanning the crowd, no one took out any food. Xiao Chen, give him a bag of instant noodles. In the end, it was Yu Bo who ordered Xiao Chen to contribute. I don't have any. Xiao Chen replied bitterly. I gave all my food to Manager Wu yesterday. Xiao Chen. Yu Bo raised his voice. I know you have hidden food. When I passed by your room yesterday, I heard you sneaking food. Now we are one unit. Chung Haitao's ability can help us avoid casualties. Besides, if you provide food now, we will return it to you once we find more. Why are you unwilling? Do you want to separate from our group? Go solo? If it weren't for his lack of strength, Xiao Chen would have wanted to slap him. Damn it. Why is he always targeting me? He did want to go solo, but the key was that he hadn't found the right opportunity yet. After considering, Xiao Chen chose to protect himself. He slowly pulled out a white bun from his pocket and handed it to Chung Haitao, then said to Yu Bo, Captain, you said that once we find supplies, you must return it to me immediately. Absolutely. Yu Bo patted his shoulder in assurance. This guy really is a fat sheep. Establish a good relationship first, and then take action later. Thank you. Chung Haitao took big bites of the bun, his words barely intelligible. Behind him, Wang Yao couldn't help but shake her head upon seeing this scene. Is this it? Can't even protect a bun and still wish to win me over. He's really delusional. He can only deceive a little girl like Qingyu. He needs to be taught a lesson. Others watched Chung Haitao devour the bun, unable to suppress their saliva. Fortunately, Yu Bo said there was a lot of food waiting for them ahead. It was like a mirage to quench their thirst. This completely shifted everyone's focus, making them rush forward like madmen. With Chung Haitao acting as a human radar, they indeed didn't encounter any zombies along the way. Half an hour later, they arrived at Chongning Street and found the logistics warehouse. Yu Bo assigned tasks. As the captain and the only combat power in the team, he was responsible for guarding the door against zombies. The rest entered the warehouse to search for food, and he even thoughtfully distributed transparent plastic bags to each person, calling it convenient for storing supplies. It was as if he was afraid others wouldn't recognize his ulterior motives. Everyone didn't dare to voice any objections. Once inside the warehouse, they split up to search. The warehouse was very large, and even with so many people searching together, they wouldn't be able to turn it over in less than half a day. Xiao Chen planned to take this opportunity to consume a consciousness-awakening pill. With a connection to his previous self, he wouldn't need to search for supplies. Enhancing his strength was the key. So, after entering, Xiao Chen headed straight for the office. No one would go there. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to close the door, he found that it seemed to be blocked by something. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close it. The key was that when he looked down, he didn't see any objects. Not good. Xiao Chen thought of his invisibility ability, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He quickly stepped back, but it was too late. A cold dagger pressed against his throat. A clear voice followed, "Don't move, or I'll kill you immediately." As the voice spoke, a beautiful woman with a ponytail appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen recognized her. It was Wang Yao, Zhou Qingyu's personal bodyguard, the same woman who had given him the awakening pill at the bath center yesterday. Wang Yao, I've already promised to take Zhou Qingyu away. We're on the same side. Why are you treating me like this? Xiao Chen questioned unhappily. Wang Yao snorted lightly. You deceived Qingyu, and that's one thing. But you think you can deceive me? A person who can't even protect their own bun. Why should we risk our lives for you? I'll kill you today to prevent Qingyu from getting any ideas about escaping. Wu Gui may be a jerk, but he can find food. Following him, we can survive for a long time. Following you, Wang Yao couldn't continue. She looked beside her, her eyes nearly popping out. It was as if she had discovered a new continent, and she stood there dumbfounded, saliva dripping from her mouth. Chapter 10, Murky Waters. Easy fishing, do you still think I'm lying? Xiao Chen had been observing Wang Yao's changing expressions. Seeing that she was truly shocked, he straightened his chest and proudly said, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. The food stored in my space can last you 2 or 3 years without any problem." How big is your space? Wang Yao asked instinctively. A secret, Xiao Chen replied. Do you have any level 2 enlightenment pills in hand? Give me one. No, Wang Yao shook her head. I'm not at the stage to break through yet, and Wu Gui won't give me any level 2 enlightenment pills. Can you kill a level 2 zombie? Xiao Chen asked again. Very difficult, Wang Yao said bitterly. What a waste. Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse. If it weren't for Qing Yu's strong recommendation. Someone as useless as you wouldn't even qualify to ally with me. Get out and find a way to get a level 2 enlightenment pill. Don't disturb me here. Yes, Wang Yao replied respectfully, like a subordinate. She then obediently exited the office and thoughtfully closed the door behind her. However, after walking a few steps, Wang Yao felt something was off. No matter how one looked at it, she was a level 1 stealth awakeners. Killing Xiao Chen would be easy. So why was she being bossed around by him? Was it because he had more supplies? That couldn't be it. It was because she was considering Qing Yu's face. After all, Qing Yu trusted this bastard so much. Yes, that's it. I don't covet his white bonds. The real question is how to escape with Qing Yu. Zhou Yunlong was Wu Gui's close buddy. They were as good as wearing the same pair of pants. He probably wouldn't betray Wu Gui. Besides, Zhou Yunlong's strength had reached the point of needing to break through. Unless she ambushed him, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. Even if she did ambush him, there was only one opportunity. If it failed, she would either be dead or injured. But she had never killed anyone with her delicate hands. What should she do? Wang Yao was in a dilemma. Just wait, I'll get you back. Xiao Chen, however, was feeling quite pleased in the office. Wang Yao's stealth skill was very effective. Even his divine sense couldn't detect her. In battle, it would definitely be a force multiplier. With such an ally, the safety factor increased significantly. Of course, the most important thing was still one's own strength. So after locking the door, Xiao Chen took out the enlightenment pills. He tossed one into his mouth directly. After digesting it, he followed with the second, the third. Xiao Chen consumed a total of 56 pills before he touched the threshold of promotion. He could feel it. Continuing to take level 1 enlightenment pills would have no effect. To break through, he could only take level 2 enlightenment pills. Unfortunately, there were none available at the moment. However, it didn't matter. After the enhancement, Xiao Chen's strength had also increased significantly. First was his divine sense, which had expanded to 50 meters. Even sitting in the office, he could see everything clearly around him. Next was his strength. Xiao Chen hadn't compared his strength with others, so he didn't know how strong he was. But he could sense it. Killing a cow felt no different from killing a chicken before. However, his space hadn't increased at all. It seemed it would only expand after breaking through. Xiao Chen wasn't in a hurry. With the previous body constantly supplying him, it would be hard to starve him. Through his divine sense, Xiao Chen saw that everyone had searched the warehouse thoroughly. He didn't dare to slack off and quickly ate some food to replenish his energy. Then he took out 2 sausages, a packet of instant noodles, and 2 biscuits and put them into a plastic bag. Only then did he open the door and swagger out. At this moment, everyone had gathered at the door. Xiao Chen saw the plastic bags in everyone's hands, with the food looking pitifully scarce. Either they were crushed biscuits or moldy bread. Some even had a bun with teeth marks all over it. Clearly, everyone had eaten first after finding food. Yubo's face was as dark as coal, wishing he could kill all these people. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was considerate and brought out so much food, which could fill their stomachs a bit. Yubo snatched the food from Xiao Chen's hands. Just as he was about to eat, someone stopped him. Shut up, Zhou Yunlong said coldly. These are the supplies of a shelter. If you dare to consume them privately, I'll kill you right now. While Yubo was stunned, Zhou Yunlong rushed forward, snatched the plastic bag away, and then took out the instant noodles. He tore open the bag and started to eat. Zhou Yunlong, what are you doing? Wang Yao said incredulously. This is the food of Yubo's team. If you eat it, how will they report to Manager Wu? That's their own business. What does it have to do with me? Zhou Yunlong said matter-of-factly. Besides, I've protected them all the way. Shouldn't they show me some respect? You. Wang Yao laughed in anger. Protected? On the way here, we didn't encounter a single zombie, and you didn't even lift a finger. How can you talk about protection? Besides, you were protecting Qing Yu. Xiao Chen sneered in his heart. Just as he thought, people are selfish. Everyone found food and ate first, only then giving a little to the public. Yubo wanted to reap without sowing. Little did he know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And in the end, it was Zhou Yunlong who profited. Yubo ended up with nothing. If he stirred the pot a little, perhaps he could create chaos. Deciding to go for it, Xiao Chen tugged at Yu Bo's clothes and encouraged Captain. Manager Wu said that if we don't find enough food before dark, we can't enter the shelter. Without the barrier's protection, we'll all be eaten by zombies. Zhou Yunlong isn't stealing food. He's stealing our lives. Can you tolerate that? He's just a level 1 awakener. With so many of us together, can we not take him down? After all, he was in the wrong first. With Zhou Qingyu and the others as our witnesses, even if we kill him, Manager Wu probably won't say anything. Yu Bo glanced at Zhou Qingyu and saw her nodding. He gritted his teeth and said harshly, Zhou Yunlong, if you know what's good for you, give us back our stuff now. Otherwise, we'll take action. Hee. Xiao Yunlong sneered. You guys? You dare to threaten me? Go. Yu Bo shouted angrily, clenching his fists and charging forward. The others also rolled up their sleeves and stepped in. Protecting food is everyone's responsibility. Besides, there were many of them. Coupled with the confidence from just having eaten, they felt emboldened. Xiao Chen quietly took a few steps back and came to Wang Yao's side. He whispered, Sister Yao, it's your turn to take action. Kill Xiao Yunlong. Wang Yao hesitated for a moment. Xiao Chen then said seriously, this is our only chance to escape. It's a matter of life and death. Don't mess it up. Only then did Wang Yao nod, using her ability to conceal her figure. Zhou Yunlong was indeed strong. Facing 9 opponents, he still held his ground. If given another minute, he could win. Suddenly, a dagger appeared and pierced his thigh. Ah! Zhou Yunlong screamed as he fell to the ground. Wang Yao, you dare to ambush me. I will. Before he could finish, Yu Bo took advantage of his fall and punched him in the face, silencing him. After snatching the food, he still wasn't satisfied and kicked Zhou Yunlong several times. Yu Bo was also a level 1 strength-type awakener and fueled by anger. His kicks broke 2 of Zhou Yunlong's ribs and 1 arm. Zhou Yunlong struggled to get up. Pointing at Yu Bo and the others, he said coldly, Good. You all are very good. This matter is not over. I will definitely tell Manager Wu and have him uphold justice for me. After leaving this harsh remark, Zhou Yunlong turned to leave. Leaving? Did you get my permission? Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he gripped the kitchen knife and quietly followed. What does he want to do? Everyone was filled with confusion. Chapter 11. Breaking away from the team, Xiao Chen demonstrated the truth through his actions. As he approached Zhou Yunlong, he showed no hesitation and swung his knife, striking his neck. With a single slash, Zhou Yunlong's life was ended. He struggled to turn his head, just enough to see Xiao Chen's true face. The body then fell to the ground, eyes wide open in anger, unable to close in death. How dare he? Yu Bo and the others gasped in shock. Even though he was the team leader and a level 1 strength-type awakened, he wouldn't dare to kill. Yet Xiao Chen, a mere ordinary person, could face death so calmly? Unfortunately, no one could provide him with an answer. Wang Yao was also shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Xiao Chen. Wasn't this guy a space-type awakened? How could he be so strong? He had actually killed Zhou Yunlong with 1 blow. He must be hiding his true strength, Wang Yao concluded. But rather than panic, she felt a sense of glee. The stronger Xiao Chen was, the greater their chances of breaking away from Wu Gui and surviving on their own. Xiao Chen put away his knife and rummaged through Zhou Yunlong's belongings, finding a bag of instant noodles, 2 biscuits, and a sausage. The rest of the good items were naturally stored in his space. Upon seeing the food, Yu Bo immediately revealed a greedy expression. Xiao Chen, these food items should be confiscated. Confiscated? Xiao Chen scoffed. Captain Yu, I killed him, so why should I hand them over? Do you want to take responsibility for the killing? Yu Bo was momentarily speechless. Zhou Yunlong was sent to protect Zhou Qingyu, undoubtedly a trusted confidant of Wu Gui. He couldn't bear that responsibility and could only snort, Xiao Chen, if you dare to kill Zhou Yunlong, expect to face Manager Wu's wrath. I hope you don't drag us down with you. After all, we're just reclaiming what originally belonged to us. While you're the real murderer, don't worry. I take full responsibility for my actions and won't involve you. Xiao Chen said disdainfully. Face Wu Gui's anger? Would he be afraid? He wouldn't return to the bathhouse until he had enough strength. By the time Wu Gui found him, he would likely be a level 2 awakened, and perhaps he could even train Wang Yao into a level 2 awakened. Who would win in the end was still uncertain. So, When Yu Bo ordered the search for food to continue, Xiao Chen proposed, searching for food like this, even if we look for 2 days, we won't complete the task. I suggest we break the task down to individuals. We need a total of 3 kilograms of food. So each person only needs to find 3 taels of food. That's not much, just a bun with 2 biscuits. Let's split up now and gather here when it gets dark. Those who can't find enough will be kicked out of the team. No way. Before anyone else could speak, Yu Bo rejected the idea. What if someone finds more food and eats it? We should search together. We can supervise each other. No one would dare to steal. Besides, if we split up, you won't be safe without my protection. How long will it take to gather 3 kilograms of food if we stay together? Xiao Chen retorted. No matter how you divide it, I'm going to search alone. If I find 3 taels, I'll complete today's task. With that, he turned and left. Sooner or later, he would have to escape, and this was the perfect opportunity to do so without raising suspicion. However, Yu Bo had other plans. He called out, Cheng Haitao, go follow Xiao Chen. If he dares to hide anything, Captain Yu, even if he hides it, I can't beat him, Cheng Haitao said bitterly. You should follow him yourself. Follow what? How much food can he find alone? Clearly, he will find more food with a group. Yu Bo's face darkened. I didn't say to fight him. Just report back honestly after returning. Fine. Cheng Haitao had no choice but to follow Xiao Chen. Seeing Cheng Haitao, Xiao Chen smiled. He had been worried about how to recruit Cheng Haitao, but unexpectedly, Yu Bo delivered him right to his doorstep. What a stroke of luck. Cheng Haitao, check if Yu Bo and the others are far away, Xiao Chen instructed. Huh? Cheng Haitao paused. Are you asking me to use my powers to detect Yu Bo? Isn't that a waste? We should be looking for food first. Just look, Xiao Chen said. Don't forget, you still owe me a bun. Fine. Cheng Haitao reluctantly agreed. Who could blame him for eating Xiao Chen's bun? But considering the physical toll of using his powers too much, he hesitated. Xiao Chen, I've used my powers too many times today. Before he could finish, Xiao Chen handed him the food he had just taken from Zhou Yunlong. Eat. This is for me? Cheng Haitao was surprised. Yeah, Xiao Chen nodded. Eat well to work hard. You're not bad. Cheng Haitao grinned. From now on, I'll have your back in our team. Seeing the food, Cheng Haitao no longer hesitated and used his powers to monitor Yu Bo and the others. Xiao Chen, they've left my monitoring range. Then let us search for zombies, Xiao Chen said. There are no zombies nearby, Cheng Haitao replied. We can safely search for supplies now. Search for what supplies? Xiao Chen retorted. We're going back to the logistics warehouse to practice. Practice? Cheng Haitao was stunned. What are we practicing? Naturally. We'll take awakening pills to enhance our strength, Xiao Chen said. Sister Yao, you go first. Break through the barrier, and then we'll go kill level 2 zombies. Okay. Wang Yao nodded. Finally, they could improve their strength without worrying about starving. It seemed that following Xiao Chen was indeed the better choice. Xiao Chen then led Wang Yao and Zhou Qingyu back to the logistics warehouse, leaving Cheng Haitao feeling confused. Practice? Kill level 2 zombies? What is going on? Cheng Haitao was utterly bewildered, but as a hearing awakened with no combat ability, he had no means of self-protection. To survive, he had to stick with Xiao Chen. Although he didn't know what powers Xiao Chen had awakened, he had killed Zhou Yunlong without blinking. His strength must be formidable. Moreover, his task was to monitor Xiao Chen. If he returned to find Yu Bo now, he would surely get beaten up. Thinking of this, Cheng Haitao shook his head and caught up with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen ignored him. Upon entering the warehouse, he found an unoccupied office. Xiao Chen took out 20 buns, a large bottle of mineral water, and 10 bags of spicy strips from his space. Sister Yao, after you improve, eat these to replenish your strength. We'll protect you outside. These are all for me. Even though Wang Yao had seen Xiao Chen's wealth, she was still shocked by this generosity. 20 buns. Even Wu Gui, the leader of the shelter, wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. I told you, Xiao Chen declared proudly. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll have enough to eat at every meal. Without giving Wang Yao a chance to thank him, Xiao Chen led everyone out of the office and sat outside to keep watch. Big brother Xiao, can I have a spicy strip? Zhou Qingyu asked hopefully. Sure. Xiao Chen readily handed her a bag of spicy strips. Zhou Qingyu immediately beamed with joy. Tearing open the bag, she took out one piece, stared at it for a long time, and just couldn't bring herself to eat it. She merely licked it once and then put it back in a bag. "What are you doing?" Xiao Chen said helplessly. "Since you're with me, there's plenty to eat. Doesn't this make me seem too stingy?" "Really plenty?" Zhou Qingyu said in disbelief. Swish! Xiao Chen took out 10 more bags of spicy strips from his space and handed them to Zhou Qingyu. "Eat as you like. If you want anything in the future, just tell me." "Thank you, Brother Xiao." Zhou Qingyu couldn't contain her excitement and hugged Xiao Chen's neck, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "Brother Xiao, I want to eat too." Cheng Haitao struggled to resist the urge to rush forward and grab some, drooling. Chapter 12 Hunting Level 2 Zombies Want to Eat? Xiao Chen asked. Cheng Haitao nodded frantically. "Do you dare to eat?" Xiao Chen sneered. "Eating my food means you stand on my side. Do you know what we're about to do?" Cheng Haitao was not a fool. On the contrary, he was very smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately shown his abilities to ask for buns. Plus, Xiao Chen had publicly killed Zhou Yunlong. After a little thought, he understood completely. Xiao Chen was planning to rebel against Wu Guwei. Cheng Haitao immediately started calculating in his heart. Pros and cons. Pros. First, Xiao Chen had food. Although he didn't know how much exactly and where it was hidden, the fact that he could casually give Wang Yao 20 buns, a large bucket of water, and 10 bags of spicy strips showed that Xiao Chen was very wealthy. Moreover, Xiao Chen's tone was confident, as if he had endless supplies. Submitting to him should ensure he wouldn't starve to death. Second, Xiao Chen had won over Zhou Qingyu. She was a barrier master. With her around, they could sleep soundly at night. If one's abilities were not strong, and they couldn't eat well or rest properly, they would eventually be worn down, even if they weren't killed by zombies. Cons, there was only one. Xiao Chen only had 2 people by his side. Seemingly only Wang Yao was a combat-type awakener. Whether facing Wu Guwei or zombies, they would only have the option to flee. If they were surrounded, it would only lead to death. Weighing the pros and cons, Cheng Haitao chose to submit. His reasoning was simple. Following Wu Guwei meant starving 3 times a day and going out to complete tasks, which was equally risky. Besides, in this apocalypse, no one could guarantee how long they would live. He would rather be a well-fed ghost. Cheng Haitao admitted he was conquered by the buns. Having made up his mind, he looked at Xiao Chen seriously and said, "Brother Xiao, as long as you don't dislike me, I will follow you from now on. You tell me to go east, I want to go west. What if I ask you to kill Wu Guwei?" Xiao Chen asked. Indeed, this was a rebellion against Wu Guwei. Cheng Haitao bitterly said, "Brother Xiao, don't make fun of me. Even if I had the heart, I don't have the strength." Xiao Chen didn't mind. He asked that to clarify that he and Wu Guwei were not on the same side. Since Cheng Haitao had made his choice, Xiao Chen would not be stingy. He handed him 3 buns and said, "This is a meeting gift. After you're full, start working. I don't keep idle people here." "Work?" Cheng Haitao was taken aback, then showed a disappointed expression. But since he had made a choice, he could only grit his teeth and say, "I understand. I will go look for food." "What I need food for?" Xiao Chen said speechlessly. "Your job is to spread your abilities and monitor the surroundings. No matter what happens, report to me in time." "Is that it?" Cheng Haitao asked in surprise. "Just doing this, you can manage my food for a day?" "Of course not," Xiao Chen said. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Once he boarded Xiao Chen's pirate ship, who knows how he would be treated? However, Xiao Chen said, "Because your awakened ability is eavesdropper, monitoring the surroundings is your job. Do this well, and I'll give you 3 buns a day. And I want to restrict your freedom. When the team doesn't need you to exert effort all the time, you can also look for supplies. Everything you find belongs to you. If you find gold, silver, jewelry, or money, you can exchange it with me for food. $20,000 for a bun, no cap. Additionally, I have plenty of awakening pills for promotions." This is not bragging. Zhou Qingyu provided more than 60 awakening pills, and I just got over 100 from Zhou Yunlong. Enough for you to use. Moreover, Wang Yao has nearly 100 level 1 awakening pills. Once everyone's strength grows, we will go kill zombies and get even more awakening pills. In the apocalypse, these things are much cheaper than food. Brother Xiao is mighty. Hearing Xiao Chen's introduction, Cheng Haitao's eyes lit up. "Don't flatter me," Xiao Chen said seriously. "Keep a close watch on the surroundings. Don't let anything go wrong." "Yes," Cheng Haitao nodded respectfully. He spread his abilities, perked up his ears, and listened carefully. Xiao Chen also spread his consciousness to monitor movements within 50 meters. Double insurance. 2 hours later, the office door was opened. Wang Yao walked out. Everyone turned around and was immediately stunned. Wang Yao was already good-looking, with a great figure. But at this moment, she seemed to be radiating a soft glow, looking extremely holy. Of course, that was not what Xiao Chen focused on. It was the apocalypse after all. What good were beautiful women? The priority was on how to survive. Xiao Chen stood up and asked directly, Sister Yao, how is it? Can you promote to level 2? No. Wang Yao shook her head. To promote to level 2, I need to take level 2 awakening pills. I don't have any now. However, my strength has increased a lot, especially the invisibility time, which has gone from half a minute to 2 minutes now. 2 minutes might not be long, but once Wang Yao was invisible, she could avoid consciousness detection, making it easy to eliminate opponents of the same level. Even against Wu Gui, she could strike unexpectedly and kill him, an additional means of self-protection. But thinking of Wang Yao's mercy towards Zhou Yunlong, Xiao Chen frowned and reminded her, Sister Yao, you are currently the strongest fighter in our team. You must remember that your mercy not only harms your own interests, but could also lead to our deaths. I don't want to see another situation like Zhou Yunlong. Yes, Wang Yao clenched her fist and said apologetically, they're one tibia next time. Choosing Xiao Chen meant Wu Gui was their enemy. They must not be merciful to enemies. Wang Yao secretly steeled her resolve, her nails digging into her palm. Xiao Chen noticed this and quickly changed the subject. Now, both Sister Yao and I have reached a checkpoint, and Xingyu has long stepped into level 2. We all need level 2 awakening pills. So, let us go hunt level 2 zombies. Huh? Cheng Haitao was shocked. Brother Xiao, can we take on level 2 zombies? Just one should be manageable, Xiao Chen said. If there are too many, we will have to retreat. Then let us go to the seafood market, Wang Yao suggested. I heard that there are the most zombies at the seafood market. Let us take a look around and see if we can encounter a lone level 2 zombie. Okay. With the direction set, Xiao Chen made the decision. The four of them headed towards the seafood market. Of course, on the way, they also picked up things. Food was hard to find, but they still came across some gold, silver, jewelry, and cash. For example, Cheng Haitao picked up 3 necklaces, 10 rings, 20 pairs of earrings, and over 50,000 cash. Xiao Chen and the others also picked up some items. Xiao Chen didn't tea-stand on ceremony and immediately made a price to exchange for buns and other food. Cheng Haitao was thrilled, eating and packing at the same time. Wang Yao just finished eating and stored the food with Xiao Chen for easy access. Zhou Qingyu followed suit. Xiao Chen naturally had no objections. Occupying just a bit of space in exchange for so many valuable items was simply an act of taking advantage of the situation. Only a fool wouldn't do it. There's too little space, only 1 cubic meter. We must quickly upgrade to level 2 to increase the space a bit. After walking and stopping for nearly 40 minutes, everyone finally arrived near the seafood market. Brother Xiao, I found a level 2 zombie. As soon as he got closer, Cheng Haitao pointed ahead excitedly and said, in that shop, there is a level 2 zombie and 3 level 1 zombies. Should we take action? Chapter 13. Oh no. This zombie is leveling up. In fact, Xiao Chen noticed it too. And it wasn't just 1 second-level zombie, but 2. From Wu Gui, Xiao Chen had gained some understanding of zombies. A first-level zombie is the most ordinary type, entirely black and as hard as iron. Hence it is also called a black iron zombie. A second-level zombie emits a yellow-copper glow and is called a brass zombie. The third level is the silver zombie. The fourth is the golden zombie. As for the 5th level, Wu Gui didn't know either. Through his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen saw that 3 black iron zombies and 1 brass zombie were rummaging for food. They picked up rotten things and stuffed them into their mouths. The other brass zombie was much quieter. It stood there, seemingly in a daze, as if deep in thought. Xiao Chen didn't give the order immediately, but instead asked Cheng Haitao, how can you tell the difference between black iron zombies and brass zombies? The footsteps are different. Cheng Haitao replied, brass zombies' footsteps are much heavier than black iron zombies. What if they don't move? Xiao Chen inquired. Well, Cheng Haitao said with a wry smile, if they don't move, they can't make any sound, so I wouldn't be able to hear them. Then you keep an eye on this area. Xiao Chen instructed after thinking for a moment. If any zombies come for support, quickly relay the information to us so we can escape. Qingyu, set up a barrier. Cover an area of 50 meters to prevent any scent from leaking out. Sister Yao will go kill the zombies. The few of them took their orders and started working. This shop was a 3-story building. Cheng Haitao and Zhou Qingyu found a place to hide on the first floor. One listened carefully while the other formed hand seals to set up the barrier. The zombies were on the 3rd floor. When Xiao Chen brought Wang Yao to the 2nd floor, he clarified, Sister Yao, Cheng Haitao heard wrong. There are 2 brass zombies and 3 black iron zombies upstairs. Then why go up? Wang Yao exclaimed anxiously. I may have touched the threshold, but I haven't reached the 2nd level. We might be able to kill 1 brass zombie by surprise, but 2? We can't handle that. Let's give it a try, Xiao Chen said. In this apocalypse, if we don't improve our strength, it's hard to survive. We have both touched the threshold of the 2nd level. We just need the 2nd level awakening pills. There just so happen to be 2 brass zombies here. If we kill them, we might drop 2 2nd level awakening pills. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, you can go invisible. As long as you can deliver a fatal blow to 1 brass zombie, the other one should be manageable with the 2 of us working together. You're really crazy. Wang Yao shot Xiao Chen a glare. She was considering retreating, but thinking of their current situation, what good would retreating do? They couldn't go back and let Wu Guei control them again, could they? If they left Wu Guei, relying on just her and Zhou Qingyu, they wouldn't last a few days. Xiao Chen was right. In the current situation, the only way to ensure survival was to continuously improve their strength. After all, there was plenty of food on Xiao Chen's side, so let's gamble on it. After a moment of thought, Wang Yao made up her mind, but she still reminded him, Xiao Chen, if I can't kill the brass zombie in 1 hit, you should quickly take Qingyu and escape. I'll hold them off for you. Sister Yao, don't say such pessimistic things, Xiao Chen said discontentedly. We're a team. We rise and fall together. I will never abandon you. Wait. Wang Yao suddenly realized something and stared at Xiao Chen, puzzled. How do you know there are 2 brass zombies upstairs? Didn't Cheng Haitao say there was only 1? One of the zombies didn't move, Xiao Chen explained. How do you know this so clearly? Wang Yao became even more suspicious, as if he could see it. I can indeed see it, Xiao Chen smiled. Everything within a 50-meter radius is within my sight. Wang Yao was taken aback, quickly stepping back 2 paces and hugging her chest. Feeling insecure, she glared at Xiao Chen and said with a hint of anger, Xiao Chen, don't look at me like that. Xiao Chen was speechless. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Put away your dirty thoughts. We need to prepare for battle. Whether or not he was that kind of person, Wang Yao didn't know, but fighting was necessary. If they didn't level up to the 2nd level, in this apocalypse, they would be no different from ants. Moreover, she had been by Xiao Chen's side for a whole day. Whatever was meant to be seen or not seen had probably already been seen by Xiao Chen. She didn't mind taking a few more glances anyway. The 2 quickly discussed a plan to deal with the zombies and then stepped onto the 3rd floor. The door was wide open. They could clearly see 5 zombies inside, 2 brass zombies and 1 standing in the middle of the room, lost in thought, while the other was leading 3 first-level black iron zombies rummaging for food. They had just found the refrigerator, which was full of rotten meat products. The 4 zombies grabbed handfuls and stuffed them into their mouths. Kill! Xiao Chen shouted loudly, brandishing a kitchen knife at the door. Wang Yao took the chance to go invisible and quietly moved inside, her dagger tightly gripped in her hand, waiting for the right moment. Xiao Chen's voice successfully attracted the attention of the zombies. The dazed zombie merely glanced at him before returning to its stupor. Only 1 black iron zombie that was rummaging for rotten meat stepped toward him slowly. Xiao Chen was stunned. What's going on? Is my flesh not more appealing than rotten meat? Why is only 1 black iron zombie coming over? Are they looking down on him? Xiao Chen also grew bolder. He charged in directly and swung the knife down at the zombie's arm. Crack! The zombie's arm fell off with a resounding sound. Everyone present, including the zombies, was dumbfounded. Even Xiao Chen himself was a bit shocked. He remembered that when he killed the first zombie, he had to swing 9 times to barely cut its neck. He was exhausted afterward. Now, with just 1 swing, he had severed the zombie's arm. It seemed related to his touching the threshold. Xiao Chen's confidence increased. He quickly moved around to the back of the zombie and swung the knife at its neck. Crack! The zombie's head flew off. turning into mist and dissipating in the room. Where it had stood, an awakening pill appeared. Taking down a zombie in 2 moves made Xiao Chen feel even more emboldened. At that moment, Wang Yao had already reached the brass zombie that was lost in thought. The timing was right. Xiao Chen shouted loudly and charged at the other 3, successfully attracting the attention of the zombies. Even the thinking zombie turned to look at him. Swish! Wang Yao moved. The dagger turned into a flash of lightning, directly stabbing into the zombie's neck. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, as if it had pierced through fine iron. The dagger only went in halfway. Wang Yao's form became visible as she twisted the dagger, attempting to sever the zombie's head. However, the dagger was obstructed. Wang Yao didn't dare linger, and quickly withdrew a few steps. But the zombie remained there, still stroking its jaw, unmoving. Oh no, this zombie is leveling up. Wang Yao exclaimed in shock. Leveling up? Xiao Chen had just dealt with the other 2 black iron zombies when he heard this, and was momentarily stunned. Is there a problem? Although zombies couldn't move while leveling up, the speed of their leveling was fast, and it could be completed in less than half an hour. Wang Yao said, right now, this zombie's neck has already turned into a half-silver state. I'm afraid that in less than 5 minutes, it will complete its upgrade. Within 5 minutes, we need to kill a brass zombie and safely retreat. It's very difficult to accomplish. I suggest we escape now. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Yao was hit in the chest by another brass zombie. She flew up into the air and only stopped after crashing into the wall behind her. Wang Yao couldn't hold back and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale as well. After successfully hitting her, the zombie seemed to have locked onto Wang Yao and continued its attack with incredible speed. It seemed impossible to escape now. Chapter 14, We Feast. Wang Yao entered stealth mode. Xiao Chen shouted, you deal with that bronze zombie, I'll kill this one. Wang Yao understood and went invisible again. The zombie rushed to the end, but found no one, momentarily stunned. It looked left and right, sniffed hard, but still did not detect Wang Yao. The person seemed to have vanished in a thin air. With no target in sight, the zombie had to turn back to deal with Xiao Chen. Just as it turned around, Wang Yao appeared right beside it, along with a dagger deeply embedded in its neck. Just as she was about to cut off the zombie's head, it raised its arm and swung at Wang Yao's head. If they collided head-on, both would surely be injured. No, it would be her cutting off half of the zombie's head, while her own head would be smashed by the zombie's slap, sending her brains flying. The zombie could self-repair. She would undoubtedly die. Wang Yao quickly ducked and used her powers to go invisible again. Seeing this, Xiao Chen temporarily relaxed and focused on dealing with the approaching zombie. Wielding a kitchen knife, Xiao Chen hacked at the zombie's neck. Slash, slash, slash. After more than 10 strikes, he still couldn't sever its head. However, Xiao Chen also discovered a problem. When this zombie leveled up, it transformed from the inside out, meaning the head above still belonged to a level 2 bronze zombie. Xiao Chen changed his strategy. He jumped up and struck down directly, cleaving the zombie's head but only managing to hit its neck. Fortunately, he found a joint. Xiao Chen then made horizontal slashes, continually testing until he finally severed both halves of the zombie's head as it was repairing. The zombie died, turning into mist and leaving behind a level 2 awakening pill emitting a milky white glow. He knew it was level 2 because this awakening pill was much larger than the level 1 pills he had previously obtained, and the fragrance was also richer. However, Xiao Chen had no time to collect it. He gripped the kitchen knife and charged at another bronze zombie. Wang Yao was strong, but her strength lay in stealth and surprise. Now, using her powers repeatedly made her weaker and her reaction sluggish. She had already been hit by the zombies several times, spitting blood again and again. Even her invisibility ability could no longer be used. The situation was dire. If he didn't help soon, she would likely die at the hands of this zombie. Bang! Xiao Chen struck the zombie's back with his knife, creating a gash and successfully drawing its attention. It turned to fight him. Relying on his spiritual awareness, Xiao Chen could see the zombie's attacks, allowing him to dodge skillfully and look for opportunities to counterattack. As he moved and fought, he managed to hold his own. Xiao Chen, your movements are agile and fast. You can focus on one point, Wang Yao reminded. Aim for its neck and hack at it multiple times. You'll eventually sever it. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Following Wang Yao's advice, he struck once, twice, 3 times. After more than 20 strikes, he finally chopped off the zombie's head. The corpse turned into mist, dropping another level 2 awakening pill. Success! Xiao Chen collapsed on the ground, grinning foolishly at Wang Yao. We need to leave quickly. However, Wang Yao struggled to stand, worried. We're too close to the seafood market. It's easy to attract other zombies. If another bronze zombie comes, our team will be wiped out. Right, let's go. Xiao Chen also realized this and hurriedly stowed away the awakening pills, supporting Wang Yao as they went downstairs together. Yao Jia, Xiao Dage, what happened to you two? When Zhou Qingyu saw their appearance, she asked worriedly. Before she could finish, Xiao Chen interrupted. Qingyu, you help Yao Jia. Open the barrier and protect us within 50 meters. Cheng Haitao, you support me. Also, don't turn off your powers. Keep a close watch on the surroundings. We need to avoid both humans and zombies, as well as other creatures. From now on, we'll rush to Green Garden Community. Although Green Garden Community was not far from the shelter, no one would expect them to return there. The most dangerous place was often the safest. The two didn't dare to delay or ask too many questions. They supported Wang Yao and Xiao Chen, activated their powers, and rushed off. With Cheng Haitao acting as a human detector, they encountered no crises along the way and easily reached Green Garden Community. On the second floor, they found an empty room, locked the door, and barricaded it, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Zhou Qingyu inquired about what had just happened. Wang Yao explained everything in detail. Upon learning they had encountered 2 level 2 zombies, one of which was about to advance to level 3, her face turned pale with fright. We almost got wiped out. Zhou Qingyu glared at Cheng Haitao. Didn't you say there was only 1 level 2 zombie inside? Why were there 2? Is your acute hearing not working? Cheng Haitao's face turned red as he tried to defend himself, but couldn't find a retort. Qingyu, don't point fingers, Xiao Chen admonished lightly. Being able to take down 2 level 2 zombies this time is largely thanks to Haitao. Of course, all of your contributions were significant as well. So I've decided, we're having a feast. Saying this, Xiao Chen took out a table full of dishes from his space. Lobster sashimi, E-star grouper, Buddha jumps over the wall, red grouper, abalone, and rich chicken, among others. The dishes were still steaming as if freshly made, making the 3 of them drool. Xiao Chen then brought out 20 boxes of white rice. Let us eat. The few of them devoured the food like hungry wolves, completely disregarding their image. In no time, they finished all the dishes and rice. Xiao Chen then took out 4 buckets of water, and each person downed one. After eating and drinking to their fill, Xiao Chen took out the 2 level 2 awakening pills. He handed one to Wang Yao. Yao Jia, tonight we'll level up first. No way. To his surprise, Wang Yao directly refused. Xiao Chen, while it's true that you need to consume a level 2 awakening pill to level up upon touching the threshold, 1 pill may not be enough, and no one can guarantee it. So you should keep both for now. If one isn't enough, you could take both. You are the breadwinner of our team, so it's only right that you level up first. Once you reach level 2, we can hunt level 2 zombies and boost my strength later. Besides, I just touched the threshold for level 2 today. I still need to stabilize. Alright. Xiao Chen didn't push back. He wanted to level up quickly and see if his space would expand as well. That was crucial for surviving in the apocalypse. If it didn't expand, he would have to change his strategy. Of course, Xiao Chen also didn't forget about Cheng Haitao. He gave him 50 level 1 awakening pills and told him to find a room to level up on his own. Zhou Qingyu set up the barrier while Wang Yao provided protection. Xiao Chen chose a bedroom and began to consume the level 2 awakening pill. As the pill entered his mouth, an exceptionally violent force swept through his entire body, causing him to writhe in pain on the ground. The last time he felt pain only in his meridians, but this time it hurt throughout his blood, skin, muscles, and bones. It was a pain that could hardly be described. For over 4 hours, that pain gradually faded away. Xiao Chen shook his slightly dizzy head and began to check himself. Chapter 15. Using Left Xian as an assistant, the first thing to do is to check the space. As he expected, upon reaching the second level, the space has increased. It has expanded from 1 cubic meter to now 1,000 cubic meters, measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height. Wow, how much food can this hold? With daily supplies, it wouldn't be a problem to support an entire army. Xiao Chen was almost dizzy with excitement. Next, the increase in spiritual awareness. Initially, it was 50 meters, but now at level 2, his awareness can extend to a radius of 100 meters. However, using spiritual awareness beyond 50 meters consumes physical strength. This means that if Xiao Chen doesn't deliberately use his abilities and just stand still, he can see everything within a 50-meter radius. Moreover, this awareness has a unique application. It can be scanned unidirectionally. From a distance of 3 meters, he can see up to 500 meters away. But it consumes a lot of energy. Just a simple attempt nearly drained him completely. He was scared and quickly stopped. He absolutely cannot use it in a state of hunger. Then there's strength. Xiao Chen could feel that his body was filled with power. If he were to encounter a bronze zombie again, he believed he could chop off its head with one strike. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with this upgrade. He was so happy that he could barely close his mouth. His stomach was growling. He quickly took out food to replenish himself. At this point, Xiao Chen deliberately observed his surroundings. Cheng Haitao had finished upgrading and successfully touched the threshold of level 2, but how much his strength had increased was still unknown. Zhou Qingyu and Wang Yao were sitting in the living room. One was forming hand seals to maintain the barrier, while the other was resting with her eyes closed. Xiao Chen didn't disturb them. After eating and drinking enough, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. It was almost noon. After eating a box of instant noodles, he began to check the space. The space here had also changed to 1,000 cubic meters. Inside, there were scattered items, mainly gold, silver, and jewelry, with more than 60 pieces in total. He struck it rich. He wondered if giving these items to Left Yingxian would help him gain a say in Yingxiang jewelry. Xiao Chen wasn't in a hurry. It hadn't been long. In the apocalypse, he was already a level 2 awakener, and picking up gold was just a bit harder than picking up garbage. Taking over the entire Yingxiang jewelry was just a matter of time. What caught Xiao Chen's attention was the small bottle containing awakening pills. In the apocalypse, taking awakening pills could enhance strength. Could it do the same in reality? He didn't care. He just wanted to try. It would be best if it could enhance his abilities. After all, he was now somewhat of a wealthy person. Security issues must be considered. Hiring bodyguards with money is no match for having solid personal strength. If it couldn't enhance him, it wouldn't be a big deal either. Without further hesitation, Xiao Chen took out one pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt a surge of powerful energy spreading throughout his body, washing over his limbs and bones. It was painfully overwhelming. Xiao Chen rolled on the ground, but felt no relief. Fortunately, having experienced this twice in dreams had made his willpower stronger. Even so, he gritted his teeth and held on. It took more than an hour for the pain to finally dissipate. Had he awakened? He could actually awaken in reality. Xiao Chen hurriedly checked his own status. First was the space. The side length had doubled to 20 meters, and the volume had directly increased to 8,000 cubic meters. Next was spiritual awareness. He now possessed spiritual awareness, allowing him to see everything within a 5-meter radius. Then there was strength. Xiao Chen felt that with his current combat power, defeating 10 adults would be a piece of cake. Following that were the changes in his body. Through spiritual awareness, he self-examined and found 6 distinct changes within him. In the lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, and spleen, circular shields appear to protect them. Additionally, in his abdomen, a dantian formed, with a swirling vortex constantly spinning inside. What were all these? Why were they completely different from what he experienced in his dreams? Xiao Chen was puzzled, unable to understand. He didn't bother to think further. After all, these were beneficial changes. There were still plenty of awakening pills left in the space. Xiao Chen didn't hold back and started swallowing them again. This time, the pain was significantly lessened. He could endure it, one after another. As he consumed the 5th pill, another rotating vortex appeared in his dantian. By the time he took the 18th pill, yet another vortex appeared. It wasn't until he had consumed all the level 1 awakening pills in the space that Xiao Chen finally stopped. There was still one level 2 awakening pill left in the space, which Xiao Chen knew was for Wang Yao in his dream, so he didn't consume it. At this moment, the number of vortices in his dantian had reached 5. His spiritual awareness had increased to 10 meters. Both strength and speed had significantly risen. However, since he hadn't fought anyone yet, Xiao Chen didn't know the exact extent of his improvements. But he felt that he was more than twice as strong as before. Defeating 20 adults should be no problem. His joy was hard to express. Looking at the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He didn't expect that cultivating would take so much time. He almost delayed important matters. Xiao Chen didn't dare to slack off and quickly called to order takeout. Wait, the Xiao Chen in his dream had sent himself so much gold, silver, and jewelry, making him rich overnight. How could he just repay that with takeout? That would be too ungrateful. A grand feast was a must. However, Xiao Chen had never been to a high-end hotel before. The only chef he knew was his childhood friend Su Cheng, who was just a cook at a small restaurant and likely didn't have connections in that regard. Left with no choice, Xiao Chen had to contact Left Xian. Left Xian was reviewing reports. Yesterday, she publicly acquired an unprecedented necklace for 50 million, and after a night of fermentation. This event shot up to the local trending searches. As a result, all her stores were packed today, with most customers eager to catch a glimpse of the necklace, especially her competitors. But this didn't hinder the influx of customers, leading to an impressive report today. Sales had increased tenfold compared to yesterday. If things continued to operate well, Yingxiang jewelry would definitely come back to life. Xiao Chen was simply her lucky star. She wondered what he was doing today and if he still had any jewelry of that quality. Left Yingxian contacted her assistant to inquire about Xiao Chen's situation. She learned that Xiao Chen had not left the house until now. He was probably sleeping soundly. Left Yingxian almost couldn't help but throw her phone in frustration. Bastard. He actually thought he could just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. He truly was a useless person. Left Yingxian cursed inwardly for a moment. Just then, Xiao Chen's call came through. Left Yingxian answered the phone and said impatiently, "What do you want? Don't you see what time it is? Do you still want to transfer the property? They're off work already." Transfer? Xiao Chen was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that he had agreed with Left Yingxian to transfer the villa property today. He had actually forgotten about it. However, that was secondary. Xiao Chen quickly apologized. "President Left, the transfer isn't urgent. My household registration book is still in another place. I'll go get it later and do the transfer tomorrow. I'm contacting you now because I want to ask for a favor." "What favor?" Given that he had revived her business, Left Yingxian asked patiently. "Help me order food." "What?" Left Yingxian thought she had misheard. Her voice rose in volume. "Xiao Chen, what do you take me for? Your assistant? With compensation." Xiao Chen knew it was somewhat inappropriate to use a beautiful president like this, but he had no other option. Who made him only know such a person as Zhuo Yingxian in the noble circle? Am I someone who lacks money? Even if it's for a price. It still makes Zhuo Yingxian very angry. "You don't lack money, but you lack jewelry." "What?" Zhuo Yingxian was startled and stood up abruptly. "Xiao Chen, are you saying you still have jewelry of the same quality as yesterday?" "Yes." Xiao Chen replied very confidently, and he had a lot more continuously. "What meal do you want to order?" Zhuo Yingxian immediately changed her attitude, speaking softly like an assistant. "I'll go buy it for you right now and deliver it to you in person. Bring me 10 sets of what we had yesterday." Xiao Chen said, "I'm going to get my household registration book now. I might not be home. The password hasn't been changed. Just leave the food in the living room. Also, please buy some snacks that girls like to eat and 1,000 steam buns. I'll transfer all the expenses to you after I get home." After saying that, Xiao Chen hung up the phone with a snap. Hearing the busy tone, Zhuo Yingxian couldn't help but curse under her breath. "Bastard. Xiao Chen, you really are a big bastard. You actually treat me like an assistant. Just wait, if you can't come up with that quality of gold and silver jewelry today, I will make you pay for it." Chapter 16. Slapping Chen Rong after hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen took out a box of food from the space. He opened one box after another and ate over 10 boxes, washing it down with 2 buckets of water before feeling full. Xiao Chen didn't wait for Zhuo Yingxian and drove back to the original community directly. All the way, Xiao Chen was complaining. How could someone in their 50s or 60s wear a thong? So shameless. Ugh, what kind of man wears stockings? This flashy guy, damn, turned out to be a man. Go die. Still a pure college student, either pink or white. I'm just testing the usefulness of my spiritual awareness. I didn't intend to peek. It's just that these people involuntarily popped into my mind. It really has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chen found an excuse for himself, feeling justified in his actions. To be honest, having spiritual awareness is great. Driving with my eyes closed won't cause an accident. Before long, Xiao Chen returned to the community. He parked the car, and from 50 meters away, he could see everything at home. The living room was a mess with clothes scattered everywhere. Guo Qiming and Chen Rong were passionately fighting on the sofa. Outside stood 4 burly men, each pressing their ears against the door, listening to the sounds inside with lewd smiles on their faces. Xiao Chen was stunned. So shameless. Starting in broad daylight. Do they really treat me, her boyfriend, like air? But thinking that they had already broken up, Xiao Chen felt relieved. His feelings for Chen Rong had dissipated that day. As he took the elevator up and was about to enter the door, he was stopped by a bodyguard at the entrance. What do you want? The bodyguard coldly questioned. Going home, Xiao Chen replied, pulling out his keys with a confused look. Isn't this my house? Who are you? What are you doing outside my house? The bodyguard was momentarily at a loss for words. The young master is still inside, bullying someone's wife. Now the main person has returned, and he'll be caught in the act. No way. Absolutely cannot let this guy in. What do you mean this is your house? The bodyguard pushed Xiao Chen, saying coldly, you have the wrong door. If you cause trouble here, watch out for my fists. As he spoke, the bodyguard raised his fist as big as a sandbag. However, the next moment, Xiao Chen grabbed his fist. With a slight exertion, there was a crack, and the bodyguard's arm was broken. Following that, Xiao Chen lifted his foot and kicked the guy in the abdomen. Bang! The bodyguard flew back and crashed into the wall. Before he could scream in pain, Xiao Chen took a quick step forward. With a swift hand chop, he knocked the bodyguard unconscious. The other 3 just stood there dumbfounded, completely forgetting to help. It wasn't until Xiao Chen dealt with one person that they reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xiao Chen's body moved, and with continuous hand chops, he quickly took down all 3 of them. Is this it? Still calling themselves bodyguards? Looking at the several bodyguards lying on the ground, Xiao Chen felt quite disdainful. What a bunch of useless trash. Without further ado, Xiao Chen opened the door with his keys. The scene on the sofa came into view. Unfortunately, the 2 were still unaware, deeply engaged in their activities. At that crucial moment, Xiao Chen felt mischievous and shouted loudly, what the hell are you doing? Guo Qiming was startled and hurriedly crawled off Chen Rong. Looking down, he was shocked. Chen Rong also turned pale with fright. She wanted to find clothes to cover herself, but realized the living room floor was empty. Her clothes had mysteriously disappeared. Chen Rong, you actually cheated on me? Xiao Chen pointed at Chen Rong, furious. Chen Rong was stunned by Xiao Chen's fierce gaze and could only pull Guo Qiming, pleading for his help. This pull, however, made Guo Qiming scream in pain. Where are you pulling? Guo Qiming slapped Chen Rong's hand away. Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Chen Rong hurriedly apologized. Now that we've been caught by Xiao Chen, what should we do? What to do? Guo Qiming regained his composure and completely brushed it off. Xiao Chen is just a waste. So what if he caught us? Can he turn the world upside down? Besides, he has already broken up with you. Now you're like strangers. He can't do anything to you. It seemed to make sense. Chen Rong also reflected on it, no longer feeling scared, and instead glared at Xiao Chen. Guo Qiming became even more arrogant, pointing at Xiao Chen and shouting, waste. You scare me just now. You must compensate. I don't want much. Just take out $1 million. This matter. Slap. Before Guo Qiming could finish his sentence, Xiao Chen slapped him hard across the face. In his own home, with his own girlfriend, and yet he dared to ask for compensation and even demanded $1 million. What a bold request. If it were the old Xiao Chen, he might really have let himself be bullied like that. But now, things were different. He could connect with the apocalyptic world in his dreams and had assets worth over $100 million. His strength had also improved significantly. He was completely unafraid of Guo Qiming, so he simply served him a slap. How dare you hit me? Guo Qiming covered his face and tried to shout, but he was slapped again by Xiao Chen. Speak properly. You dare. Slap. You. Slap. After slapping him over 10 times and turning Guo Qiming's face into a pig's head, Xiao Chen finally stopped. Chen Rong was dumbfounded. Was this still the waist she knew? Why was he so domineering? So manly. Her heart was racing uncontrollably. But when she thought about the benefits Guo Xiao could bring, she cast aside those mixed feelings. Pointing at Xiao Chen fiercely, she said, "Xiao Chen, how dare you hit Guo Xiao? You're finished. Guo Xiao won't let you go." Slap. Xiao Chen also gave her a slap. "Vicious woman, are you anxious to be hit?" With just one slap, he made Chen Rong's mouth bleed profusely. Chen Rong covered her face, not daring to shout anymore. "Remember, this is my house," Xiao Chen said coldly. "If you appear in my house again, every time I see you, I will hit you. Get lost. Someone take this waste down." Guo Qiming shouted at the door. But after waiting for a long time, no bodyguards came in. Those 4 useless guys had already been knocked down by me, like dead dogs. They probably can't save you. Xiao Chen said coldly. "You have 3 minutes to leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." With that, Xiao Chen went to the bedroom to get the household register. What to do? When he entered the bedroom, Chen Rong dared to speak. How would I know? Guo Qiming was extremely frustrated. The bodyguards he brought were all retired from the army. Yet they let Xiao Chen come in silently, showing how strong Xiao Chen's abilities were. This made Guo Qiming feel a bit scared. At the same time, he was puzzled. Wasn't Xiao Chen a waste? How could he have such strong abilities? Or was someone secretly helping him? Guo Xiao, why don't we call the police? Chen Rong suggested. Xiao Chen assaulted us for no reason, causing us great harm. Let's have the police arrest him and lock him up. Call the police? Guo Qiming's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. I have close ties with people over there. As long as Xiao Chen goes in, won't he be at my mercy? Guo Qiming found his phone and contacted a familiar police officer. The other party happened to be patrolling nearby and could arrive in 2 minutes. Xiao Chen found the household registration book and discovered that the couple was still sitting on the sofa, already wrapped in the sofa cover, showing no intention of leaving. Why are they still lingering here? With a stern face, Xiao Chen said, "Haven't you had enough yet? Xiao Chen, you useless piece of trash, just wait." Guo Qiming just opened his mouth when he was slapped by Xiao Chen again. "Stop." At that moment, the police rushed in from outside. Seeing this, they immediately drew their service weapons and pointed them at Xiao Chen, shouting coldly, "Police comrades, you finally made it." Chen Rong seemed to have found a savior and immediately cried out, "If you hadn't come, we would have been beaten to death by this useless person." "Police comrades, this is my rented house," Xiao Chen said. "These 2 have broken in without permission, and I suspect they are criminals. You should arrest them. Do you need to teach me how to do my job?" The leading police officer said sternly. "Take them all back to the station for overnight interrogation. We must find the truth." Chapter 17. Quick money-making opportunities is what Yingxian was feeling very frustrated. After Xiao Chen hung up the phone on her, she contacted the hotel chef to prepare a meal for him and went to the villa in the hills to wait for him. However, after waiting for a long time, she did not see Xiao Chen. Instead, she received a call from his assistant, saying that Xiao Chen had been arrested for assault. What Yingxian was furious, but she still used her connections to get Xiao Chen released. When she returned to the villa, it was one thing that Xiao Chen showed no remorse. But his first question was how he could beat Guo Qiming without getting caught. If it weren't for the need for Xiao Chen to bring out high-grade gold, silver, and jewelry to save Yingxian jewelry, so what Yingxian would have liked to slap him dead right then and there. But now, she had to answer honestly. There were 3 ways. The first was to be extremely discreet. Even if you killed Guo Qiming, the police wouldn't trace it back to you. The second was to join the Longhan organization. As long as you became a member of this organization, not to mention beating Guo Qiming, even if you killed him, his father wouldn't dare say a word, and the police would actively erase any traces for you. In fact, Longhan would also focus on investigating the Guo family. Given the Guo family's actions over the years, their downfall was a foregone conclusion. The third was to spend a substantial amount to buy Guo's family business. Once you became the owner of the Guo family, Guo Qiming's father would willingly bring Guo Qiming to you, begging you to hit him. Xiao Chen quickly dismissed the first option. Although he was strong now, he wasn't confident enough to kill someone without leaving any traces. As for joining the Longhan organization, he didn't dare to think about it. He hadn't even heard of such an organization. However, the third option was promising. If the dream version of Xiao Chen could find some helpers and gather more gold and jewelry, it should be enough to acquire the Guo family. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen took out all the jewelry from his space. So what? Take a look at these. How much are they worth? How far are we from acquiring the Guo family? Zhua Yingxian looked at the dazzling array of jewelry on the coffee table, stunned into silence. Everything here was exquisite. The craftsmanship and polishing techniques were extremely refined, another series far beyond what modern people could achieve. Is it enough for you to say something? Xiao Chen urged as he saw Zhua Yingxian in a daze. I don't know. Yingxian shook her head and said with a wry smile. These jewelry pieces are all new, and although market feedback is good, I'm not particularly clear on what price they can sell for. We still need to test them through an auction. Xiao Chen thought about it and felt that was the case. After all, these items came from the dream world. According to the timeline there, it was 2074, a full 50 years ahead of now. It was normal that's what Yingxian couldn't estimate their value. Xiao Chen could only ask in another way, what kind of business does the Guo family have? How much is it worth? The leading real estate company in Jiang City, Rongjin Group, has a market value of nearly 10 billion, with the Guo family holding over 30% of the shares, is what Yingxian said. If you can come up with 5 billion, you should be able to buy shares from other shareholders, thus having absolute say in Rongjin Group. 5 billion? Xiao Chen murmured. That's not a lot. So, please sell these jewelry pieces as soon as possible. Even if the price is low, it doesn't matter. I'll bring another batch tomorrow. I believe that in less than a month, we can earn enough for 5 billion. Yesterday, selling more than 10 pieces earned over 100 million. Today, there were over 60 pieces. Tomorrow, with help, the jewelry collected would only increase. As long as what Yingxian could quickly sell these jewelry pieces, he could probably save up to 5 billion in less than half a month. Wow. Zhua Yingxian was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. That was 5 billion. How could it sound so easy in Xiao Chen's mouth, like earning 5,000 yuan? She had investigated him. He was a rural native. How did he come up with these high-quality jewelry pieces? Zhua Yingxian couldn't understand and didn't want to think about it. Anyway, Xiao Chen was a friend, not an enemy. Otherwise, if he really cooperated with rival companies, Yingxian Jewelry might not survive this year. Since they were friends, she would help him out a bit more. Having made up her mind, so Yingxian said, Mr. Xiao, actually there's an even faster way to make money. What way? Xiao Chen became interested, but reminded her, I want to do anything illegal. It's not illegal, so Yingxian smiled. It's gambling on stones. One cut can make you rich, another can leave you poor. As long as you have the strength, one cut down can earn you hundreds of millions or even billions. Coincidentally, there's a stone gambling event in Jiang City tomorrow night. Here's the invitation. I hope you can attend on time. Zhua Yingxian handed Xiao Chen an invitation. The cover depicted several stones with the time and location inside. Left Bank International. From 6 to 10 in the evening. It seemed a bit late. It would be at least after 10 when he finished up. But it didn't matter. In the dream world, aside from fighting zombies and improving strength, Xiao Chen didn't have any other important matters. It was not a big deal if he got up a little later. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen agreed. Others were going to gamble on stones, but he was going to pick up money. It would be a fool to miss such a good opportunity. At this time, the assistant had already prepared the commission agreements for the more than 60 pieces of jewelry. After Xiao Chen signed, Zhua Yingxian took her leave. After sending her off, Xiao Chen hurriedly packed the food and steamed buns into the space. Then he took out 2 portions for a late-night snack. After eating and tidying up, he washed up and lay down on the bed. Dreams followed. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he found that the 3 people in the living room had already woken up, but they all looked somewhat listless, especially Zhou Qingyu, who still had her hands forming seals to maintain the barrier. Her head drooped, showing signs of fainting at any moment. Cheng Haitao was the same. Touching the level 2 threshold had exhausted all his energy. He was so hungry that his stomach was touching his back. If it weren't for Wang Yao's strong objections, he would have already run out to look for food. At this moment, he was slumped on the sofa, staring blankly at the door of Xiao Chen's bedroom, waiting for him to wake up. Wang Yao was slightly better, but she was still injured. And after being in a vigilant state for so long, her body showed signs of fatigue. Xiao Chen felt a bit guilty. In the future, he should let the dream version of Xiao Chen sleep more to avoid affecting his partners. Checking the supplies in the space, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smack his forehead. Damn, he had forgotten to buy water. There was only a large bucket left in the space, 2 liters. which was nowhere near enough for 4 people to drink in a day. Next time, he needed to make a checklist to avoid forgetting anything. Getting up and dressing. Xiao Chen walked out of the bedroom. When Zhou Qingyu and the others saw him, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Haitao rushed up first, anxiously saying, "Brother Xiao, is there anything to eat? Give me some. I'm about to starve to death." "Here." Xiao Chen tossed him a few steamed buns. Cheng Haitao grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth. Wang Yao then asked expectantly, "Xiao Chen, have you reached level 2? "I have." Xiao Chen nodded. "There is still one level 2 awakening pill left. Sister Yao, should you cultivate now or eat first?" "Now." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Yao's stomach growled in protest. Embarrassed, her pretty face flushed. "Sister Yao, just right, I'm also hungry. Let us eat first, and then you can cultivate." Xiao Chen came to the rescue and said to Zhou Qingyu, "Qingyu, you can dispel the barrier and come over to eat together. There's your favorite salmon." As he spoke, Xiao Chen took out a set of dishes from the hotel. Looking at the delicacies laid out on the coffee table and then at the steamed bun in his hand, Cheng Haitao felt like crying without tears. He always felt like he had been deceived. Chapter 18. Wang Yao's proposal, of course. As his partner, Xiao Chen didn't really neglect Cheng Haitao either. He invited him to have breakfast together. The 4 of them ate heartily and soon finished a whole set of meals. Xiao Chen took out a bucket of water, but made it clear, today's water wasn't prepared. There's only this one bucket left. Let's not drink too much. Save some for later. Tomorrow, there will be enough water. 2 liters is simply not enough, Cheng Haitao complained. Brother Xiao, after eating so much, if we don't drink more water, it will be hard to digest. Brother Xiao, I can purify water, Zhou Qingyu said. Purify water? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Aren't you a barrier master? How can you purify water? After the barrier is set up, it can block the mist, Zhou Qingyu explained. The things inside the barrier will undergo reversible changes. For instance, moldy buns will gradually return to their normal state. Polluted water sources can also be restored. Does it take a long time? Xiao Chen asked. Not very long, Zhou Qingyu said. As long as it's within my barrier for 72 hours. The polluted water will automatically return to its original state. Silly girl, that means you have to maintain the barrier continuously for 72 hours, Wang Yao said with concern. That's indeed not feasible. Xiao Chen shook his head in agreement. You're still a child. Maintaining a barrier for that long will exhaust your body. You don't need to worry about the water issue. Today was a bit rushed, so I only brought 2 liters. Starting tomorrow, I guarantee there will be plenty. Xiao Chen, I need to ask a crucial question, and you must answer truthfully, Wang Yao said seriously. Go ahead, Xiao Chen smiled and said, as long as it doesn't involve secrets. I will definitely tell the truth. How much food do you have? Wang Yao asked. Xiao Chen was at a loss. How should he answer? This involved a space connected to his past life, which was a secret within a secret. Not just Wang Yao, but even his own wife couldn't know a thing about it. There's not much food, Wang Yao said disappointedly. Since that's the case, let's pretend I never asked. We'll just take it one day at a time. No, Xiao Chen shook his head. Sister Yao, you misunderstood me. The reason I hesitated is that this matter is too secretive to discuss with outsiders. However, I can assure you of one thing. There is plenty of food and water. Don't say there are only 4 of us right now. Even if there were 40 or 400, I could still make sure they are well fed and have enough water. Are you sure? Wang Yao's eyes lit up. Absolutely, Xiao Chen affirmed. Wang Yao believed him. After all, who could produce so much food after the apocalypse? Moreover, the food Xiao Chen provided was freshly cooked, which made it even more precious. He must have his own channels, but those channels couldn't be leaked. Wang Yao understood this. So she suggested, Xiao Chen, since that's the case, I suggest you recruit more manpower. In the apocalypse, having food alone isn't enough. You must have your own team. Otherwise, if we encounter a large zombie invasion, we won't have anywhere to escape. Of course, recruiting people shouldn't be done blindly. It should be purposeful. According to my understanding, for a team to survive long-term, it should have at least 7 people. First, food suppliers. You fit this role, so no need to recruit anyone extra. Second, a barrier master. With a barrier master, we can sleep soundly. One Zhou Qingyu in our team is enough. No need to look for more. Third, a berserker type awakener. This type of person can enter a frenzied state when using their abilities, allowing them to kill enemies across levels. A first-level Awakener can slay second-level zombies, and a second-level Awakener can kill third-level zombies. Our team needs someone like this to help us fight zombies. Fourth, a water condenser. This type of person's ability is very singular. They continuously provide clean water. I've heard that a first-level water condenser can release 5 tons of water a day. Fifth, scouts. We have Chung Haitao in our team. He can take on this important role. Sister Yao, Brother Xiao, don't worry. Chung Haitao immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, as long as I can have a full meal every day, I can always monitor the surrounding area within 100 meters. I will definitely not let zombies disturb us. By the way, Haitao, you've touched the threshold of the second level. Has your ability changed? Xiao Chen worried that Chung Haitao might misunderstand and explained, Haitao, don't overthink it. I'm not trying to pry into your true strength. I just want to formulate our next plan based on your current situation. Not much has changed, Chung Haitao said with a bitter smile. The listening range has only increased from 50 meters to 120 meters. My physical fitness is somewhat better than before, but it's still very limited. I should be fine as a scout, but if I have to fight zombies, I'm afraid I can't even take down a first-level zombie. That's already very good. Xiao Chen nodded affirmatively. With Chung Haitao around, he didn't need to use his abilities to deliberately scout further. It saved him trouble and just meant he had one more person to take care of. Now that the interconnected space had increased to 8,000 cubic meters, Xiao Chen felt no pressure at all and let Wang Yao continue. Sixth, a healer, Wang Yao continued. If we want to enhance our strength, we must constantly fight zombies. And in battle, injuries are inevitable. Zombies have self-healing abilities, but we do not. If we have a healer to help us heal our wounds during combat, we might be able to wear down the zombies. Even if we can't defeat them, we won't die from our injuries after escaping. Seventh, area attack personnel. According to our research on zombies, they're a social species. Ants may be small, but they can shake elephants. If there are too many zombies, we won't be able to kill them all with just us. We must have an area attacker who can take down dozens or even hundreds of low-level zombies with one strike. With these 7 types of people, our team will be able to survive longer. Thank you, Sister Yao, for your guidance. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen deeply bowed to Wang Yao. If it weren't for treating the team like family, who would be willing to share so openly? Wang Yao deserved his respect. I'm just following Wu Gui's ideas. Wang Yao waved her hand and smiled wryly. As for the truth, we still need to explore it together. Xiao Chen, if there is nothing else, I'll go improve my cultivation now. Go ahead. I will protect you, Xiao Chen nodded. Qingyu, you've been tired all night. Go rest, he added. With me and Haitao here, nothing will go wrong. For hours later, Wang Yao came out of her room, looking even more stunning. She had the figure and the face. Placed in front of the camera, she would outshine the glamorous stars frequently seen on screen, especially since Wang Yao had changed into a black outfit, which further accentuated her figure, making Xiao Chen a little envious. Of course, he was purely admiring beauty. After all, in the apocalypse, everything was about survival. Beauty would only slow down his response time. Wang Yao successfully advanced to level 2, but did not awaken any additional abilities. However, the duration of her invisibility increased to 10 minutes. Both her strength and speed also improved. According to her, she could now use just a dagger to decapitate a zombie that was about to reach level 3. Zhou Qingyu also finished her nap. The 4 of them gathered together, and Xiao Chen began to arrange today's tasks. Chapter 19. Found a living person before working. It's best to have a hearty meal. The task is quite simple. Hunt zombies and obtain awakening pills. Along the way, gather supplies and recruit manpower. The target is still the seafood market, where there are more zombies. With Chung Haitao acting as a human radar, they can avoid encountering large groups of zombies. This time, since they're deliberately looking for zombies to kill, they are not moving quickly. They killed nearly 100 zombies along the way, but most were first-level zombies, with only 5 second-level zombies killed. Luck was not on their side, and they only obtained 2 second-level awakening pills. However, they picked up a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry, especially after robbing a jewelry store clean. When they were about a kilometer away from the seafood market, they stopped. The number of zombies here had clearly increased. According to the plan, the main attacker was Xiao Chen, with Wang Yao assisting and Zhou Qingyu creating a barrier to protect a 50-meter radius. Cheng Haitao listened intently, ready to alert Xiao Chen if a large number of zombies approached. They continued to kill until 6 in the evening, not daring to linger, and returned to the Green Garden community with their supplies. They then began to tally their gains. 43 second-level awakening pills, 327 first-level awakening pills, over 700 pieces of gold, silver, and jewelry, and over 300,000 in cash. Given Xiao Chen's current worth, 300,000 is really not much. However, he had previously mentioned that a bun cost 20,000. If they came across tens of thousands in cash and didn't pick it up, it would raise suspicions. They might as well collect it. It was a casual thing. Even if he couldn't use it, he could give it to his childhood friend or buy buns and snacks for his parents and relatives. For them, several hundred thousand is not a small sum. Having received help from others, it would be right to repay it. When dividing the supplies, Zhou Qingyu and Wang Yao didn't take anything. According to them, without food, they would surely starve. Xiao Chen was in charge of their meals, so he couldn't take advantage of them any further. Moreover, Xiao Chen was their captain and had the strongest combat power, so it was natural to prioritize him for enhancement. If Xiao Chen stepped into the third level, he would be able to obtain more second-level awakening pills, and they could enhance themselves later. Cheng Haitao wanted to be so generous, but his strength didn't allow it. When Xiao Chen gave him 3 second-level awakening pills, Cheng Haitao accepted them gladly. After a hearty meal, he went to enhance himself. Zhou Qingyu took the snack Xiao Chen had brought out to catch up on sleep, while Wang Yao kept watch. Xiao Chen also went to his bedroom to start consuming the second-level awakening pills. He swallowed all 40 pills, and his spiritual awareness only increased by 40 meters. His strength and speed also saw some improvement. As for how much he had enhanced, it remained to be verified. However, Xiao Chen could feel that now. If he were to kill a bronze zombie, it should only be slightly harder than slicing a watermelon. The space hadn't changed, so it seemed he could only wait until he reached the third level for any increase. That was fine. 8,000 cubic meters of space was more than enough. Cheng Haitao hadn't finished enhancing yet. Now wanted to stare blankly at Wang Yao. Xiao Chen went out a stroll. The Green Garden community was his dream home and his current base. Security had to be improved. When poor, one should focus on oneself. When rich, one should help the world. In this apocalyptic world, Xiao Chen could be considered a wealthy gentleman in the area. Helping the neighbors in the community when he could was only right. Thus, Xiao Chen began a building sweep. If he encountered zombies, he would slice them down. Under the surveillance of his spiritual awareness, if he found a home with people inside, he would leave a few buns outside. If there was no one at home, he would break in and collect valuable items inside. Some homes were locked, but the occupants had long since starved to death, turning into corpses. Xiao Chen would pray a few words before taking the valuable items from their homes. While sweeping the fourth building, Xiao Chen encountered a super-rich family. Inside, there were many gold, silver, and jade items. Some were finished products, exquisite in design, while others were semi-finished or raw materials. There were many barrels placed around, all filled with clean water, unpolluted. Inside the house was only one woman, holding a carving knife, lying on a coffee table. It was unclear whether she was asleep or had starved to death. Regardless, he had to go in. If she was truly dead, Xiao Chen planned to claim the items inside for himself. If she was alive, he would recruit her from a state of the house. It could be inferred that the person was a jewelry sculptor, quite skilled. If she became his ally, the items she carved could be sent to his former self. Not to mention obtaining exquisite jewelry. Even establishing a jewelry company could quickly make them a leading presence. Bang! With just one punch, Xiao Chen broke open the door. He first checked the woman's condition. No breath, confirmed dead. Only then did he start collecting jewelry. As he was about to leave, he noticed the carving knife. Thinking that since it could carve gold, silver, and jade, it must be very sturdy, he decided to keep it for Wang Yao to use against zombies, which would definitely be more effective. Xiao Chen said a word of apology, picked up the carving knife, and was about to leave when he felt a heaviness in his footsteps, as if something had gripped him. However, he easily pulled free. His spiritual awareness scanned the room, and Xiao Chen was shocked. At some point, the woman had awakened. She slid off the coffee table, extending her arms in a hugging gesture. Raising her head, she stared at him with round, pleading eyes. Xiao Chen was stunned. The woman was beautiful. Just looking at her face, she could definitely rank first among the people he had met. She was even prettier than Wang Yao and Zhua Engxian. It was as if she had been meticulously sculpted by a master. Though she looked a bit disheveled from starvation, it couldn't hide her original beauty. "Save me," the woman said weakly. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate, reached into his pocket, and took out a white bun to hand to her. The woman grabbed it and quickly devoured it. "Eat slowly. There are more buns," Xiao Chen said, feeling a bit reluctant. He took out 2 more buns. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, and without saying much, she took the buns and continued to eat. Before long, she finished those 2 buns as well. Then she picked up a nearby water barrel and gulped down several mouthfuls. Only then did she regain some strength. She climbed up and gratefully said to Xiao Chen, "Thank you for saving me. I have many pieces of jewelry at home." Before she could finish her sentence, she looked around and realized there wasn't a single piece of jewelry left. "Sorry," Xiao Chen said with an awkward smile. Blushing as he explained, "I thought you were dead, so I took all those yellow and white items. I'll return them to you now." As Xiao Chen spoke, he planned to take the items from his space to return them to her. "No need." The woman shook her head with a bitter smile. "In this apocalypse, keeping those things is useless. Since you like them, just keep them. Consider it for buying buns." "That won't work," Xiao Chen hurriedly replied. "The buns here are clearly priced at 20,000 each. You've eaten 3 of my buns, which amounts to 60,000. But the jewelry I took is worth far more than that. Do you want the jewelry or the buns?" "What?" The woman stared at Xiao Chen in disbelief, as if looking at a fool. "Do you know how important buns are now? They're only selling for 20,000 each. Do you have a lot?" Quite a lot." Xiao Chen nodded. "I don't know the prices of those jewelry, but they should be quite expensive. But right now it's the apocalypse. So I'll give you a discount, 1 million. That means 500 buns. If I give them to you, you won't have anywhere to store them. How about storing them with me? Whenever you're hungry, I'll give them to you. If you don't mind, you can also join me. I have formed a team in our Green Garden community, and as long as you're willing to work hard, 3 meals a day can still be guaranteed." "Am willing," the woman replied without any hesitation. Chapter 20. Xiao Chen, I am willing to marry you, considering the weak condition of the woman before him. Xiao Chen decided not to continue searching the building. Instead, he took her back to the base. "Who is she?" Wang Yao looked at the woman in confusion, glancing at Xiao Chen. "What kind of special ability has she awakened?" "She's a water sculptor. My name is Nangong Aoshue, and I can condense clean water." Xiao Chen and Nangong Aoshue spoke almost simultaneously. Xiao Chen's words were left unfinished, as he was stunned into silence by Nangong Aoshue's statement. He casually picked up a water master. This luck, no wonder it's his dream. He is indeed the protagonist with a halo. "Are you really a water master?" Wang Yao exclaimed excitedly. Nangong Aoshue did not answer, but instead demonstrated her ability. She extended her delicate fingers and pointed forward. Clean water flowed out from the tip of her finger. It appeared to come directly from her finger, but Xiao Chen, with his spiritual awareness, could see clearly that the water was 3 millimeters away from her finger. It just appeared out of thin air. Wang Yao, unable to contain herself, grabbed Nangong Aoshue's hand and started drinking. She took gulp after gulp. This scene made Xiao Chen facepalm. "Sister Yao, can you be a bit more composed? With me around, do you really lack water to drink? At the very least, couldn't you just grab a bottle of mineral water and fill it up?" "Oh, right." Wang Yao suddenly realized. Her face flushed as she went to get a bottle. In no time, she filled it up. Gulping it down, she ran to fill another bottle. However, before the second bottle was full, she saw Nangong Aoshue suddenly collapse. The flow of water also ceased. "What is going on?" Wang Yao panicked. "Xiao Chen, you were just watching. I didn't touch her. She fell on her own. You can't blame me." "Shut up," Xiao Chen said speechlessly. He had never seen Wang Yao so chatty before. And as an assassin, shouldn't she be more taciturn and act when necessary? This was a complete break from character. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't have time to ponder this. He laid Nangong Aoshue flat, wanted to check her condition, but realized he was a doctor and had no idea what to do. It was only at this moment that Xiao Chen understood the importance of having a healer. If someone was injured or unconscious, Only a healer could help. Otherwise, in this fog-covered era, there was a high chance of death. What to do? Xiao Chen was anxious. It wasn't T that he was worried about the Watermaster, but he held a deep respect for life, and didn't T want such a fragile woman to die before his eyes for no reason. Wang Yao also noticed and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder to comfort him. Xiao Chen, you don't need to blame yourself. In the apocalypse, people die every day. This is something no one can avoid. Nangong Aoshue has lived until now, which is already luckier than many. Let us dig a hole and bury her, so her spirit can rest in peace. Xiao Chen felt something blocking his throat, unable to speak. At that moment, Cheng Haitao's door opened. He had successfully advanced to level 2. Before he could feel excited, he saw a stunning beauty lying on the floor. His Adam's apple couldn't help but bob. Brother Xiao, where did this beauty come from? Wang Yao explained the situation, but Cheng Haitao frowned. She is not dead. Not dead? Wang Yao was stunned. Then why isn't she getting up? She must be fainted from hunger, Cheng Haitao said. Now that I've successfully advanced to level 2, I can hear heartbeats and pulses. Nangong Aoshue's heart is still beating, and her pulse is fine. She is not dead. Give her some water. When she wakes up, feed her something to eat, and she should be completely fine. Xiao Chen hurriedly followed his advice. Sure enough, after a while, Nangong Aoshue opened her eyes. After understanding the situation, she apologized. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Don't talk yet. Eat something first, Xiao Chen said. Once your body recovers, we can explain everything slowly. As he spoke, he took out a plate of easily digestible food. Nangong Aoshue ate heartily. Eat slowly. No one's going to snatch it from you, Xiao Chen said with a wry smile. He added more dishes for Nangong Aoshue. Cheng Haitao on the side was swallowing hard, his hands poised as if he wanted to grab some. If he said he wasn't interested, no one would believe him. You're also at fault, Xiao Chen said irritably, offering Cheng Haitao some food. Brother Xiao, from now on, you're not just my big brother. You're like my father, Cheng Haitao said gratefully. Get lost. Xiao Chen kicked him. I haven't even married yet. Suddenly gaining such a big son. Which girl would still want to marry me? Wang Yao raised her hand and said, Xiao Chen, I am willing to marry you. Really? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. To be honest, after Chen Rong cheated on his previous self, Xiao Chen had never thought about dating, let alone marriage. He had become numb and only wanted to live well and honor his parents. Now that he knew dreams could connect to the apocalypse, he had no thoughts of romance. His mind was filled with how to live longer and how to gain more benefits for his previous self. Love? Not even a dog would talk about that. If Wang Yao was willing to marry him, it seemed he could give it a try. After all, she had a good figure and face, and, importantly, she was an assassin with extraordinary strength. The combination of the two would complement each other perfectly. Beautiful, isn't it? Wang Yao shot him a glance. In the apocalypse, it's already difficult to survive. Who has the time to find a husband? Great minds think alike. Xiao Chen shook hands with Wang Yao. However, he didn't notice the disappointment in the corner of her eyes. At this moment, Nangong Aoshue had finished eating, her strength restored, and began to explain her situation. She hadn't eaten for several days and was starving. The recent use of her ability to create water caused her to faint. Confirming that she was fine, Xiao Chen then asked about Cheng Haitao's ability improvement. The improvement in hearing is significant. It went from originally 120 meters to now 250 meters. The key is that he could distinguish sounds better, like footsteps and heartbeats. Even if zombies are not moving, he can tell which ones are black iron zombies and which are bronze zombies. He even has an extra skill, shared hearing. As long as someone stands within 10 meters of him, Cheng Haitao can choose to share his hearing, and that person can enjoy any sound he can hear. However, it consumes too much stamina. With Cheng Haitao's condition, he can only maintain it for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, he will be exhausted. At this time, Zhou Qingyu also completed her nap. After getting to know each other, Xiao Chen started arranging the night watch. Cheng Haitao had just eaten and was full of energy, so he took the first half of the night. Zhou Qingyu would take over afterward. The others took the opportunity to rest. Since they had absorbed Nangong Aoshue, and she was a water master, Xiao Chen was generous, giving her 60 level 1 awakening pills and 1 level 2 awakening pill to help her improve her strength. The level 2 awakening pill was one that Cheng Haitao had left over. He also left a pile of food, telling them to eat whenever they were hungry, without saving. Then he retreated to his bedroom to rest. In reality, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, glanced at the time, and saw it was already 10:30. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, the gambling stone venue wouldn't tea open until 6. Going early would only mean waiting. In the dream, Xiao Chen had killed many zombies, leaving behind more than 200 level 1 awakening pills and 1 level 2 awakening pill in the space. With nothing to do, he continued to take the awakening pills. 1 pill, 2 pills. After consuming more than 60 pills, Xiao Chen finally stopped. Because there had been no changes in his body. The qi whirlpool in his dantian stopped increasing after reaching 9. Taking more afterward didn't even produce any feeling. It was like drinking plain water. Xiao Chen knew that the power of the first level awakening pill had reached its limit. To continue improving, he could only take the second level awakening pill. However, in the apocalypse, Xiao Chen had hunted very few second level zombies and obtained very little. He had to focus on himself first. After washing up, Xiao Chen had a hearty meal before contacting Zhuangxian. Chapter 21. Which color of jadeite is valuable? Zhuangxian had been busy all night. After getting more than 60 pieces of top-quality jewelry from Xiao Chen, she began to create a buzz. She planned to hold an unprecedented auction to stir up excitement, so she could sell at higher prices and deepen the impression of Yingxiang jewelry in people's minds. After staying up all night, she just managed to finalize the plan. She had just laid down to rest when her phone rang, waking her up. Zhuangxian was extremely angry. Even seeing Xiao Chen's name, she still shouted, "Xiao Chen, why are you calling me? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will block you and never contact you again. Help me order food," Xiao Chen said. "Are you trying to kill me?" Zhuangxian retorted angrily. "I spent all night working on your matters, and just as I fell asleep, you call me to order food. I'm not your employee. Do you really think you can treat me like a servant? Are you relying on the fact that I wouldn't dare cut ties with you? I have new jewelry," Xiao Chen replied, ignoring her question, assuring her that it was unprecedented new items that she would find irresistible. "Wait, I'm coming to find you now." Zhuangxian softened her tone. The idea of cutting ties had already been thrown out of her mind. It wasn't just about the jewelry, it was about the company, Yingxiang Jewelry. As long as she could revive Yingxiang Jewelry before the end of the year, she would prove her worth and be qualified to return to her family. There were 4 months left. All her hopes rested on Xiao Chen alone. Now with new types of jewelry, Zhuangxian was willing to forego sleep and food. While waiting for Zhuangxian, Xiao Chen also contacted his parents, transferring 1 million to them to pay off their debts along with interest. He also invited them to Jiangcheng to enjoy life with him. "Kid, where did you get so much money?" Xiao Chen's mother asked worriedly. "You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" "Of course not." Xiao Chen had a lie. "I used my spare time to learn jewelry design, and someone noticed me and offered me a high salary. My annual salary is 5 million. 5 million? That's so high." Xiao Chen's mother exclaimed. "You must repay them well. By the way, since you have money now, when will you get married? Your dad and I need to prepare." When it came to marriage, Xiao Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only continue to lie, "Mom, let's wait a bit. I'm in a rising phase in my career and can't take time off for a wedding right now. Once things stabilize, we can discuss marriage. Then we won't go and add to your troubles," Xiao Chen's mother said, "without a daughter-in-law to take care of. We wouldn't know anyone there. It's better to be comfortable in the countryside." After chatting about some family matters, Xiao Chen hung up. For rural parents, their lives were spent working hard for their children, providing food, clothing, and education. After graduating from university, they worried about his career and marriage. They thought about having grandchildren and, as they grew older, didn't want to be a burden to their children, planning to return to the countryside. Xiao Chen couldn't change their mindset and could only give them more money to ensure they wouldn't worry about material needs. At that moment, Zhuangxian hurried over. She was still dressed in a black uniform, which accentuated her curvaceous figure. In high heels, she made clicking sounds as she walked. Especially with her just-woken-up look, there was a lazy beauty that made her even more captivating. "Where are the jewelry pieces?" Zhuangxian asked as soon as she arrived. Swish! Xiao Chen didn't continue admiring her beauty and directly took out the jewelry he had picked up the day before. Zhua Yingxian pounced on them like a hungry wolf, growing more astonished with each piece she saw. At the same time, her inner doubts increased. Looking at famous carving masters, none of them could finish a quality piece of jewelry in less than 10 days or half a month. But Xiao Chen, he could produce dozens or even hundreds of pieces in one night, and each was a top-quality item. Was this something a human could accomplish? Yet, she had to believe it, as these pieces were right in front of her. She had indeed struck gold. If Xiao Chen could continuously supply Yingxiang jewelry with her capabilities, it wouldn't take 2 years for Yingxiang jewelry to gain a reputation both domestically and internationally, becoming a leader in the jewelry industry. Can these pieces buy Yunming Hotel? Xiao Chen asked, ignoring Zhua Yingshuan's astonishment. What? Zhua Yingxian was shocked. You want to buy Yunming Hotel? For what purpose? Of course, to cook for me. Xiao Chen said matter-of-factly, I can't keep bothering you to order food every day, can I? That would be too troublesome. Considering the number of jewelry pieces, Zhua Yingxian really wanted to say it wasn't troublesome, but she didn't have the courage to speak up. What if Xiao Chen really treated her like an assistant, making her do nothing but order meals? If that got back to her family, she might never return. She had to swallow her words and asked, Do you have that much capital? Although Yunming Hotel has been losing money, it's still a 5-star hotel. The acquisition price is at least 1 billion. Your jewelry may be valuable, but selling them takes time. Xiao Chen was stumped. He really didn't have money, only gold and silver jewelry. But that couldn't be used as cash. You should sell them as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if you sell them cheaply. I can afford the loss. Xiao Chen could only urge Zhua Yingxian for the next couple of days. I'll have to trouble you to continue ordering food for me. Let's start with 20 sets today. Can you finish that much? Zhua Yingxian couldn't help but ask. I can, Xiao Chen replied. I have a big appetite. One person can eat as much as 30 to 50 people. You should have seen it. Every meal I had you order, I didn't waste a single bite. I finished it all. That was indeed true. Since partnering with Xiao Chen, Zhua Yingxian had sent an assistant to monitor his every move in the hillside villa. His trash can was always clean, with no waste at all. Zhua Yingxian had no choice but to follow Xiao Chen's request and help him order food. She then sent her assistant to help purchase supplies. Adding it all up, she spent over 2 million. She had received 50 million in cash from Zhua Yingxian, and she had already spent 1/10 of it. It had only been a few days. If the jewelry couldn't be sold soon, and if Xiao Chen continued to hire more hands, he really wouldn't be able to afford it. He needed money. He had to make money quickly. But Xiao Chen also knew that gold and silver jewelry were luxury items. There were few buyers, and they weren't easy to sell. In other words, he was sitting on a mountain of gold and silver, but couldn't eat it. He could only take shortcuts, like tonight's gambling stone event. Everything was ready, and it was almost 6 o'clock. Xiao Chen got into Zhua Yingshuan's car and headed to Left Bank International. As soon as he arrived at the hotel, he saw luxury cars parked outside. Zhua Yingshuan's Maserati was nothing compared to them. This excited Xiao Chen. The more expensive the car, the wealthier the owner. The more generous they would be when buying jadeite later, and the more he would earn. Once they entered, the venue was already packed with people. Some were polite, some were sarcastic, and others were flattering. The diverse aspects of life were vividly being played out. Fua Jingxuan gritit familiar faces, and Xiao Chen followed her like a little assistant, often being teased as a pretty boy. Xiao Chen was completely unconcerned. At 6 o'clock sharp, the Stone Gambling Conference officially began. The host stood on stage to introduce the rules, which were quite simple. Buy stones with money. If the stone contains jade, then it's a win. If it's just a regular stone, then you lose everything. The venue had 2 floors. The first floor was for open bidding, with price tags attached to the stones, so you could buy them if you liked. Prices were relatively cheaper, but the probability of finding jade was much lower. The second floor was for sealed bids. Next to the stones, there was a box. If you wanted a particular stone, you would write your desired price on a note, along with your name, and drop in the box. At the end of the conference, the highest bidder would win. After the introduction, everyone started to swarm towards the stones. Some brought well-known figures from the stone gambling world to help them assess the stones. They each held magnifying glasses, examining the stones from every angle, eager to crack them open and see what was inside. Which color of jade is the most valuable? Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to their actions. Instead, he asked Zhua Yingxian, Just a moment ago, he had already used his spiritual sense to scan all the stones in the area. With 9 spirals in his dantian, his spiritual sense could now extend to a radius of 100 meters. Standing in the middle, he could see all the stones in the venue. He found that some of the stones contained jade, while others were just regular stones. However, Xiao Chen was just an ordinary rural person who had never encountered jade before and had no idea of its value. He could only ask Xian, is yellow jade valuable or transparent? What about green, black, red, and so on? Which one could fetch a good price? Chapter 22, I'm here to make a huge profit. Huh? So Xian was taken aback and asked in a daze, what do you mean? Can you see what's inside these stones? Of course not. Xiao Chen shook his head. When it came to such confidential matters involving spiritual awareness, he wouldn't dare to leak any information. What if he was treated as a research subject and dissected? He would end up being a case of failure before success. However, I often deal with jade stones, so I can sense a little bit. Hee. So what Xian scoffed disdainfully. You can sense what's inside a stone just because you deal with jade? Who would believe you? Besides, if you really dealt with jade frequently, how would you not know its price? It's clear you don't want to say. So what Xian didn't push it further and patiently explained the prices of jade stones to Xiao Chen, mentioning the general idea based on color. Xiao Chen was confused, but understood that the purer the color, the higher the value. Especially for imperial green, it could reach tens of thousands or even over 100,000 per gram. Xiao Chen had seen a piece in the dark bidding area on the second floor that contained dozens of kilograms of imperial green. It just didn't look very good, and the imperial green was hidden in the corners. Very few people were bidding on it. The highest bid was only 2,013,000. If he bought it, it would definitely be a huge profit, faster than robbing money. So Xian had also invited big shots from the gambling stone industry, who needed to buy some raw materials to open up jade stones and contribute to Xiang jewelry. She let Xiao Chen wander around alone, repeatedly reminding him to be careful and not to lose all his money after making a little profit. Xiao Chen smiled and didn't answer. Lose money? He was here to make a huge profit. After Xian left, Xiao Chen wandered around the first floor. He discovered a stone with hidden treasures and didn't hesitate to buy it immediately. Fortunately, the stones on the first floor weren't very expensive. The highest was just 1 million, and most were in the tens of thousands, with even a few in the thousands. After browsing around, he bought 6 pieces of stone for a total of over 3 million. To verify if what he saw with his spiritual awareness was true, he took out 1 piece for on-site cutting. Who is this rookie? It's not even half an hour into the event, and he wants to cut stones. There was nothing surprising about it. This kind of person just wanted to attract attention. The person he just saw seemed to be with Xian, probably a kept boy of hers. No wonder he looked so inexperienced. The crowd was buzzing with discussions, but no one went to watch the stone cutting. They continued to select the stones they thought contained jade. Xiao Chen didn't mind, personally marking the lines and instructing the staff to cut according to his request. With 1 cut, the staff washed and wiped it clean. They then widened their eyes in shock. It's a rise, this piece has risen. Ice jade, extraordinarily valuable. This statement immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, and curious gazes were cast his way. It really was ice jade. Moreover, this piece was not small. It contained at least 3 gene of jade. Just now, he saw that this piece was priced at only 130,000 yuan, and 3 gene of ice jade was worth over 1 million. Young man, are you selling this piece of jade? I'll offer 1 million to buy it. Someone had already started bidding. Of course, he was going to sell it. Xiao Chen smiled and said, but it has to be fully opened up first, and then you can bid. Sell it, young man. Others also advised, this is just 1 cut. No one can guarantee there's more jade behind. If there's a fault behind, you won't even get your capital back, let alone 1 million. Since someone is offering 1 million now, you've already made a good profit. Hurry up and sell. No worries, I'm not short of money, Xiao Chen said. The persuader was speechless. He could only look at Xian, who was walking over. Xiao Chen, just sell it, Xian also advised. You don't understand gambling stones. What if there's nothing behind? Xiao Chen didn't wait for her to finish and instructed the staff to continue. Xian sighed helplessly. After all, Xiao Chen wasn't sure of money, so she let him be, as long as he was happy. However, Xiao Chen's plan to deal with the Guo family would probably have to be delayed for a while. But there was no rush. Once her jewelry auction was over, The income would definitely be enough to acquire the Guo family's assets, and then some. The staff followed Xiao Chen's marked lines, quickly cutting the stone clean. After washing and wiping, their eyes nearly dazzled. It was all ice jade. Moreover, every face adhered to the lines drawn by Xiao Chen, with not a bit wasted. The weight reached several tens of jin. It was a big rise. The audience erupted in excitement. Bids came pouring in. Hey, young brother, sell me this piece of jade, and I'll offer 5 million. Only 5 million? Are you dreaming? This piece of jade hadn't been weighed, but it had to weigh at least 30 jin. Even at cost price, it would be 1,000 yuan per gram, totaling 15 million. How could he think he could buy it for 5 million? That person awkwardly smiled, but was not angry. Instead, he directly raised the price to 15 million. I'll offer 18 million, 20 million, 22 million. The subsequent price increments became smaller and smaller. Finally, the bidding settled at 21,110,000. Xiao Chen nodded and sold the jade. The buyer was extremely grateful. Today's gambling stone event allowed him to obtain such a piece of jade, so it wasn't for nothing. At least it would help keep his stores running for a while. It was only at this moment that Zhuo Yingxian realized what was happening and felt a bit annoyed. Xiao Chen, what do you mean? You opened up such a large piece of jade, and you didn't sell it to me first. Do you still consider me a friend? Mainly because you can't come up with that much cash, Xiao Chen said bluntly. With one sentence, Zhuo Yingxian was left speechless. Her face turned red with shame. The president of a 100 billion enterprise couldn't even come up with 20 million. It would be embarrassing if that got out. But the truth was what it was. Xiao Chen also knew his words were a bit harsh and added, You don't need to worry. I'll provide the jewelry for Yingxiang Jewelry, ensuring quality and quantity. Who is this person? Can one person supply all of Yingxiang Jewelry's sales? Just now, hearings would call him Xiao Chen. I remembered he was the one who brought out the brand new jewelry design. The first necklace was taken by Zhuo, earning 50 million. So it was him. He really could supply, as I heard that the auction that Yingxiang Jewelry was going to hold would all be provided by him. After some explanation from informed individuals, everyone finally understood Xiao Chen. They realized this guy was not a kept boy, but a genuine master sculptor. The gold, silver, and jewelry he carved were considered leaders in the industry, unmatched by anyone. Even those renowned masters, both domestically and internationally, would constantly praise him, feeling inadequate in comparison. This rascal, he knows how to treat women well. It made my eyes feel like they had sand in them. Zhuo Yingxian was secretly touched and wiped her eyes. All her hard work serving him these days wasn't in vain. I'm a person, not some cow or horse. It's just helping out between friends. But are they really friends? There's always a sense of hierarchy. But in the end, it's a good thing, with a powerful sculptor like Xiao Chen backing them. It would be hard for Yingxiang Jewelry not to take off. Zhuo Yingxian couldn't help but laugh. You look much better when you smile than when you have a cold face. You should smile more, Xiao Chen suggested. Zhuo Yingxian's face turned red with embarrassment. She wanted to scold him a bit, but found that Xiao Chen had already continued to wander around. Many people were following him. Some wanted to share in his luck, while others were trying to read his expressions and get ahead. However, Xiao Chen only glanced at 2 or 3 pieces of stone before heading to the resting area to eat and drink. At first, there were still people paying attention. But as it got closer to 10 o'clock, those people stopped looking at Xiao Chen and began to busy themselves with competing for the stones. It was at this time that Xiao Chen made his move. Chapter 23, the brightest star in the venue, he ran to the second floor, starting with the first piece of stone. Each piece was filled with a number and thrown into the dark box. After verifying the stones, Xiao Chen was certain that his spiritual sense could indeed penetrate these stones and see their true essence without a single error. Therefore, the prices he bid for the stones in the dark box varied. For stones with hidden treasures, Xiao Chen would bid 3 to 500,000 or even several million more than the original highest price. For plain stones, he would bid a very low price. Initially, when someone saw Xiao Chen start bidding, they followed him and placed a couple of bids. But seeing Xiao Chen continuously bidding on every single piece, those people gave up. This guy was clearly out to scam them. You could never guess which piece of stone he had his eye on. By the time Xiao Chen finished bidding on all the stones on the second floor, it was exactly 10 o'clock. The host announced the end and began arranging for people to count the prices in the dark box one by one. The first piece was won by a businessman, who smiled and bowed to thank everyone around him. After paying, that piece of raw stone was his. The staff asked him if he wanted to reveal the stone. He shook his head. The staff then proceeded to the next piece. The owner of the second piece chose to reveal it on site, but ended up losing. He was so frustrated that he slapped his thigh until it was bruised. But no one comforted him. On the contrary, there were many who mocked and ridiculed him. Some even demanded their money back, completely cutting ties with him. This really opened Xiao Chen's eyes. Having never been in this circle before, he always thought that wealthy people, being high and mighty, must have a grand vision. But seeing them today, they were just ordinary. Their selfishness was as evident as ever. The sixth piece of stone belonged to Xiao Chen, valued at $3,560,000. It was more than 30,000 higher than the second highest bid. Xiao Chen chose to reveal it on site and personally drew the line. There were many who bet on rising prices and plenty who had higher increases than Xiao Chen. But the key was that Xiao Chen's stone turned out to contain over 10 kilograms of ice jade. It was almost just jade wrapped in a layer of stone skin. This led to many onlookers. When they heard he was going to reveal the stone, even the staff stopped opening the dark boxes. All eyes were glued to the screen. There, the stone reveal worker carefully operated the machine according to the line drawn by Xiao Chen. As the first cut was made, the worker exclaimed in surprise, "It's rising." As the stone was cleaned, the cut surface appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as black as ink. It was ink jade. The crowd began to bid frantically. But Xiao Chen was not interested, insisting on continuing with the reveal. By the time everything was revealed, it weighed over 20 kilograms. It was ultimately bought for 800 million. From 300,000, he turned it into 800 million. There was no faster way to make money. At the same time, it also created a millionaire with over 100 million in liquid assets. Flatterers were coming and going. Xiao Chen welcomed them all, collecting their business cards into his pocket. As a return gift, Xiao Chen also wanted to give them his business cards. Unfortunately, he was just a struggling nobody and hadn't fully integrated into the wealthy circle, so he had no business cards to hand out. He could only ask Zhuo Yingxian to help. If anyone wanted to contact him, they first had to get in touch with Zhuo Yingxian. He really treated Zhuo Yingxian like his secretary. Zhuo Yingxian was not annoyed at all. On the contrary, she was very willing to serve. The better Xiao Chen performed, the more valuable he became to these wealthy individuals. And as the intermediary, she could also benefit from this. Some who knew Zhuo Yingxian's identity were slightly shocked. How could a distinguished young lady from the capital come to Jiangsheng to be someone's secretary? If this reached the ears of old masters, who knew if he would be so furious that he would spit blood, they all secretly thought about it. Some even decided to try it out later. If they really managed to infuriate old masters, it might open up opportunities for them. The staff continued revealing stones. Some also gambled on rising prices, but the increases were not substantial. However, of the 9 pieces of raw stones Xiao Chen bought, 6 experienced explosive growth. There was even 1 piece of emperor green, weighing dozens of kilograms, which was sold for over 3 billion. One company couldn't afford it, so several partnered together to gather enough cash. Up until now, Xiao Chen was undoubtedly the brightest star at the entire venue. He spent tens of millions, but earned over 6 billion. Everyone called him the Stone God. The cheers grew louder and louder until the staff approached the Stone King, at which point the cheers finally subsided. The Stone King was the highlight of this auction. Not only was it large, but it also had a window. Looking through the window, it appeared completely green, with a high possibility of yielding jade. Therefore, the price was also very high, starting at 1 billion with no upper limit. As the staff revealed it, the highest bid in the dark box reached 364 million. Xiao Chen was among them, but his bid was less than 1 million compared to the top bidder, Gu Jinyu. Confirming that he had won the Stone King, Gu Jinyu was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. He was the heir of Gu's jewelry and the spokesperson for Gu's jewelry at this auction. Winning the Stone King would showcase their financial strength. Once he returned, no one would dare to speak ill of him. Instead, everyone would support him. Moreover, the Stone King was being contested by Xiao Chen as well. With Xiao Chen's sharp vision, if he could see the potential in the Stone King, it was evident that it would definitely rise, and rise significantly. Gu Jinyu had already revealed 2 pieces of stone today, both of which were merely rocks. He felt somewhat beaten down. Now, He could finally hold his head high. He even bowed to Xiao Chen in thanks, saying, Xiao Chen, thank you for going easy on me and letting me win the Stone King. Rest assured, if it rises, I'll reward you with a few million. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently, not responding. Betting on a rise? Be careful not to lose your pants. While everyone was focused on the Stone King, Xiao Chen pulled Zhua Yingshuan's arm, prompting her to leave. Leaving now? She frowned, squeezing through the crowd. But this is the Stone King. What is there to see? Xiao Chen replied straightforwardly. It's just a piece of waste. Waste. Zhua Yingshuan was astonished. Otherwise? Xiao Chen said, if it really could rise, how could it possibly go to Gu Jinyu? Do you have a grudge against Gu Jinyu? Zhua Yingshuan asked curiously. Not all. Xiao Chen shook his head. I don't even know him. But competitors are enemies. Gu's jewelry and your Yingxiang jewelry definitely don't get along. Scamming them a bit could also help you vent your frustrations. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, you are simply too good to me. Zhua Yingshuan couldn't help but step forward to give Xiao Chen a hug, but he blocked her. Stop. I saw my talents, not my body. Bah. Zhua Yingshuan's face flushed as she cursed. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. However, after Xiao Chen's teasing, Zhua Yingshuan realized she had been impulsive. As a dignified young lady of the Zhua family, how could she throw herself at a man she had only known for a few days? Especially since this man came from a rural background, without connections or power. Even if it were a romantic relationship, he wasn't worthy of her. Of course, these were all family notions. To Zhua Yingshuan, it was she who felt unworthy of Xiao Chen. After thinking for a while, Zhua Yingshuan playfully said, Xiao Chen, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Xiao Chen asked. Don't leave me. Zhua Yingshuan said. What? Xiao Chen was taken aback, unable to help but say, are you offering yourself to me? What are you thinking? Zhua Yingshuan shot him a glare. I'm too reliant on you right now. If one day you leave me, both I and Yingxiang jewelry might not be able to survive. I see. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zhua Yingshuan was very beautiful, had a great figure, and her background seemed impressive, Xiao Chen had no thoughts in that direction. He needed to make money to support himself in this post-apocalyptic world. He had no time for romance. Why are you sighing? Zhua Yingshuan keenly caught this point and twisted Xiao Chen's ear. She said angrily, do you think I'm not pretty? Am I a burden for you to be my husband? No. It's that I'm not worthy of you. Xiao Chen corrected her. If you want me not to leave you, then you have to not leave me first. For example, you should listen to what I say. How dare you, Xiao Chen? You really think of me as your secretary? Zhua Yingshuan was even more furious. The two of them joked and quarreled, laughing all the way back to Villanelle. Not on the mountainside. Completely oblivious to the outside world, they focused solely on driving fast. This was the current state of the assistant. Chapter 24, I have X-ray vision. Xiao Chen returned to the villa, and the news from Stone King also reached Zhua Yingshuan's phone. As Xiao Chen expected, Stone King was just a big joke. He indeed managed to extract jade, but there was only a thin layer on that one window piece. Scraping it all off wouldn't even be worth 20,000 yuan. He lost so much that he didn't even have a pair of underpants left. Gu Jinyu was furious, cursing anyone he caught. He even claimed that Xiao Chen had set him up and vowed to make Xiao Chen go bankrupt. Zhua Yingshuan didn't tell Xiao Chen any of this. Want to make Xiao Chen go bankrupt? No way. After all, Xiao Chen didn't have any assets. His money was real money, and he could spend it any time. So, Zhua Yingshuan asked another question. Xiao Chen, tell me the truth. How did you see through those stones? I have X-ray vision, Xiao Chen said, staring at Zhua Yingshuan. Ah, Zhua Yingshuan screamed, jumping up and hiding behind the sofa. What good does hiding there do? Xiao Chen said speechlessly, X-ray vision can see through sofas and clothes. You're lying. Zhua Yingshuan stood up, annoyed. If you don't want to say it, fine. X-ray vision? Why don't you say you're a great immortal? That might actually be possible, Xiao Chen laughed. After Zhua Yingshuan's reminder, Xiao Chen felt it might be true. The awakening pills he brought from the apocalypse were spirit stones. Taking spirit stones could lead to cultivation. The gas cyclone represented levels. Right now, he should be at the 9th level of Qi training. One more step would be foundation establishment. Of course, all of this was just Xiao Chen's imagination. As for whether it was true, it remained to be verified. After joking for a while, Zhua Yingshuan got to the main topic and asked Xiao Chen, what are your plans next? Sleep, Xiao Chen said. Huh? So what Xian was taken aback, feeling frustrated. I meant after you made money. How do you plan to spend it? About that, Xiao Chen smiled wryly. It's very simple. You help me. First, acquire the Gu family. When I want to deal with Gu Qiming, no one should dare to stop me. It would be best if his father, Gu Sihai, personally brought Gu Qiming to me to beat. Secondly, acquire Yunming Hotel. I might not have enough money, so hurry up and sell those jewelry pieces. Don't delay my important matters. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Zhua Yingxian glared at him. Jewelry of that grade can only sell for its corresponding value at an auction. That's fine. Xiao Chen waved his hand. I have plenty of jewelry. Saying this, he took out some more. These were all carved personally by Nangong Aoshue, and there was a unique mark on them, a snowflake. The exquisite quality was several levels higher than the ones he had shown before. Just one glance, and Zhua Yingxian was captivated. The more she looked, the more she liked it, and the more shocked she became. I'll take out 2 sets of this jewelry first. You should be able to sell them for a good price. Xiao Chen said, All right, I'm going to sleep now. Are you going back or staying here? I must clarify in advance. There are no extra beds. Before Xiao Chen could finish, Zhua Yingxian had already run into the bedroom, pulled out a blanket from the closet, and threw it onto the sofa. I'll sleep on the sofa. Zhua Yingxian said, Since I'm tied to you, I should be closer. Ready to serve. I don't want to annoy President Xiao and have him distance himself from me. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about me. Zhua Yingxian pulled out a pair of scissors from somewhere and snipped a few times. The sound made Xiao Chen's legs feel cold. Xiao Chen awkwardly smiled, but he didn't bother to argue about it. He should just focus on sleeping. It was already past midnight, and if he didn't sleep, the Xiao Chen in the dream might get angry. With one eye closed and the other opened, Xiao Chen first used his spiritual sense to check the surroundings. Everyone was awake, sitting on the sofa, looking eagerly at the door of his bedroom. Cheng Haitao even perked up his ears. As soon as Xiao Chen got up, Cheng Haitao jumped up and shouted, He's awake. Brother Xiao is awake. We don't have to starve. Xiao Chen was speechless. He had left plenty of food before going to sleep yesterday. 10 people could not finish it. Now, with only 4 people, they not only finished it all, but were also complaining of hunger. Were they all reincarnated starving ghosts? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen heard his stomach rumble. Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but had no tears. He also understood why Wu Gui's team only had Wu Gui as a level 2 awakened. The stronger one's abilities were, the larger their appetite. If they didn't eat enough, it would consume their bodily functions. It wasn't that they couldn't improve their strength. They just didn't dare to advance. There wasn't enough food. Forcing their way to level 2 would only lead to starvation. After all, they were his companions, and Xiao Chen didn't want to make them suffer. After going out, he immediately took out 3 sets of meals. Cheng Haitao was the first to pick up chopsticks and eat heartily. Wang Yao and Zhou Qingyu followed closely behind. However, Nangong Aoshue just stared blankly at the food. She wanted to eat, but felt a bit hesitant. Nangong Aoshue, do you want to join us? Xiao Chen noticed this and asked actively. Nangong Aoshue nodded. When Wu Gui came to gather the team at the Green Garden community last time, she wanted to join. Unfortunately, she had just finished carving a set of jewelry and was exhausted, not even having the strength to go downstairs. She missed the opportunity. Nangong Aoshue understood that in today's apocalyptic era, it was very difficult to survive alone. Only by joining an organization and huddling together would there be a chance of survival. Moreover, Wang Yao, Zhou Qingyu, and Cheng Haitao constantly praised Xiao Chen, making Nangong Aoshue even more eager to join this organization. So when Xiao Chen asked, she agreed without hesitation. The primary condition for joining us is to be obedient, Xiao Chen continued. Now I command you to eat and drink like them. Only by doing so can you have the strength to work. Nangong Aoshue then relaxed her guard and began to eat heartily like Wang Yao. During the meal, Xiao Chen asked about Nangong Aoshue's advancement situation. I successfully reached level 2. I can condense 20 tons of water daily, and my appetite has increased exponentially. That's all. To Xiao Chen, such an ability was purely useless. But he didn't have the heart to drive Nangong Aoshue away. It was just one more person. He could afford to support her. When working, he brought Nangong Aoshue along as well. So-called work meant hunting zombies. The main target was level 2 zombies. Level 1 zombies were merely bonuses taken care of along the way. They returned punctually at 6 in the evening, counted supplies, had dinner, and went to sleep. This day, Wang Yao was the main attacker. Xiao Chen's kitchen knife finally couldn't withstand the hardness of the brass zombie and broke in half. Wang Yao's dagger wasn't in much better shape. In the end, they had to use Nangong Aoshue's carving knife. Wang Yao could turn invisible, was an assassin, and found it easy to use the carving knife, killing level 2 zombies as easily as slaughtering dogs. But Xiao Chen couldn't do that. He could only face them head-on, driving them back before seizing the opportunity to finish off the zombies with the carving knife. So he was much slower. They only obtained 36 level 2 awakening pills and 178 level 1 awakening pills that day. The level 2 awakening pills were still prioritized for Xiao Chen's improvement. After taking 30 pills, he still didn't see significant changes, so he stopped. He then gathered everyone for a late-night snack. After arranging the night shifts, Xiao Chen collapsed into bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the Xinhua bathhouse, Wu Gue was furious. He smashed many things and finally issued an ultimatum. It is now certain that Zhou Qingyu has escaped, and Wang Yao and Xiao Chen have betrayed us. I give you 3 days to find out their whereabouts. Otherwise, I will go out on my own. You can fend for yourselves. Chapter 25, Only Marry Her Back. It was just after 10 in the morning when Xiao Chen finally woke up leisurely, expanding his consciousness. He saw Zhuo Yingxian still busy in the living room. She was either on the phone or writing documents, not resting for a moment. The blanket on the sofa looked the same as when it was laid out, proving that Zhuo Yingxian hadn't slept all night. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her expression was extremely haggard, making Xiao Chen feel a pang of sympathy. He decided to give her some gold and silver jewelry to make Yingxiang Jewelry the most influential company in the industry. Then he took out a secondary awakening pill and began to consume it. Once it entered his stomach, he immediately felt an immense force washing over his limbs and torso. The pain made Xiao Chen roll on the ground, screaming loudly. What happened? Zhuo Yingxian, who was on the phone in the living room, heard the commotion and quickly hung up, anxiously asking, Xiao Chen, what happened to you? There was no response. Zhuo Yingxian grew more anxious. If you don't speak, I'm going to break in. Still no answer. Not daring to delay, Zhuo Yingxian hurriedly found her keys and opened the door. She then saw Xiao Chen rolling on the ground, continuously screaming, but his eyes were already closed. What's going on? Zhuo Yingxian didn't understand medicine and didn't know what illness Xiao Chen had. She took out her phone to call for emergency help. Xiao Chen's well-being was crucial for the survival of Yingxiang Jewelry. Nothing could go wrong. Even if he had wandered into the gates of death, he must be saved. Just then, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Upon seeing Zhuo Yingxian, his eyes sparkled. Zhuo Yingxian exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Chen, you're awake. Do you feel unwell? I'll call the doctor right now. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Chen grabbed her arm. She felt an enormous force pulling her, making it impossible for her to resist. Her phone fell to the ground as she struggled. Help me, Zhuo Yingxian cried out. Unfortunately, no one responded. The villa was personally supervised by her for renovations and used high-quality materials with excellent sound insulation. If it weren't for the gap under the door, she wouldn't even have heard Xiao Chen's screams. Now, there were only the two of them in the villa. No matter how loudly she shouted, no one would come to help. She couldn't make the call, and she couldn't break free from Xiao Chen's arm, so she had to let it be. As the saying goes, if you can't resist, just enjoy it. An hour later, the struggle ended. Xiao Chen fully regained consciousness. He glanced at the battlefield and saw Zhuo Yingxian hiding under the blanket. Feeling guilty, he said, Zhuo, I'm sorry. I lost consciousness just now. Don't worry. After this happened, I will definitely take responsibility. Who wants you to take responsibility? Zhuo Yingxian said coldly. Get out, I want to take a shower. Oh, okay. Xiao Chen quickly exited and kindly closed the door behind him. In the living room, Xiao Chen was restless, pacing back and forth, trying to think of a solution. But what could he do? He had already crossed the line. The only option was to marry her back. But with his own conditions, would Zhuo Yingxian marry him? Zhuo Yingxian was also thinking. For her, there were only two outcomes to this situation. First, she could marry Xiao Chen. However, given Xiao Chen's identity and background, the old-fashioned members of his family would definitely not agree. Her fiancé would also cause trouble. At that time, rumors would spread throughout the capital. If it reached the old man's ears, it might worsen his condition. For the Zhua family, if something happened to the old man, the losses would be immeasurable. Moreover, it would bring disaster to Xiao Chen. This option was not feasible. The second option was to pretend that nothing happened. After all, the door was closed, and no one would know what they had done. This would only benefit that bastard Xiao Chen. If he left her in the future, he would truly be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Having made up her mind, Zhua Yingxian got out of bed. She still felt a bit weak in her legs, and a sharp pain coursed through her body, causing her to frown. Beast, it's my first time, and he didn't even take care of me. But at that moment, Zhua Yingxian realized why Xiao Chen had that reaction. He had seemed as if he was having a fit, as if his life was in danger. Yet after it was over, he was lively and showed no signs of illness. Was he pretending? Zhua Yingxian shook her head. It didn't seem like it. Xiao Chen had sweated through his clothes from the pain. He couldn't have faked that. Since it wasn't an act, why was there such a drastic change? Could it be? At that moment, Zhua Yingxian thought of the scenarios often seen in TV dramas. Did he experience a breakthrough? Was Xiao Chen practicing an extremely powerful martial art? This was Zhua Yingxian as conclusion. She then recalled Xiao Chen's stunning performance at the Stone Gambling Conference. Could it be that he really had X-ray vision? The thought shocked her, and her mouth dropped open. Endure. I must endure. Pretend I don't know anything. That nothing happened. Continue interacting as before. After taking a shower, drying her hair, and changing into a new outfit, Zhua Yingxian finally walked out of the bedroom. Upon seeing her, Xiao Chen brought up the earlier incident again, full of apologies. He even took out his bank card, intending to hand over the financial power of their future marriage to Zhua Yingxian. What are you thinking? Zhua Yingxian replied irritably. What I did just now was to save your life. Our relationship is that of doctor and patient. I healed you, and you helped me stabilize Yingxiang jewelry. We owe each other nothing. Let us not mention this again. Don't you want me to take responsibility? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Take responsibility for what? Marry me? Zhua Yingxian said dismissively. With your current situation, you're not qualified to marry me. Having already taken advantage of me, don't try to take more. Quickly tell me what work needs to be done today. If there is nothing, I should return to the company. There is a mountain of things waiting for me to handle. Ordering food, buying things, Xiao Chen said. But you've just been through a lot. Let the assistant handle it. I don't trust the assistant, Zhua Yingxian said, and then she fled in a hurry. She felt that if she lingered any longer, she might really let Xiao Chen take responsibility. After all, Xiao Chen was quite good-looking and a decent person. The key was his strong abilities. Compared to the rich young fiancé arranged by her family, Xiao Chen was definitely the best choice. She had already gained so many benefits from him and could not drag him down any further. That would be repaying kindness with ingratitude. It was better to leave first. Why do I feel like a hungry wolf? Making her scared. Watching Zhuang Xuan's retreating figure, Xiao Chen rubbed his chin, puzzled. But that was fine. Just consider it a dream. Once awake from the dream, one should accept reality. At worst, he would just have to make it up to her more. Xiao Chen shook his head, throwing those distracting thoughts aside, and began to check the changes in his body. After taking the secondary awakening pill, the boundary of his space had doubled to 40 meters, with a volume of 64,000 cubic meters. His consciousness had also increased to 500 meters. Most importantly, in his dantian, the 9 energy rotations had disappeared, replaced by a circular base. The base looked like a small basin, filled with swirling mist. That mist moved automatically within his body, flowing through the meridians and converging back into the base. It felt like a complete cycle had been completed, and it was spontaneous. Automatic cultivation. Is that even possible? Xiao Chen tried to use his power, and as a result, he saw all the mist in the base rushing towards one point. Finally, it condensed into his fist. Xiao Chen didn't dare to release it, but he could feel that if he did, it would probably create a huge hole in a concrete wall. Just then his phone rang. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his power and saw that it was his childhood friend Su Chen calling. Without any hesitation, he answered the call. Then he heard a cold voice on the other end. Xiao Chen, you have half an hour to get to the abandoned factory in the north of the city, or you'll have to collect their bodies. Xiao Chen, don't come. Woo-woo. The two voices at the back were a man and a woman. The male voice was unmistakably his childhood friend Su Cheng, while the female voice was likely Su Cheng's fiancée, Lin Xiaoqing. They were in trouble. Chapter 26. Sorry. I didn't control my strength well. After the call ended, Xiao Chen's face was extremely gloomy. This was clearly a trap. Xiao Chen immediately thought of calling the police. But then he shook his head. The other party was bold enough to call him directly, indicating they were confident. Calling the police might not solve the problem and could easily lead to the other party killing the hostages. Su Cheng was not only his childhood friend, but also someone who helped him in times of danger. Especially just now, Su Cheng would rather die than let Xiao Chen go to rescue him, which showed his loyalty. He absolutely could not let anything happen to him. Therefore, Xiao Chen chose to go alone. Given his current situation, as long as the other side didn't have too many people, he could handle it easily. Moreover, Xiao Chen wanted to see how strong he had become. Without informing anyone, Xiao Chen drove towards the northern part of the city. Just after leaving the neighborhood, he was followed. Xiao Chen could see very clearly. There were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men were in a car, closely following him, while the woman was riding a motorcycle, almost keeping pace with him. Of course, it could just be a coincidence. However, since Su Cheng was captured, the enemy must have investigated him. They wouldn't dare to cause trouble at the villa, so they captured Su Cheng to lure him to the abandoned factory in the northern part of the city. These 4 people were there to monitor him, afraid he would escape. At first, Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention, but after passing a few streets, he noticed that the 4 of them were still following him, making him uneasy. Should he deal with them first or wait until he reached the abandoned factory to handle them all at once? After a moment of hesitation, he chose the latter. First, these 4 could very well be accomplices of the kidnappers. If he dealt with them now and angered the kidnappers, it would be bad if they harmed Su Cheng. Second, even if these 4 were unrelated to the kidnappers, dealing with them would take time, especially since they were all armed. If the police were drawn in, the situation would become even more uncontrollable. So, Xiao Chen acted as if he didn't see them, driving straight through without stopping, and in 20 minutes, he arrived at the designated location. His spiritual sense had already scanned the area. There were a total of 16 people, each wearing masks to conceal their faces. But Xiao Chen could see clearly. None of them were familiar to him. Among these people, 2 had guns at their waists, 6 were holding long knives, and 8 were just carrying batons. Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing were tied to a pillar on the 2nd floor. Both had finger marks on their faces and shoe prints on their bodies, indicating they had been tortured. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. Even with their mouths gagged, they were still struggling. 2 people were guarding the door. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, they immediately approached to search him. Xiao Chen spread his arms, allowing them to search. After 3 searches, they found nothing, so they had to let Xiao Chen in. "I'm here. Can you let them go now?" Xiao Chen said indifferently. Swish. The leader drew a knife from his waist and pressed it against Su Cheng's neck. Then he commanded, "Xiao Chen, I know you can fight, but Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing's lives are in my hands. I hope you will behave and let my men tie you up. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill them right now." The man waved his hand to his subordinates. Understanding the order, they took out ropes and stepped toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not resist and even extended his arms for them to tie him up. It was just a rope after all. It couldn't hold him at all. With a little effort, he could break the rope. For now, he needed to stabilize the situation and find an opportunity to rescue Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing. Once the man finished tying him up, Xiao Chen suggested again that they release the hostages. Release them? The leader laughed coldly. "Xiao Chen, you can't be that foolish. Can you? This guy may not be the target, but his organs are valuable. Once we have something in hand, why will we give it back? And this girl, while not a knockout, isn't bad either. Young and fresh. We have to let the brothers have a taste. After enjoying themselves, we can sell the organs for another profit. I'm a person. Why would I let money slip away?" Woo 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 woo. Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing struggled even harder. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Especially Su Cheng, who glared at Xiao Chen, his eyes full of anger. It seemed he was blaming Xiao Chen for coming. If they fell into the enemy's trap, all 3 might die here. "You are looking for death," Xiao Chen said coldly. Haha. The enemy seemed to have heard a great joke, laughing uncontrollably. "You're the one looking for death, right? Break his legs first. Let them watch us enjoy." Yes. Someone took the order and approached Xiao Chen with a baton. Bang. However, at that moment, a gunshot rang out. The person walking towards Xiao Chen was shot in the forehead, his body falling stiffly to the ground. Blood pouring from the bullet hole. Everything happened so quickly. In the blink of an eye, there was a corpse on the ground. The bandits' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly lay on the ground, seeking cover. Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing were a bit overwhelmed and fainted from the shock. Once they were hidden, the leader coldly said to Xiao Chen, "Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to call the police. Aren't you afraid I'll kill the hostages?" As he spoke, he drew his handgun and pointed it at Su Cheng. "Call the police?" Xiao Chen was taken aback. He quickly explained, "No, I didn't call the police. The gunfire came from outside. From the moment I left the villa, they have been following me. I thought it was you." Bang! Before Xiao Chen could finish his explanation, another gunshot rang out. The leader let out a miserable scream, dropping the handgun to the ground. He clutched his wrist, blood flowing from his fingers. What? Xiao Chen was also stunned. Could it be that the four people outside were not in cahoots with the ones inside? Were they protecting him? But why? Xiao Chen couldn't understand. As a poor guy, what was there to protect? However, Xiao Chen would not miss this opportunity. Confirming that the people outside were not in league with those inside, he mobilized the power within his dantian. With a bang, he broke the ropes. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of another bandit who had just drawn his gun. With a swift chop, there was a crack, and the bandit's head drooped down, becoming a corpse. "Sorry, I didn't control my strength well," Xiao Chen murmured apologetically, but his actions did not slow down. In just a moment, he took down all the more than 10 people present. Even Xiao Chen himself was shocked. After the energy in his dantian transformed into a base platform, both his strength and speed increased several times. He had risen to another level of cultivation. Xiao Chen did not delay. He hurriedly untied Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing and woke them up. "Chen, what happened?" Su Cheng asked in panic upon seeing the bandits lying on the ground. "The police are here," Xiao Chen said. "They saved us. You guys should hurry up and leave while it's still not completely dark. Go home, take a shower, have a good night's sleep, and just treat it like a dream. Tomorrow is a new day." Patting Su Cheng's shoulder, Xiao Chen forcibly pushed the two out of the factory. Su Cheng initially wanted to stay and face it together with Xiao Chen, but he was pulled away by Lin Xiaoqing. Why? After walking a little further away, Su Cheng finally shook off Lin Xiaoqing's hand and said angrily, "Aiken is my childhood friend. He showed up here because he saved me. We can't just walk away. Can't you understand?" Lin Xiaoqing replied speechlessly. "Brother Xiao is not an ordinary person." "What do you mean?" Su Cheng asked. "Whether facing gunfire or death, Brother Xiao can handle it calmly. Look at us. We were scared to the point of fainting. He wanted us to leave, so we wouldn't hold him back." "I see now," Su Cheng said, finally following Lin Xiaoqing to leave. "Come out now." After they had walked far away, Xiao Chen shouted towards a nearby unfinished building and the big tree. "Let's sit down and talk properly. Why are you following me? And why did you shoot those bandits?" Chapter 27, Invitation of the Dragon Soul. "You actually know our hiding place?" The woman spoke up. She jumped down from a tree branch, playing with a dagger in her hand. "What about the other three?" Xiao Chen ignored her and continued to look at the unfinished building nearby. "Aren't you coming out? After all, you helped me today, and I should thank you properly." "No need for thanks." 3 people walked out from the unfinished building. They were the same 4 who had followed him from the villa halfway up the mountain. Although they were dressed casually, Xiao Chen could see that they were all armed. There were even sniper rifles, though they had been disassembled and packed in boxes. In addition to the guns, there were daggers, short knives, ropes, and other equipment. The man in the suit was probably the leader, walking in front and saying to Xiao Chen, "Just stay away from Xiao Xian." "Xiao Xian?" Xiao Chen was taken aback, then thought of Zhua Yingxian, and his expression turned cold. "Are you suitors of President Zhua?" "No." The man in the suit shook his head. "I am her cousin, Li Yanan. Although you've made a lot of money during this time and have a unique perspective on jewelry design, you are not worthy of Xiao Xian. Leaving her is for your own good." "What if I say no?" Xiao Chen said indifferently. Before today, if someone had spoken to him like this while holding a gun, he might have backed down. After all, Xiao Chen just wanted to live a stable life and didn't want to attract trouble. But today, something unexpected happened. Even if Zhua Yingxian didn't want to be involved with Xiao Chen, in his eyes, Zhua Yingxian was his woman, even if they couldn't marry due to identity issues. He still wanted to stay by her side and make up for the harm he caused her. Leave? Xiao Chen couldn't do that. Then let's see who is stronger. Li Yanin didn't bother with pleasantries. If you beat me, not only will I take back what I just said, but I'll also fully support you being with Xiao Xian. I might even invite you to join us. If you lose, I will kill you today to eliminate any future troubles. After all, you encountered these desperate people today. Just say you died at their hands, and I believe Xiao Xian won't blame me. Join you? Xiao Chen asked. What organization are you? If you beat me, I'll tell you. Li Yanin said. Do you dare? Fighting is no problem. Xiao Chen also wanted to test his abilities, but he had to make some things clear first. But I won't gamble with you. President Zhua is a person, not an object. Her life should be determined by herself, and others should not interfere. Hee hee. Li Yanin chuckled lightly. No wonder you can charm Xiao Xian so much that she willingly acts as your secretary. Turns out you really understand a woman's heart. I hope your strength is as formidable as your words. Watch out. While speaking, Li Yanin had already moved. He didn't use any weapons, but was very fast. His punches whistled through the air, clearly indicating he was a practiced fighter. The three beside him looked tense. Li Yanin was their captain and extremely strong. This move just now, although not his strongest attack, still used at least 80 of his strength. He aimed to incapacitate Xiao Chen. They wanted to advise him, but thinking of Li Yanin's affection for Zhua Yingxian, they gave up on that thought. A mere rural bumpkin dared to covet the Zhua family's heiress. If he got hurt, so be it. No one would blame Li Yanin. However, they were soon taken aback, because Xiao Chen also moved. Xiao Chen's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Yanin. He raised his hand and grabbed Li Yanin's wrist, followed by a shoulder throw, slamming Li Yanin heavily to the ground. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. This doesn't count. Let's do it again. Li Yanin got up from the ground, spat out some dust, and said with a flushed face, I wasn't ready just now. So you weren't ready. The other three felt relieved. But wait, it was clearly the captain who attacked first. If anyone was unprepared, it should have been Xiao Chen. Could it be that Xiao Chen's strength surpassed the captain's? As soon as this thought emerged, it was confirmed by Xiao Chen. Li Yanin was defeated again. Before he could rush toward Xiao Chen, he was kicked away by Xiao Chen. He got up and charged again. The same move knocked him down. If he wanted to get up again, Xiao Chen was already standing on Li Yanin's chest, saying indifferently, Do you still not admit defeat? Do you want me to kill you? Aye. Li Yanin's face turned red and his neck thickened. But he had to admit that Xiao Chen was far stronger than him. He could only dejectedly say, I admit defeat. Now, can you tell me what your organization is? Xiao Chen released his foot and helped Li Yanin up. Dragon Soul. Li Yanin said, My words still count. Do you want to join us? Li Yanin extended the invitation. The Dragon Soul organization, besides recruiting personnel from the military department every year, each captain has the right to recruit members for their own team. Of course, it still requires a review. Normally, each team consists of 5 members. Li Yanin had one member who died during a mission, and they had not yet recovered from the pain. So they hadn't recruited new members for now. But now, seeing Xiao Chen's strength, Li Yanin was tempted and actively extended an olive branch. The other 3, having witnessed Xiao Chen's strength, also looked expectant. If they had such a strong ally, their success rate in future missions would be higher. If I join you, can I freely beat Guiqiming? Xiao Chen asked. Beat Guiqiming? Li Yanin was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Guiqiming was the one who had cheated on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's purpose for joining Dragon Soul was actually to beat Guiqiming. How petty. But thinking it over, he understood. Probably no man would allow others to cheat on him, right? Not making a sound was just lying in wait. Once given the opportunity, they would retaliate fiercely. Xiao Chen's approach was very much to Li Yanin's liking. He nodded with a smile. Sure, no problem at all. Not only can you beat Guiqiming, but even if you beat Guisihai, he wouldn't dare to make sound. If that doesn't satisfy you, you can use our power to thoroughly investigate the Guo family. I believe with Guisihai's character, he definitely can't withstand the scrutiny. Being imprisoned for life is a sure thing. If I join you, we'll be very busy? Xiao Chen continued to ask. Busy? Li Yanin was taken aback again. Anyone who knew about Dragon Soul would definitely not hesitate if they received an invitation. But Xiao Chen? He was actually asking whether it would be busy. Did he not know that joining Dragon Soul was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? But considering Xiao Chen's strength, Li Yanin patiently explained. Of course it will be busy. We are the country's sharp blade. We are either on a mission or on the way to a mission. Even if there are no missions, we must train. Throughout the year, there are only a few days of leave to visit home. Forget it. It's too busy. I won't join. Before Li Yanin could finish speaking, Xiao Chen rejected him. Are you kidding? If it's that busy, how can he support the Xiao Chen of the apocalypse? Without that Xiao Chen giving him awakening pills, how could he improve his strength? Without strength, how could he protect himself? Although Xiao Chen had a patriotic heart, he was more aware that the greater the strength, the greater the role he could play. His mission was to become stronger and stronger. Li Yanin couldn't believe it and said, "You actually refused?" The three people beside her also looked astonished. They never expected that Xiao Chen would refuse to join the Dragon Soul organization. What else? Xiao Chen sighed and said, "I'm used to my freedom and don't like being restrained. Have you thought about Xiao Xian?" Li Yanin raised her voice sharply and questioned, "Without the Dragon Soul organization as your background, with just you, a country bumpkin, you will never be able to marry Xiao Xian. Do you want to watch your beloved woman fall into someone else's arms? With me around, no one can take President Zhuo away." Xiao Chen said firmly, "She is destined to be my woman. C'est domineering." Li Yanin couldn't help but praise him. It's a pity that such a person was unwilling to join them. Li Yanin felt helpless, but chose to respect Xiao Chen's decision. Since he had lost, he kept his word and didn't bring up the matter of breaking them apart again. Instead, he changed the subject and asked about the situation with the criminals. "I don't know either." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I just woke up and received a call from a Cheng, then hurried over. Why don't we go interrogate them?" Chapter 28. Xiao Chen. How do you plan to handle this? After speaking, Xiao Chen took the lead and went upstairs, waking everyone up one by one. He took the opportunity to collect their weapons into his space. He didn't dare to take everything, just 3 batons for long knives, 1 gun, and over 10 bullets. At this moment, Li Yanin and the others arrived. For guns were pointed at the awakened people. Li Yanin coldly said, "Speak up. Why did you capture Su Cheng? And why did you want to put Xiao Chen to death?" No one answered. Li Yanin then fired a warning shot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots disabled the legs of 3 people. "I'll give you time to think. If you don't answer in 1 minute, I'll shoot 1 leg of one of you." With 16 people, that's 32 legs, enough for half an hour. If I still don't get the answer I want after half an hour, I'll start shooting arms. Once the arms are done, then I'll shoot for the heart. I'll talk. As soon as Li Yanin finished speaking, someone couldn't bear the pressure and revealed the truth. It was Guo Qiming. As the heir of Rongjing Group, he had never been humiliated like this, let alone repeatedly. Guo Qiming held a grudge. After investigation, he found out that Xiao Chen was backed by that woman, Zhuo Yingxian, and even lived in a villa area on a mountainside. Guo Qiming couldn't find a way to deal with it, so he could only hire someone to kill. He had to make Xiao Chen disappear from this world without delay. Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing were just collateral damage. "Xiao Chen, how do you plan to handle this?" Li Yanin asked Xiao Chen. "Me?" Xiao Chen quickly shook his head. "I'm just an ordinary citizen. I don't have the qualification to deal with them. Besides, they're a bunch of desperate criminals. It's better to leave it to you." "What about Guo Qiming?" Li Yanin asked again. "Do you plan to let him go?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Chen's gaze became sharp. "Guo Qiming hired someone to kill. Can he escape the law's punishment?" "Naturally not," Li Yanin explained, "but the Guo family has a certain influence in Jiang City, and these are all desperate criminals. Their words cannot be used as evidence. If the police investigate vigorously, it will inevitably alert the enemy. If Guo Sihai takes Guo Qiming abroad, it will be difficult for you to find trouble with him." "I see." Xiao Chen stroked his chin, thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "Brother Li, let's forget about it. I'll handle Guo Qiming myself. As expected of the person I have my eyes on, grievances should be avenged personally. That feels better." Li Yanin patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder and said, "But remember, do it quickly. I will stay in Jiang City for half a month. When I leave, I must hand this matter over to the local official forces. In other words, you only have half a month." "That's enough." Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. He had already made over 6 billion. Within half a month, he should be able to acquire more than half of Rongjing Group's shares. With the remaining matters, Xiao Chen couldn't get involved, so he took his leave. Li Yanin kindly exchanged phone numbers with Xiao Chen, telling him to contact him if he encountered anything he couldn't solve. After leaving, Xiao Chen saw that it was still early, so he went to find Su Cheng. Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing were in the rental house, packing their things, planning to escape. When they saw Xiao Chen, they were both stunned. "Aiken, you're okay?" "That's great." Su Cheng looked Xiao Chen up and down, confirming he was unharmed, and immediately felt relieved. "I knew you were a good person. Good people have their own protection. But Jiang City is too dangerous. We should escape quickly. Let's go back home. I'll open a farmhouse you can feed pigs, and then contract a fish pond. Xiaoqing can plant grapes and raise some poultry. Although we won't earn much, it will be enough to support ourselves. It's better than living in fear in Jiang City, right?" In Su Cheng's view, Xiao Chen must have offended someone he shouldn't have and even attracted criminals. If they continued to stay in Jiang City, they would eventually be toyed with and killed. It was safer to go back home. Lin Xiaoqing didn't speak but hugged Su Cheng's arm, clearly in agreement. Xiao Chen said lightly, "You know what is going on in our village. The young people have all gone out to work. Only some old, weak, sick, and disabled people are left at home to take care of the children. Even if your skills are good, there probably won't be many people to consume your services. Don't go back home. Stay here and work with me." "Work with you?" Su Cheng was taken aback. "What kind of work? Delivering takeout?" Xiao Chen said, "I plan to acquire Yunming Hotel, and I'm just in need of a helper. You can stay and help me manage the hotel." "What?" Su Cheng thought he had heard wrong. He stepped forward to feel Xiao Chen's forehead, confused. "You're not feverish. Why are you talking nonsense? Yunming Hotel is one of the few five-star hotels in Jiang City. It's worth over $1 billion. How are you going to acquire it? With just words? Or by dreaming?" "It really is by dreaming. However," Xiao Chen didn't say this directly, but instead transferred 40,000 to Su Cheng on the spot. "Salary is paid monthly, and I'll pay in advance. You'll manage an exchange for 5% of the shares, and there will also be dividends at the end of the year." He then looked at Lin Xiaoqing and asked, "Xiaoqing, do you want to manage the hotel with Chengzi, or do you want to be my assistant?" "If you follow Chengzi, the monthly salary is only 100,000. If you follow me, it's 300,000. I want to follow you." Lin Xiaoqing made her choice without hesitation. Su Cheng's face darkened, and he stepped forward to grab Xiao Chen's collar, coldly saying, "Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Are you trying to buy Xiaoqing with money? Do you believe I—" While speaking, Su Cheng had already raised his fist, but he was pushed away by Xiao Chen, who said helplessly, "Chengzi, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? If it weren't for Zhou being busy with something, I wouldn't need Xiaoqing's help at all. If you really don't believe it, you can follow Xiaoqing for a while. Once the hotel paperwork is done, you can go over and take charge of the hotel." Su Cheng finally released Xiao Chen, but insisted on following Lin Xiaoqing to prevent Xiao Chen from doing anything that would harm their brotherhood. Xiao Chen didn't mind. He transferred another 30,000 to Lin Xiaoqing before taking them to the mountainside villa. Upon seeing Xiao Chen swipe his face to enter building number 9, and then seeing Zhou Yingxian in the living room, Su Cheng's inner doubts were completely dispelled. With such a beautiful wife like Zhou Yingxian, how could Xiao Chen still be thinking about Lin Xiaoqing? Moreover, Xiao Chen was living in a villa worth over 100 million. With Lin Xiaoqing's looks, she probably wouldn't catch his eye, but he was still puzzled. Just a few days ago, wasn't he Xiao Chen worrying about the 30,000 betrothal gift? How did he suddenly become a rich man? Did he win the lottery? But he hadn't heard that anyone in Jiang City had won $1 billion recently. After introducing, Xiao Chen began to arrange work. Lin Xiaoqing followed Zhou Yingxian to familiarize herself with the acquisition process. After all, now that she could make money, she couldn't let the money sit in the bank collecting dust. It had to be put to work. Investment was essential. Xiao Chen wanted Lin Xiaoqing to learn more so she could take over in the future. The task of ordering food was assigned to Su Cheng. He was to find a new house, no need for renovations, just buy all the iron racks. Through takeout, they would place the ordered meals and necessary supplies in that house. For the takeout part, Xiao Chen contacted the former manager Chen Chengyin and let him take charge of it. Everything was arranged, and Xiao Chen sent the people away. After a hearty meal and storing today's supplies into a space, Xiao Chen finished washing up and lay down in bed, drifting into a deep sleep. In the apocalypse, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 29. Berserker Awakener first. Have a good meal, then go kill zombies. They were still near the seafood market. After several days of killing, they were getting closer to the seafood market, now less than 100 meters away. Xiao Chen could see some situations inside the market. There were many zombies there, with thousands surrounding it, mostly second-level zombies. He even spotted more than 10 silver zombies. They were simply not strong enough to fight them. Xiao Chen immediately led his team to retreat. However, not long after they left, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense spotted a familiar face. Following Wu Gui. On the first day of doing hard labor, he was a one-man team. He had injuries on him, wrapped in blood-stained cloth, but his eyes were sharp, making it hard for others to look him in the eye. Later, Xiao Chen asked Wang Yao and learned that the person's name was Xiao Zhan. He was very strong in combat and had Wu Gui's trust, being groomed for key development. At this moment, within Xiao Chen's spiritual sense range, Xiao Zhan was fighting a brass zombie, clearly at a disadvantage. He had multiple injuries, blood flowing continuously. Yet, Xiao Zhan showed no intention of retreating. With his agile movements and the long knife in hand, he managed to avoid being directly killed. However, there were more than 30 first-level zombies behind the brass zombie. Even if Xiao Zhan killed the brass zombie, escaping would not be easy. Thinking it was a trivial matter, Xiao Chen decided to help. So, he led his team in that direction. On the way, Xiao Chen sensed Xiao Zhan biting his own tongue and swallowing a mouthful of his essence blood. Then, his aura suddenly surged. Xiao Zhan let out a roar, his eyes red, and charged at the brass zombie, hacking at its neck again and again. After striking more than 10 times, he finally severed the head of the brass zombie. The body dissipated, leaving behind a second-level awakening pill. Xiao Zhan hurriedly picked it up and hid it close to him like a treasure. At that moment, the first-level zombies charged forward. Xiao Zhan swung his knife to fend them off. He barely managed to kill 7, but soon fell to the ground, exhausted. His knife dropped. The zombies seized the opportunity and rushed to Xiao Zhan. Just as Xiao Zhan was about to be torn apart by the zombies, Xiao Chen arrived. He flashed to Xiao Zhan's side, using both fists and feet to drive the zombies away. It was Xiao Zhan. Wang Yao also recognized the fallen person and quickly joined the battle. Against first-level zombies, Wang Yao didn't even need to go invisible. In no time, she slaughtered all 20-odd zombies, collecting 13 awakening pills that dropped. He was indeed a berserker-type awakener. Seeing Xiao Chen checking on Xiao Zhan, Wang Yao reminded him, using his own essence blood can greatly enhance his combat power, but it lasts only a short time, just 1 minute. The after-effects are severe. After a minute, he will faint from exhaustion. Even if he wakes up, his combat power will be reduced, and he will need at least 2 days of rest to recover. Let's give him some water first. Once he wakes up, we can give him some food, and he'll be fine. Xiao Chen, do you want to recruit him? Yes. Xiao Chen replied without hesitation. Our team consists of second-level awakeners, but our combat power is indeed a bit low. When facing silver zombies, we can only run away, so we need a berserker-type awakener. Once he levels up to second level, we can go hunt silver zombies. That won't be easy. Wang Yao sighed. Wu Gui intends to focus on developing Xiao Zhan to make him a trusted confidant. Is this how he trains him? Xiao Chen sneered. If we hadn't come, he would have died today. Besides, a few days ago, when we were on a mission, Xiao Zhan was also on a mission. If he were truly being prioritized for development, how could he be in such a situation? Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. While talking, Xiao Chen had already taken out water and personally fed it to Xiao Zhan. Sure enough, in just a moment, Xiao Zhan woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Xiao Chen's handsome face. He had some impression of him. This guy kept sizing him up when he first arrived at the bathhouse. If it weren't for his slight handsomeness, Xiao Zhan wouldn't have remembered him at all. It's you? Xiao Zhan struggled to sit up and respectfully said, "Thank you for saving me." Then he noticed Wang Yao and Zhou Qingyu standing nearby. "Why are you all together?" Xiao Zhan asked in confusion. Then he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "You betrayed Manager Wu. How are you still alive?" "Huh?" Xiao Chen was speechless. "We just saved you. And you wish for us to die? That's not what I meant." Xiao Zhan realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. "You have no food, no water, and not much combat power. It's quite remarkable to have survived this long after leaving Manager Wu." Xiao Chen could see that this guy was just a naive young man. He could really talk himself into a hole. Xiao Chen was too lazy to waste more words and directly stated, Ao Zhan, I want to invite you to join my team. Are you willing? Your team? Ao Zhan glanced at Xiao Chen's 5 people and shook his head in refusal. You are too few. You can't survive in this apocalyptic environment. Zhou Qingyu, Wang Yao, you should come back. You have the ability. Manager Wu might just scold you a bit, but he won't do anything to you. Xiao Chen, you should leave. Given that you just saved me, I'll pretend I never saw you and won't report you to Manager Wu. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen slapped him. What the hell? I just saved your life, and you turn around and try to dig your own people out? How can you be so shameless? You dare hit me? Ao Zhan glared at Xiao Chen, his expression as if he wanted to swallow him whole. What's wrong with hitting you? Xiao Chen picked up Ao Zhan's long knife and held it against his neck, disdainfully saying, even if I killed you, no one would say anything. Ao Zhan was choked, but he still held his head high and said, Xiao Chen, you are taking advantage of me. If I were at my peak, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Is that so? Xiao Chen sneered, even more dismissive. However, he did not kill Ao Zhan directly, but thought of a new way to recruit him. Ao Zhan, someone with a strong combat power but a single-minded personality, would definitely increase the survival odds of his team. Moreover, the other party's character was good, willing to leave despite the pressure from Wu Gui. After all, in today's apocalypse, who doesn't care about their own survival? Therefore, Xiao Chen recognized him and wanted to give him a chance. He continued, then I will give you a chance to fight me fairly. If you win, I will personally cut off my head and let you take it to Wu Gui to claim the reward. If you lose, you will obediently follow me. How about that? I can't possibly lose. Ao Zhan's words were interrupted by Xiao Chen. Hai Tao, tie him up and take him away. After he recovers, I will have a duel with him. He also conveniently took out a rope from his space for Cheng Hai Tao. Cheng Hai Tao was very willing to do this. Quickly tying up Ao Zhan, like pulling a horse, he dragged Ao Zhan forward. They were not heading back to the Green Garden community, but towards the urban village in the east of the city. Cheng Hai Tao had heard that there were also many zombies there, and no one dared to go there to search for supplies. Xiao Chen and the others hadn't killed many zombies today, and everyone still needed second-level awakening pills to increase their strength. The number of zombies in the seafood market is too high, and their levels are also high, so Xiao Chen can only change his target. Is this going to the urban village? Along the way, Ao Zhan realized Xiao Chen's intention and reminded him, there are a lot of zombies over there, and most of them are bronze zombies. Going there is no different from seeking death. Let's go back to the bathhouse. With Manager Wu protecting you, at least you can survive for a while longer. Xiao Chen couldn't stand his pessimistic talk and had Cheng Hai Tao take out his stinky sock to stuff in Ao Zhan's mouth. Only then did it quiet down. Before long, they arrived at the urban village. Xiao Chen scanned the situation inside with his spiritual sense and became excited. Chapter 30. Just waiting to die, but Xiao Chen did not speak. Instead, he looked at Cheng Hai Tao. After listening carefully, Cheng Hai Tao was extremely excited. We're going to make a fortune, big brother Xiao. There are over 700 zombies inside. There are more than 400 bronze zombies and no silver zombies. After this haul, you should be able to level up to level 3. Wait, what? Ao Zhan, who was being dragged along, felt that this group of people had gone mad. Over 700 zombies? They actually planned to go in and fight? Did they have such guts? Wait, something's not right. What did that guy just say? Xiao Chen is leveling up to level 3? Could it be that Xiao Chen is currently a level 2 awakener? But that's not right. Just a few days ago, when he came to the bathhouse, he hadn't even awakened yet. How could it be so soon? And becoming an awakener means a significantly increased appetite. With the current shortage of supplies and their limited manpower, how could they possibly have enough food to fill their stomachs? If they can't eat enough, how could they have the strength to fight? Ao Zhan was puzzled, but with his mouth shut, he couldn't ask. At this moment, the zombies also caught the scent and started to come out. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and continued to use the previous formation. He and Wang Yao took the lead in killing. Cheng Hai Tao supervised, and Zhou Qingyu set up a barrier to protect Cheng Hai Tao and Nangong Aoshue. Xiao Chen took out 2 knives from his space and tossed one to Wang Yao. The two of them moved quickly towards the zombie horde, slashing with their knives. Crack! According to past experience, One slash down would definitely decapitate these black iron zombies. But now, the zombies' heads remained intact while the knives broke into two pieces. Wang Yao's knife was the same, splitting in half. Both of them were stunned, looking at each other in confusion. Xiao Chen, where did you get this knife? Why is it so fragile? Wang Yao asked. Xiao Chen had no idea how to explain. He couldn't just tell Wang Yao that it was a knife from his past life, right? He could only lie and say he found it. It's all junk. Xiao Chen discarded all the knives he had taken out and fought the zombies barehanded. He had been training as a level 2 for some time now, and his strength had increased significantly. He could crush the heads of black iron zombies with a single punch. But Wang Yao couldn't. Her ability was invisibility, and after entering level 2, she hadn't taken the level 2 awakening pill to train, so her strength was much weaker. When she had a knife, she could kill black iron zombies like slaughtering dogs, but without a weapon, it was very difficult for her to take them down. Use my carving knife. Nangong Aoshue understood this point and threw the carving knife to Wang Yao. Wang Yao didn't hold back. She caught the carving knife and fought alongside Xiao Chen. Killing black iron zombies was no problem, but when they encountered bronze zombies, it became difficult to kill them. The two of them worked together just to barely take down one bronze zombie. However, more and more zombies were closing in. Yeah. You should retreat into the barrier first. Xiao Chen knew this couldn't go on, but he was reluctant to give up so many bronze zombies. He could only instruct. Throw Ao Zhan's long knife to me. I'll continue fighting. Xiao Chen, there are too many zombies. You can't kill them all by yourself. Wang Yao suggested. How about we retreat first? Once we find suitable weapons, it won't be too late to come back and kill them. No. Xiao Chen shook his head. Time is life. As we level up, the zombies are leveling up too. If we're too slow, once the zombies' levels increase, we'll only be at their mercy. Don't worry, I'll know when to stop. Wang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. With her reminder, she believed Xiao Chen wouldn't act recklessly. She entered the barrier and threw Ao Zhan's long knife to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen caught the knife and began to slash at the zombies frantically. One head. 2 heads, 3 heads. Xiao Chen lost count of how many he had killed. His arms felt numb, and he was in a frenzied state. In his eyes, these weren't zombies. They were training resources. The more he killed, the faster they would level up. Ao Zhan was dumbfounded. How could he be this strong? At this moment, Ao Zhan didn't even have the courage to compete with Xiao Chen. He had to use secret techniques to boost his strength just to barely take down one bronze zombie, while Xiao Chen was killing bronze zombies as if they were dogs. Nangong Aoshue also looked at him with admiration. Big brother, Xiao not only has plenty of food, but his combat power is also strong. He truly deserves to be the backbone of this team. Zhou Qingyu, somewhat carefree, was still eating spicy strips. When it got too spicy, she would drink some water to ease it, showing no signs of tension about Xiao Chen's battle. Wang Yao clenched her fists tightly. She secretly vowed to become stronger, even stronger. Only by becoming powerful could she stay by Xiao Chen's side and fight with him, sharing his burdens. On the other hand, Cheng Haitao's ears kept twitching, listening to the footsteps and heartbeats of the zombies. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. What's wrong? Wang Yao noticed his condition and asked. I feel something's off, Cheng Haitao said. It seems the zombies in the urban village are being directed by someone and are closing in on us. Isn't it normal for them to close in? Wang Yao said, we're food for the zombies. They'll definitely come when they smell us. It's not a straightforward approach, Cheng Haitao explained. They're forming an encirclement. Aside from the zombies confronting Big Brother Xiao head-on, the others have quietly slipped away from several other sides. Our escape route has now been sealed. What? Wang Yao was shocked. Does that mean there are silver zombies inside? I've heard that silver zombies possess intelligence. They want to trap us. Realizing this, Wang Yao shouted to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, come back quickly. There's a situation. Hearing the shout, Xiao Chen gradually regained clarity and retreated to the barrier. Wang Yao voiced her suspicions. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before ordering a retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. A large number of zombies surged around the barrier, at least several hundred. Moreover, more zombies were continuously arriving. Careless, Xiao Chen sighed inwardly. The zombies in the urban village weren't just over 700. There were more. Both his divine sense and Cheng Haitao, thousand-mile ear, could only perceive or hear a limited distance. Within the range they knew, there truly were over 700 zombies. However, there were still zombies they didn't know about. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay and immediately commanded, "I'll charge in and clear a path for you. Qingyu, maintain the barrier and lead everyone to escape. Once we break out of the zombies' encirclement, don't hesitate for a moment. Immediately remove the barrier and run for your lives." "Yes." Zhou Qingyu nodded solemnly. Xiao Chen charged out again, swinging his knife and engaging with the zombies. With each slash, he would certainly kill a zombie. But those zombies seemed to know Xiao Chen's strategy, all surrounding him. For everyone he killed, 2, 3, or even 5 more would come. He simply couldn't kill them all. After killing over 100, Xiao Chen's arms were sore. Looking at the zombies, even more had come. Kill. Xiao Chen dared not hesitate and continued to swing his knife. No, if this continues, Xiao Chen will definitely exhaust himself. And we want to escape at all. Wang Yao observed Xiao Chen's condition and said with concern, "Yao Jia, do you have any ideas?" Zhou Qingyu asked. Wang Yao shook her head. "Let me help. I'll go too." Cheng Haitao also stood up, stepping out of the barrier with Wang Yao to fight the zombies. Wang Yao is doing a bit better, as he has reached the 2nd level and has a carving knife in hand, allowing him to kill some zombies to a certain extent. However, Cheng Haitao is much weaker. Barehanded, he can barely fend off the black iron zombies. When he encounters a bronze zombie, his arm is directly broken by the zombie. The pain makes him grit his teeth. Yet, he does not back down and continues to fight. Unfortunately, he is knocked into the barrier by a black iron zombie. It is only thanks to Ao Zhan that he doesn't fall to the ground. Ao Zhan. Cheng Haitao then realizes that there is another combat force within the barrier. He quickly pulls the stinky sock out of Ao Zhan's mouth and asks, "Ao Zhan, you've been with Wu Gui for a long time, and you have enough experience. Can you think of a way to break the deadlock?" "No way." Ao Zhan feels despondent. Looking at the state of these zombies, it is clear that someone is commanding them. The intelligent zombies are at least of silver level or even higher. If we could kill the commanding zombie, we could quietly slip away from under the noses of the bronze zombies with the protection of the barrier. Unfortunately, none of us has that kind of strength. We can only wait for death. Chapter 31, The Silver Zombie Thud. Cheng Haitao collapsed onto the ground. "What should I do?" Cheng Haitao pounded his thigh in frustration. "It's all my fault. My strength is weak, and my scouting distance is short. If I had known there were silver zombies inside, I would never have let Brother Xiao rush in, even if it meant death. I'm such an idiot." "Brother Cheng, stop staring blankly. Hurry and save Brother Xiao." Nangong Aoshua pushed Cheng Haitao, urging, "Look at Brother Xiao. He was hit by a zombie." Cheng Haitao looked up and indeed saw Xiao Chen being struck in the chest by a bronze zombie. He staggered back several steps and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cheng Haitao was startled and hurriedly rushed out to drag Xiao Chen back into the barrier. "Sister Yao, you come back too. We need to discuss our strategy." Seeing the situation on Wang Yao's side was equally grim, Xiao Chen called her back as well. Everyone returned to the barrier and looked at Xiao Chen. "I don't have any good ideas either," Xiao Chen said with a bitter smile. "Let's eat first. Even if we die, we should at least die with full stomachs." Saying this, Xiao Chen took out several sets of meals from his space. Ao Zhan was once again dumbfounded. A space-type ability user? No wonder he dared to leave Manager Wu's team. But wait a minute. Since Xiao Chen is a space-type ability user, why is his combat power still so strong? Could it be that he has dual abilities? Unfortunately, no one answered him, as everyone gathered around the dining table to feast. Gulp. Ao Zhan couldn't help but swallow hard. His eyes were almost popping out, overwhelmed by hunger. Following Wu Gui, he hadn't had a full meal in days. After just swallowing some essence blood and unleashing his berserk ability, he was exhausted and had fallen unconscious. Now his stomach was growling incessantly. Seeing the delicious food, he could no longer hold back, and saliva flowed like rain. Xiao Chen also noticed him. He hurried over to untie him and apologized. "Ao Zhan, I'm sorry. I wanted to recruit you into our team, but enjoy a good meal. In a bit, I'll rush out again to attract the zombies' attention. You should try to escape. If you can't escape, it just means it's your fate. And you all do the same. Try your best to escape." In the next life, I'll apologize to you again. Brother Xiao, you don't need to apologize. I've never blamed you. Zhou Qingyu was the first to speak, a smile on her face. Being able to eat so many good things in the apocalypse, it's worth it even if I die. Brother Xiao, I don't blame you either, Nangong Aoshua chimed in. If it weren't for your help, I would have starved to death long ago. Wang Yao remained silent, quickly stuffing food into her mouth. Cheng Haitao did the same. Both were determined in their hearts that even if they were to die, they would eat their fill and have the strength to fight back. Even if they died in battle, they would carve a bloody path for Xiao Chen. You don't need to apologize to me. Xiao Chen, Ao Zhan, shook his head and said, if you hadn't saved me just now, I would have already died at the hands of those zombies. Moreover, we might still have a chance to escape. What do you mean? Xiao Chen raised his voice sharply. Do you have a way? No, Ao Zhan continued to shake his head, but we can try. These zombies understand how to surround us. And they must be under the command of the silver zombie. As long as we can kill the silver zombie, they will be like a scattered sand. We have a barrier master. Perhaps we can avoid the bronze zombies and successfully escape. But that's a silver zombie, Xiao Chen said, feeling a bit despondent. Among us, I'm a highest level, but I'm still far from level 3. How could I possibly kill a silver zombie? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at Ao Zhan. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Xiao Chen, why are you staring at me? Ao Zhan took a couple of steps back, distancing himself from Xiao Chen. Let me tell you, my orientation is very normal. Even if your strength is stronger than mine, you can't force me. I'd rather die than yield. Bang! Xiao Chen kicked him away, speechless. What are you thinking? My orientation is even more normal than yours. The reason I'm looking at you is to ask, if you reach level 2, can you defeat the silver zombie? I should be able to. Ao Zhan thought for a moment and said, after I swallow the essence blood, my combat power can increase a level. At level 2, I can unleash level 3 combat power. But right now, I haven't even touched the threshold of level 2, and I only have one level 2 awakening pill, which is hard to use. Moreover, upgrading takes time. We probably don't have much time left. As Ao Zhan spoke, he looked outside the barrier. There, both the bronze and black iron zombies were charging at the barrier like mad. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies kept crashing into the barrier, making a dull sound. What? Xiao Chen was stunned. The barrier actually functioned like a physical object, able to block the zombies? Xiao Chen turned to Zhou Qingyu and asked. Yes, Zhou Qingyu replied. Not only can it block zombies, but it can also block people. Then before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Zhou Qingyu spoke again. As long as I want to, I can make it feel like you are in an uninhabited realm. Good, very good, Xiao Chen said excitedly. With the barrier's obstruction, we'll have enough time. Ao Zhan, hurry and level up. Here are a level 1 awakening pill and a level 2 awakening pill, along with food and water. Right now, only if you reach level 2 do we have a chance to break out. Ao Zhan was stunned again, staring blankly at Xiao Chen, muttering, Xiao Chen, are all these for me? Stop with the nonsense. Xiao Chen urged. Hurry up and cultivate. Improve your strength as much as possible. Escaping is the key. Oh, okay. Ao Zhan no longer hesitated, grabbing the awakening pills and shoving them into his mouth. 1-2. Xiao Chen didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he took out all the level 2 awakening pills from his space and distributed them for everyone to cultivate. But everyone was very conscious, like Cheng Haitao and Nangong Aoshua, who were vigilantly on guard around them. Their abilities were quite special, and even if they took awakening pills, as long as they didn't step into level 3, there shouldn't be too much change, so they left the pills for the more useful people like Wang Yao and Xiao Chen. However, after Wang Yao took 6 pills, she stopped. With a bitter smile, she said, my progress is too slow. Xiao Chen, you should go ahead. Xiao Chen didn't bother with pleasantries and started taking the pills himself. 1-2. When he took the 23rd pill, Zhou Qingyu spat out blood. With a loud wow, she coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Her face also turned pale. Qingyu, what happened to you? Xiao Chen quickly stopped and asked worriedly. There are too many zombies outside, and most of them are bronze zombies, Zhou Qingyu said with a bitter smile. They're all attacking the barrier together. I fear I can't hold on for long. How long can you hold on? Xiao Chen asked. According to the current situation, at most 1 hour. Zhou Qingyu added silently in her heart. After 1 hour, I will be a corpse. Only 1 hour? Xiao Chen glanced at Ao Zhan, who was gritting his teeth and trying to level up, but hadn't even touched the threshold of level 2 yet. Even if he touched it, he would still need to take the level 2 awakening pills to advance. The upgrade would take at least 3 hours. There simply wasn't enough time. I'll go kill some zombies to relieve the pressure on the barrier. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chen made a decision and strode out. As soon as he exited the barrier, zombies surrounded him. Xiao Chen swung his big knife, charging left and right. Unfortunately, there were too many zombies, and he couldn't break through. The zombies attacking the barrier showed no signs of stopping. Just then, a loud roar came from the distance. Roar. Accompanying the roar, a zombie radiating silver light came rushing towards him at great speed. It was a level 3 zombie. Whether it was Ao Zhan, who was cultivating, or the others inside the barrier, they all stood up and looked at the silver zombie with serious expressions. Chapter 32. Mentalist Ao Zhan. Stop dawdling and keep improving. Xiao Chen shouted, I'm here to hold back this silver zombie and try not to let it touch the barrier. The bronze zombie can already make Zhou Qingyu spit blood through the barrier. If the silver zombie strikes as well, Zhou Qingyu might die on the spot. I tricked her out of Wu Gui, so I must protect her completely. Even if I die, I should die in front of her. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and charged at the silver zombie. However, there were too many zombies around, and he couldn't break out. He saw the silver zombie stepping closer to the barrier, the distance shrinking. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Chen thought of the handgun. His previous self had taken a gun from a thug with more than 10 bullets. It could attack from a distance. Xiao Chen hurriedly took it out, loaded a bullet, and fired at the silver zombie. Bang! The bullet shot out of the chamber, hitting the silver zombie in the chest. However, it only sparked and ricocheted off without leaving a mark. The benefit was that it momentarily stunned the silver zombie, which was somewhat useful. Holding the gun, Xiao Chen fired continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots hit the zombie's head. Although there were no wounds, it seemed to cause the zombie some pain. Did zombies feel pain? Xiao Chen had no time to think. He noticed that the silver zombie was charging at him. Xiao Chen quickly prepared to defend himself. But halfway through its charge, Wang Yao appeared. She used her invisibility ability to quietly walk out of the barrier and blocked the zombie's path. With a knife, she slashed at the silver zombie's neck. Screech. A harsh sound rang out. The knife couldn't cut through the zombie's neck, leaving only a white mark that was instantly healed. Failing to succeed, Wang Yao quickly went invisible again. Unfortunately, it was too late. The silver zombie punched her in the chest. Crack. Several ribs must have broken. She flew back and crashed near the barrier. If it weren't for Cheng Haitao's quick reflexes dragging her back, she would have been torn apart by the zombie. Roar. The silver zombie let out another roar. The black iron and bronze zombies made way for it, allowing it to charge unimpeded toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, preparing for battle. With agile movements, he could barely dodge in front of the silver zombie. However, there were too many zombies around. He could evade the silver zombie's attacks, but couldn't avoid those from the bronze zombies. A moment of carelessness, and he would be hit. In just a few minutes, Xiao Chen had taken 6 or 7 hits, 2 bones broken. The pain made him break out in cold sweat, but he could only grit his teeth and endure. Xiao Chen, give me the knife. Let me handle it. At that moment, Ao Zhan rushed out from the barrier, shouting, You've advanced to level 2? Xiao Chen was overjoyed. No, Ao Zhan shook his head. I just touched the threshold of level 2. Advancing takes too much time. There's no opportunity. Ugh. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Time was the main issue. If only he had more time to grow, but it seemed he still couldn't kill the silver zombie. Damn it. What kind of dream is this? Why can't I kill the zombies at a higher level? Dream? At this thought, Xiao Chen's mind cleared up a lot. The apocalypse here was his dream. In the dream, he was the protagonist. With a halo, he shouldn't be able to die. Then let's fight. Even if it means being shattered to pieces, he would take down this silver zombie. After all, with the halo, he wouldn't die. Resolute, Xiao Chen threw the long knife to Ao Zhan and fought barehanded. It was almost a trade of injuries. His injuries were real, while the zombie's injuries healed almost instantly. It felt like a lonely exchange. However, there was an advantage, with Xiao Chen risking his life to hold the zombie back. Ao Zhan managed to slash at the silver zombie's neck several times. He actually created a gash. Although it was healing, it couldn't heal as fast as it was being cut. If he kept hacking away for dozens or even hundreds of times, he could likely sever the zombie's head. This gave Xiao Chen hope. Sigh. But then Ao Zhan sighed. If only there were a mentalist here. Mentalist? Xiao Chen was taken aback. What kind of ability was that? I heard that mentalists can control zombies with their mental power, Ao Zhan explained while fighting. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard from Wu Guwei that the silver zombie has developed some intelligence, equivalent to human thought. If we can influence its thinking with mental power, we can turn it back into an ordinary zombie. Right now, all our attacks are being blocked by it, but without its intelligence, it wouldn't be able to resist our strikes. A few more slashes, and I believe we could sever its head. Mental power? Xiao Chen caught the key point. Could it be like spiritual awareness? Just like in some fantasy novels where they control fire, refine pills, attack the sea of consciousness, etc. Forget it. I'll just give it a try. Xiao Chen had an epiphany, telling Ao Zhan to keep distracting the silver zombie while he retreated into the barrier. Roar. The silver zombie roared again, seemingly unwilling to let Xiao Chen leave and perhaps issuing commands. In any case, with that roar, its attacks became more ferocious. Ao Zhan couldn't withstand it and was hit several times. The surrounding bronze and black iron zombies no longer surrounded Ao Zhan, but surged toward the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. They swung their arms, continuously pounding on the barrier. Puffed. Zhou Qingyu spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face turned even paler, and her breath became weak. She was on the verge of death. Xiao Chen wanted to advise her not to push herself, but he couldn't find the words. In the current situation, if Zhou Qingyu let down the barrier, none of the people present would likely survive. Endure. Xiao Chen bit his tongue to stay calm. He tried to mobilize his spiritual awareness. But how could he disrupt the silver zombie's thinking? Xiao Chen fell into contemplation. He remembered that when he stepped into level 2, he had tried the wonderful use of spiritual awareness. Controlling within a 3-meter range, he could perceive further. If he condensed his spiritual awareness into a knife and struck at the silver zombie's head, would it turn it into a fool? Oh wait, this guy was already a fool. Let's do it. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Xiao Chen controlled his spiritual awareness and really condensed it into a knife. But the knife was small, about the size of Nangong Aoshue's carving knife. Could this thing hurt someone? Xiao Chen was speechless. What? Wang Yao asked, confused. Do you have a new weapon? A spiritual awareness knife, Xiao Chen replied. Huh? Wang Yao was taken aback, quickly realizing something. She exclaimed, Xiao Chen, you're actually a mentalist? Right, you are. When we first killed the bronze zombie, you didn't go inside and found 2 bronze zombies in there. Mentalists are the nemesis of high-level zombies with intelligence. Hurry up and kill it. Ugh. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Kill it? How? He wasn't even sure if he was a mentalist, let alone how to use spiritual awareness. He could only treat a dead horse as a live one. He controlled the spiritual awareness knife and swung it down at the silver zombie's head, then pierced through its body and fell to the ground. Chapter 33 is that Xiao Chen? Thud. The one who fell was not a zombie, but Ao Zhan, with the order from the silver zombie. Both the bronze zombies and black iron zombies all rushed towards the barrier. A frenzied collision. The silver zombie wanted to challenge Ao Zhan one-on-one. Ao Zhan knew he was no match, but Xiao Chen had just instructed him to hold off the silver zombie to prevent it from attacking the barrier. So Ao Zhan did not retreat. Instead, he bit his tongue again and consumed his essence blood to keep his combat power at its peak. Of course, the cost was high. Normally, when he first unleashed his berserk ability, it could last for a minute. The second time, it could only last 20 seconds. After 20 seconds, he would faint on the spot. Now that he had touched the threshold of level 2, there was a slight increase. The first time he unleashed his berserk ability, he could hold on for 3 minutes, and the second time, he could last 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, he would also fall into a coma. Xiao Chen needed time. Even an extra half-minute would be good. So Ao Zhan did not hesitate and planned to confront the silver zombie in peak condition. He really found an opportunity. Wielding his knife with all his might, he struck fiercely at the silver zombie's neck. The result, the zombie disappeared. He struck the air and had a close encounter with the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He also fainted completely. What about the zombie? Chung Haitao was the first to react, wondering, could it be that Ao Zhan killed it? Wang Yao had already gotten up and rushed outside, quickly dragging Ao Zhan back. Then she looked around and indeed did not find the silver zombie's figure. Could it really be dead? Wang Yao murmured softly. Confirmed dead. Chung Haitao exclaimed excitedly. I can't hear the silver zombie's heartbeat. It has been killed. We are saved. Brother Xiao, we... Chung Haitao intended to report the good news to Xiao Chen, but when he looked at Xiao Chen, he hurriedly stopped his voice. He rushed to Xiao Chen's side in a single leap, anxiously saying, Brother Xiao, what's wrong with you? The others were attracted by his voice and looked over. They saw Xiao Chen lying on the ground. His black hair had somehow turned white. His eye sockets were sunken. His handsome face had not only turned as pale as paper, but also showed layers of wrinkles. He looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. The key was that his breath was extremely weak. If it weren't for Chung Haitao still being able to hear his heartbeat, they would have likely mistaken him for a corpse. Nangong Aoshue wanted to push Xiao Chen to wake him up, but she was stopped by Wang Yao, saying, Don't move. Brother Xiao is injured. We are not doctors. Moving him carelessly may worsen his injuries. That silver zombie was likely killed by him, at the cost of his own vitality. Now his bodily organs must have deteriorated to a terrible state. If his injuries worsen, it would be really impossible to save him. What should we do? Nangong Aoshue panicked. Brother Xiao has sacrificed so much for us. We can't just watch him die, can we? Although the silver zombie is dead, there are still many bronze zombies and black iron zombies outside. We can't break through it all. Wang Yao sighed. We can't even call a doctor for him. All we can do now is take care of him. Nangong Aoshue, you feed him some water. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Qingyu spat out a mouthful of blood again. Her consciousness was a bit hazy, but she shook her head, bit her tongue, and forced herself to stay awake, continuing to maintain the barrier. Qingyu. Wang Yao was shocked and rushed forward to support her. She wanted Zhou Qingyu to withdraw the barrier. But seeing the zombies outside continuously attacking, Wang Yao closed her mouth again. Embracing Zhou Qingyu gently, her heart was full of pity. Wang Yao murmured softly, It will all pass. Everything will pass. It was unclear whether she was comforting Zhou Qingyu or self-soothing. Her eyes, not knowing when, were already filled with tears. Cough, cough. At this moment, Ao Zhan coughed a few times and opened his eyes. While Wang Yao and Nangong Aoshue took care of Xiao Chen, Chung Haitao was attending to Ao Zhan. Although this guy was not his own team member, he had contributed a lot during the attack on the silver zombie. Without Ao Zhan's restraint, their team could not have lasted that long. In fact, they would have been wiped out by now. One should not forget kindness. So Chung Haitao fed Ao Zhan some water and some easily digestible food. This finally helped Ao Zhan regain consciousness. The first question Ao Zhan asked upon opening his eyes was, Where are the zombies? Where is the silver zombie? It was clearly right in front of me. How did it disappear? It was killed by Brother Xiao, Chung Haitao said. How do you feel? If you're fine, take care of yourself. I need to look after Brother Xiao. Without giving Ao Zhan a chance to speak again, Chung Haitao had already left, surrounding Xiao Chen. Nangong Aoshue was feeding Xiao Chen water while he wiped Xiao Chen's mouth with his sleeve, doing it very gently, afraid of hurting him. Is this Xiao Chen? Ao Zhan was shocked to see Xiao Chen's condition. How did he end up like this? And Zhou Qingyu, why are you also injured? Ao Zhan's words were cut off as he saw the zombies outside madly crashing into the barrier. He was completely stunned. The silver zombie was killed, but the others were still here. Xiao Chen was lying down. The barrier master was severely injured. How could they escape? Ao Zhan said blankly, It's over. This time it's really over. Once the barrier is breached. Mumbling to this point, he suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, Zhou Qingyu, try to shrink the barrier a bit. Huh? Zhou Qingyu was taken aback. She was a level 2 barrier master, and the barrier she set up had to be at least 30 cubic meters. How could it be shrunk? The zombies outside were attacking the barrier following the silver zombie's orders. Ao Zhan explained. Now that the silver zombie is dead, the order is still in effect. Once the barrier shrinks, those zombies will lose their target. They probably won't attack the barrier anymore. How do you shrink the barrier? Zhou Qingyu asked her doubt. She could make the barrier larger, but she really couldn't shrink it. How would I know? Ao Zhan rolled his eyes. He wasn't a barrier master. Just try it. Wang Yao also suggested, the barrier consumes ability energy. Just use a little less energy. Xiao Chen nodded, and upon trying, it really succeeded. The barrier shrank to 20 meters. The energy consumption also decreased accordingly. It really worked. Zhou Qingyu said happily, those zombies outside really can't find a target, like headless flies. As long as we stay inside the barrier and don't go out, they can't hurt us. But this isn't a long-term solution. Wang Yao sighed. We can't stay like this forever, can we? You're human, not a machine. How long can you hold out? Moreover, Xiao Chen is severely injured and on the verge of death. He must receive treatment quickly. I will quickly improve my strength. A.O. Zhan said, once I step into level 2, I can lead you all out. Then we can find Manager Wu. There is a healer in his team who should be able to save Xiao Chen. That's all we can do. Wang Yao also had no better solution and could only nod in agreement. After all, the stronger they were, the greater the chance of escaping. Moreover, after just killing so many level 2 zombies, they dropped over 100 level 2 awakening pills. Enough for them to consume. Even Cheng Haitao joined the team for upgrades. Only Nangong Aoshue continued to take care of Xiao Chen attentively. In reality, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Thinking about what happened in the dream, he couldn't help but complain. What a broken dream. Almost made me useless. If that Xiao Chen really died, would I have to go down with him? Damn, this golden finger is a bit of a trap. Complaining aside, work still needs to be done. But after thinking it through, it seems there is nothing to do. Ordering food is handled by Su Cheng. Acquiring the Guo family's business is managed by Zhou Yingxian and Lin Xiaoqing. I become a bystander. How about going to a brothel to listen to music? Phew, it's not ancient times. Where would I find a brothel? But without a brothel, there are clubs. Since I become wealthy, I should enjoy myself, right? Deciding on this, Xiao Chen searched online. He found a well-reviewed club and drove over. Chapter 34. He wants to be an ancestor. The Zijin Club is located in the western suburbs, a large venue that combines leisure and entertainment. Ranking among the top 3 in the entire Jiang city. Surrounded by mountains and water, the environment is elegant. As Xiao Chen drove over, he immediately felt something different. It was as if there was a barrier here that isolated the murky atmosphere from the outside. Taking a deep breath felt refreshing. No wonder wealthy people like to come to places like this. It really can help one relax. Xiao Chen felt that this trip was worth it. After finding a parking space and parking his car, Xiao Chen was just about to head to the lobby when his spiritual sense unexpectedly swept over a familiar face. An Ai Wei, a member of the Dragon Soul organization, who was the one using a sniper rifle beside Li Yanin. However, at this moment, he was not carrying his rifle, but only had a dagger hidden at his waist. He was dressed very stylishly, all in branded clothes, with shiny, slicked-back hair. He was driving a Maybach, looking every bit the rich young master. If he stood next to Xiao Chen, it would be easy to tell who was wealthy and who was poor. Xiao Chen felt a bit puzzled. According to Li Yanin, the Dragon Soul organization was the nation's sharp blade and rarely had holidays. How did an Ai Wei end up at a place like this? Could it be that he was expelled? That seemed likely. Otherwise, a member of the system dressed like that would be clearly telling others, I am a corrupt official. Wouldn't they? It would be a disservice to the public if there wasn't a thorough investigation. Even so, Xiao Chen did not let his guard down. After all, an Ai Wei had a close relationship with Li Yanin. He had just promised Li Yanin that he would take good care of Zhou Yingxian. And now he was at the Zijin Club. He wondered what Li Yanin would think. To be safe, Xiao Chen slipped back into his car, planning to wait until an Ai Wei left before going to the club for a massage and foot rub. However, to his surprise, an Ai Wei's Maybach parked right next to him with a screech of brakes. Startled, Xiao Chen shrank his neck, hurriedly reclined his seat, held his breath, and lay back. An Ai Wei did not get out of the car, but was on the phone, speaking in a pleading tone. Captain, why don't you just find someone else? I really can't pull off being a rich second generation. Who else is there? Came the voice of Captain Li Yanin from the phone. Hong Jie is a woman and can't enter the club, and San Guzi has already shown his face. You're the only one among us who can get close to Zhou Heihu and follow the clues to find the mastermind. We can invite outside help. An Ai Wei stubbornly replied. Xiao Chen is not bad. Not only is he handsome, but he's also strong. He is more suitable than I am. He has no real power, Li Yanin countered. When I tested him yesterday, I held back and didn't use ancient martial arts power, so he was able to slightly gain the upper hand. Based on my judgment, Xiao Chen has just touched the threshold of being a martial artist. Zhou Heihu is a yellow-level martial artist, and Xiao Chen is no match for him. Besides, Xiao Chen is the man's what Yingxian likes. If something goes wrong because of my orders, how can I face the Zhou family? Stop finding excuses. Once this mission is completed, all the rewards will belong to you, okay? Captain, you said this, and you can't go back on it. I'm not going back on it. Only then did Wei hang up the phone and swagger into the club. Xiao Chen was speechless. It was hard to believe that he had come to the club only to encounter such a situation. However, this also piqued his interest. After the connection with the post-apocalyptic world, Xiao Chen had taken the awakening pill, which not only enhanced his strength, but also caused various changes in his body. He was sure that he had stepped into the path of cultivation. However, the previous Xiao Chen was just a poor loser who, apart from reading novels, had no exposure to this field and had no idea about the classification of cultivation levels. Martial artist? Or yellow level? What exactly was this level? Was it stronger than himself? Xiao Chen planned to investigate further. Thus, he quietly followed Wei inside. In reality, in society, those with money are considered lords, those with power are considered grandfathers, and those with strength are considered ancestors. Xiao Chen understood this principle very well. In his village, those who worked hard to earn money and became bosses would always invite local officials for a meal and give gifts during festivals to curry favor. The village head would always bow and scrape to the local ruffians and smile at them. When favorable policies came, they would be prioritized. Therefore, Xiao Chen needed strength. He wanted to be an ancestor. Otherwise, he would embarrass the male lead army that had the golden finger. To enhance his strength, he needed to understand his own situation. He couldn't just blindly mess around. Last time, he hastily took the level 2 awakening pill, and if it hadn't been for Zhou Yingshuan's timely intervention, he might have ended up harming himself. He had to be cautious. The line with Wei was a good one. As long as he helped them complete the task and didn't take the reward for himself, he should be able to learn about cultivation secrets. Spending $1 million to get a membership card, Xiao Chen smoothly entered the private room next to Wei's. The technician, dressed in a slightly smaller qipao, approached with a fragrant breeze to wash his feet, bending over and presenting an enticing view. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's focus was not on that. He half lay back, closed his eyes, and spread out his spiritual sense. He first scanned everything that should and shouldn't be seen, then focused on the room next door. In that room, Wei had called for 7 technicians. There were those who massaged shoulders, those who pounded legs, those who poured drinks, and those who acted as armrests, fully embodying the image of a young master. If Xiao Chen hadn't overheard that conversation in the car, he might have mistaken Wei for a young heir from a wealthy family who had just been found and was indulging in extravagant spending. It seemed debauched, but in reality, Wei's ears were always perked up, resembling Cheng Haitao from the post-apocalyptic world when he listened carefully. He was eavesdropping. As for which private room situation he was listening to, Xiao Chen scanned with his spiritual sense and quickly understood. After all, it was daytime, and there were very few guests at the club. Counting those getting massages and foot washes in the private rooms, there were only 3, himself, Wei, and one other person next to Wei, who should be Zhou Heihu. Zhou Heihu was thin, and it was not an exaggeration to say he looked like skin and bones, very much resembling someone from the post-apocalyptic world. He was quite the player. In the private room, there were 8 well-built women serving him. Xiao Chen initially did not want to see such indecent scenes. However, when his spiritual sense swept over, he noticed that there was something very peculiar flowing out of these women's bodies. It then quietly slipped into a black gourd in the room, very discreetly. If it weren't for his spiritual sense, he wouldn't have captured any trace of it. What was he doing? Xiao Chen became even more curious. He dared not let his spiritual sense relax for a moment and watched Zhou Heihu the entire time until he had his way with all 8 women. After sending the women away, Zhou Heihu simply cleaned himself up and carefully tucked the black gourd into his bosom before opening the private room door and walking out. He walked a bit unsteadily, needing to lean against the wall, moving somewhat slowly. Hearing the door open, Wei hurriedly pushed away the woman beside him and quickly followed. Xiao Chen also wanted to leave, but his spiritual sense suddenly discovered that Zhou Heihu had not left, but had hidden in another empty private room. Had he noticed someone following him? How'd he find out? Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks. Since Ai Wei had not completed the task, he would take his place and complete it instead. He could seek a reward from Li Yanin afterward. However, Xiao Chen soon found that Zhou Heihu was actually sleeping. Xiao Chen was helpless and could only refill his cup. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that Zhou Heihu finally woke up. Xiao Chen thought he was about to take action, but this guy ordered another 8 women, different from the previous ones, and proceeded to have his way with them one by one. While he was causing harm, there were still inexplicable things flowing out of the woman and drilling into the black gourd. Xiao Chen could only keep refilling his cup. His back was already rubbed raw, until his phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoqing calling. Her voice was anxious. Xiaogu, it's not good. Xian Jie is in trouble. Chapter 35 is what Yingxian was drugged Xiaoqing. Don't panic. Take your time and tell me what happened. Xiao Chen reassured as he walked. The surveillance on Zhou Heihu had long been thrown to the back of his mind. No matter how important Li Yanin's matter was, it couldn't compare to Zhuang Xuan's life. By the time they reached the parking lot, Xiao Chen had already learned the truth. Recently, Zhou Yingxian had been preoccupied with acquiring Guo's Rongjin group, which had become known in their circles. Guo Sihai had invited Zhou Yingxian under the pretense of discussing the acquisition, but in reality, it was to gauge her intentions and perhaps plan a move against her. Zhou Yingxian was aware of this, which is why she told Lin Xiaoqing that if she didn't come out in an hour, she should contact Xiao Chen. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen drove to the Wanhe Hotel. Outside, he ran into Lin Xiaoqing. Big brother Xiao, you finally made it. Lin Xiaoqing rushed over. But as she was about to speak, Xiao Chen waved his hand and walked straight inside. The security attempted to stop him, but with a wave of his hand, he knocked one of them 3 meters away. His spiritual sense had already scanned the area, and he knew Zhou Yingxian was in the peony hall on the 3rd floor. She was lying on the couch, her face flushed and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her consciousness was a bit hazy. She attempted to tear her clothes, but gritted her teeth and forced her hands to stop, enduring great agony. Xiao Chen took one glance and guessed that she had been drugged. Inside the peony hall was a bald man in his 50s, setting up a camera with a lewd smile on his face. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay and quickly rushed over. 2 bodyguards were standing outside the door, but before they could say anything, Xiao Chen knocked them out with a kick. Bang! After dealing with the bodyguards, Xiao Chen kicked open the door. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me? Get out! Guo Sihai shouted angrily, turning around only to find that the person who entered was not a bodyguard but a young stranger. Who are you? Who let you in? Bodyguards? Where are they? Get over here and deal with this brat. Before Guo Sihai could finish, Xiao Chen kicked him in the stomach. Bang! Guo Sihai fell to the ground, curled up like a shrimp, clutching his stomach and crying tears of pain. He pointed at Xiao Chen, gritting his teeth and asking, Do you know who I am? Xiao Chen ignored him and rushed to the couch to check on Zhou Yingxian. But he was a doctor, so he couldn't determine anything. At that moment, the hotel manager and security rushed over. Before they could speak, Xiao Chen coldly said, My friend has been drugged in your hotel. If anything happens to her, the person in charge of your hotel will pay the price. The manager glanced at Guo Sihai and then at Zhou Yingxian, both of whom he recognized and couldn't afford to offend. He quietly reported the situation to his boss, but did not leave, instead maintaining order at the scene to keep onlookers out. Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to him and walked straight toward Guo Sihai. Take out the antidote, Xiao Chen said coldly. Huh? Guo Sihai sneered, disdainfully saying, In Jiangcheng no one. Slap. Xiao Chen didn't allow him to continue, directly slapping him across the face. What is the antidote? Xiao Chen asked again, controlling his strength, so he didn't completely incapacitate Guo Sihai, just causing him some pain. But it was humiliating. The chairman of Rongjin Group had been slapped in the face by a young brat, leaving a red and swollen mark. Guo Sihai roared, You! Slap. Another resounding slap followed, accompanied by Xiao Chen's voice, If I don't get the answer I want, your head will become a pig's head. Slap. Slap. After enduring more than 10 slaps, Guo Sihai's face turned green. He finally conceded. By this time, his bodyguards hadn't entered, which likely meant they had already been dealt with. And this young brat didn't care about the situation or his background, just came in slapping. Guasihai realized the situation and explained, "This is a stimulant. It won't kill anyone. There is no antidote. As long as you have relations with her, she won't feel discomfort." Xiao Chen had thought about this too, having read novels where the male lead often used such tactics to win over the female lead. Hitting Guasihai was just to confirm this. With the accurate answer now, Xiao Chen no longer hesitated and picked up Zhua Yingxian. He turned to the manager waiting outside and said, "You are the manager here, right? Find me an empty room. Follow me." The manager didn't dare to be slow and led Xiao Chen to an empty room. "Remember, no one is allowed to enter without my permission." After entering the room, Xiao Chen threatened the manager, "Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree." The manager nodded in agreement. Both parties were people he couldn't afford to offend. He could only wait for his boss to come and handle it. As long as the person didn't leave the hotel, it wouldn't count as his dereliction of duty. The manager even kindly left a few security guards outside before returning to the peony hall. Meanwhile, Guasihai got up from the ground, furious and venting his anger before making a phone call. "Master Zhou, where are you?" Guasihai suppressed his anger and switched to a fawning tone, cautiously saying, "I found a top-notch beauty here. Can you come take a look? Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, the gloom on Guasihai's face reappeared. He didn't make any more calls, but sat on the couch waiting. He believed that with Master Zhou's abilities, he could easily deal with Xiao Chen. After all, the other party was a martial artist, far stronger than the bodyguards he had recruited. On the other side, Xiao Chen locked the door, carrying Zhua Yingxian into the bedroom inside. Under the influence of the drug, Zhua Yingxian's clothes had already been torn apart, exposing large areas of her fair skin. Seemingly sensing the masculine aura, she began to tear at Xiao Chen's clothes. Xiao Chen didn't stop her. Last time, he was unconscious and taken advantage of by Zhua Yingxian, not experiencing it at all. This time, it was his turn. It was quite mystical and addictive. So in just half an hour, Xiao Chen succumbed. Zhua Yingxian also regained her clarity. After a moment of hesitation, she figured out what had happened. Blushing, she said, "Xiao Chen, yesterday I risked myself to save you. Today you risked yourself for me. We're even now. You haven't even lifted this skirt yet, and you want to deny it?" Xiao Chen said speechlessly. "You." Zhua Yingxian's face turned bright red. She knew in her heart that she could no longer distance herself from Xiao Chen. What happened yesterday was unknown to anyone, but today, with so many witnesses, it was obvious what had transpired. The news would surely reach the Zhua family. Xiao Chen would either become her husband or be silently killed. To survive, he needed enough capital. Simply acquiring Rongjin Group wasn't enough. He also needed to arrange the jewelry auction as soon as possible to help Xiao Chen earn enough money. As long as Xiao Chen had a cash flow of billions, he would catch the Zhua family's eye. Thinking of this, Zhua Yingxian asked, "Let us not talk about useless things. What's the situation outside now? Has Guasihai left?" Not yet. Although Xiao Chen was engaged in an indescribable activity, his consciousness was constantly monitoring the situation outside. Guasihai made a phone call and then sat on the sofa with ice packs on his face. Another woman in her 40s also arrived. Judging by the manager's attitude towards her, she should be the hotel owner. She was inquiring about what had happened. "Zhua, do you want revenge? I can help you," Xiao Chen continued. Chapter 36. The woman I provoked. No use in relying on face. What revenge? Zhua Yingxian shot Xiao Chen a glance. "Guasihai drugged me. He can't stand up to reason. This is a perfect opportunity for us to acquire his shares. We can't miss it. Xiao Chen, step aside. Once I get dressed, we'll go sign the share transfer contract." Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, he received a solid kick from Zhua Yingxian. Ouch! Xiao Chen rolled out of the bedroom, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. His expression darkened immediately upon seeing another man enter the hotel, rushing to the peony hall. The key was that he recognized him. It was Zhou Heihu, the target that Ni Wei was monitoring at Zijin Club. Xiao Chen was unsure of who Zhou Heihu was, but the actions he took today gave Xiao Chen a general impression, specifically that he specialized in extracting something from women. Guasihai drugging Zhua Yingxian was likely an attempt to deliver her to Zhou Heihu. This was touching his reverse scale. "Let us go find Guasihai." Zhua Yingxian finished getting ready and left the room with Xiao Chen, just in time to meet the woman outside. What's she doing here? Zhua Yingxian was momentarily stunned. The woman patted her shoulder and apologized. Xiao Xian, I'm really sorry that something like this happened on my turf. I'll make it right for you. Yeah. No need, really. Zhua Yingxian quickly replied. I can handle it myself. Handle it. Jun Luoxia gave Xiao Chen a strange look and shook her head. That might not be so easy. This guy almost killed Guo Sihai. Guo Sihai has already called for reinforcements. Acquiring shares from the Guo family is no longer possible. You hit Guo Sihai? Zhua Yingxian was shocked, looking at Xiao Chen. Yeah. Xiao Chen nodded. He wouldn't give you the antidote, so I gave him a beating. Zhua Yingxian was at a loss for words. Such a good opportunity was completely ruined by his few punches and kicks. Xiao Chen noticed Yingxian's worry and took her small hand, patting the back of her hand to comfort her. Zhua, don't worry. Let us go sign the contract. If Guo Sihai dares to cause trouble again, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. Not giving Zhua Yingxian a chance to respond, Xiao Chen strode towards the peony hall. Xiao Xian, is this guy your boyfriend? Jun Luoxia asked with a strange expression. He has quite something. He is my boss, Zhua Yingxian replied. What? Jun Luoxia was taken aback. But Zhua Yingxian had already caught up with Xiao Chen and entered the peony hall. Her boss? That didn't make sense. ISNT Yingxiang Jewelry, solely owned by Zhua Yingxian? When did she get a boss? Of course, none of that was important. What mattered was how Xiao Chen would deal with Guo Sihai. So, Jun Luoxia naturally followed into the peony hall. Master Zhou, it's him. As soon as Xiao Chen entered, Guo Sihai pointed at him and shouted, I've already drugged Zhua Yingxian and was just waiting for you. But this country bumpkin carried her away and even hit me. Master Zhou, quickly teach him a lesson and make him obediently deliver Zhua Yingxian to your bed. Slap. Before Guo Sihai could finish, Xiao Chen had slapped him hard across the face. Zhou Heihu saw this and rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Guo Sihai's dark face turned even darker. You dare hit me. Guo Sihai got up hopping mad. Hitting me in front of Master Zhou is hitting Master Zhou's face. Slap. Another slap landed. Zhou Heihu saw it clearly and quickly tried to intervene. But as soon as he grabbed Xiao Chen's arm, he was pushed back by an overwhelming force. Had he not been holding onto the sofa, he would have fallen. Buzz. Zhou Heihu's head was buzzing. A master. He was afraid he had surpassed the yellow level. Guo Sihai still wanted to shout, but was silenced by a glare from Zhou Heihu. Zhou Heihu bowed his hands and smiled, this young friend. May I ask where you learned your skills? I am a disciple of President Huang. Perhaps your master and mine are friends. Why not sit down and talk? We would want to create a situation where the flood washes away the Dragon King Temple, and family members don't recognize each other. I have no master. Xiao Chen shook his head. And who is President Huang? Is he that influential? Relying on Phase 1T, help when you provoke my woman, Xiao Chen replied. At this moment, Zhua Yingxian and Jun Luoxia had already entered the peony hall and clearly heard the conversation between Xiao Chen and Zhou Heihu. Their reactions were quite different. Jun Luoxia still smiled, enjoying the spectacle, while Zhua Yingxian's face changed slightly. She discreetly tugged at Xiao Chen's clothes and whispered, President Huang is the head of the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce, controlling the economic lifeline of the entire Jiang City. Offending him means not only you can't stay in Jiang City, but I'll also have to leave. Let us just forget about this. After all, I haven't been harmed. Zhua Yingxian was scared, not because she feared President Huang would cause her trouble, but because she worried that President Huang's interference would prevent Xiao Chen from making more money in Jiang City, leading the Zhou family to overlook him. If Xiao Chen got involved with her and had no protection from his Zhou family, he would undoubtedly die. Even though Zhua Yingxian knew Xiao Chen might have some extraordinary abilities, he was just one person facing a complex web of forces, and he would be completely at their mercy. Just because of that one sentence, I can make it so you can't stay in Jiang City. Zhou Heihu felt more confident now that he had called upon President Huang's name, declaring arrogantly, but my master always values harmony. Guo Sihai drugged this beautiful lady, and you've beaten him. The anger has been vented. Let's leave it at that. Before Zhou Heihu could finish, Xiao Chen kicked out. Zhou Heihu's face changed drastically as he hurried to dodge, but it was too late. He was kicked solidly and slammed against the wall behind him, causing the wall to tremble. Puff! Zhou Heihu fell down, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. But he didn't bother to wipe it away. Instead, he looked at Xiao Chen in terror, unable to believe. You were actually a Xin-level martial artist? How is this possible? How old are you? Even if you started practicing martial arts in the womb, you couldn't possibly reach this level. Who are you? You can't afford to offend me. Xiao Chen said proudly. What level is a Xian-level martial artist? Xiao Chen had no clue. But when he hit Zhou Heihu earlier, he hadn't used any power from his dantian, relying purely on his physical strength. Even so, he had held back his strength, fearing that one kick might kill Zhou Heihu. After all, this was someone Li Yanin was looking for, and the implications could be broad. Being alive was worth more than being dead. As for the possibility of losing, Xiao Chen hadn't even considered it. Last time he sparred with Li Yanin, he also hadn't used any power from his dantian and had completely dominated her. Li Yanin's strength was surely stronger than Zhou Heihu's. Thus, Xiao Chen had never taken Zhou Heihu seriously. Now go call your master over. Let me see just how big his face is. Xiao Chen. So Yingxian wanted to advise him, but was stopped by Xiao Chen. So don't worry. No matter how powerful his master is, if he dares to covet you, I will make him pay the price. So Yingxuan's eyes became a bit misty with emotion, but she did not dissuade him further. President Huang is formidable, but that's only in Jiang City. When facing the Zhou family, he can only kneel and beg for mercy. If he truly dares to lay a hand on Xiao Chen, Zhou Yingxian would rather pay any price to make him understand why the flowers are so red. Nonsense. It's simply ridiculous. Just then, an angry shout came from outside. An Ai Wei walked in, pushing Xiao Chen aside, and angrily said, President Huang is a Xian-level warrior. How can a mere country bumpkin like you deal with him? From now on, this matter will be taken over by our dragon soul. Xiao Chen, you should go back. This is no longer your concern. Jun Luoxia also recognized an Ai Wei. She stopped being a bystander and quietly took out her phone to send a text message. Chapter 37. Breaking his limbs and rendering him useless, Xiao Chen observed everything clearly through his spiritual sense. Recipient, Xiao Zheng. Content. Xiao Chen knows an Ai Wei from Long Hun and may have gained the favor of his Wu family. Take care of yourself. Who is Xiao Zheng? Why does knowing someone from Long Hun mean that the other party should take care of themselves? Could they be enemies? Xiao Chen ignored her and quietly noted this matter. Start to size up Zhou Heihu. When an Ai Wei revealed his identity, Zhou Heihu clearly showed some panic. After hesitating for quite a while, he anxiously asked, Are you from Long Hun? Absolutely. An Ai Wei said proudly. You are a yellow-level martial artist. You should have heard of Long Hun's reputation. Now I advise you to surrender and reveal the mastermind behind this, otherwise I won't mind. Before an Ai Wei could finish his sentence, Zhou Heihu took out his phone and made a call. In front of everyone, he said, Master, I'm being blocked by Long Hun people in the Peony Hall of Wana Hotel. I understand. The other party pondered for a moment before speaking. You hold them off for now. I will bring Captain Li over shortly. With just this one sentence, the call ended. Zhou Heihu calling Master must mean it's President Huang. That's good. Saves me the trouble of finding him myself, Xiao Chen thought. Why aren't you leaving yet? An Ai Wei noticed Xiao Chen and frowned, saying, What's happening here is no longer something you can participate in. Xiao Xian, take Xiao Chen away. Yeah. You go help clear the scene. Except for necessary members, no one is allowed to approach Wanha Hotel. Yes. Jun Luoxia nodded respectfully and immediately took the manager to handle this matter. Xiaojia, who are these people? How can we just clear the scene? The losses. Before the manager could finish speaking, Jun Luoxia's face darkened. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If you dare say another word, you can pack your things and leave. The manager, frightened, swallowed the rest of his words. Having followed Jun Luoxia for so long, it was the first time he saw her this serious. It was evident that this incident had exceeded the boss's control. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the manager persuaded everyone to leave and personally stood guard outside. Even though he was curious about the Peony Hall incident, he didn't dare to watch. So Yingxian was also very obedient. She pulled Xiao Chen to leave, but was shaken off by Xiao Chen. He coldly said to an Ai Wei, I can ignore Zhou Heihu's matter, but Gui Sihai must pay the price for what he has done today. An Ai Wei frowned. He had come with Zhou Heihu. During the day, he couldn't catch up with Zhou Heihu at the Zijin Club and originally planned to leave but received a call for the captain, informing him that Zhou Heihu had not left and was hiding in the Zijin Club. Helpless, Wei could only hide in the car and monitor. As a result, he waited until nightfall without even eating. Fortunately, Zhou Heihu left around 8 o'clock, and Wei followed him here. Hearing Xiao Chen's arrogant words, he finally spoke up to stop him. He really didn't know what had happened. Unable to help asking, what did Guo do? He drugged President Zhou and intended to do something immoral. Before Xiao Chen could finish, Wei rushed to Guo and slapped him hard across the face. Angrily, he shouted, "What the hell are you? How dare you drug Xiao Xian? Do you want to die?" Slap, slap, slap. Wei rained down slaps, making Guo see stars. He could only call out for help from Zhou Heihu. "Master Zhou, save me. He is President Huang's man." Zhou Heihu's face darkened. Even if your captain comes, he wouldn't dare to hit him casually. "Umph." Wei snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "I'm only here to beat him. If our captain came, he would probably already be a corpse." However, Wei really didn't hit him again. A lesson was enough to vent his anger. If he went too far, it would cause trouble for the captain. Before the mission was completed, it was important to avoid unnecessary complications. But that didn't stop him from calling the captain over. However, when he called, Li Yanen's phone was always busy. At this moment, Xiao Chen walked over and grabbed Guo arm. Crack! With a little force, there was a crisp sound. Guo arm was broken in response. He screamed in pain, nearly fainting. "Xiao Chen, what are you doing?" Wei was startled. He wanted to stop Xiao Chen, but found that Zhou Heihu had already acted first. Zhou Heihu, fists clenched, summoned his ancient martial power and smashed towards the back of Xiao Chen's head. "Be careful," Wei warned, while also trying to stop Zhou Heihu. "If you dare to hurt him, you will die for sure." However, the outcome left Wei in shock. Xiao Chen seemed to have eyes on his back. When Zhou Heihu launched his attack, Xiao Chen suddenly sidestepped and evaded. Not only that, but Xiao Chen also reached out and grabbed Zhou Heihu's wrist. Then, he lowered his body, thrusting his shoulder forward and slammed into Zhou Heihu's chest. At the same time, Xiao Chen let go. Zhou Heihu staggered back 2 or 3 steps. His chest visibly caved in, with at least 6 ribs broken. Then Xiao Chen spoke, "I'm a very reasonable person. If you treat me well, I will treat you well. If you mess with me, I will ruin you." Today, Guo drugged President Zhou, and that completely angered me. So I will break his limbs and ruin his 3rd leg. No one could stop me. Xiao Chen spoke very firmly, as if he had an aura that could kill gods and Buddhas. Even Wei was shaken. Zhou Heihu was a yellow-level martial artist. How could he be easily injured by Xiao Chen? Could it be that Xiao Chen was stronger? No, I couldn't achieve this level. Could he be A? How could that be? Xiao Chen was only in his 20s, coming from a poor background. According to the captain's investigation, he had never been in contact with martial arts. How could he have suddenly reached the level of A? Wei couldn't figure it out, staring blankly at Xiao Chen, his mind filled with confusion. Zhou Yingxian was also staring blankly at Xiao Chen. She noticed that Xiao Chen seemed to be radiating light, making it hard for her to open her eyes. A layer upon layer of mist covered her. There was no real emotional connection between her and Xiao Chen, and even love was something that had developed confusingly. If there were any ties, it might be because Xiao Chen had always treated her as an assistant. However, at this moment, feelings filled her heart. The corners of her mouth subtly curved up, revealing a smile. Marrying such a man is worth it. Xiao Chen ignored what others thought. After saying that, he grabbed Guo other arm. With a little force, there was another crisp sound. Guo other arm also broke and hung down. "Xiao Chen, please let me go." Guo saw that even Zhou Heihu was no match for Xiao Chen and no longer dared to be arrogant. He knelt on the ground and began to beg for mercy. "President Zhou wanted the shares of Rongjian Group in my hand, right? I will sign. Bring the contract. I will sign it now. It's too late." Xiao Chen kicked Guo down and then stepped between his legs. Crack! The sound of something breaking echoed. All the men present couldn't help but clench their legs, feeling a chill rising from there. Guo screamed and fainted on the spot. "Zhou Heihu, you were called by Guo. You should have his son Guo Qiming's phone number, right?" Xiao Chen asked Zhou Heihu. Seeing Zhou Heihu nod, Xiao Chen continued. Call Guo Qiming now and ask him to bring Chen Rong. Huh? Zhou Heihu was taken aback. Is this hitting the father first and then the son? Isn't this backwards? But Zhou Heihu didn't dare to delay, so he immediately took out his phone to contact Guo Qiming. At that moment, N.I. Wei's phone finally got through. Captain, it's bad. Something big has happened. Chapter 38, How to Get Into the Left Family's Eyes, What Big Deal? Li Yanin couldn't help but ask. I followed Zhou Heihu to the Wana Hotel. N.I. Wei briefly narrated the events, leaving Li Yanin feeling overwhelmed. No wonder Huang Dingbao had just invited him to dinner at the Wana Hotel. The dinner was a pretense. The real purpose was to watch a show. Or rather, Huang Dingbao wanted to support Zhou Heihu and Guo Sihai. Damn, it even involved the president of the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce. It was indeed a bit tricky. Should I inform my uncle? This thought just popped into Li Yanin's mind, but he quickly extinguished it. The situation wasn't clear yet. Recklessly alarming his uncle would only make the higher-ups think he was incompetent. Moreover, this matter also involved Xiao Chen. Li Yanin admitted Xiao Chen. But the kid was still a bit young. Before he had fully developed his wings, it was better not to expose him to the left family scrutiny. Having made up his mind, Li Yanin drove with 2 team members to the Wana Hotel. Jun Luoxiao arranged for the hotel staff and returned to the Peony Hall, just in time to hear N.I. Wei's report. Her gaze swept back and forth between Xiao Chen and Zhou Ingxian to keep herself informed before stepping in to mediate. Since everyone had found their backers, why not sit down and have a cup of tea while we wait? N.I. Wei glanced at Zhou Heihu. The latter had blood at the corners of his mouth, and his chest was sunken. He was seriously injured. Under his nose, he would definitely not escape. Simply to give Jun Luoxia some face, he was the first to sit down on the sofa. Xiao Chen was waiting for Guo Qiming. Standing was not suitable, so he pulled Zhou Ingxian to sit on the sofa together and asked Jun Luoxia to prepare tea. Xiao Chen, you beat Guo Sihai, and it will be a bit difficult to acquire the Rongjin group, Zhou Ingxian said with concern as they just sat down. It's fine, Xiao Chen shook his head. Whether I acquire it or not doesn't matter. Of course, there was something Xiao Chen didn't say. Beating Guo Sihai was nothing. He still wanted to deal with that President Huang. As long as he taught President Huang a lesson, Guo Sihai would definitely obediently hand over the transfer contract. This was the benefit of having absolute strength. Xiao Chen dared to provoke trouble also to see where his limits were. He wanted to explore the specifics of martial artist cultivation. Even if he lost, he could just take some awakening pills. He didn't believe that with his enhanced abilities, others could control him. Don't you want to beat Guo Qiming? Zhou Ingxian asked in confusion. I want to, Xiao Chen said, and I can do it soon. Besides, beating Guo Qiming wasn't as important as avenging you. Xiao Chen, thank you. It was only at this moment that Zhou Ingxian said these 3 words. Why be so polite between us? Xiao Chen smiled and said, if you really want to thank me, sell those jewelry pieces for me as soon as possible. I'm in urgent need of money. Zhou Ingxian was speechless. Is this the time to talk about work? Besides, do you lack money? After going to the Gambling Stone Conference, you raked in tens of billions. Those are all solid cash flow. Xiao Chen knew she didn't believe him, but he couldn't explain. He couldn't just tell Zhou Ingxian that he was raising many people in the apocalypse, and those people ate a lot, especially after reaching the 2nd level. One person could eat as much as 20. The key was that Xiao Chen prepared gourmet food for them, like lobsters and abalones, all sourced from the 5-star Hotel Yiming. Just their daily food expenses alone were no less than $1 million, and that was just for the 5 of them. What if he recruited more people? Tens of billions wouldn't be enough. What did you say? Suddenly, Jun Luoxia, who had been listening, was shocked and rushed to Zhou Ingxian, excitedly asking, Xiao Xian, the items for your upcoming auction, are they all from Xiao Chen? Yes, Zhou Ingxian nodded. Jun Luoxia then turned to Xiao Chen and said, brother, don't let those jewelry pieces go to the auction. Just sell them to me directly. Can you afford it? Xiao Chen asked. Heh, Yun Luoxia left haltily, Xiaoxuan. Tell him if I can afford it. She can afford it, Zhou Ingxian said with a downcast expression. Xiao Chen, if you really need money, I can go to the company right now to retrieve those jewelry pieces and sell them directly to Sister Xia. No need, Xiao Chen shook his head. I still have some here. Saying that, he took out a piece of jewelry from his pocket. Jun Luoxia snatched it up. After carefully examining it, she couldn't put it down and directly stuffed it into her pocket. Feeling it was inappropriate, she took it out again, found a beautiful jewelry box, and carefully placed it inside. Then she put it back in her pocket. Xiao Chen just watched her, his expression darkening. What are you looking at? I'm paying for it. Jun Luoxia accused first. The craftsmanship and design of this jewelry are very innovative. I'll give you 2 billion for it. How about that? No problem. Xiao Chen finally smiled. This thing was just garbage carved by Nangong Aoshua, not even worthy of being in a box. Unexpectedly, it could sell for 2 billion. Finding Nangong Aoshua was indeed finding a treasure. Living in the apocalypse, he could still make money in the modern world. Xiao Chen provided his car number, and Jun Luoxia immediately transferred 2 billion. Upon receiving the money, Xiao Chen took out another piece. 150 million. Jun Luoxia bought it again. Then another piece. 300 million. 2 billion. 180 million. When Xiao Chen took out the 23rd piece of jewelry, Jun Luoxia's transfer failed. It prompted insufficient balance. She was out of money. I told you, you can't afford it. Xiao Chen made over 5 billion from Jun Luoxia, yet it didn't stop him from mocking her. I still have a lot of jewelry that is even more exquisite than these. Jun Luoxia was rendered speechless. But thinking about how she could use these jewelry pieces to earn more money, she felt tempted again. Gritting her teeth, she continued, Xiao Chen, wait for me. I'm going to raise money now to try to buy more. How about an equivalent exchange? Xiao Chen asked. What equivalent exchange? Jun Luoxia was taken aback. I'll exchange a set of jewelry for your Wanha hotel. How about that? Xiao Chen said directly. Let me see the jewelry first. Jun Luoxia didn't agree immediately. She wanted to verify the goods first. Xiao Chen didn't mind, taking out a set of jewelry from his pocket, this time in a box. Its exquisite quality was far beyond those before. Jun Luoxia took one look and was completely captivated, snatching it up for careful examination. I'll trade. After a moment, Jun Luoxia made up her mind to exchange with Xiao Chen. She immediately contacted a lawyer to prepare the transfer contract. Then she asked Xiao Chen, do you have more jewelry of this level? Yes, Xiao Chen replied, but I can't sell it to you anymore. Why? Jun Luoxia became anxious. I have money. Really have money. I can buy at a premium. This isn't about money. Xiao Chen still refused. I promised Left General to help her with the live jewelry. If too many jewelry of the same level are released outside, who would attend her auction? You're doing this for me? Is what Ingxian asked in disbelief. Of course. Xiao Chen smiled and said, what I promised you, I will naturally do. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Is what Ingxian thanked again, but then shook her head and explained, actually, there's no need. I no longer plan to run Ingxian Jewelry. Why? Xiao Chen hurriedly asked. Because of you. Jun Luoxia helped explain, regarding today's matter. Even if it's handled very promptly, the news will inevitably reach the ears of those who are interested. Once old Master Zhuo learns of this, Xiao Xian will only have 2 paths to take. 1. Marry you. 2. Be summoned back home and reflect in seclusion. But you have only just begun to emerge. So you probably haven't caught the Zhuo family's attention yet. Therefore, it's highly likely that Xiao Xian will have to go back home. Not strong enough. Xiao Chen clenched his fists and asked Jun Luoxia, Sister Xia, considering how many pieces of jewelry I sold to you, can you tell me how to catch the Zhuo family's attention? Chapter 39. Your dad is waiting for you to walk the road to the underworld. It's simple. Jun Luoxia smiled and said, having money, power, connections, and strength is enough. Isn't that just saying nothing? Seeing Xiao Chen's face darken, Jun Luoxia quickly stopped teasing and said seriously, how could you catch the eye of the Zhuo family? I can't guarantee anything without the old man Zhuo giving conditions. But if you can create a top-tier family in the capital, I believe the old man would agree to let Xiao Xian marry you. A top-tier family in the capital? Xiao Chen was stunned. He knew that Zhuo Ingxian should have some status and background, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. It required a top-tier family in the capital to match. Although Xiao Chen didn't exactly know what a top-tier family in the capital meant. He had heard a saying, in the capital, if you throw a brick, you could hit a section chief. He didn't know what level a section chief was, but he was clear that in their village, whenever a section chief came, whether it was the village head or a local thug, they would have to behave and flatter like a little lapdog. How powerful could a top-tier family in the capital be? Xiao Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Don't listen to her nonsense. However, at that moment, a voice came from outside. 3 people walked in, including Li Yanin and his team members. Li Yanin first shot a glare at Jun Luoxia, then continued, Xiao Chen, as long as you can become the captain of the Dragon Soul team, which is my level, you will be qualified to marry Xiao Chen. Li Yanin, what do you take the engagement for? Jun Luoxia looked at Li Yanin discontentedly and asked, Li Yanin grubly yablunli. Although the Zhou family is on the decline, they don't need to rely on Xiao Xuan's happiness to save themselves. If your Jun family dares to pull any tricks, don't blame me for using the power of the Li family. You. Jun Luoxia's face turned red with anger, but she didn't refute anymore. Li Yanin was the legitimate son of the Li family and also the captain of the Dragon Soul. He represented the Li family. Once the Li family and the Zhou family joined forces, the Jun family really wouldn't dare to act recklessly. It all depended on how long the old man, Zhou, could hold out now. Cousin, seeing Li Yanin, Zhou Yingxian rushed over. Tears could no longer be controlled, rolling down her cheeks. Xiao Xian, don't be afraid. Li Yanin patted her shoulder, saying affectionately, Brother is here, and everything will be decided by brother. Whoever dares to bully you, brother will make them pay. Captain Li, I want to ask, what identity do you plan to use to support Zhou Yingxian? At that moment, another voice rang out from outside. A man dressed in a Tang suit walked in. He looked to be in his 50s, but referred to himself as an old man, which made Xiao Chen curious. Is it as the captain of the Dragon Soul team, or as the legitimate son of the Li family? President Huang, seeing the newcomer, Jun Luoxia quickly greeted him. It turned out he was Zhou Heihu's master. Looking at his kind and benevolent appearance, he didn't seem like a bad person. But Xiao Chen knew that bad people don't write bad person on their foreheads. Some bad people even present themselves as humble gentlemen while doing despicable things behind the scenes. They're truly wolves in human skin. Therefore, Xiao Chen focused on President Huang's every move to avoid being deceived by this old scoundrel. Li Yanin was choked up, his face turning red and his neck thick. As the captain of the Dragon Soul, his duty was to carry out the tasks assigned from above. He couldn't use his power to interfere in business matters. If he violated this, he would be lightly expelled from the Dragon Soul or, at worst, locked in a small black room for eternity. If he were to use the identity of the legitimate son of the Li family to support Zhou Yingxian, he would undoubtedly lose his position as captain of the Dragon Soul. Without this amulet, the Li family's development in the capital would face obstacles at every turn, making it difficult to recover. Li Yanin's teammates looked tense, their fists clenched repeatedly. No matter which path their captain chose, they would stand with him. Huang Dingbao said nothing more, but walked towards Zhou Heihu, quietly inquiring about the situation. In secret, he snatched the black gourd from Zhou Heihu's arms. Then, bang! Huang Dingbao punched Zhou Heihu in the chest. With just one blow, Zhou Heihu was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth like a red rainbow. By the time he hit the ground, he had completely lost his life. A single strike killed him. Li Yanin's face grew even uglier. This was murder to silence him. He had received intelligence from above that Zhou Heihu specifically targeted young women in Jiang City to extract their primal yin and sell it, not even sparing fallen girls, causing many to suffer greatly. His task was to follow the clues and find the person behind Zhou Heihu, then wipe out this evil organization completely. Now that Zhou Heihu was dead, the clues were cut off. His mission could not be completed. Although he knew Huang Dingbao was involved, he had no evidence. And with the halo surrounding Huang Dingbao, he couldn't touch him. The 3 team members were watching Li Yanin, ready to spring into action at his command to take down Huang Dingbao. However, Huang Dingbao seemed unbothered, casting a deep glance at Xiao Chen. Then he turned to Li Yanin and said, Captain Li, I have understood the situation clearly. Guosihai drugged Zhou Yingxian, attempting to commit an immoral act. He was taught a lesson by Xiao Chen and saw Zhou Heihu for help. Now, that Guosihai has had both arms broken and the third one rendered useless. And I have also killed Zhou Heihu. Should this count as an explanation for you? Why not let it end here? Let's sit down and have a good cup of tea. I've heard that the Jun family has many tribute teas. Since we are here, wouldn't it be a pity not to taste them? As he spoke, Huang Dingbao actually pulled out a chair and sat down leisurely. Li Yanin's feasts krakaludli. Yet he still couldn't make up his mind. Just as he hesitated, more people arrived at the door. It was Guo Qiming and Chen Rong. Both wore smiles on their faces. Guo Qiming knew Master Zhou's preferences. It was almost 10 o'clock now, and Master Zhou took the initiative to contact him, especially naming Chen Rong to accompany him, likely wanting this woman. If Chen Rong served Master Zhou well, he would become like a buddy to him. Then asking him to teach Xiao Chen a lesson would just be a matter of a word. So he smiled, very pleased with himself, as if he could already see the scene of Master Zhou beating Xiao Chen to the ground like a dead dog begging for mercy. Chen Rong smiled, because Guo Qiming said he would take her to meet an important figure in the Guo family. This was a signal that he intended to marry her. She was not far from becoming the young mistress of the Guo family. Guo Qiming first saw Jun Luoxia, who stood at the very front. Beautiful. Although she was a bit older, her charm remained. Such a woman is the most flavorful. Guo Qiming couldn't help but lick his lips. Master Zhou really knows how to play. Would there be an exchange later? Jun Luoxia felt somewhat uneasy under his naked gaze and turned her head, a dark look flashing across her face. Where did this reckless fool come from, not knowing the danger? Guo Qiming found it uninteresting, shifted his gaze, and was once again astonished. This woman was even more captivating. Tall and fit, Guo Qiming seemed to have a premonition of being ravished, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but crack open. Liu Yuhong, a member of Li Yanan's team, sensed this intense gaze, turned around, and immediately couldn't help but raise her fist. Guo Qiming was startled and quickly averted his gaze, but couldn't help but praise in his heart. Quite flavorful. He planned to try her out later, but when he clearly saw the face of the next person, his legs suddenly went weak, and he knelt down. President Huang, why are you here? Who are you? Huang Dingbao asked in confusion. My name is Guo Qiming. I'm Guo Sihai's. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, a figure flashed by, and a loud slap landed on Guo Qiming's face. Guo Qiming was knocked to the ground and rolled over to Guo Sihai's side. President Huang, I don't know where I offended you. Please point it out, and I will change immediately. Guo Qiming still knelt, not daring to raise his head, only knowing to beg for mercy. You offended me, Xiao Chen said coldly. It's you? Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Guo Qiming finally dared to raise his head. He then realized the fact and hurriedly knocked his head again towards Huang Dingbao. President Huang, this Xiao Chen is extremely arrogant, claiming he will kill my dad. I beg you to severely punish him, preferably kill him to eliminate future troubles. Your dad is not dead. He is lying right next to you. Xiao Chen reminded him. He is waiting for you to walk the road to the underworld together. Chapter 40. If you escape, you will die today. Guo Qiming turned his head. He indeed saw his father, Guo Sihai, lying nearby, just opening his eyes. Dad, what happened to you? Guo Qiming became anxious. Guo Sihai did not answer him, but instead looked around, ultimately fixing his gaze on Huang Dingbao. President, please save me. Guo Sihai crawled to Huang Dingbao's side, grabbing his pant leg as if it were a life-saving straw, pleading desperately. Huang Dingbao frowned, but before he could speak, Xiao Chen interjected. He can't save you. With that, Xiao Chen moved, kicking Guo Sihai to the ground. He then stepped forward, placing his foot on Guo Sihai's chest, and asked indifferently, Do you have more of that drug you gave to President Zhou? Captain Li, what do you mean by this? Huang Dingbao did not look at Xiao Chen, but instead questioned Li Yanan. Wasn't what I just said clear enough? Do you want to continue probing? If it weren't for the lack of evidence, Li Yanan would have already thrown a punch. But after hesitating for a long time, he chose to endure. Let's retreat and find clues. He then looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, let's go. Li Yanan, why should I go with you? Xiao Chen replied disdainfully. Are you my superior? Or do you plan to pressure me with your power? Li Yanan was momentarily speechless with anger. This fool. Can't he see I'm trying to save him? Really, good intentions are wasted on the ungrateful. I don't know where Xiao Xian found this gem. He's so stubborn. Li Yanan cursed inwardly, but darkened his face and scolded. Xiao Chen, stop messing around. This matter ends here. I'm not messing around, Xiao Chen said coldly. President Zhou is my woman. She was drugged, and I will definitely pursue this matter to the end. If you're worried about being implicated, you'd better leave early. I'm just a mudleg. I have nothing to fear. Li Yanan was left speechless. He wasn't afraid. It's just that. He felt a bitter frustration inside. Ha! Huang Dingbao laughed heartily. Since that's the case, I'll see how you pursue this. First, Xiao Chen raised a finger. The one who drug her has joint liability. I've crippled Guo Sihai's arms and a third leg. Now it's Guo Qiming's turn. He raised another finger. Second, whoever obstructs me, I'll beat them. Zhou He, who has already been killed by you. Fortunately, I had beaten him before, so let him die peacefully. You're his master and also the reinforcements he called, so I still have to beat you. Huh? Huang Dingbao was stunned, looking at Li Yanin in disbelief. He wants to beat me? Is this true? President Huang, you must have heard wrong, Li Yanin explained with a forced smile. Xiao Chen just. Before he could finish, Guo Qiming shouted anxiously, President Huang, you didn't hear wrong. Xiao Chen really wants to beat you. Hurry and call someone to kill him. Oof. Huang Dingbao snorted coldly. With a light stomp of his foot, a very strong aura suddenly emanated from him, filling the entire peony hall with pressure. Li Yanan, who was closest, couldn't help but take a step back. And Ai Wei and the others retreated 2 or 3 steps directly. Guo Sihai and Guo Qiming crawled even lower, their heads pressed so low they couldn't lift them. Zhua Yingxian and Jun Luoxiao were directly pushed to the door. As for Chen Rong, who came with Guo Qiming, she was also pushed back by this aura, falling to the ground, her body trembling continuously. President Huang, this matter, and Li Yanin wanted to speak again, but saw Huang Dingbao move. He flashed and charged in front of Xiao Chen, already throwing a punch. Li Yanin didn't dare to be slow. He hurriedly rushed up, swinging his fist to block. Xiao Chen was Zhua Yingxuan's chosen boyfriend. He absolutely couldn't let Huang Dingbao kill him. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Crack! With a crisp sound, Li Yanin stumbled back several steps and crashed against the wall. Finally stopping, looking at his right arm, it was already broken. Captain! And Ai Wei and the others exclaimed, wanting to rush over to help, but were stopped by Li Yanin. Stop! That's an order. Why? Nigui pretestiv. Li Yanin did not answer him, but looked at Huang Dingbao in shock. So President Huang has already stepped into the Earth-level martial artist realm. Now, take your people and get lost. Huang Dingbao said coldly. Retreat. Li Yanin nodded and was about to leave with an Ai Wei. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen spoke again. Guo Sihai, since you won't answer me, then I'll come find you myself. Saying this, Xiao Chen reached into Guo Sihai's pocket and pulled out a packet of powder. He didn't even smell it, of course. He couldn't tell, but he confidently said, this should be the drug you gave to President Zhua. Xiao Chen, let's go. Li Yanin became anxious, but Xiao Chen seemed not to hear, pouring the powder into the teapot. Xiao Chen, my cousin has already spoken. Hurry and leave. Zhua Yingxian urged anxiously. Even Jun Luoxiao followed suit, advising, Xiao Chen, you should leave quickly. Although you're wealthy, you can't compete with President Huang in Jiangcheng. It's better to retreat while you can. Xiao Chen still remained silent, instead pouring a cup of tea and holding it to Guo Sihai's mouth, shouting loudly, drink. Since you want to seek death, then I will fulfill your wish. Huang Dingbao finally couldn't hold back. He swung his fist and attacked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, be careful. He is an Earth-level martial artist. You are not his match. Li Yanan exclaimed in shock. He wanted to stop him, but he had just been heavily injured by Huang Dingbao's punch, and the opponent was an Earth-level martial artist. As a profound-level martial artist, he couldn't stop it in time. Noisy, Xiao Chen lightly waved his arm. Before he even touched Huang Dingbao, he saw Huang Dingbao's face turn red, stepping back repeatedly. If it weren't for the ground being stomped into deep pits, Li Yanin would have doubted Huang Dingbao was acting. He looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. To be able to knock back Huang Dingbao with one move, at the very least, he must be an Earth-level martial artist. A young Earth-level martial artist? This is simply unheard of. Even if the mission fails, as long as I can recruit a genius like Xiao Chen into the team, it would definitely be a great achievement. I haven't beaten you yet. You can't escape. Xiao Chen didn't even look at Huang Dingbao and said indifferently, if you escape, you will die today. Previously, he hadn't been so arrogant because he didn't know his exact strength. But after yesterday's verification, plus what he heard today, he gained a preliminary understanding of his abilities. At least, the people in this room were not his opponents. Moreover, he still had awakening pills in his space. He was completely unafraid. Guo Sihai was shocked, his mouth agape, and Xiao Chen took the opportunity to pour the cup of tea into his mouth. Then he poured another cup into Guo Qiming's mouth. Feeling it was too troublesome, Xiao Chen directly picked up the teapot and poured it back and forth into their mouths until the entire pot was empty. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen kicked both of them into the inner room. Then he walked to the door and grabbed Chun Rong by the neck, lifting her up like a chick. Xiao Chen, I was wrong. Please spare me. Chun Rong had a strong desire to survive, pleading with flattery, as long as you forgive me. I will marry you right now, and I don't want a bride price. We can live a good life together in the future, and I promise to give you a big fat son every year. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen completely ignored her. He directly threw her into the private room and closed the door. After doing all this, Xiao Chen let out a long sigh. The past was finally coming to an end. Next, he had to move forward bravely. Xiao Chen waved to Huang Dingbao and said, President Huang, come here. Xiao Chen, I have no knowledge of what Gui Sihai did, and it has nothing to do with me. Huang Dingbao hurriedly explained, but Xiao Chen sneered. It has nothing to do with Gui Sihai. However, that little black gore in your arms, I want it. I wonder if President Huang would be willing to part with it? Chapter 41, I am the thigh boom. A single sentence struck Huang Dingbao's mind like thunder, leaving him dazed for a long time. How did he know about the Qian Kuan duo Minghu? This was his secret. Could be Zhou Heihu, but he felt that was impossible. Zhou Heihu was not only his disciple, but he also held the lives of Zhou's entire family in his hands. He wouldn't dare to betray him. What? President Huang, are you unwilling? You come to trouble me, but want to settle it without compensation? Isn't that looking down on me too much? Xiao Chen said indifferently. I heard you want to acquire shares of the Rongjing Group. I can authorize the transfer contract to you. Huang Dingbao said. Faced with a level 2 martial artist, he could only respond modestly. After the Guo family was like that, do you think I still need it? Xiao Chen sneered. I'll give you 3 counts to consider. 3, 2, 1. Xiao Chen counted quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in front of Huang Dingbao and threw a punch. Huang Dingbao did not dare to hesitate and quickly mobilized his ancient martial arts power to resist with all his might. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Xiao Chen did not move an inch, while Huang Dingbao was sent flying out, crashing into the corridor outside the door. Puff! Huang Dingbao spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was defeated in one move, there was no panic on his face. Instead, a smile appeared. He confirmed that Xiao Chen was indeed a true peak-level martial artist, infinitely close to a heavenly-level martial artist. Otherwise, if he had truly stepped into the threshold of a heavenly-level martial artist, that punch could have taken half his life, rather than just causing a minor injury, and he could step into the ranks of true heavenly-level martial artists. Huang Dingbao took out the Qian Kuan duo Minghu, opened the lid, brought it to his nose, and took a deep breath. Others couldn't see anything, but Xiao Chen, with his divine sense, could vaguely capture a trace. Huang Dingbao was consuming substances collected by Zhou Heihu from those women. Xiao Chen couldn't figure out what it was specifically, but he noticed that after inhaling those substances, Huang Dingbao's momentum was continuously rising. Guiying Gong, duo Minghu. Li Yanin thought of something and exclaimed, Xiao Chen, hurry and stop him. He is evil and is consuming the essence of women to become stronger. He is currently a level 2 martial artist, and if he advances, he will become a heavenly level martial artist. Only a master can defeat him. Xiao Chen, stop being dazed. It's too late. At this moment, Huang Dingbao put away the Qian Kuan duo Minghu and sneered. His figure charged towards Xiao Chen. Sigh. Li Yanin couldn't help but sigh. It was hard to find such a good martial arts talent in Xiao Chen, yet he might die young. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. So Yingxian anxiously shouted, Huang Dingbao, if you dare to kill Xiao Chen, I will risk my life to drag you down with him. Jun Luoxia also couldn't help but shake her head. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Xiao Chen merely raised his palm, and Huang Dingbao, who charged towards him, stood still just 10 centimeters away from him, unable to advance further. His fist was extended but could never reach Xiao Chen. In fact, Huang Dingbao's body was continuously shrinking down, making a deep pit in the floor, sinking to his ankles. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking the ground. His face was flushed red, as if a red balloon was being inflated, ready to burst at any moment. He was trying hard to endure. Everyone watching held their breath. Their eyes filled with shock. What was going on? Li Yanin was puzzled. Half a minute had passed, yet there was no sound of battle. Could it be that Xiao Chen had already been incapacitated? Li Yanin opened his eyes and was equally shocked by the scene in front of him. Huang Dingbao, who had stepped into the heavenly level martial artist realm, still couldn't withstand a single move from Xiao Chen. How strong must Xiao Chen be? Li Yanin didn't dare to imagine. However, realizing this, he quickly interrupted. Xiao Chen, leave him a way out. Just ruin his dantian. Ruin his dantian? How to ruin it? Xiao Chen's divine sense could see Huang Dingbao's dantian. Inside, there was only one small vortex about the size of a disc. It should be noted that after Xiao Chen took the awakening pill, the vortex in his dantian was as large as a bowl, and now it had expanded to several times larger than a grinding disc. Although Xiao Chen didn't know the cultivation system, he understood that the strength was definitely related to the vortex in the dantian. Then I will destroy his vortex. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and moved his palm down, pressing against Huang Dingbao's lower abdomen, delivering a palm strike. The mist in the base transformed into strands of power that penetrated into Huang Dingbao's dantian, surrounding that vortex. In an instant, Huang Dingbao's vortex was shattered. Puff! Huang Dingbao spat out a mouthful of blood. When Xiao Chen withdrew his palm, Huang Dingbao also fell to the ground, gasping for air. His face was as pale as paper, as if he had suffered a severe internal injury. After a while, Huang Dingbao regained some composure and stared at Xiao Chen, shocked. You are actually a martial arts master. How is that possible? Throughout the history of Huaxia, there has never been such a young martial arts master. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen ignored him. After all, a life lived with a cheat does not require explanation. He walked towards Zhua Yingxian and asked, Zhua, are you satisfied with this handling? Why are you still calling her Zhua? Li Yanin frowned and said, Aren't you dating Xiao Xian? Shouldn't you call her Xiao Xian? Oh, I remember. You young people like this kind of thing. I was meddling. You two continue. Zhua Yingshuan's face turned bright red. Even though Xiao Chen had developed a thick skin in the dream, he still felt a bit hot at this moment. Captain Li, the mastermind behind Zhou Heihu, is this President Huang. Shouldn't you clean up the aftermath now? Also, how's your arm? Doesn't it hurt? You should go to the doctor sooner. Li Yanin smiled awkwardly, but ignored his injury and threw an olive branch to Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen, no, Chen Ge. Why don't you join the Dragon Soul organization? With your strength, you could definitely become a captain. Then you can marry Xiao Xian. Not interested. Xiao Chen once again refused without hesitation. In front of the golden finger, the Dragon Soul was nothing. As long as he nurtured the Xiao Chen in the dream, he could have endless wealth and cultivation resources without needing to rely on any forces. He himself was the thigh. Of course, developing low-key was the way to go. So Xiao Chen reminded, Captain Li, remember, today's events were done by your Dragon Soul organization. I have nothing to do with it. You don't want credit? Li Yanin asked curiously. What can credit do? Xiao Chen questioned. Increase status in exchange for money. I'm not a Dragon Soul person. Status is useless to me. But money. How much can you give me? About 2 million. Too little, you can keep it. Xiao Chen waved his hand in disdain. 2 million was not worth exposing himself. However, he was very interested in the martial artists of this world. So he said, Captain Li, remember to find me after you're done. I need to inquire about some things. No problem. Li Yanan nudda. Xiao Chen didn't linger here and left holding Zhua Yingshuan's hand. Of course, before leaving, he reminded Jun Luoxia to bring the reporters to the Peony Hall tomorrow morning. He wants to expose the Guo family scandals to the public. This is the price to pay for provoking his own woman. Jun Luoxia gasped in shock. Once again, he sent a message to Xiao Zhang, warning him not to provoke Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen noticed it with his spiritual sense, but paid no attention. It was already 11:50. He wanted to go home and sleep. In the dream, Xiao Chen turned the tide, slaying the level 3 silver zombie, but he was exhausted himself. He didn't know if Wang Yao, Ao Zhan, and Cheng Haitao had managed to help him escape the zombie encirclement. He must wait the Xiao Chen over there up sooner. Solve the problem earlier, regain combat power earlier, and work for himself. Ugh, it's about working hand in hand for mutual benefit. However, when Xiao Chen returned to the villa and lay on the bed, he just couldn't fall asleep. What's going on? Could it be that the Xiao Chen in the dream has died? Has the golden finger disappeared? Chapter 42. What is a warrior? Impossible. Following Xiao Chen, he dismissed his own thoughts. That was his own hanging. As the male lead, how could he lose his golden finger? Xiao Chen firmly believed that his dream self was definitely still alive. Perhaps he had consumed too much energy and had not fully recovered yet. When he opened his eyes, he would definitely need to replenish a lot of food. He was injured and needed to prepare medicine. As for weapons, everything on his side was trash. In the apocalypse, they couldn't even kill black iron zombies, so he wouldn't prepare any. Killing the silver zombie and obtaining the level 3 awakening pill was something to be thankful for. Should he arrange a few bottles of champagne to celebrate? Beer and hot pot, let's arrange those too. After all, the space could be isolated from the outside world. Whatever was put in would come out the same. It could keep things warm or cold. Truly remarkable. With his mind made up, Xiao Chen got up and planned to leave. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Xian still busy in the living room. She had just taken a shower, wearing pajamas, with her hair still wet. Of course, this was not what Xiao Chen was focused on. Seeing Xian so engrossed in her work, he couldn't help but feel a bit mesmerized. They say that a man who works hard is handsome, but actually, a woman who is fully dedicated to her work is even more attractive. Every move was full of charm. However, seeing Xian still busy with the auction made Xiao Chen feel a bit pained, and he lost the mood to admire the scenery. He spoke up, "Mr. Zhua, it's so late. Why are you still busy?" "I'm going back to Beijing." Xian didn't even look up and said why. Xiao Chen was a bit confused. Was it because Zhuo Laozu found out about their relationship? That shouldn't be the case. Li Yanin was her cousin. He should have reported my strength truthfully to her family. Could it be that I am not qualified to marry you based on my abilities? Aren't the Zhuo family's requirements a bit too high? Seeing Xiao Chen's anxious expression, Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. She teased, "What's wrong with having high standards? I'm the daughter of his Zhuo family. Are you scared?" "Not scared." Xiao Chen shook his head. "I will work twice as hard to try and catch the Zhuo family's eye as soon as possible." Seeing his serious demeanor, Xian finally put away her teasing thoughts and said bitterly, "It's my grandfather's condition that has worsened. The doctor said he may only have half a month left to live, so I need to quickly auction the gold, silver, and jewelry I've stored here. And then I have to return to Beijing to accompany my grandfather for the last leg of his journey. Don't auction them off. I'm not in a hurry for money." Xiao Chen said, "You should rest for a night and go back to Beijing tomorrow morning. Are you trying to drive me away?" Is what Xian said with a hint of grievance. No, Xiao Chen hurriedly explained. "I was just thinking that you have a good relationship with your grandfather. What if?" "I understand," what Xian continued, "but I believe in seeing things through. Since I've decided to hold the auction, I can't give up halfway. Moreover, the Yingxiang jewelry relies on this auction to be revived and become a well-known enterprise both domestically and internationally. I want to return to the Zhuo family with results. Otherwise, once my grandfather is gone, I might find it very difficult in the Zhuo family." Sigh. Xiao Chen sighed. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural. And besides saying a word of condolence, it seems he couldn't help much. If only the Xiao Chen of the apocalypse could get some elixir for longevity. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. He didn't have elixirs, but he had awakening pills. Since this thing could enhance strength, it should also be able to change one's constitution. It was like washing the marrow and cleansing the bones. Of course, as for whether it was true or not, Xiao Chen didn't know. He could only take a chance. He took out a level 1 awakening pill from his space and handed it to Xian. "What is this?" Xian asked curiously. "It looks like a pill, but why does it have a fragrance?" "Awakening pill," Xiao Chen said. "I don't know exactly what it's for. Just treat it as a miraculous elixir. If your grandfather really can't hold on, let him take this. Maybe there will be a miracle." Xiao Chen didn't say it too slowly. After all, this thing had only been taken by him in modern times, and no one could guarantee its effectiveness. Moreover, taking the awakening pill would involve a lot of painful torment. So Xuan's grandfather was at least 70 or 80 years old. Whether he could withstand it was also questionable. So Xiao Chen spoke ambiguously. "Thank you." Xian carefully put away the awakening pill and then continued her busy work. Xiao Chen, knowing the situation, didn't disturb her again, but drove away from the villa area. First, he contacted his childhood friend Su Cheng. After being kidnapped by the bandits that Guo Qiming sent last time, Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing no longer dared to stay in the rental house. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had prepaid a large sum for their wages, so they moved into a hotel. Lin Xiaoqing returned from the Wanhua Hotel and reminded Su Cheng of one thing. No matter what happened, he must firmly stand on Xiao Chen's side. As for why, Lin Xiaoqing didn't say, and Su Cheng didn't ask further. So when he heard that Xiao Chen wanted him to order food overnight, Su Cheng immediately got to work without hesitation. Xiao Chen also contacted Jun Luoxia, asking Wanhua Hotel to work overtime to prepare meals. He didn't choose overly luxurious dishes, but instead picked large portions to fill them up, asking them to make as much as possible. Then Xiao Chen went to a supermarket that was open 24 hours to shop. In one night, he spent over 2 million. Xiao Chen felt a bit pained. But for his future, he had to continue. During the day, he spent another 3 million. The next day, he continued. Day and night, Xiao Chen kept shopping without stopping until the fourth day, when he finally filled the 64,000 cubic meters of space completely. At this point, Li Yanin also came to find him, giving him a car and 2 million cash. What is this for? Xiao Chen said helplessly, didn't I tell you? I don't want to join the Dragon Soul organization, so don't waste your efforts on me. This is the reward from above, Li Yanin said. Huang Dingbao is an Earth-level warrior. After taking the women's original Yin, he will become a Heaven-level warrior, invincible except for masters. With our team's abilities, we can't possibly hurt him, so I had to disclose your situation to our superior. The superior asked me to give you the rewards you deserve. Oh, fine. Free money. It would be foolish not to take it. It just so happened that he also needed a luxury car. But Xiao Chen still had some concerns and asked cousin, tell me the truth. Does your superior plan to slice me up for research? To get to the truth, Xiao Chen even called him cousin. This earned him a roll of the eyes from Wei and the others. What are you thinking? Li Yanin also glared, saying irritably, you're a young master. A martial arts genius. The higher-ups are fond of you. How could they possibly want to slice you up? You've read too many rumors online. Haha, that's good. Xiao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was very confident in his strength, he hadn't become so arrogant as to oppose a country. Moreover, this was the place that nurtured him. How could he turn against the country that had raised him? Xiao Chen, last time you told me to find you after I finished my work because you had something to consult with me. What exactly is it? Li Yanin finally got to the point and asked, what is a warrior? Xiao Chen said straightforwardly. Li Yanin was taken aback, and Wei even clenched his fists. If you want to ask, just ask. How can you insult someone? If he weren't aware of his own shortcomings, he might have already punched Xiao Chen in the face. Cousin, don't misunderstand. Xiao Chen also realized he had misspoken, gave a forced smile, and explained, I'm a newcomer and don't have a master to guide me. So I'm not very familiar with the martial arts system. Could you explain it to me in detail? Chapter 43. The request of a leader, what are you talking about? Li Yanin's voice suddenly rose, his eyes nearly popping out. It was too unbelievable. Practicing martial arts halfway, without guidance and knowledge of martial arts. What the hell did that mean? Just by sleeping and dreaming, one could become a martial arts master? Li Yanin could sense a strong sense of boasting in his words. If he weren't afraid of losing, he would have loved to beat the other person up. It was infuriating. However, for now, he decided to honestly explain his understanding of martial arts. Martial arts is divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystique, and Yellow. Further, there is the martial arts master. There must be stronger beings above the master level, but with Li Yanin's current identity and strength, he had no way of knowing. So he couldn't tell Xiao Chen. There are 2 types of pathways to becoming a martial artist. Now, there are 3. The first is through practice. By refining one's meridians and flesh with each move, one slowly cultivates qi. When a trace of qi appears in the dantian, it signifies stepping into the threshold of martial artists, becoming the lowest level yellow martial artist. The second is through breathing exercises. By absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and expelling impurities from a body, one can also cultivate that trace of qi. The third, and the most special, is the divine favored ones, like Xiao Chen, who inexplicably stepped into the realm of martial artists, making others envious and jealous. As a martial artist continues to cultivate, that trace of qi in the dantian gradually increases. Eventually, when it gathers together to the size of a yellow bean, it represents entering the mystique level. The size of a bottle mouth signifies the earth-level martial artist, and the size of a plate signifies the heaven-level martial artist. The chi in a martial arts master's dantian is about the size of a basketball. Xiao Chen also used his divine sense to verify. The chi in the dantians of Wei, Su San, and Lu Yuhong resembled fishing lines, thin and long. Meanwhile, Li Yanan's chi was already very close to the size of a bottle mouth. Xiao Chen remembered checking Huang Dingbao's dantian a few days ago. His chi was originally the size of a bottle mouth as well, and later increased to the size of a plate when he absorbed the female essence. Xiao Chen had never seen a martial arts master, so he couldn't verify that, but all of this was different from his situation. He could only continue to ask cousin, is there anyone whose dantian has multiple chi vortices? And each one is about the size of a mouth opening? Huh? Li Yanan was startled. Is there such a martial artist? I haven't heard of it. Could it be that you are one? No wonder he could easily crush Huang Dingbao. It turns out his internal chi vortices were much more numerous than his. Oh, wait. Your situation is too special. I must report it truthfully to my superiors. Finally, Li Yanan regained his composure and reminded, Xiao Chen, be prepared for your superior's inquiry. Huh? This time it was Xiao Chen's turn to be shocked. Do I really have to be sliced? No. Li Yanan shook his head, speechless. Do you really want to be sliced that badly? No. It's just that I just stepped into martial arts, and I'm a bit worried. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly. Of course, even if he really had to be sliced, Xiao Chen wouldn't be afraid. From Li Yanan's words, Xiao Chen learned that there were only a few tens of thousands of martial artists in the entire Huaxia country. The strongest ones were martial arts masters, and their chi was only about the size of a basketball. Compared to his millstone-sized foundation, it was far behind. Not to mention crushing them with one move, they definitely weren't his opponents. Moreover, he still had the awakening pills in his space. If he really couldn't win, he could escape and find a secluded place to take the awakening pills, waiting for his strength to increase before seeking revenge. In short, with the help of the Xiao Chen in the dream, he could walk confidently. It's just that he didn't feel any drowsiness at the moment, which made Xiao Chen a bit worried. Your superiors see you just to keep themselves informed, Li Yanan explained. After all, the strength of martial artists is too extraordinary. They have already differentiated from ordinary people. If you break the law, we can find the target immediately to reduce losses. However, if you join the Dragon Soul organization, these problems won't be issues anymore. I need freedom, Xiao Chen emphasized again. Li Yanan was also helpless and told Xiao Chen more about the martial arts realm before taking his leave. As soon as he left, Xiao Chen welcomed an unexpected guest. Zhang Jingtai, the leader of Jiang City. Xiao Chen had only seen him on the screen and didn't expect to see him up close today. He was dressed in a well-fitting suit, had a flat-top haircut, and wore leather shoes, looking very capable. Of course, none of this was the focus of Xiao Chen's attention. Because he understood martial arts, the first thing he looked at was Zhang Jingtai's dantian. To his surprise, there was a chi vortex the size of a yellow bean in it. A mystique-level martial artist. Xiao Chen was shocked. He never expected that the leader of Jiang City was also a martial artist, and a mystique-level one at that. Stronger than members of the Dragon Soul, like Wei. No wonder he didn't bring bodyguards when he went out. He was indeed fearless. Teacher Zhang, this is Xiao Chen. My boyfriend, introduced Xian, who was following Zhang Jingtai. Xiao Chen, this is our leader of Jiang City, Teacher Zhang Jingtai. Xiao Chen hurriedly invited him into the room, serving tea and pouring water. Meeting such a high-ranking official for the first time made Xiao Chen somewhat nervous. Xiao Chen, don't fuss. I came today to ask you for a favor, Zhang Jingtai said with a smile. Huh? A favor? Xiao Chen was bewildered. How could he, an important leader, not be able to handle something that he could? As what Xian explained, Xiao Chen, Huang Dingbao has been escorted back to Beijing, causing economic turmoil in Jiang City. We need someone to step up and turn the tide, and I recommended you to the teacher. Recommend me? Xiao Chen was even more confused, pointing at his own nose. He incredulously said, You want me to be the president of the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce? Zwa, you should know me well, he said. I'm not cut out for that. I know. Oh, Xian said. Xiao Chen was at a loss. Did she have to be so blunt? So, It's not that I want you to be the president of the Chamber of Commerce, but I want to use your name. What name do I have? A mud leg? A college student without a job contract? Or a delivery man? Xiao Chen thought for a while, but couldn't find a name that Zhang Jingtai could use. A carving master. It's what Xian reminded him. The real estate market has declined. Jiang City needs to establish a new pillar industry to replace the Guo family's position. Teacher Zhang has chosen jade carving. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. How could he carve? He was just picking up trash others didn't want. But he couldn't say that. Moreover, Zhuang Yingxuan's reasoning was sound, and she had even planned how to develop it further. She even claimed that as long as he agreed, he would have a good chance of taking over the president position in the future. Once established, the Zhou family would no longer obstruct his marriage with Zhou Yingxian. Sigh. Xiao Chen sighed silently. To get a wife, he was even willing to engage in such a despicable act of impersonation. It wasn't easy for him. Of course, Xiao Chen also raised his doubts. I am indeed a sculptor, but my works have only been sold to you, so I have no reputation. Can I help Teacher Zhang? It wasn't possible before, but after tonight, it will definitely be possible, is what Yingxian smiled and said. Because our auction is being held today, in the past few days, I contacted many well-known figures in the jewelry industry, and they have already arrived in Jiang City. As long as you make an appearance and publicly carve a piece of jewelry, proving that those gold and silver jewelry were made by you, your fame will definitely shake the entire jewelry industry. Publicly carving? I don't know how. Xiao Chen was very speechless. Moreover, he is a low-key person who doesn't want to become famous. However, seeing Zhuang Yingxuan's excited state, he couldn't bear to refuse. So he decided to be high-profile just this once. After all, being just a jewelry engraver wouldn't have much of an impact. As for carving in public, Xiao Chen wouldn't care at all. He has plenty of ways to prove that those pieces of jewelry are his work. However, Xiao Chen didn't agree immediately. Instead, he pretended to hesitate. After pondering for a long time, he turned to Zhang Jingtai and asked, Teacher Zhang, if I help you accomplish this, how do you plan to repay me? Chapter 44, I want the Zijing Club. Even with Zhang Jingtai's high level of self-cultivation, he was still caught off guard by Xiao Chen's words. Benefits? Is making your name known worldwide not a benefit? Is being in charge of the jade business in Jiang City not a benefit? What more do you want? Zhang Jingtai's face darkened, so Yingxuan's expression wasn't great either. She pushed Xiao Chen and whispered, Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you? Helping Teacher Zhang also increases your own visibility. With visibility plus the wealth accumulated from the jade business, becoming the president of the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce is just around the corner. Are you really still thinking about benefits? Isn't that a bit too greedy? It's fine. Let him say it, Zhang Jingtai said after calming down, smiling. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy him. I want the Zijing Club, Xiao Chen said. Huh? Zhang Jingtai was taken aback. He had heard of the Zijing Club, but it was just one of the better clubs in Jiang City. While it was profitable, it couldn't compare to the earnings from the jade business. It might not even be as strong as the Rongjing Group. What does Xiao Chen want a club for? Could it be that he wants? Thinking of this, Zhang Jingtai glanced meaningfully at Zhuo Yingxian. Zhuo Yingxian had already placed her walnut clip on Xiao Chen's waist and made a complete 360-degree spin. Hiss! Xiao Chen gasped in pain. Are you trying to murder your husband? Zhuo Yingxian snorted coldly. As soon as you start making money, you begin to think of all kinds of tricks. Men are all big pig's hooves, not a single good one among them. Zhuo, this is slander. Xiao Chen protested. Then tell me, what do you want a Zijing Club for? Zhuo Yingxian asked with a stern face. It's a secret. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Zhuo Yingxuan's walnut clip came again. He hurriedly changed his tune. Wait until you come back from the capital, and I'll tell you then. But I can assure you, it's definitely not, because I'm enamored with the flashy things there. You wouldn't dare. Zhuo Yingxian shook her head and turned to Zhang Jingtai. Teacher Zhang, Xiao Chen has just that one request. You should be able to fulfill it, right? I have no problem on my side. Zhang Jingtai smiled wryly. But the Zijing Club is owned by the Gu family in the provincial capital and has only recently opened. It's a golden goose. If you want to take it from them, you will have to pay a considerable price. The Gu family has property? Zhuo Yingxian said in surprise. Isn't the Gu family in the jewelry business? When did they also open a club? Xiao Chen didn't know anything about the Gu family. He only cared about the price and asked, how much will it cost? A minimum of 1 billion. Zhang Jingtai said, "It could even be 20 billion. I can only try my best to negotiate for you, but the final pricing power is in their hands." "That's fine." Xiao Chen nodded. "As long as it's within 30 billion, I can accept it. If it really can't be negotiated, just help me set up a meeting with their person in charge, and I'll discuss it myself." "Okay." Zhang Jingtai nodded. He had also investigated Xiao Chen and knew that the latter had over 100 billion in liquid funds. So acquiring the Zijin Club was definitely not a problem. As for what he specifically wanted to do, that was beyond Zhang Jingtai's consideration. As long as he could capture the jade market in Jiang City, Zhang Jingtai believed Xiao Chen could do it. After all, he had shown brightly at the last rough stone auction. Now, having learned from Zhu Yingxian that Xiao Chen was also a top-notch sculptor with his dual identity, there was no need for Xiao Chen to do anything. People would come to him. Xiao Chen insisted on acquiring the Zijin Club because he valued the environment there. He had asked Li Yanin if there were any boundary masters or formation masters in Huaxia, but the answer was negative. Of course, there might be some. It's just that Li Yanin hadn't qualified to encounter them yet. Xiao Chen believed in their existence, given that he could communicate with dreams. It was not surprising if there were boundary masters in Huaxia. From the martial arts perspective, Xiao Chen had not received the answers he wanted, so he wanted to explore other channels. He believed that the people behind the Zijin Club were definitely in the know. However, considering he had only recently started communicating with dreams and his strength was still insufficient, with only a basic foundation in his dantian, he did not dare to act rashly. This was why he wanted to use Zhang Jingtai's connections to test the depth of the people behind the Zijin Club. After everything was settled, Zhang Jingtai took his leave. Zhu Yingxian then took Xiao Chen to attend the auction. As the host, Zhu Yingxian was busy as soon as she entered the venue. Even Lin Xiaoqing, who was serving as her assistant, was so busy that she was dizzy, without even a chance to express her loyalty to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was happy to enjoy his leisure alone. He found a corner to sit down, enjoying the buffet and sipping free drinks, relaxed and carefree. It wasn't until Jun Luoxia came in that this leisurely atmosphere was broken. "Xiao Chen, you're not being honest," Jun Luoxia said with a hint of grievance. "I called you so many times, asking you to sign the transfer contract for the Wanhua Hotel face-to-face. You kept saying you were busy, sending an assistant to brush me off. I didn't expect you to be hiding here to mooch food. Do you look down on your sister?" No. Xiao Chen quickly shook his head. After the last incident, he knew Jun Luoxia's identity. Her husband was a general with a star, commanding heavy troops to guard the borders. Her family was a top family in the capital. Such a strong background was something even Xiao Chen's spiritual sense might not be able to penetrate. For someone like her, Xiao Chen chose to keep his distance and smiled apologetically. "It's really because I was busy. If it weren't for Zhuo being the host of the auction today, I would probably still be busy." "I understand," Jun Luoxia said with a half-smile. "Sister doesn't have a daughter-in-law's closeness." Xiao Chen's face darkened, constantly complaining in his heart. "You, with a background thicker than a city wall, are teasing someone as insignificant as me. Is that appropriate?" Jun Luoxia also noticed Xiao Chen's impatience and secretly smiled bitterly. People with absolute strength are like tough meat. They won't be easily swayed unless there's a benefit. She could only talk about things that interested Xiao Chen. For example, the aftermath of the Gu family. The next day, when reporters opened the door, they were met with a gruesome sight. Two big men were found embracing each other, dead from fighting. Next to them was a woman draped in torn bed sheets, but her eyes were shining brightly, full of spirit. Such a thing was suppressed as soon as it broke out. Only small rumors circulated wildly. Xiao Chen had been busy procuring materials and had no time to pay attention to these matters. Upon hearing it at that moment, he simply said 2 words, "Deserved it." He was somewhat curious, though, why was Chen Rong so spirited in the face of 2 big men's attacks? Before Xiao Chen could think it through, the auction had already begun. Zhu Yingxian personally hosted, unveiling the legendary stories behind each piece of gold, silver, and jewelry, thus enhancing the allure of the accessories. Over 20 pieces of jewelry surprisingly sold for a staggering 73 billion. Of course, this was also because these were items placed in boxes by Nangong Aoshua, which were quite valuable. Some pieces, which Xiao Chen had casually picked up in the dream, were directly sold at high prices in the store by Zhu Yingxian. In the final phase, Xiao invited Xiao Chen to the stage, asking him to carve a piece of jewelry in front of everyone to prove his identity as a sculptor. Today I have no inspiration. I can't carve anything, Xiao Chen said as he stepped onto the stage, instantly causing an uproar in the audience. Some even threw shoes at him, accusing Xiao of fraud and demanding refunds, etc. But I have finished products to showcase. In order to appease the audience's anger, Xiao Chen had no choice but to take out more than a dozen pieces of jewelry from his space. They were all relics of Nangong Aoshue, considered the best of the best, only for display, not for sale. After all, he needed these items to attract customers for his jade and stone business. However, he guaranteed that he would make 10 deals. He would provide the raw materials, and the highest bidder would win. Just after saying this, Xiao Chen felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He knew that the Xiao Chen in the dream was about to wake up. He had to leave the matters here to Xiao and ran upstairs to find a room to lie down on the bed. In the dream, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 45. Reinforcements in the dream. It was the first day after Xiao Chen's death. Zhan successfully advanced to level 2. After a hearty meal, he walked out of the barrier with his knife. Outside, there were many zombies. Some were brass, some were black iron, but all remained 10 meters away from the barrier, constantly swinging their fists and striking the air violently. Clearly, they were still following the orders of the silver zombie from just moments ago. Chung Haitao counted and found over 300 zombies, more than 700 brass zombies, and nearly 600 black iron zombies. Zhan bit his tongue, swallowed his essence blood, and unleashed his berserk combat ability. With one person and one knife, it was as if he had entered a realm devoid of zombies, killing them until their heads were shattered. In 5 minutes, he had cut through the zombie horde. However, more zombies began to converge from outside, drawn by the scent, heading straight for Zhan. He swung his knife and killed one, only to be met with another. Moreover, more zombies were rushing in from the distance. After 5 more minutes of fighting, he still hadn't finished them off and had to retreat back to the barrier, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Also, now that you've advanced to level 2, how long can you sustain your berserk combat ability? Wang Yao asked. 10 minutes, Zhan replied. The good thing is, I won't immediately faint after 10 minutes, but I won't be able to fight anymore. I'll just be left with hunger and exhaustion. Let us eat something to replenish, Wang Yao suggested. Without hesitation, Zhan picked up the food on the ground and devoured it, only letting out a satisfied burp half an hour later. He picked up his knife and was about to go back outside to kill zombies. Wait, Wang Yao called out. Zhan, there are too many zombies outside. You can't kill them all alone. Besides, Xiao Chen's injuries can't be delayed. We must find a way to escape. Escape? You saw the situation outside, Zhan said, speechless. In addition to those obedient zombies, there are many others already drawn here by the scent. I might be able to escape alone, using my berserk combat ability, but I truly can't take you with me. Exactly. You should escape alone, Wang Yao insisted. Impossible. Zhan shook his head immediately. Brother Xiao is my lifesaver. At a time like this, how can I abandon him? Even if it means death, I must stand by him. Do you not know how to speak? Wang Yao raised her eyebrows and reprimanded. We are all fighting for our lives. How can we casually talk about death? Letting you escape doesn't mean abandoning us. It means you need to find reinforcements. Where would reinforcements come from? Zhan questioned, but then suddenly his eyes widened. You established a shelter too? How many people are inside? How many awakened ones are there? How strong is their combat power? Zhan threw out more than 10 questions in a row, leaving Wang Yao dumbfounded. Is he not a fool? If there really is a shelter with so many awakened ones, why would they need to rely on Wu Gui? Wang Yao coughed twice, planning to dismiss Zhan's delusions. Our team only has 5 people, all of whom are here. The reinforcements I'm referring to are Wu Gui. Wu Gui? Zhan was taken aback. Wang Yao, you should know what kind of person Wu Gui is. Brother Xiao and you all betrayed him. Do you think he would come to save you? Normally, he wouldn't, Wang Yao said. But they need food, need level 3 awakening pills, and need barrier masters. As long as you tell Wu Gui we have a lot of food here, he will definitely come and rescue us. Even if he doesn't come himself, those he brings will act for food. That seems to be the case. Ao Jean thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Without waiting for his strength to fully recover, he picked up his knife and went outside the barrier again. The path he had previously cut through was once again filled with zombies. Ao Jean dared not use his berserk combat ability again, but fought normally. As a combat type, awaken one with a sharp knife, killing brass zombies wasn't too difficult. The challenge was their overwhelming numbers. It took him over half an hour to barely break through the encirclement. Outside, the wandering zombies, drawn by the scent, began to gather around. While killing and escaping, Ao Jean continued for more than half an hour, and just before his stamina was about to run out, he managed to escape outside. Phew! Chung Haitao and the others have been watching Ao Jean's situation and let out a heavy sigh of relief upon seeing him successfully escape. However, Wang Yao had a grave expression and said, "Chung Haitao, it's your turn next." "Me?" Chung Haitao was stunned. "What can I do?" "Escape," Wang Yao said. "We cannot place all our hopes on Ao Jean. If Wu Gui isn't tempted, we will still be waiting for death. So, you need to escape too." Chung Haitao looked at the layers of zombies closing in outside, trembling uncontrollably. "I will escort you out." Wang Yao knew what Chung Haitao was worried about and continued. "Once you get out, try to find a healer. If you can't find one, look for some medical supplies, especially healing medicines. If Wu Gui doesn't come, our survival will depend entirely on you. I will not let you down," Chung Haitao promised, patting his chest. Although Wang Yao's combat power wasn't as strong as Ao Jean's, she was experienced. Plus, Ao Jean had just opened the path for her. The obedient zombies hadn't yet closed in together. Despite being injured, she successfully escorted Chung Haitao out. "Sister Yao, what will we do if neither of them comes back?" Nangong Aoshu asked worriedly when Wang Yao returned. "Wait 3 days," Wang Yao said. "If they haven't come back by then, we will have to think of another way." As she spoke, Wang Yao deliberately glanced at Xiao Chen, who lay on the ground with his head full of white hair. Thinking to herself, "Xiao Chen, these two are the ones you chose. I hope they can live up to your training. If they betray you..." Wang Yao made up her mind. The day after Xiao Chen's death, Ao Jean did not return with reinforcements, nor did Chung Haitao. On the 3rd day, no one arrived either. As night fell, Wang Yao decided not to wait any longer. She stuffed a level 3 awakening pill into Xiao Chen's mouth, fed him water, and used her ability to force the pill into his stomach. By the morning of the 4th day, Xiao Chen still showed no signs of waking up. However, someone did arrive. It was Ao Jean. His clothes were tattered, as if they had been sliced into strips by sharp blades. Each strip had wounds with flesh rolling over, still bleeding profusely and staining his clothes red. Ao Jean's face was pale, and his breath was weak. He looked like a death row prisoner emerging from an ancient prison, clearly having been tortured severely. Behind him followed Wu Gui and members of the Xinyue Bathing Center shelter, totaling over 200 people. It seemed that during this time, Wu Gui had recruited new personnel. Wang Yao had no spirit sense and couldn't see whether these people had awakened abilities. However, from their physical condition, she could tell that at least 60 of them were awakened ones. As for their levels, it was uncertain, but according to Wu Gui's nature, he certainly wouldn't let these people advance to level 2. After all, he himself was only level 2. Moreover, the food in the shelter was limited and couldn't support too many level 2 awakened ones. Wu Gui also saw the situation inside the barrier. Only Wang Yao, Zhou Qingyu, and Nangong Aoshu were present. Chung Haitao was nowhere to be found. A traitor from within, he thought. Thanks to Xiao Chen managing his eating and drinking, he ended up betraying his own team. Next time I see him, I will definitely give him a taste of his own medicine. However, at the moment, Ao Jean was not angry. Instead, he knelt down in front of Wu Gui with a thud. He pleaded, "Manager Wu, I didn't lie to you, did I? Xiao Chen and the others really have a lot of food. Moreover, that Nangong Aoshu is a water manipulator. As long as we rescue them, our team will be complete. Even if we can't fight against the people from the other 3 districts, having a small territory is enough. Rescue them?" Wu Gui kicked Ao Jean away and said indifferently, "Are you out of your mind? Have you even seen how many zombies are over there? Most of them are bronze zombies. How am I supposed to rescue them? Kill them, A.O. Jean replied matter-of-factly. You're a level 2 awakened one. And with so many of us, can't we kill these zombies? If we don't kill the zombies, we won't get any food. I have a plan. Wu Gui's mouth curved into a smile, but it was a sinister one. Chapter 46. Wu Gui is also hiding his strength. Wu Gui drew a long sword and held it against A.O. Jean's neck. He shouted at the barrier, Wang Yao, throw out the supplies inside, or I will kill A.O. Jean right now. Wu Gui, are you crazy? Wang Yao exclaimed angrily. A.O. Jean is one of your recruited team members. You're going to kill him in public for a little bit of supplies? Do you want your subordinates to rebel against you? Hearing Wang Yao's words, Yu Bo and the others began to whisper among themselves. They had been following Wu Gui for some time now. It was indeed better than the days of being alone in the Green Garden community. But they also had to do more work. Every day, they had to go out searching for supplies, uncertain of when they might become zombie food. To put it bluntly, Wu Gui only saw them as tools. Most of the supplies they found ended up in his own pocket, under the pretext of first, let one person get rich. Only when he became stronger could he protect everyone. Yu Bo and the others were already dissatisfied with him. However, as the number of zombies increased, fleeing alone was too dangerous. They could only hide under Wu Gui's roof, struggling to survive. At this moment, seeing Wu Gui about to kill A.O. Jean made them all feel cold. They instinctively took steps back, distancing themselves from Wu Gui. What are you doing? Wu Gui turned around and glared. Can't you hear that Wang Yao is trying to sow discord among us? In the apocalypse, only by banding together can we have a glimmer of hope. But what about Xiao Chen and Wang Yao? They obviously have plenty of food, but are unwilling to share it with us. I treat them as teammates, yet they betray us. Right now, I'm helping you get back what belongs to you. Don't you all want to eat and drink well? Goo. When it came to food, the stomachs of these people began to rumble again. Looking at the delicious food inside the barrier, they couldn't help but drool. It seemed reasonable. Following Wu Gui, at least they could eat something. If they oppose Wu Gui now, they might be killed. Those people collected their thoughts and once again stood behind Wu Gui, choosing to support him. Seeing this, Wu Gui felt very pleased. He pressed the sword a little further. A.O. Jean's neck was instantly cut open by the sharp blade, and blood flowed out. The pain made him frown continuously. Wang Yao, I will count to 3. If you don't throw out the food by then, I will directly cut off A.O. Jean's head, Wu Gui said coldly. Wang Yao fell into contemplation. If she didn't give the food, A.O. Jean might really die. But if she gave the food, what if Wu Gui turned around and left with his people? If he then killed Wu Gui, wouldn't that be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers? 3. As Wang Yao hesitated, Wu Gui had already started counting. 2, 1, I'll give it. In the end, Wang Yao couldn't bear the pressure and chose to throw out the food. However, what she threw were steam buns. She grabbed 2 at a time and threw them out forcefully. Whoosh! The buns flew over Wu Gui's head and landed beside the group behind him. 2 lucky ones caught them and without any hesitation, stuffed them into their mouths. What are you doing? Wu Gui shouted angrily. These are public resources. Whoever dares to eat them, I will take their life. Zhou Kai, teach them a lesson and get the buns back. When Wang Yao throws out more buns, you are responsible for catching them. Yuan Mingming, you guard those people. Anyone who dares to move will be killed without mercy. Yes. Immediately, 2 people stepped forward to carry out their orders. Zhou Kai broke the legs of the 2 who had eaten the buns and carefully packed the half-eaten buns into his backpack. He was still a bit puzzled. Hasn't the apocalypse been going on for a long time? Why are the buns Wang Yao threw out still soft, as if they were just steamed? Could it be that they made them themselves? Did they find flour? How extravagant! Mixing flour with water to cook into a paste will be much better. It would be more filling and could last a long time. Yet they steam buns. Don't they know it's shameful to waste? Yuan Mingming drew her dagger, keeping a watchful eye on the people around. Wang Yao had no choice but to take out more buns and continue throwing them. This time, she aimed them directly at Wu Gui. Bang, bang, bang. Although the buns had no weight and couldn't hurt Wu Gui at all, they could distract him. Especially when Zhou Kai was picking up the buns, he was very focused. When he saw the buns coming, he rushed to grab them. It was unclear whether it was intentional, but at one point, he actually scratched Wu Gui's face. The pain made Wu Gui frown. He even raised his leg and kicked Zhou Kai. The opportunity had arrived. At that moment, Ao Zhan bit his tongue and swallowed a mouthful of his own blood. His momentum surged dramatically. Ao Zhan threw a punch straight at Wu Gui's lower regions. Wu Gui was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated. Ao Zhan took the chance to stand up and glared at Wu Gui, saying, "Wu Gui, even if you don't save him, you shouldn't kick him while he's down. How will you command others in the future?" "Command others?" Wu Gui sneered. "As long as I can get more food, there will be people who will follow me without hesitation. But you, what good will it do you to escape? You're just a first-level awakened. Do you think you can defeat me? Even if you unleash your berserker ability, you're not my opponent. I advise you to surrender obediently to avoid suffering." "Then let's give it a try," Ao Zhan said proudly. Wu Gui didn't waste any more words and swung his fist to attack. Bang! The two fists collided, and Wu Gui was pushed back several steps, falling to the ground with a thud. He spit out a mouthful of blood while staring at Ao Zhan, unable to believe it. "You've reached level 2? Your berserker skill can actually rival level 3? I underestimated you. Let's fight again." Wu Gui's face was dark as he adjusted his breathing and charged at him again. Ao Zhan chose to meet force with force. If he could kill Wu Gui in front of everyone, he would have a right to command the rest, and then lead them to rescue Xiao Chen and Wang Yao. As for losing, Ao Zhan never considered that. With his berserker ability unleashed, how could he not be able to handle a second-level awakened? However, bang! In another punch collision, Ao Zhan found himself involuntarily retreating several steps. His hands felt numb from the impact. A wave of sweetness surged up to his throat, and if he hadn't held it back, he might have vomited blood. "Level 3? You have actually reached level 3. Ao Zhan said in disbelief. Awakening abilities required a significantly larger amount of food for each level. Everyone was basically suppressing their advancement, fearing starvation. It seemed that Wu Gui had been hoarding supplies during this time, actually leveling up to level 3. "You've also been hiding your strength." Wu Gui was equally shocked. "It hasn't been long, and you've actually reached level 2. You must have consumed Xiao Chen supplies, right? And Xiao Chen supplies belong to everyone. You eat everyone's food to enhance yourself, and today, I will end your life for everyone." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Those were not everyone's food. They were Wu Gui's food, and it had all been eaten by Ao Zhan. Wu Gui was furious. He mobilized all his powers to try to take down Ao Zhan. It was simply overwhelming Ao Zhan. "No," Ao Zhan thought, "if this continues, I will eventually be beaten to death by Wu Gui. It doesn't matter if I die. The key is that Brother Xiao and Sister Yao are waiting for me to save them. In that team, I am the only combat type awakened. Once I die, it means it's all over." He retreated into the barrier. Just at that moment, a voice rang in Ao Zhan's ears. "Who?" Ao Zhan was startled. Before he could react, another voice came. "Staying with Sister Yao gives us the greatest chance of winning." Ao Zhan realized it was Chang Haitao. Didn't he betray Brother Xiao? Or did he not? Moreover, isn't this guy supposed to have sharp ears? How could he transmit his voice over such a distance? Ao Zhan couldn't afford to be distracted. Wu Gui at level 3 was too strong. Even if he unleashed his berserker ability, he would only end up getting beaten. Every second of delay meant less hope. But how could he retreat to the barrier? The area outside the barrier was filled with zombies, and he couldn't get through it all. Use the momentum. Cheng Haitao's voice came again. Use Wu Gui's attack to fly over those zombies' heads. As long as you land inside the barrier, you'll be safe. Chapter 47. Don't want food anymore? This guy can actually see through the battle situation? Ao Zhan felt curious in his heart. However, he still acted according to the plan. He jumped up over 2 meters high. With his fists powered by his abilities, he struck downwards with all his might. How dare he use all his strength? Wu Gui sneered, using a secret method to forcibly elevate his realm, and still dared to be arrogant in front of me? This time, I will at least break your 2 arms. Wu Gui also attacked with full force. Boom! The 2 fists collided. Ao Zhan hurriedly retracted his strength, but then felt an extraordinarily huge force striking down on his arms. The clothes on his arms were shredded into pieces, as his arms became twisted from Wu Gui's strike. He was sent flying, drawing a blood-colored arc in the air, landing within the encirclement of the zombies. Wu Gui struggled a few times, but couldn't get up. Wang Yao hurriedly threw out a barrier to pull him back. Worried, she asked, Ao Jean, how are you? I'm not dead yet, Ao Jean said with a bitter smile, but still suggested, Sister Yao, Brother Xiao is seriously injured and unconscious. We don't know when he will wake up. These foods are our last resources. We cannot throw them to Wu Gui anymore. He cannot save us. I have my own plan. However, Wang Yao smiled mysteriously, asking Nangong Aoshue to take care of Ao Jean. She stood up and said to the crowd outside, most of you are ordinary people. With just one steamed bun, you can live for 2 or 3 more days. Paired with water, you can live even longer. The steamed buns I just threw were meant for you. But your strength is too weak, and they were all taken by Wu Gui and his bandits. So, next I will throw some more to you. Whether you can grab them depends on your abilities. After saying that, Wang Yao threw out some more steamed buns. However, due to the intimidation from Wu Gui, Yuan Mingming, Zhou Kai, and others, no one dared to move. They were all collected by Zhou Kai into his backpack. This won't work. Wang Yao frowned. Why aren't you resisting? There are only about 20 backbone members in the shelter, but there are more than 200 of you. Are you still afraid of them? If you don't resist, you will always be oppressed. Think about your compatriots who entered the shelter with you. How many are still alive now? You will die sooner or later. Do you really want to be starving ghosts? Among the crowd, some people began to change their expressions, whispering to each other, obviously moved. Following Wu Gui, as long as they complete the task, they can get food. Indeed, they wouldn't starve to death, but they wouldn't be full either. The key is that most of the food they risked their lives to find has been taken by Wu Gui. The more they thought, the more aggrieved they felt. Just as Wang Yao said, they would die sooner or later, so why not resist? There are thousands of steamed buns on Wang Yao's side. Even if they were divided equally, each person could get at least 5. That could help them survive a bit longer. Don't listen to her nonsense. Seeing this, Wu Gui coldly said, she just wants to sow discord among us. As the manager of the shelter, my goal is to lead everyone out of the fog and find a glimmer of hope. Collecting the buns is also to prevent you from wasting too much. After all, resources in the apocalypse are non-renewable. Every bit used is one less. With me coordinating, you can live longer. Although his words sounded reasonable, as Wang Yao continued to throw buns, someone eventually couldn't hold back their hunger and pounced to grab a bun. Once they got it, they stuffed it into their mouth. Puffed. Yuan Mingming swiftly drew her knife and killed that person. The bun was spit out, stained with blood. Even so, Yuan Mingming didn't mind the dirt, picked it up, and threw it to Zhou Kai. Looking around at the others, she coldly said, anyone who dares to act recklessly will end up like him. Don't be afraid. Wang Yao began to incite again. Wu Gui is counting on you to help him find supplies. He can't possibly kill you all. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the many. As long as you are brave enough to take the first step, there is hope for victory. Saying this, she started throwing buns in rounds again. Grabbing 2 buns at a time, she threw out 4 at once. Gradually, she whetted their appetites, until someone hurriedly ran to Wu Gui's side, reminding him, Manager Wu, it's bad. A large number of zombies are rushing this way. We must retreat. How many zombies? Wu Gui asked. There are more than 30 this time, including 8 brass zombies, the person said. But there are several thousand zombies in the entire urban village, and even a few silver zombies. Once they catch our scent, retreat. Without waiting for the person to finish, Wu Gui issued the command. Wang Yao hurriedly called for a stop. Retreat for what? Wu Gui, have you forgotten the rules of the shelter? You send everyone out every day to find food, and they risk being killed by zombies. Now that the zombies haven't arrived, you, the leader, want to run. Don't you want food anymore? Moreover, you have already stepped into the 3rd level Awakened realm and are a combat type Awakened one. Even silver zombies are not your match. Or have you always been enjoying the fruits of others' labor? Exactly, we go out every day to find food, and the risks are very high. Many companions have died. Some people immediately voiced their dissatisfaction, muttering quietly. Manager Wu has already stepped into the 3rd level Awakened realm. He is the strongest among us. He is not afraid of zombies. If he kills the zombies, we can continue to collect buns. How great would that be? Manager Wu, wait a bit longer. If we can get more buns, we can eat a little more. Hearing this, Wu Gui's face turned dark. Yet he had no choice but to concede. Leaving now would be exactly what Wang Yao wanted. He could only grit his teeth and let Zhou Kai continue to collect buns while preparing for battle. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the zombies came. More than 30 of them, including 8 brass zombies. Wu Guei could only draw the knife from his back and charge forward. His strength was indeed extraordinary. Killing brass zombies was like slaughtering dogs. In less than 5 minutes, all 30 zombies were wiped out without a scratch. Wang Yao also continued to throw buns as instructed, while Zhou Kai was still responsible for collecting them. Soon, the second wave came, with the number of zombies increasing to over 50. Wu Guei spent another 10 minutes to slay all the zombies. Then came the third wave, with 80 zombies. The fourth wave brought 130. Until the seventh wave, there were over 180 zombies, with nearly 600 brass zombies alone. Run! Wu Guei no longer dared to be brave and shouted, taking the lead to flee. In fact, without him giving the order, the people around also saw the zombies, and no one dared to hesitate any longer. They turned and ran. Sigh. Wang Yao couldn't help but sigh. Even though Wu Guei had stepped into the third-level awakened realm, he didn't dare face so many zombies. What should we do? Even if Xiao Chen steps into the third level, we probably won't be able to escape. Brother Xiao will definitely have a way, Nangong Aoshue said firmly. Yes, Brother Xiao will definitely make it. Aozhan also followed up. When he was at the second level, Brother Xiao could kill silver zombies. Once Brother Xiao steps into the third level. Sister Yao, what did you say? Brother Xiao has stepped into the third level? Not yet, Wang Yao said. But I have already given him the third-level awakening pill, and Cheng Haitao has also invited a healer. As long as those zombies outside retreat, we can go greet them. Why would the zombies retreat? Aozhan asked curiously again. Because of the healer, Wang Yao said with a smile. She can concoct a potion that emits a rotting smell, which can lure the zombies away. Sure enough, after Wu Guei and the others had fled without a trace, the zombies that were chasing them retreated quickly and disappeared without a trace in a moment. At this time, Cheng Haitao appeared in front of everyone with an elderly grandmother who was over 60. After confirming that this was the healer, Wang Yao and Ao Zhan walked out of the barrier, opened a clear path for them, and welcomed the two into the barrier. Chapter 48. Just you? Not worthy. The injuries were too severe, and most of the life force had drained away. Healer Gong Zimei was diagnosing Xiao Chen and shook her head, saying, I am powerless. Thud. Ao Zhan was the first to collapse to the ground. Following him were Nangong Aoshue, Wang Yao, Cheng Haitao, and others, all of them slumping down. Even Zhou Qingyu, who was maintaining the formation, was trembling. The formation shrank a few more degrees. Dr. Gong, can life force be transferred? In the end, it was Nangong Aoshue who asked. I'm willing to give my life force to save Brother Xiao. As long as he can survive, even if it means my death, I am okay with it. I am willing to. The others quickly followed suit. It can indeed be transferred, Gong Zimei said bitterly, but the success rate is very low, only 1 in 10. For example, if you transfer 10 years of life force, only 1 year will reach him. Are you still willing? Willing. They answered without hesitation. 10 years, 100 years. What does it matter? In this apocalyptic era, can they even live to see that time? But Xiao Chen was different. He was a space ability user and had a lot of food. Only if he lived could they all live well. Without Xiao Chen, they might not even be able to leave the urban village. All right, I will start the rescue now. Gong Zimei nodded. The first to provide life force was Nangong Aoshue. Cheng Haitao could listen, Ao Zhan and Wang Yao could fight, and Zhou Qingyu was setting up a barrier. Although she could conjure clean water, there was already an endless supply of clean water in Brother Zhao's space. So, overall, she was the least useful among them. Gong Zimei formed hand seals, and strands of multicolored light flowed from her fingertips. One end entered Nangong Aoshue's body, while the other end entered Xiao Chen's body. Then Gong Zimei began to chant incantations. Everyone was watching her, but noticed nothing unusual. However, Nangong Aoshue's already withered body gradually shrank further. When Xiao Chen found her, she weighed about 80 pounds. Now, she seemed even thinner, probably around 60 pounds. She looked much more haggard. Even white hair appeared on her head, and wrinkles formed on her face. After more than 10 minutes, Gong Zimei exhaled a breath of foul air. Before anyone could speak, she shook her head first. No, Xiao Chen's loss of life force is too much. I extracted 30 years from her, and it still isn't enough. We need to continue. The second was Cheng Haitao, who also had 30 years of life force extracted, and it still wasn't enough. The third was Wang Yao, who also had 30 years of life force taken. The fourth was Ao Zhan. Dr. Gong, just extract as needed until Brother Xiao wakes up, Ao Zhan said proudly. That will kill you, Gong Zime reminded. Ha! Ao Zhan smiled nonchalantly. If it weren't for encountering Brother Xiao, I would be dead already. Consider this a return of favor. Besides, if Brother Xiao cannot wake up, even if I live, I certainly won't last long and will eventually starve to death. Dr. Gong, please hurry. Okay. Gong Zime didn't say more and continued to manipulate the multicolored threads to transfer life force. Not good. Someone is approaching. At that moment, Cheng Haitao shouted. Then he crouched down, pressed his ear to the ground, and said, there are about 70 people with 26 ability users among them. One is a level 3 ability user, and 25 are level 1 ability users. They're only 300 meters away from us. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw the newcomers. It was Wu Guwei and others returning. Indeed, you were scheming. Wu Guwei saw the situation inside the barrier and sneered. When he had escaped earlier, Wu Guwei noticed that the zombies had only chased for a short distance before retreating. This raised his suspicion. He sent scouts to investigate and found Cheng Haitao had brought an old lady into the barrier. Wu Guwei immediately thought of a possibility. They were being used as pawns. Ao Zhan brought them here, not to save Xiao Chen, but to have them kill zombies. Then Cheng Haitao would take the healer over. Once Xiao Chen revived, with their combat power, they could easily break through the zombie encirclement. By then, they would have ample resources. Their advancement would be rapid. In a few days, they might even surpass the power of the shelter. Who would have a final say in the East District would be uncertain. The East District was his territory, and Wu Guwei would not allow any loss. So he turned back. First, he would use food to sow discord among the members of the shelter, forcing them to help kill zombies, and then drive them away with zombies, allowing him to reap the benefits. Wang Yao, we have worked together, and I didn't expect you to be so malicious. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Come, everyone, break through the zombie encirclement and attack the barrier. Wu Guwei commanded. Whoever charges first can eat 3 steam buns today. Under the promise of great rewards, both ability users and ordinary people rushed forward. After all, Wu Guwei had previously said that the zombies in the encirclement were like they had been cursed, only knowing to stand there and attack. As long as they dodged their attacks, they could successfully enter the encirclement. Those who reached the zombies began to climb. Surprisingly, the zombies really didn't attack them. They're food. I'll give you food, don't attack. Wang Yao exclaimed in shock. She grabbed steam buns and threw them outside. After throwing a couple of handfuls, all were picked up by Wu Guwei and put into his backpack. Wang Yao had to change her strategy and threw the buns at the zombies. This time, the climbers became anxious. When they saw the buns flying over, they reached out to catch them. If they missed, they climbed down to pick them up. Those who caught them stuffed them into their mouths. This delay allowed the zombies to attack, and several people were smashed into meat paste. Seeing this, the others finally retreated. Useless. All of you are useless. Wu Guwei roared in anger. Can't the food just sit there and grow legs and run away? As long as we kill Wang Yao and the others, all of this will be ours. Are you so easily fooled by the enemy's tricks? Yuan Mingming, you guard these people. Zhou Kai, you pick up the buns, and I will take action myself. With no other choice, Wu Guwei had to take action himself. Of course, he dared to say this because he saw that the zombies really wouldn't take the initiative to attack. With a leap, Wu Guwei jumped onto a zombie, stepping on its head and easily crossing over. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the barrier. Wang Yao immediately entered stealth mode, and Cheng Haitao clenched his fists. Even Nangong Aoshue stood up, holding a carving knife and staring at Wu Guwei intently. None of you are my opponents. Wu Guwei said indifferently, surrender now, and I can spare your lives. Stubborn. Swish. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yao had already launched an attack. Unfortunately, Wu Guwei reacted quickly, easily dodging while kicking Wang Yao back into the barrier. You refused to drink the toast and instead asked for the penalty drink. Wu Guwei's face darkened as he drew a knife from behind and struck hard at the barrier. With just one strike, he broke the barrier. Zhou Qingyu was also rebounded and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. I'll fight you. Wang Yao, Cheng Haitao, and Nangong Aoshiwei rushed toward Wu Guwei. Unfortunately, they were no match for a level 3 awakened being. With just one move, Wu Guwei kicked him off balance, causing him to fall to the ground and struggle to get up for a long time. Wu Guwei walked towards Xiao Chen step by step. Ao Zhan tried to intervene, but his arms had not yet recovered, and he was also kicked aside by Wu Guwei. Gong Zimei, frightened, quickly stepped back. Wu Guwei approached Xiao Chen directly, the knife in his hand naturally resting against Xiao Chen's neck. He disdainfully said, Xiao Chen, aren't you supposed to be tough? Didn't you betray me? Why don't you get up and fight me? Let me see how strong you really are. With just you, you're not worthy. Suddenly, Xiao Chen spoke up. His eyes opened, glaring at Wu Guwei, filled with anger. Chapter 49. Killing Wu Guwei. After Cheng Haitao infused life energy into Xiao Chen, he had already regained consciousness. However, he found that his eyes could not be opened. To his surprise, he had actually reached level 3. His spiritual awareness had increased to 500 meters. The spatial edge length had expanded to 80 meters, and his volume was now 512,000 cubic meters. Most importantly, his combat power had significantly improved. Xiao Chen could sense that with his current strength, killing a silver zombie should not be difficult. If he combined that with spiritual attacks, he could truly become invincible at the same level. Next, it was Wang Yao who was supplying him with life energy. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the life energy draining from Wang Yao's body. He screamed and roared with all his might, but unfortunately, no sound came out. He could only watch helplessly as Wang Yao lost 30 years of her lifespan. Then came Ao Zhan. At this moment, Wu Guwei and his men rushed over. Xiao Chen finally understood that Cheng Haitao and the others had called a healer to help him, hoping to save his life at the cost of their own. Wait a minute. This healer was obviously a very beautiful woman. Why was she disguised as an old lady over 60? Moreover, he had already awakened and did not need any more life energy. Why was she still continuing? Most importantly, not all of the life energy was absorbed into his body. The vast majority had been drained by her. She was taking advantage of the situation. Xiao Chen wanted to slap her to death, but unfortunately, his eyelids still could not be opened, and he could not muster any strength. It wasn't until Wu Guwei charged into the barrier and injured everyone that Xiao Chen felt a warm sensation in his body. After the healer retreated, with Wu Guwei's knife pressed against his neck, he finally opened his eyes. The first thought that crossed Xiao Chen's mind was that the healer had issues. But he didn't have time to deal with her. Instead, he raised his hand and grabbed the knife handle. So what if he had awakened? Wu Guwei was startled by Xiao Chen suddenly opening his eyes. However, he considered himself a level 3 awakened and did not take Xiao Chen seriously. He pressed down hard on the knife, intending to end Xiao Chen's life with a single blow. But the knife felt as if it had been clamped by a pair of pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he could not push it down even a little. Get off! Xiao Chen roared and forcefully shook off the knife resting on his neck. He stood up as well, taking advantage of Wu Guwei's momentary distraction. Xiao Chen lunged forward and kicked Wu Guwei in the chest. Bang! Crack! Accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, Wu Guwei was sent staggering backward over 10 meters, nearly falling into the encirclement of zombies. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He propped himself up with the knife, staring coldly at Xiao Chen, unable to believe it. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you would also step into the ranks of level 3 awakened. I really underestimated you. But so what? You have just entered while I have been at level 3 for a long time. I've taken far more level 3 awakening pills than you. Today, killing you is like slaughtering a dog. As he spoke, Wu Guwei adjusted his breath. Once restored, he immediately swung his knife and charged forward. At that moment, Xiao Chen also took the carving knife from Nangong Aoshiwei's hand and met him head-on. With the assistance of his spiritual awareness, Wu Guwei's attacks seemed to slow down, allowing Xiao Chen to easily dodge and counterattack. After a few exchanges, Wu Guwei was already covered in wounds, gritting his teeth in pain. His attacks became sluggish. In a moment of carelessness, he was punched squarely in the face by Xiao Chen. Wu Guwei spat out a mouthful of blood-stained teeth, internally alarmed. They were both level 3 awakened, and Xiao Chen had just awakened. He probably hadn't even adapted to his own strength yet. How could his combat power be so formidable? Wu Gui began to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, the more fearful he became, the more openings he revealed. He was nearly dominated by Xiao Chen, forced into a passive defense. Within 2 minutes, Wu Gui was knocked down by Xiao Chen more than 3 times, and his injuries worsened. The last time, he couldn't even get up. Xiao Chen stepped on his chest, pressing the carving knife against his neck. Wu Gui, it's one thing to provoke me, but you shouldn't have provoked my friends. They fought alongside me through life and death, and now you've gravely injured them. Today, I will take your life to avenge them. With that, Xiao Chen killed Wu Gui. Wait, Wu Gui hurriedly said, Xiao Chen, you can't kill me. Why not? Xiao Chen asked curiously. The Four-Direction City is fighting for dominance. Without a level 3 awakened like me, it will be difficult for you to compete against the others. Wu Gui explained. You must know that other shelters basically have 2 or 3 or even more level 3 awakened. If you lose, you and your teammates will become their slaves. Spare my life, and I will willingly serve you, obeying your every command. I will even give you the Xia bathhouse. There is plenty of water there, and as long as Zhou Qingyu continues to cast the barrier for 3 days, the water will be purified and can be consumed. Although you have plenty of food, you lack water. Before Wu Gui could finish his words, Xiao Chen stabbed the knife through his throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. Wu Gui's eyes bulged in shock. He raised his hand to cover the wound, but his arms only made it halfway up before they fell limp. He still died, breathless. Thud! Xiao Chen slumped to the ground as if he had exhausted all his strength, gasping for breath. Outside the zombie encirclement, Zhou Kai and Yuan Mengmeng exchanged glances, both able to see shock in each other's eyes. The once lofty Wu Gui had actually been killed by Xiao Chen. Did this mean Xiao Chen was stronger? Could they still take revenge? Of course, that was not the key issue. The key was whether they could still keep the buns they had collected. For a moment, everyone was deep in thought. Revenge was naturally impossible. After all, Xiao Chen's strength was too great. Even injured, he was still stronger than them. If they went up, they might just be cut down with a single blow. Surrender? What if Xiao Chen refused? He certainly wouldn't accept. After all, if even someone like Wu Gui, who had reached level 3, could be killed by Xiao Chen, what chance did they, as small fries, have? So the only option left was to run. After making their decision, the others grabbed the buns and turned to flee, fearing that if they were a moment too late, they would be caught by Xiao Chen's people. Big Brother Xiao, are you okay? Nangong Aoxue, Cheng Haitao, and Ao Zhan looked at Xiao Chen with concern. I should be fine, Xiao Chen said with a bitter smile. Then turned to Gong Zimei and asked, Are you the healer? Gong Zimei nodded. Can you help me with some treatment? Xiao Chen said, Don't worry. I won't shortchange you on the promised reward. I don't want money, Gong Zimei replied. I want food. You just recovered some life energy and are about to fight at the same level. The consumption is too great, and treatment will be quite troublesome. So the reward has to be substantial. 1 ton of flour, 1 ton of rice, and 2 tons of water. How about that? If you can provide that, I will treat you right now. If you can't bear to part with it, I won't help. Is that all? Xiao Chen said with interest. I can definitely get that. But the key is how you plan to take it away. That's several tons of weight. Where will you pack it? Are you a space-type ability user? You really do have one? Gong Zimei was taken aback. She was just asking for a sky-high price, waiting for Xiao Chen to bargain. But instead, he directly asked her how she would carry it. In the apocalypse, how could there be so many supplies? Even if you rob a supermarket, you can't stockpile this much supplies, right? Moreover, with the fog descending, the speed at which supplies spoil and mold is very fast. Shouldn't the supplies have been completely metabolized by now? Yes, Xiao Chen affirmed. Just treat me first. If you can cure me, I will give you everything I promised. The premise is that you need to prepare a storage place. Otherwise, with so many things going bad, who knows how many lives will be lost. All right. Gong Zimei swallowed hard. If she really had this much, she could save more people. Without further hesitation, Gong Zimei stepped forward to take Xiao Chen's pulse. As soon as her hand touched Xiao Chen's wrist, he grabbed it and with a slight force, dislocated her arm. Then he kicked out, striking her knee. Gong Zimei fell to the ground. Xiao Chen then sat down on her, took out a rope from his space, and quickly tied her up securely. Xiao Chen, why are you tying me up? Gong Zime exclaimed in shock. Chapter 50, do you know who she is? Xiao Chen ignored her and shouted outside. If you are willing to surrender, stay there and don't run around. If you don't want to follow me, leave early, lest I treat you as enemies and kill you later. As for those who want to avenge Wu Gue, you can come in now. I'm consuming a lot right now, so this is your best opportunity. The people outside who hadn't escaped looked at each other, hesitating for a moment. But they struggled only briefly before someone made a choice. I surrender. With one person taking the lead, others followed. Apart from those who had escaped earlier, more than 30 chose to surrender. Another 6 or 7 looked at the steam buns in their arms, then glanced at Xiao Chen and ultimately turned to leave. Since you've surrendered, I have a few questions for you, Xiao Chen said lightly. What does Wu Gue mean by fighting for dominance in Xifang City? I know. Before the people outside could speak, Gong Zime interjected. You're already tied up, and you're still willing to tell me? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. Yes. Gong Zime said sincerely. You tie me up because you don't trust me. This shows your vigilance. It's what a big brother should look like. Plus, your combat ability is very strong. As a space-type ability user, you must have a lot of food on you. So, I'm willing to help you. I hope that after you win, you can re-establish the rules of Xifang City and leave a way out for ordinary people. Playing the emotional card? Xiao Chen didn't believe her, unless this healer reveals her true face first. With Gong Zime's explanation, Xiao Chen understood. The so-called fight for dominance in Xifang City was literally what it meant. The city he was in was called Xifang City, divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Center. Each region had one or several teams. In the more than a month since the apocalypse began, these teams had scavenged most of the resources within their areas. To improve, they could only expand their territory. They then agreed to confront each other in the central urban area. Whoever won would become the overlord of Xifang City, while the others would be their subordinates. How do you know this so clearly? Xiao Chen asked again. Heard it from others, Gong Zime replied. Why haven't I heard of it? Perhaps because you were injured and stayed in the village within the city, Gong Zime said. As long as there are people outside, almost everyone is discussing this matter. She was right. Wu Gue had mentioned it more than once. Immediately, someone outside echoed. During this time, our tasks have also increased, and the goal is to cultivate more second-level awakened ones. Xiao Chen, now that you become our big brother, what shall we do next? Some also expressed their doubts. Can you give us some instructions? Are there any barrier masters among you? Xiao Chen asked. The people shook their heads. Is there a way to divert the zombies? Xiao Chen asked again. The people shook their heads once more. In that case, you should retreat. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and said, Zhou Qingyu is severely injured and unconscious, and can't set up barriers for the time being. My body is also too weak to protect you. After a while, zombies may come smelling the scent. You should retreat to the shelter. If I can escape, I will definitely go to the shelter to meet you. If I really can't escape, you'll have to find a way to survive. As a reward for your surrender, I plan to give each of you 5 steam buns. Starting now, line up to collect them at the zombie perimeter. After finishing, Xiao Chen turned to Wang Yao and Cheng Haitao and said, Sister Yao, Cheng Haitao, I'll trouble you to throw them the buns. The two nodded and began to work. In no time, they had sent off the people at the perimeter. During this time, under the feeding of Nangong Aoshua, Xiao Chen gradually recovered some strength. He hadn't lied. After killing Wu Gue, he had almost exhausted all the strength he had just regained. He was also worried that Gong Zime might have ulterior motives, so he designed to tie her up to intimidate Wu Gue's subordinates outside. It was only now that things had calmed down. Xiao Chen stood up, pointed at Zhou Qingyu, and asked Gong Zime, how is her injury? Not a big problem, just exhausted and a bit bruised. She'll be fine after resting for a while. Gong Zime did not hide the situation she saw. If you're willing to spend some resources to feed her something nutritious, she will recover faster. Of course, this was just a kind reminder from Healer. In her eyes, even if Xiao Chen had space, he couldn't possibly be hiding monkey head fungus or bird's nest. However, the next moment, her eyes nearly popped out. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and a plate of mountain delicacies appeared. Abalone, king crabs, Australian lobsters, and so on. Even before the apocalypse, it would have been hard to taste such things. Where did he get these? How is he so rich? Xiao Chen didn't explain and personally fed Zhou Qingyu. After eating 2 plates, and drinking a cup of milk tea, Zhou Qingyu woke up. Seeing that Xiao Chen was fine, she immediately threw herself into his arms and began to cry. "Brother Xiao, it's so great that you're okay. I thought I would never see you again. Don't worry, I have great fortune and a long life. Even the king of hell doesn't dare to take me." Xiao Chen patted her back to comfort her. "You've worked hard during this time. Next, let us have a good meal and then start killing zombies." Mentioning food, Zhou Qingyu put away her sadness. She always believed that wherever Xiao Chen was, she just needed to follow his arrangements, and there was no need to worry about anything else. Xiao Chen gathered everyone together and took out plates of steaming food, instantly making everyone present drool. Gong Zimei was even more so. After the apocalypse, she hadn't seen so much delicious food. She kept swallowing saliva, her desire evident on her face. Cheng Haitao noticed this and, feeling a bit reluctant, suggested to Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao, Dr. Gong saved your life. Can we give her something to eat? Do you know who she is?" Xiao Chen countered. "Huh?" Cheng Haitao was taken aback, but explained, "Her name is Gong Zimei. She is a healer. Before the apocalypse, she was the chief physician at the Central Hospital of Sifong City. Do you know her?" Xiao Chen asked again. Cheng Haitao shook his head. "Then you must have been deceived by her," Xiao Chen said with a smile. "She should be around 20 years old. How could she be a chief physician? She probably hasn't even graduated from university. 20 years old? This time, it was just Cheng Haitao who was puzzled. Everyone present was confused. They looked at Gong Zimei and then at Xiao Chen, not understanding. Even Zhou Qingyu reached out and touched Xiao Chen's forehead, questioning, "Brother Xiao isn't feverish. Why is he talking nonsense? Dr. Gong clearly looks like she is over 60. How can you say she is only around 20? She wears a mask," Xiao Chen said, feeling something was off, and added, "Or she might have an ability to change her appearance, which ordinary people can't see through." "That is actually true," Cheng Haitao echoed. "Her pulse is very strong. She doesn't look like an elderly person at all. She is lying to us." "Why? I want to know why too." Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders, but there was no rush at the moment. She would naturally speak when she was ready. "Let us eat first and replenish our energy for the battle ahead." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, everyone indeed set aside the matter of Gong Zimei and focused on their meal. It was just too delicious. If they were a moment late, the food might be snatched away by others. "No need to rush. There is plenty of food," Xiao Chen said with a wry smile. While eating, he used one hand to pick up food and feed Ao Zhan, since this guy had his arms broken. However, Gong Zimei felt as if she had been struck by lightning, unable to regain her composure for a long time. How did Xiao Chen know about her situation? Who exactly was he? Should she speak up? If she did, it might bring her death. But if she didn't, being captured now would probably just lead to starvation. Moreover, she genuinely wanted to join Xiao Chen and enjoy the food together. Gong Zimei found herself caught in an inner conflict. However, it was only for a moment before she made her decision and slowly opened her mouth, unable to resist the temptation of the delicious food. Chapter 51. With you having food, my original name is Gong Xiyan, and I am the daughter of the Lord of Sifong City. Gong Zimei slowly recounted. After the apocalypse arrived, I awakened my abilities and gained healing skills. I also knew that the appetite of awakened ones increased significantly. My family left all their food for me so that I could survive, and they were slowly starved to death. Especially my father, before he passed, instructed me to protect the citizens of Sifong City. That was my father's last wish. How could I let him down? But how could I protect them? As a healer without any combat ability, encountering zombies would only lead to my death. Just then, the overlord of the central urban area found me, asking me to be his tool and help him search for food. I saw people fighting and robbing each other to survive, only to end up benefiting the zombies in the end. The urban overlord not only did not stop this, but also highly praised it. He believed that the apocalypse was a phase of talent selection, survival of the fittest. Those who survived would inevitably become powerful. As for the dead, they were contributing to the propagation of the race. I did not agree with him, so during one of the food searches, I quietly slipped away. I went to the next urban area, and it was the same there. I changed to another one, and it was much the same. I realized that relying on others was not as good as relying on myself. So I diligently studied my abilities and finally discovered the wonders of healing skills. It could heal humans, but could also hunt zombies. As long as I created the corresponding poison, I could kill zombies on a large scale. I found awakening pills to enhance my strength. As a healer, my sense of smell was particularly sensitive, allowing me to quickly find food so I didn't T-starve. After several twists and turns, I encountered Chung Haitao. He was starving in a hospital in the Northern District, and I couldn't T-bear to see him die. So I saved him. Then I learned about your situation from him, which led me to come here and save you. You know the rest. As Gong Xian reminisced and recounted, there were moments of gritted teeth, sorrow, and heartbreak. Until finally, she looked at a pile of delicious food, drooling. It seemed those unhappy memories were thrown to the back of her mind. Brother Xiao, Dr. Gong, is trustworthy. Just as Xiao Chen hesitated, Chung Haitao's voice reached his ears, catching him off guard. He scanned with his consciousness and found no sign of Chung Haitao speaking. Then he heard, Brother Xiao, I am Chung Haitao. Under Dr. Gong's suggestion, I dug deeper into my abilities. Not only do I have keen hearing, but I can also transmit sound across great distances. As long as it is within my hearing range, I can send a message. It does consume quite a bit of energy, and every time I use it, I feel exhausted. When Dr. Gong found me, I still had food with me. If it were someone else, they might have resorted to killing and looting. But Dr. Gong did not. She not only saved me, but also came here to save you at my request. She should be a trustworthy person. Xiao Chen did not respond, but turned to Gong Xian and asked, Why did you extract our life force? To heal your wounds, Gong Xian replied matter-of-factly. Your life force was damaged, and your organs were failing. If I hadn't extracted some of their life force to extend your life, you would likely be dead by now. Is that so? Xiao Chen sneered, but clearly, one person's life force could extend mine. Why did you extract the life force of 4 people? Moreover, most of the life force has entered your body. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, even if your words are flowery, I will kill you. As he spoke, Xiao Chen's eyes shot out 2 fierce glances. Gong Xian had no doubt that if she dared to lie, Xiao Chen's knife would undoubtedly chop off her head without hesitation. If I had known this guy was so unreasonable, I shouldn't have saved him. What a miscalculation. Gong Xian inwardly lamented. Clearly, she had been very careful. Why did she still fall into his trap? She certainly did not believe it was due to the temptation of food. It must be that Xiao Chen's vigilance was too heavy. It had to be that way. Otherwise, how could he have seen through her changed appearance using her abilities? Gong Xian felt even more frustrated. It was like escaping from a wolf pack only to fall into the mouth of tiger. Because I need to increase my strength. Weighing her options, Gong Xian chose to be honest. The ability most used by healers is life force. The stronger the life force I possess, the greater the effect of the healing skills. Healing you and extracting part of their life force is the healing fee. That seems reasonable. Xiao Chen nodded secretly in his heart, having witnessed the power of a healer. He really did not want to kill Gong Xian. Instead, he wanted to absorb her into his team. But he was also somewhat afraid. Just as Gong Xian said, a healer could not only heal, but also poison and kill. If she did not genuinely rely on him, keeping her around would be like carrying a ticking time bomb. One misstep could lead to disaster. Just as Xiao Chen hesitated, he sensed something and suddenly raised his head to look into the distance. At that moment, Chung Haitao also reminded him, Brother Xiao, zombies are coming. What should we do? I'll set up a barrier. Zhou Qingyu immediately sat cross-legged, forming hand seals to set up the barrier. Within the barrier, we are safe. Brother Xiao, take your time to think. There's no rush. Qingyu, you can take a break. Xiao Chen smiled wryly. There's a layer of zombies surrounding us outside, and it's hard for other zombies to break in. Even if 1 or 2 get in, I can kill them. No need to worry. Our main task now is to increase our strength. There are no level 3 awakening pills at the moment, but there are plenty of level 2 ones. They should be enough for all of you to reach the peak of level 2 and touch the threshold of level 3. As he spoke, Xiao Chen took out a pile of awakening pills. These were what he had collected from killing zombies earlier, totaling several hundred. Everyone's eyes lit up, especially Gong Xian. She almost drooled. Unable to hold back, she quickly said, Xiao Chen, Brother Xiao, let me go. I promise to listen to you from now on. And if I don't? Xiao Chen retorted, What if you poison me? I can't be on guard against you every day, can I? What then? Gong Xian was speechless. I have already made my attitude clear, yet you still don't trust me. Are you going to watch them get worse and worse? Their life forces have diminished by decades. Without proper care, they won't last long. If you let me go, I can treat them first, okay? This can be my pledge to you. No. Xiao Chen unhesitatingly refused again. Unless you can come up with a way to make me feel at ease, otherwise, you will be a puppet for the rest of your life. Considering you healed me, I can spare your life, but I will definitely not let you go. You can consider being kept as a pet. I have plenty of food anyway. You. Gong Xian glared in anger. But she truly thought of a way and said with joy, Brother Xiao, you should find the overlord of the central urban area, Yin Hongwu. He's a psychic master. A psychic master can imprint the soul. As long as I open my heart and let him take a drop of my soul blood to plant in your sea of consciousness, you will be able to completely control me. Xiao Chen's thoughts stirred. A psychic master? He himself was one. However, Xiao Chen was completely unaware of how to imprint the soul. But he did not ask, instead maintaining a demeanor of indifference. Saying lightly, you just mentioned that the four-direction city is vying for dominance. I should be considered an enemy of Yin Hongwu. Why would he help me? Because you have food, Gong Xian replied. I have traveled all over the four-direction city, and yours is the most abundant supply of food. As long as you can provide Yin Hongwu with enough food, he will do whatever you ask. Can you tell me more about imprinting the soul? Xiao Chen then shifted to the main topic, saying, if I find this feasible, I will act on it. If there are any risks involved, then I'm sorry. You can continue to be a pet. Gong Xian bit her teeth tightly, as if she were biting Xiao Chen. If her hands and feet weren't bound, she would want to give Xiao Chen a packet of poison to send him to his grave. But under the eaves, one must lower their head. Gong Xian still honestly began to explain. Chapter 52. Marking the soul actually means recognizing a master. The servant willingly offers their soul blood to the other party, and with just a thought from the master, the servant will die immediately. Moreover, the servant cannot harbor any thoughts of betrayal. Otherwise, they will face backlash and die instantly. The servant must also fiercely protect the master. Otherwise, if the master dies, the servant will die as well. This method is quite effective. The more Xiao Chen listened, the brighter his eyes became. He smiled and said, Gong Xian, now open your heart and mind. What do you mean? Gong Xian was taken aback. Could it be that one of you is a mentalist? I am, Xiao Chen nodded. Gong Xian felt like she had shot herself in the foot. She had initially planned to use Yin Hongwu to deal with Xiao Chen and save herself. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to wait for that time now. But why was Xiao Chen so strong? A space-type ability user with astonishing combat power, able to pry into her secrets, and also a mentalist. However, thinking it over, the stronger Xiao Chen was, the more beneficial it was for her. Perhaps she could use his strength to fulfill her father's last wish. Having made up her mind, Gong Xian no longer hesitated and opened her heart to let Xiao Chen mark her. Xiao Chen was not polite either. He controlled his consciousness, took a drop of Gong Xian's soul blood, and placed it into his sea of consciousness. As soon as it entered, that drop of soul blood was enveloped by his own soul, like a group of special forces beating up a kindergarten child. The child was so frightened that he trembled and obeyed. Xiao Chen could also feel that with just a thought, he could make Gong Xian die. It was quite stable. Xiao Chen took the initiative to step forward and untie Gong Xian's ropes, bringing her into the space. Once her hands and feet were free, the poison immediately slid into Gong Xian's hands. But soon after, a wave of malice invaded her sea of consciousness. Gong Xian could feel that as long as she dared to throw the poison at Xiao Chen, she would undoubtedly die. You still want to harm me? Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. No, I just want to poison the zombies. Gong Xian hurriedly smiled. At the same time, she threw the powder she held towards the surrounding zombies. The zombies showed no reaction. It seemed it wasn't poison, Xiao Chen thought. Brother Xiao, can I eat those things now? Gong Xian asked. Not yet. Let's treat their injuries first. Xiao Chen shook his head. Once they are healed, you can eat as you like. Saying this, Xiao Chen took out several meals. Gong Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hurried to check everyone's injuries and treated them one by one. To her credit, her healing technique was quite impressive. Colorful threads, emerged from her fingertips. And then everyone's injuries healed. Even Ao Zhan's broken bones were reconnected. The wounds on their bodies gradually healed, and before long, it was as if they had never been injured. Huh. Gong Xian let out a heavy breath and looked eagerly at Xiao Chen. Eat. Feel free to eat. Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Since she had worked so hard, he couldn't shortchange her and gave her another set of meals. Brother Xiao, although we are a team, people's hearts are different, and no one can guarantee they won't betray you for a lifetime. Nangong Aoshue was the first to speak up. Just like that team of Wu Gui's, they could fight to the point of bloodshed over a little food. So, I suggest we all give our soul blood to Brother Xiao. It won't have any impact, and it will ensure our team has no second thoughts. Why not? Cheng Haitao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What a missed opportunity. I didn't think of it beforehand. He could only echo, Nangong Aoshue is right. It should be done this way. I am willing to give my soul blood and obey Brother Zhao's orders. Me too. Others quickly expressed their willingness as well. This. Gong Xian, who was eating, was dumbfounded. That was soul blood. Just like that, giving it to others, weren't they afraid that someone might just think of killing them? This was too childish. However, Gong Xian also felt a bit envious of Xiao Chen. Just relying on personal charm, he made his subordinates willingly follow him. This was absolutely unique in the apocalypse. Gong Xian's expectations of him grew. Xiao Chen tried to refute, but couldn't resist the pleading of the five. They even took out their weapons and held them to their necks, threatening to slit their throats if Xiao Chen refused again. Helpless, Xiao Chen could only accept their soul blood into his sea of consciousness. At that moment, Cheng Haitao pointed outside in shock. Brother Xiao looked quickly those zombies. In fact, everyone had already seen it. A large number of zombies had disappeared in succession, revealing a gap, which was quickly filled again. That was the place where Gong Xian had thrown the powder. Poison, and it had a wide range of lethality. Xiao Chen's expression immediately turned cold as he looked at Gong Xian. Gong Xian, who had forgotten about eating, hurriedly explained, "Zombies are different from us humans. What is a lethal poison for them is a healing elixir for us." Xiao Chen decided to trust her for now. After all, with her soul blood in his possession, she wouldn't dare betray him. Xiao Chen then asked, "You can heal so quickly. What level of Awakened One are you?" "A level 3 healer," Gong Xian replied. "Those lower than my level may heal faster, but those higher than my level or with serious injuries will take longer. Sometimes it even costs lifespan. How did you concoct those powders?" Xiao Chen asked again. "In this apocalypse, with the fog covering everything, plants have withered and died. Medicines should have been contaminated and gone bad. What did you use to make the medicine?" "Awakening pills," Gong Xian answered, "combined with my ability." "So simple?" Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly prepare more powder and poison all the zombies outside so we can get out." "Okay." Gong Xian showed no hesitation and immediately took out awakening pills to start making medicine. She sat cross-legged, formed seals with her hands, and spun colorful threads. Those threads wrapped around the awakening pills like blades, and in an instant, the pills were ground into powder. "Brother Xiao, this is the powder for poisoning zombies. You can use it to kill the zombies, and I will continue making more." "Is it poisonous?" "It's harmless to the human body." Xiao Chen nodded, grabbed it with his hand, and directly threw it into the circle of surrounding zombies. Before long, another 30 or 40 zombies outside were poisoned to death. "This stuff is really useful." Xiao Chen couldn't help but show a delighted expression. It could kill over a wide range without consuming physical strength, and it eliminated casualties. Simply wonderful. Wait, something's not right. Killing zombies like this indeed doesn't consume our physical strength, but it should consume Gong Xian's, right? Just as he thought of this, Xiao Chen's consciousness focused on Gong Xian and saw beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. The beauty hidden behind her was gradually becoming haggard, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. At the same time, an inexplicable essence was slowly flowing out of her body. It was vitality. Xiao Chen suddenly realized something and hurriedly stopped her. "Gong Xian, stop making poison. Hurry and stop." Huff. Gong Xian let out a heavy breath and began to breathe heavily. She even grabbed a bun nearby and started to eat, washing it down with a few sips of water. Only then did her condition ease a bit. "Gong Xian, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Chen frowned and said, I asked you to create poison, which was to be done within your capabilities, not to deplete your life force. Brother Xiao, now I am your servant. Gong Xian explained with a bitter smile. Whatever your command is, I must fulfill it unconditionally. Not to mention depleting some life force. Even if it cost me my life, I wouldn't dare to disobey in the slightest. Xiao Chen wanted to curse. He really didn't expect that after the soul imprint, she would be so obedient to a ridiculous extent. Can the imprint be removed? Xiao Chen asked out of concern. Gong Xian shook her head. Unless I die, once the soul imprint is successfully placed, it cannot be removed for life. Of course, it could also be that our strength is insufficient, our experience lacking, and our knowledge shallow, and we haven't come across a way to remove it. So, Brother Xiao, in the future, try not to speak in a commanding tone. Otherwise, we might lose our lives because of your orders. It doesn't matter if we die, but you would lose several loyal helpers. Xiao Chen was even more speechless. If he had known that the soul imprint would have so many effects, he shouldn't have taken the soul blood of Wang Yao and others. Roar! At that moment, a loud roar came from outside. Following that, a shimmering silver zombie, accompanied by a large group of bronze and black iron zombies, came rushing towards them. Everyone hurriedly stopped their training and entered a state of alert. Chapter 53. Are you showing off that you have a lot of water? Qingyu, you set up the barrier. A range of 5 meters is enough. Xiao Chen instructed. Wang Yao, Ao Zhan, you two go kill the brass zombies and black iron zombies. Cheng Hai Tao, you go out too, kill the black iron zombies. If you can't handle it, retreat quickly. Nangong Aoshua, observe the battlefield. If they encounter danger, rush out immediately and bring them back to the barrier. Gong Xian, be ready. Treat anyone who gets injured at any time. Fight hard. With Xiao Chen's command, everyone began to get busy. Fortunately, Wu Gui had died nearby, and he had brought many weapons that could be picked up and used. Everyone grabbed suitable weapons, rushed out of the barrier, and started killing zombies. After eating and drinking enough, their stamina was restored. Their injuries were also treated by Gong Xian. With weapons in hand, the four felt lively again. Cheng Haitao swung his knife, severing a zombie's head with one strike, and a first-level awakening pill dropped. He didn't even look at it, and continued swinging his knife at the next one. Wang Yao was stronger, cutting off a brass zombie's head with one strike. Ao Zhan was not bad either. With one blow, he not only decapitated a zombie, but also embedded his knife into a second zombie. Xiao Chen was even fiercer, with a horizontal slash that turned the heads of 3 brass zombies into mist. At this moment, the zombies outside charged over. Led by silver zombies, there were nearly 2,000 zombies, mostly brass ones. However, Xiao Chen and the others were not afraid at all and continued to kill the enemies. After all, with so many zombies surrounding them, it was difficult for the outside zombies to rush in. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of sharp blades cutting through hard objects echoed, and one zombie head after another turned into mist. In just a few minutes, Xiao Chen and the others had already killed over 100 zombies. So fierce. Gong Xian silently sighed, observing the scene. Although the number of this team was small, their combat strength was not inferior at all. Perhaps they really could unify the 4-direction city. I need to quickly recover my stamina, prepare more poisons for them, and gain more merits to maximize my value. This way, I can have a certain say in this team and not just be a pure pet. Thinking of this, Gong Xian buried her head and ate vigorously. Nangong Aoshua, watching the battle outside, clenched her small fists tightly. I must become stronger. Only strong people can fight alongside Brother Xiao and help him share the pressure. Can a water manipulator not go to battle? Zhou Qingyu can set up the barrier, providing a final safe haven for everyone. Gong Xian is a healer. Once someone gets injured, she can treat them in time to ensure everyone's safety. What about me? Am I just able to provide some clean water? But Brother Xiao has storage space. Who knows how much clean water he has? I'm the most useless. No, I'm useful, Nangong Aoshua stubbornly thought. Gong Xian can poison zombies with her poisons. Can I make water kill zombies too? For example, forming a water arrow. Nangong Aoshua decided to give it a try. However, after several attempts, she couldn't form a water arrow and ended up splashing a lot of water on Gong Xian instead. What are you doing? Gong Xian frowned and asked. Showing off that you have a lot of water? No, I don't have any. Nangong Aoshua nervously explained. I want to help Brother Xiao, but I'm just a water manipulator with no combat power. You want to condense a water arrow? Gong Xian asked. Nangong Aoshua nodded eagerly. It was as if she had found a kindred spirit, her eyes shining. It might be because your level is too low. Gong Xian comforted her. There's no rush for this. If level 2 doesn't work, wait until level 3 to try again. If level 3 doesn't work, wait until level 4 to try. It will eventually be possible. After all, it's an ability. It can't be too useless. Thank you. Nangong Aoshua stepped forward and held Gong Xian's hand, grateful to the point of tears. I will improve my strength right now. After saying that, Nangong Aoshua threw a level 2 awakening pill into her mouth. This stimulated Gong Xian, making her feel pressured. She ate even faster. Zhou Qingyu looked at the two of them and couldn't help but pout. You're the ones referred to as the onlookers, right? Meanwhile, outside, a level 3 silver zombie had already charged into the outer circle of zombies, quickly clearing a path and rushing inside. Xiao Chen hurried to meet it, swinging his knife hard. Bang! With just one strike, he directly severed the zombie's arm. Xiao Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He recalled that when facing a level 3 zombie before, his knife couldn't hurt at all. In the end, he had to rely on his divine sense knife to kill the opponent. How come his silver zombie could be easily injured? Could it be that after stepping in a level 3, my strength has increased? That's great. If we kill all the zombies in the city, my teammates can successfully step in a level 3 as well. The entire team's combat power will increase significantly. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen's blood boil. He charged in even more fiercely. With the cooperation of his divine sense, his second strike decapitated the zombie, earning him a level 3 awakening pill. Wang Yao and the others noticed the situation and became even more vigorous in their attacks. After more than 10 minutes, Cheng Haitao retreated. It wasn't because he was injured or exhausted, but because the black iron zombies had almost been killed, even if there were still some left. They were mixed in with the brass zombies, making it impossible for him to take action. Returning to the barrier, Gong Xian hurriedly checked his injuries. He only had some abrasions and was fatigued. After applying some medicinal powder, she let him rest. Then Wang Yao returned, followed by A.O. Zhan. Both of them were not heavily injured, but were clearly exhausted. Finally, Xiao Chen had held on for a full half hour, but he had gained a lot, having killed hundreds of zombies and obtained many awakening pills. However, there was a downside. The internal zombies had been greatly reduced due to the combined attacks from Xiao Chen and the outside zombies, leading to gaps in the once impenetrable encirclement. As a result, zombies attracted by the scent could easily enter. Brother Xiao, more and more zombies are gathering outside. What should we do next? Gong Xian asked anxiously. She had roamed in the apocalypse for so long and had never seen so many zombies before. The key was that most of them were brass zombies, and there were even silver ones. Could they handle this? Wait, Xiao Chen said. We have a barrier here, and the zombies can't smell us, so they won't attack us. Once they disperse, we will retreat immediately. During this time, we need to focus on improving our strength. However, only Nangong Aoshua, Wang Yao, Cheng Haitao, and A.O. Zhan could improve. Zhou Qingyu was setting up the barrier and couldn't take awakening pills. Xiao Chen and Gong Xian had already stepped in a level 3, and there was only one level 3 awakening pill left. It would be a waste for them to take it. 3 hours later, the four of them had all touched the threshold of level 3 before stopping their training. After a hearty meal, they planned to charge out again to kill zombies. However, after getting up and moving a bit, they all felt somewhat weak. It seemed like they were still a bit fatigued. Cheng Haitao was the first to voice his doubts. Brother Xiao, this doesn't feel right. Normally, even if we exhaust our stamina, as long as we eat and drink enough, we feel like we have endless energy. Why does it feel like we've been drained this time? Xiao Chen felt the same and involuntarily looked at Gong Xian. You guys are getting old. Gong Xian smiled wryly and said, to save Brother Xiao, each of you has lost 30 years of vitality. At this point, your ages have already exceeded 50, so recovery will naturally be slow. How can we make up for the lost vitality? Xiao Chen asked the key question. There are 2 ways, Gong Xian said. First, food supplementation. You need to eat an extremely large amount of food every day, along with a lot of awakening pills. If you exceed the usual amount, your vitality will slowly recover. However, our team probably doesn't have the resources to waste on that. So I suggest the second method, taking longevity pills. Longevity pills? Xiao Chen was taken aback. What is that? It's a type of elixir, Gong Xian explained. An elixir? Xiao Chen was surprised again. You can refine elixirs? I should be able to, Gong Xian said. I've already deduced the formula. I just need to try it out. How long will it take to succeed? I'm not too sure, as it requires quite a few ingredients, and they're not easy to find. Let me see. Gong Xian handed Xiao Chen a formula. And as he looked at it, his brows furrowed. The phrase "not easy to find" really downplayed this formula. Chapter 54, Welcoming Brother Xiao, 500 years of Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, 1,000 years of Yishou Wu, and 100 years of Wild Mountain Ginseng. These are not even the most surprising. They actually require live turtle blood. In the apocalypse, are there any living beings besides humans? No, wait. As soon as Xiao Chen thought of this, he felt something was off. When the mist descends, humans can awaken their abilities. What about animals? Can they also awaken abilities and turn into magical creatures? Xiao Chen was unsure. After all, he had been active in the Four Directions City and had not even gone out to the East District, so he had no idea about the situation outside. He could only ask, "How many of the medicines above have you found?" "Still missing 2, Gong Xian said. "The 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng and the live turtle blood have not been found. The rest have all been located." As she spoke, Gong Xian unfastened her outer garment. Inside, there was a zipper. She opened it, revealing many medicinal materials. It weighed at least dozens of pounds. Everyone present was shocked. It was definitely a treasure bag. Gong Xian sighed. The mist is really annoying. I've been very careful, but it still can't prevent deterioration. If this continues, all these medicinal materials will turn into trash. What should I do? Gong Xian's eyes were slightly moist with anxiety. Put in space, Xiao Chen suggested. We are a team, if you trust me. Brother Xiao, I definitely trust you. Before Xiao Chen could finish, Gong Xian exclaimed joyfully. She hurriedly rewrapped the medicinal materials and handed them to Xiao Chen. The remaining 2 medicinal materials are on me. Xiao Chen stored the medicinal materials in a space and assured her, within 3 days, I will definitely get them for you. Don't forget to refine the longevity pills for us then. Gong Xian nodded. At this moment, the zombies outside had mostly retreated, leaving only a portion behind, most of which were the zombies that had been commanded by the Silver Zombie to attack the barrier a few days ago. Like machines, they continued to swing their arms tirelessly. Taking the opportunity, Xiao Chen cut a path and led everyone out of the encirclement. Along the way, Xiao Chen picked up several weapons, making Gong Xian frown. Eventually, she couldn't help but ask, Brother Xiao, why are you picking up weapons? To kill zombies, Xiao Chen explained. These zombies can only be killed by chopping off their heads. Otherwise, they can't be killed at all. The black iron zombies are a bit easier, with one slash. They don't easily dull. But the bronze zombies and silver zombies have tough skin and flesh. After killing a few, the knife becomes useless. If we don't gather more weapons, we can't just engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies, right? Don't you have weapon masters? Gong Xian was even more curious. Weapon masters? Xiao Chen was taken aback. There was such an ability? Although this dream had lasted for over a month, Xiao Chen had not been in contact with ability users for long, only about 10 days. He was definitely a newbie, and his understanding was quite superficial. Yes, Gong Xian explained. Weapon masters specialize in forging weapons. Ordinary swords and knives will dull or even break when cutting zombies, but if they are reinforced by a weapon master's ability, that won't happen. Even ordinary people wielding weapons forged by a level 3 weapon master can easily kill bronze zombies. If we ability users wield them, our combat power can double. Hiss! Xiao Chen gasped in surprise and nervously asked, Gong Xian, you've been all over Four Directions City. Have you encountered a level 3 forger? I have, Gong Xian nodded. The overlord of the West District, Xiong Huahua, is a level 3 forger. How can we compete for dominance then? Xiao Chen sighed. A level 3 forger, equipped with their own forged weapons, would have combat power that could reach level 4. If everyone in their team has a weapon, who else can compete? Definitely the strongest overlord in Four Directions City. We might have to follow his orders in the future. Not necessarily, Gong Xian said. The competition is scheduled for 10 days from now. We still have time. As long as we work hard, I believe Brother Xiao can reach level 4 without issues. Can one win at level 4? Xiao Chen was a bit skeptical. Can't the others also reach level 4? He still want to play it safe and develop steadily. The latter part of this thought was kept to himself. After all, he had plenty of food and was not afraid of starving. As long as he hunted enough zombies, he could continue to level up. The longer it dragged on, the more beneficial it was for him. When they returned to the Xinyue bathhouse, which was a shelter established by Wu Gue, it was already dark. Zhou Kai stood outside with people. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he immediately bowed and said, "Welcome back. Brother Xiao, victorious." All members of the shelter were present. Originally, there were 267 people, 43 core members, and the rest were tools recruited by Wu Gue, mainly to help find food. Now, with Wu Gue killed and 27 core members fleeing, only 16 remained. 184 tools had escaped, leaving 40. In total, there were 56 people, 32 level 1 awakened, and 24 ordinary people. All present, welcoming Big Brother. Welcome, Big Brother, with Zhou Kai's voice falling. The more than 50 people behind shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed. This scene was so awkward. Cough, cough. Xiao Chen cleared his throat and said indifferently, "Since you chose to stay, you are one of us from now on. I have always been very tolerant towards my own people. Let me give you some steamed buns to eat." After saying this, Xiao Chen took out more than 100 steamed buns from his space and distributed 3 to each person. "Thank you, Brother Xiao." The more than 50 people held the buns with tears of gratitude. They hadn't done any work but received steamed buns. This Big Brother was a good person. Therefore, when Xiao Chen asked them what their specific abilities were, everyone answered honestly. The result left Xiao Chen greatly disappointed. Among the 32 awakened, 24 were Strength-type awakened, all level 1, capable of killing only black iron zombies, which was of minimal use. 3 were Vision awakened, with the same vision day and night. They could achieve a .0 in a 200-meter vision test. However, things were a bit blurry up close. In simple terms, they were farsighted, which was not very useful. 2 were Music-type awakened, proficient in playing various instruments, and could be considered masters. Unfortunately, they had no offensive capability. Wu Gue kept them to be the tools responsible for finding food. 1 awakened the charm ability. Once activated, regardless of gender, everyone would fall for it. Unfortunately, they were only level 1, and the target could only be level 1 awakened. Once faced with level 2 awakened, it could easily backfire. But this ability was effective against humans, seeming useless against zombies. However, the person was quite beautiful, an oval face, a bee waist, and long legs. The flesh was tender where it should be, and tight where it needed to be, with perfect proportions. However, in the apocalypse, Xiao Chen was solely focused on survival and didn't have much thought about beautiful women, so he didn't pay much attention. 1 awakened their leg power, allowing for extremely fast running. They could sprint 100 meters in 3 seconds and had lasting endurance. In their words, if they could run at a speed of 100 kilometers, they could do so for an hour. Of course, after running, they would be exhausted. A speedster. Xiao Chen finally encountered a treasure. If we upgrade to level 2 or 3, wouldn't the speed be even faster? Isn't walking zombies just like walking dogs? Also, 1 person has awakened a hidden weapon ability with 8 projectiles in both hands and can hit wherever they aim. However, it lacks lethality and feels a bit useless. After understanding this clearly, Xiao Chen kept it in mind and ordered Zhou Kai to be responsible for dispatching these people to guard the shelter. He then took Wang Yao and others to a luxurious private room to eat and sleep. It was already 9:30, and it was time for the original body to awaken. Chapter 55, Are You Teasing Me? In reality, Xiao Chen opened his eyes with a sweep of his divine sense. He quickly understood the situation around him. First, there was a note pressed on the bedside table. It was left by Zhou Ingxian, informing him that the auction had ended perfectly, and she had returned to Beijing to take care of her grandfather, asking Xiao Chen to take care of himself, as she was waiting for him to come to Beijing to marry her. Next, guarding outside the door were Lin Xiaoqing and Su Cheng. Both of them clearly hadn't slept all night and had dark circles under their eyes. Finally, there was the situation in the hotel. Everyone else was busy with their own tasks. But in the next room, there were 10 bosses from the jewelry and jade sector, each accompanied by a piece of fine material. This was presumably for the promise he made yesterday to personally carve items for them. Even Jun Luoxia was there, serving tea, explaining, apologizing, and smiling ingratiatingly, clearly taking on the role of the hostess here. Xiao Chen felt a bit dazed. What was this big sister trying to do? Ignoring her. Xiao Chen got up and washed up. He then called Lin Xiaoqing and Su Cheng in. He cut straight to the chase and asked, "Do you want to become stronger? Do you want the kind of power that can kill a cow with one punch?" Gulp. Upon hearing this, both of them couldn't help but swallow. Especially Lin Xiaoqing, who had witnessed Xiao Chen's true abilities. Her eyes widened. She nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, seeing Su Cheng still in a daze. Lin Xiaoqing couldn't help but slap the back of his head, angrily saying, "Brother Xiao is giving us a chance to turn our lives around, and you're still hesitating? Brother Xiao, you don't need to ask." Then Lin Xiaoqing turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Whatever you decide, we won't hold back. Just say the word, and we will do our best to accomplish it." "Yes, yes, Aiken, both Xiaoqing and I will follow your lead." Su Cheng quickly echoed after coming to his senses. "Let me be clear first." Xiao Chen said seriously, "This is a new type of thing. I don't even know what it's called. I don't know what side effects it has either. The only thing I'm sure of is that taking this will turn someone into a strong person." As he spoke, Xiao Chen took out the awakening pill. "If you're not afraid, I will." "We're not afraid," Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing said in unison. One of them had witnessed Xiao Chen's strength, while the other had known him since childhood and understood him well. They had seen Xiao Chen transform from an ordinary person into a big boss with assets worth billions, living in a luxurious villa and driving a luxury car. To say they weren't envious would be a lie. Su Cheng even dreamed of becoming someone like Xiao Chen. Now, that Xiao Chen openly stated that it was this small pill that had allowed him to completely change in such a short time. Neither of them wanted to miss this opportunity. All right. Seeing this, Xiao Chen said no more. Instead, he reminded them, after taking this pill, you will experience a period of extreme pain. To avoid drawing attention from outsiders, you should take it in this private room. I will handle some matters, and you can contact me once you regain consciousness. Understood. The two replied respectfully. After leaving the awakening pill, Xiao Chen went to the next private room. When Jun Luoxia saw him, she let out a heavy sigh of relief and hurriedly approached, smiling bitterly. "Brother, you finally woke up. If you had come any later, these people would have stripped me bare." Of course, she meant with their eyes. If it weren't for such a beautiful woman accompanying her, those old men would have probably left long ago. However, they were only indulging their eyes. After all, they were all in the same circle. Who wouldn't know Jun Luoxia's true identity? Who would dare to touch her? Not only would they jeopardize the family business they had worked hard for, but their entire clan might be wiped out. But before they could speak, Xiao Chen said coldly, "They dare. Anyone who disrespects Sister Xia will be the first I won't spare." Regardless of Jun Luoxia's intentions, she was indeed helping him. Xiao Chen reluctantly considered her half an ally. How could he let others bully her? "Xiao Chen, even if you're a carving master, isn't your attitude a bit too much?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, someone immediately became dissatisfied. They said sarcastically, "We are seeking you to carve items. Although we need you, if you can really carve something that satisfies us, we will also promote you. This is a win-win collaboration. Are you looking down on us old folks by treating us like this?" Xiao Chen did not respond, but instead looked around and asked indifferently, "Do you all think the same?" Some remained silent, but their attitudes were already clear. Others smiled and said no. "If you don't want to carve, get lost. I won't serve you." Xiao Chen said proudly, "If you want to carve, leave the materials behind and tell me what you want carved. Once it's done, I'll contact you to pick it up. Regardless of what you want to carve, I will not return any scraps. You have 2 minutes to consider." After saying this, Xiao Chen turned to Jun Luoxia and asked with a smile, "Sister Xia, what do you plan to carve?" "Me?" Jun Luoxia was taken aback. She was still immersed in the imposing manner Xiao Chen had just exhibited while standing up for her. To be honest, it was quite manly, making her momentarily dazed. No wonder he could charm Xiao Xian so easily. He truly had skills. Coming back to her senses, Jun Luoxia handed the material she had prepared to Xiao Chen. "Brother, just carve whatever you think is good. I will like it no matter what you carve." "All right." Xiao Chen nodded. At this moment, the others present also made their choices. Only 3 were willing to provide materials for Xiao Chen to carve. The others either watched or were already packing up, planning to leave. After asking those 3 what they wanted carved, he sent the others away. Some even left with harsh words, claiming Xiao Chen's jade business would fail. To this, Xiao Chen was completely unconcerned. Fail? Whoever dares not do business with him. He would cut them off and ensure they couldn't buy a single good material, as long as the materials were sufficient, even without the jade business. Relying solely on innovative jewelry designs, he could still revitalize the economy of Jiangqing. This was not a boast. Xiao Chen believed in Nangong Aoshua's skills. Brother, you don't need to be afraid. Jun Luoxia came up and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, comforting him. No matter what business you do, I will absolutely support you. Thank you, Sister Xia. Xiao Chen nodded. Now I need your help with something. What do you need? Yun Luoxia asked eagerly. Help me find some wild ginseng that is over 100 years old, and also a long-lived turtle. I don't care how much it costs. Xiao Chen said. The economic aspect was not what he was focused on. What he needed to do now was to help his partners in the dream regain their vitality. He couldn't let them die prematurely. The reality and the dream must complement each other for him to go further and fly higher. We actually have that. Jun Luoxia thought for a moment and said, my family has a turtle that has been kept for over 20 years. I will call now and have someone bring it to you. As for the wild ginseng over 100 years old, we can visit the Hua family. Hua family? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. The Hua family was a traditional Chinese medicine family in Jiangqing. Even if they didn't have wild ginseng over 100 years old, they should know where to find it. Jun Luoxia explained, let's take a trip. At least we can get some clues. Please lead the way, Sister Xia. The 2 left the hotel and drove for less than half an hour before arriving at a manor. There was a plaque that read Hua Mansion, with a line of small text beside it that said, helping the world with medicine. There were guards at the entrance, and after some negotiation, Jun Luoxia was allowed to enter with a translator. Soon, they came out and led the 2 inside. As soon as they entered, Xiao Chen smelled a strong herbal scent. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense. He saw that the entire manor was very large, with his spiritual sense barely reaching the edges, covering nearly 500 meters in radius. Quite extravagant. Wasn't it said that traditional Chinese medicine was declining? How could the Hua Mansion occupy such a large area near the city center? Where do they get the money? While puzzled, Xiao Chen also saw the head of the Hua family, Hua Qiansheng, and the Hua family's daughter, Hua Mushi. However, Hua Mushi was lying on the bed, while Hua Qiansheng sat by the bedside, one sighing and frowning, the other looking emaciated and pale. It was obvious she was a patient. Jun Luoxia had mentioned that the Hua family was not short on money. To obtain the wild ginseng that was over 100 years old from them, they needed to cure Hua Mushi's illness. Xiao Chen was not a doctor, but he could check Hua Mushi's condition through his spiritual sense. He saw a black, gaseous substance constantly wandering inside Hua Mushi's body. Every time it passed a meridian, Hua Mushi's beautiful brows would involuntarily furrow. Whenever she frowned, Hua Qiansheng would clench his fist. What kind of illness is this? Xiao Chen was filled with questions, under the guidance of the guards. They soon arrived at the living room. Hua Qiansheng also came out from the bedroom. His originally surprised expression darkened immediately upon seeing Xiao Chen. He coldly said, Jun girl, is he the doctor you brought to treat Mushi? Are you mocking me? Do you want the Jun family to taste my wrath? Chapter 56. Let Musher marry you, misunderstanding. Jun Luoxia hurriedly smiled and explained, Old Master Hua, we are not here to treat the young lady, but to ask for something. What is it? Hua Qiansheng said indifferently. Old Master Hua, you are a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Have you heard of wild ginseng that is over 100 years old? Yun Luoxia asked. Rest assured, even if you just provide useful clues, we will definitely reward you handsomely. Ha! Upon hearing this, Hua Qiansheng sneered coldly and said disdainfully, Jun Luoxia, do you think I am short of money? You even want me to prepare life-saving herbs for Mu Shi? Dream on. Get lost. Huh? Jun Luoxia was taken aback. She didn't expect Hua Qiansheng to have wild ginseng over 100 years old, but it was intended for Hua Mu Shi's life extension. What a sensitive topic to bring up. For Xiao Chen's sake, offending Hua Qiansheng left Jun Luoxia unsure whether it was a good or bad thing. She felt a sense of grievance in her heart. The young lady is not suffering from an illness. Xiao Chen spoke up at that moment. Not an illness? Hua Qianxing stared blankly at Xiao Chen. What do you mean? Are you really a doctor? Can you see Mu Shi's condition? Can you save her? I'm not a doctor. Xiao Chen shook his head. Hua Qianxing immediately showed a look of disappointment. However, Xiao Chen continued, but I can try. Not a doctor. What are you trying to do? Hua Qianxing said coldly, get out. We don't welcome you here. Although I'm not a doctor. I can see that the young lady on the sickbed is losing vitality. If not replenished in time, she may not last a few days. Xiao Chen took Jun Luoxia's hand and smiled. Sister Xia, since they don't want us here, let's not stay and be an eyesore. Let's go find wild ginseng over 100 years old elsewhere. Wait, you two wait. Hua Qianxing stepped forward to block their path. He had never mentioned his granddaughter's condition to outsiders, only saying she was ill. This young man could see at a glance. But wait, he didn't even look. His granddaughter had been bedridden since falling ill and had never stepped outside. No one had seen her. How did this person know? And to understand it so clearly. Could it be he really could cure her? Hope ignited in Hua Qianxing's eyes as he bowed deeply to Xiao Chen. Young friend, I was rude just now. Please don't hold it against me. As long as you can cure Mu Shi, not to mention wild ginseng over 100 years old, even our entire Hua family will reward you. I just told you, I can't cure her. Xiao Chen shook his head again. After all, your granddaughter is not sick. She has a gas within her that absorbs vitality. Even if you replenish vitality, it won't be enough for that gas to absorb. What should we do then? Hua Qianxing asked. Expel that gas from her body. Can you do that? Xiao Chen shook his head. Hua Qianxing fell to the ground, looking much older in an instant, appearing particularly defeated. What to do? What to do? Am I really going to lose my granddaughter? I refuse to accept this. As a renowned national physician, he couldn't even cure his own granddaughter. What use was his reputation? Hua Qianxing pounded the ground and howled. Didn't I say? I could try, Xiao Chen said helplessly. But I can't guarantee a cure. Besides, if you truly give me wild ginseng over 100 years old, I can refine it into longevity pills to increase vitality. At least allowing your granddaughter to live a little longer. Really? Hua Qianxing's eyes regained a glimmer of hope. He stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Chen's hand, and pleaded, young friend, you must help me save my granddaughter. Let's first assess the situation. Xiao Chen didn't guarantee anything, but stepped into the bedroom first. Hua Mu Shi lay on the bed, her face pale, her brows occasionally furrowed, as if enduring great pain. Xiao Chen placed his hand on Hua Mu Shi's wrist, and then sent the gas from his dantian into her body. This was the solution Xiao Chen thought of, forcefully expelling the dark gas within Hua Mu Shi using his own power. Young friend, you must be trying to force out the dark gas within Mu Shi, right? Hua Qianxing watched from the side, helplessly saying, it won't work at all. I have invited master-level martial artists. They couldn't expel the dark gas either. Their internal energy, when entering Mu Shi's body, turned into nothingness and even backfired, causing their realms to drop. I appreciate your goodwill. Something's off. Before Hua Qianxing could finish, Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. That dark gas is actually absorbing my power. Was it the same situation with the master-level martial artist before? Huh. Hua Qianxing was a bit confused. Forget it. Asking you is pointless. I'll increase my force and give it a try. Not paying any more attention to Hua Qianxing, Xiao Chen continued to infuse his dantian's power. At the same time, he spread his consciousness, focusing on observing the changes of the dark gas within Hua Mu Shi. Xiao Chen noticed that as his power increased, the dark gas gradually turned grayish-white. The pain lessened. Hua Mu Shi's face brightened. Grandpa, this method of his really works. Good, that's wonderful. Hua Qianxing clapped his thighs in approval. Young friend, go ahead and treat her. I'll get the wild ginseng for you right now. Xiao Chen nodded and continued to supply power. 10 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours. Xiao Chen had almost infused all the power from his dantian into her body. But that dark gas still hadn't completely turned white. It was only left with a wisp of black thread. Huh. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and sighed. Old Master Hua, I'm sorry, my power has been exhausted. But I still haven't cured her. You may need to seek other experts. Not cured. Hua Qianxing found it hard to believe. Her complexion had obviously become rosy, and she no longer felt pain. Wasn't T that effective treatment? Saying this, Hua Qianxin grabbed Hua Mushi's wrist to check her pulse. While checking, he said, "She has been cured. Mushi's vitality is no longer draining. In fact, her qi and blood have become vigorous. Based on her qi and blood strength, she might not even be a match for an ordinary yellow-level martial artist. The dark gas is still present," Xiao Chen explained. "Even if there's just a wisp, it is still absorbing vitality. It's just that the power I infused into her body was a bit too much. And that wisp of dark gas absorbed vitality from my power. Once my power is depleted, it will continue to absorb Hua Mushi's vitality. Can you come every few days?" Hua Qianxin pleaded, "Young friend, I beg you help me. Our Hua family only has this one granddaughter. If anything happens to her, how can I face our ancestors?" Under normal circumstances, coming every few days wouldn't be a problem. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "But I have my own matters to attend to. If I miss a visit and something happens, let Mushi marry you." Hua Qianxin made a decisive decision. "That way, she will be your wife, and you can take her with you wherever you go. You won't be too busy to treat her." Yet, he had another thought in his heart. Relying solely on a piece of wild ginseng over 100 years old to expect Xiao Chen to treat Hua Mushi every moment was simply impossible. The only way was to make her his woman. It's a matter between the two of them, and Xiao Chen will definitely do his best. Moreover, Xiao Chen is not bad-looking, and he was brought here by the Jun family, so his identity and background should be excellent, making him worthy of the granddaughter of a national medical master. Once this thought emerged, Hua Qianxin's gaze towards the two became ambiguous. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Hua Qianxin became more resolute in his thoughts and urged, "There's no better day than today. You two should get married today. I will go arrange everything now." Chapter 57, What do you want? "Wait a minute, Master Hua, hold on." Xiao Chen hurriedly grabbed Hua Qianxin. Speechless, "I just met Hua Mushi for the first time today, and we don't know each other at all. Besides, I have a girlfriend, so let's forget about marriage. If you really wanted to treat her, let her follow me." Hua Mushi, lying on the bed, heard her grandfather's words, and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. She secretly glanced at Xiao Chen. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, tall and strong, he was definitely a handsome guy. Moreover, this person had abilities. Having him as a husband seemed pretty good. At least he was much better than those spoiled young masters from noble families. As the daughter of the Hua family, Hua Mushi was very aware that she had no say in her marriage, especially since she was the only descendant left of the Hua family's direct bloodline. She had to find a strong support to hold onto the Hua family's territory. She would definitely become a pawn in a marriage alliance. Now that her grandfather approved of her marrying such a capable and handsome guy like Xiao Chen, Hua Mushi felt happy in her heart. But upon hearing Xiao Chen's rejection, her flushed face instantly turned cold. A trace of anger surged in her heart. With the anger, the speed at which the black gas in her body drained her vitality increased. In just a moment, there were 2 strands of black gas. What was going on? Xiao Chen had been observing Hua Mushi's physical condition, and this change naturally did not escape his perception, leaving him puzzled. Was his judgment wrong? Was his power unable to suppress that black gas? What on earth was it? Before he could figure out, Hua Qianxin puffed up his beard and stared wide-eyed. "You actually don't want to? Is it possible that my granddaughter, Hua Mushi, is not worthy of you?" Indeed, it was true that Xiao Mushi was not worthy of Xiao Chen. Just then, someone walked in from outside. The voice sounded when the person was still hundreds of meters away, but by the time the voice fell, the person had already appeared in the bedroom. Xiao Chen's divine sense captured it clearly. The opponent's speed was astonishing, making him marvel. How could he be so fast? And how did he hear our conversation in the bedroom? Could it be that he has ears like the wind? No, wait, what did this old guy say? Hua Mushi is not worthy of me. He knows me? He even acknowledges me? Who is he? Xiao Chen seriously examined the old man in front of him. He was over 60 years old, wearing a gray long gown, looking like a martial arts practitioner. Xiao Chen focused on his dantian. Inside was a ball of energy the size of a basketball. A martial arts master. The other party was actually a martial arts master. "Old Tian, why are you here?" Seeing the visitor, Hua Qianxin asked in confusion. With the surname Tian, he was also a martial arts master. He knew him and was there to support him. He should be Tian Sunjian. The Dragon Soul leader mentioned by Li Yanan. Hua Shindi, since your granddaughter's illness has been cured and you dislike Xiao Chen's identity, unwilling to marry her to him, then the matter between you is over. Tian Sunjan said. Next, it's my turn to talk business with Xiao Chen. I never disliked Xiao Chen. Hua Qiansheng hurriedly corrected himself. If even old Tian thinks his granddaughter is not worthy of Xiao Chen, then he should seize this opportunity even more. So what if it's the first meeting? As long as they get married, love can develop over time. As for Xiao Chen's fiancé, with my identity, would anyone dare to compete? I just agreed to this marriage, and I was planning to send someone to arrange it. They will get married tonight. You old rascal, are you trying to monopolize Xiao Chen? Tian Tinjan said angrily. Let me tell you, it's absolutely impossible. Xiao Chen is mine. Could you two stop arguing? Xiao Chen shouted loudly, interrupting their quarrel, coldly saying, the patient's condition is deteriorating. If you keep arguing, she might just die. Get out and don't delay my treatment. What? Hua Qiansheng was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to check Huang Mushi's pulse. Unable to help but look at Xiao Chen and ask, there is indeed a deterioration, but it was clearly under control just now. Why is this happening? Emotional fluctuations. Xiao Chen said. If I estimate correctly, the black gas in her body should be able to absorb negative energy to grow stronger. The more negative energy, the stronger the black gas becomes. The stronger it is, the faster it absorbs vitality. You all hurry up and go out. I need to talk to Miss Hua. Xiao Chen issued the order to leave. Jun Luoxia was the first to run out. Despite having several titles, she really felt out of place in front of these people. Especially when facing Tian Sunjan. She was so intimidated that she didn't dare to lift her head and was breathless. Mr. Xiao, please handle this quickly. I still have matters to discuss with you. Tian Sunjan clasped his fist and also left. Hua Qiansheng was the last to go. Reminding Xiao Chen to stabilize his granddaughter's condition, he was willing to pay any price. Huang Mushi, calm your emotions first. Once everyone left, Xiao Chen said to Huang Mushi, I can't cure your illness. I can only use my power to stabilize your condition. Then we can slowly find a solution. As for marriage, I already made it clear to you before. I have a girlfriend and cannot marry you. So what do you plan to do? Are you willing to follow me, help me with tasks, and I will help you control your condition? Or should I take the century-old wild ginseng and leave? And you can have a period without pain, and we part ways? I am willing to follow Brother Xiao. Huang Mushi said without hesitation. Since she fell ill 10 years ago, she had not lived a single peaceful day, enduring torment every day. She had thought about ending it all. But in the large Hua residence, there was only her grandfather, an elderly man over 60, supporting her, and she felt pained. Moreover, once she passed away, there would be no heir for the Hua family. Who would inherit the Hua residence? Who would restore the former glory of the Hua family? All of this depended on her, Huang Mushi, to accomplish. Therefore, she could not die. No matter how painful it was, she persisted. Today, she finally saw hope. After Xiao Chen's treatment, she no longer felt any pain. She could live like a normal person. As long as she followed Xiao Chen in the future, she would maintain this state. Reviving the Hua residence was just around the corner. As for marriage, if it happens, great. If not, it's no big deal. She was not someone who relied on a man to survive. Thus, Huang Mushi immediately made her decision. As long as Brother Xiao does not mind me, I will be Brother Xiao's assistant in the future. Brother Xiao can ask me to do anything. Then get your emotions in check. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I will go outside to discuss with your grandfather. Once confirmed, you will leave with me today. Okay. Huang Mushi nodded. When Xiao Chen stepped outside, he saw two people in the living room arguing red-faced. No, strictly speaking, they were fighting. Or rather, to be more precise, Tian Sunjan was teaching Hua Qiansheng a lesson. Originally, they were arguing. When they couldn't argue anymore, they started to fight. Tian Tinjan beat Hua Qiansheng until his face was bruised and battered, with several shoe prints on him. It was a miserable sight. But Xiao Chen had used his divine sense to check Hua Qiansheng's physical condition. The injuries were all superficial and not serious. It could be said that Tian Sunjan's control of his strength had reached a very exquisite level. Xiao Chen believed that he could not achieve that level yet. Son-in-law, you finally came out. Seeing Xiao Chen, Hua Qiansheng, who had just gotten up, hurriedly approached and grabbed him, saying this old scoundrel is being arrogant in our house. You must help Grandpa, teach him a lesson. Make sure to beat him so badly he can't find his teeth. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. The combined age of the two old men was already over 100 years. One was a national medical expert, and the other was the leader of Longhan, both prominent figures in China. Who would have thought they still acted like children? No one would believe it if it were told. Didn't you see Jun Luoxia covering her eyes the whole time? She was afraid of seeing something she shouldn't and getting silenced. Is everything settled? Tian Kunzhen looked at Xiao Chen and said with a smile, since this old thing, Hua Qinsheng, asked you to be his helper, let's have a practice session. The room was too small to spar, so let's go outside. Why should I fight you? Xiao Chen replied gloomily. If I hurt you, I still have to pay for your medical expenses. Tian Kunzhen was momentarily speechless. This time he came to Jiang City to see Xiao Chen because he heard from Li Yanan's report that there was a young martial artist suspected to be a master in Jiang City, and he needed to come verify and recruit him. Just now, Hua Qiansheng had belittled him, yet he was still supporting him. And now this guy, not only ungrateful, but he also wanted him to pay for medical expenses. Did he really believe he could win? Besides, he was a genuine master-level martial artist, having immersed himself in this realm for decades. How could a rookie who had just stepped into master level contend with him? Thinking of this, Tian Kunzhen said, Xiao Chen, win against me first. Wait, are you sick? Xiao Chen retorted. I made it so clear. How can you not understand? Who just randomly picks a fight? I need something to gain from it. Tian Kunzhen was again momentarily stumped, but he thought about it and realized it made sense. It was his fault. Having stayed in the position of the Longhan leader for so long, he had forgotten the ways of dealing with people. Of course, it was also because, in his position, no one dared to ask him for anything. Everyone trembled in fear when they saw him. He then asked, what do you want? I do what I want, and no one dares to stop me, Xiao Chen replied. He needed to support the members in the dream and purchase a lot of supplies. For small quantities, perhaps no one would care. But once the amount increased to tens of thousands or even millions, it would be impossible to cover up. He couldn't let this person interfere here and that person block there, affecting the progress. This is the Longhan order. Tian Kunzhen took out a golden token and said proudly, with this token, as long as you don't do anything illegal, no one in the whole of China will dare to stop you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes widened. He almost wanted to snatch the token right away. Tian Kunzhen hurriedly put the token away and said indifferently, of course, the premise is that you can win against me. Otherwise, not only will I not give you the token, but you must also serve me and become a member of Longhan. Are you willing? Chapter 58, Just One Move Not Today. Hearing Tian Xinjiang's bet, Hua Qinsheng shook his head immediately. Tian Pifu, you really are a bastard. Mister, Xiao has just treated my granddaughter, and it took a huge toll on him. You want to fight him now? Isn't that taking advantage of the situation? I really can't believe that you, the dignified leader of the Dragon Soul, would do something so despicable. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. The more Hua Qinsheng spoke, the angrier he became, eventually pointing a finger directly at Tian Xinjiang's nose and scolding him. Tian Xinjiang also realized that fighting now did seem a bit like taking advantage of someone in trouble. But he was a busy man. He had squeezed out this little bit of time to come to Jiang City. He had originally thought to finish things today. If he postponed it to another day, wouldn't that delay things again? Tian Xinjiang hesitated a bit. Leader Tian, since you want to compete, let us do it. Mr. Xiao is also in a hurry. The sooner we finish, the sooner he can prepare supplies for the end times. He then said, if I really lose, I'll work for your Dragon Soul organization for free until I can defeat you. Good, as expected of someone recommended by Li Yanan. You have guts, Tian Xinjiang praised. He then glanced sideways at Hua Qiansheng, saying sarcastically, unlike some people who, relying on half a foot in the grave, start acting old and superior. So what if I'm old? I'm still a man, and my vigor shouldn't diminish. You. Hua Qiansheng was furious, his beard bristling. Walao, I understand your intentions. Xiao Chen quickly explained, but I also need to hurry and can't delay here for too long. I hope you won't hold it against me. All right, do as you wish. Hua Qinsheng sighed and waved his hand, letting Xiao Chen handle it himself. The two went to the backyard, which had a large soccer field. Xiao Chen and Tian Xinjiang stood in the middle. Hua Qiansheng, along with Jun Luoxia, stood on the side to watch. Even Huang Mushi had appeared at some point and was standing beside them. After Xiao Chen and Tian Xinjiang took their stances, the three cheered for Xiao Chen. Tian Xinjiang felt his nose twitch with anger. As the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, he was respected wherever he went. When had he ever been treated this coldly? Not a single person among the three spectators stood up for him. What a failure. He redirected this anger toward Xiao Chen. Since your halo has overshadowed me, let's break it down first and expose your weakness. Thus, Tian Xinjiang showed no mercy. He directly mobilized the basketball-sized cyclone in his dantian, concentrating it on his fist, and charged toward Xiao Chen. The wind from his punch crackled, stirring up the withered grass around him like a dragon rushing toward Xiao Chen. Good one. Xiao Chen sighed inwardly and quickly mobilized the little remaining mist in his dantian. The mist flowed into his meridians and instantly transformed into powerful strength, gathering in his fist. Bang! He threw a punch that did not create any waves. Just a single fist, propelled by Xiao Chen, charged towards the grass dragon. In an instant, it broke through and reached Tian Xinjiang. Before his fist even touched Tian Xinjiang's chest, he saw a slight dent appear in Tian Xinjiang's chest. The man suddenly squatted down, gathering his strength to resist. His feet sank into the ground, and the grass had already reached his ankles. But it was only for a moment. As the punch's wind approached, Tian Xinjiang's face turned red. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer and exhaled forcefully. His body flew backward, leaving a beautiful bloody rainbow in the air. What? Everyone present was stunned. They all recognized Tian Xinjiang as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, a martial arts master who had immersed himself for decades. He was recognized as the strongest in Huaxia, without exception. Yet, such a person couldn't even withstand a single exchange against Xiao Chen. It could only be said that Xiao Chen was stronger to an unbelievable degree. Is this how you lose? Xiao Chen retracted his power and said, a bit speechless, is this the strength of a martial arts master? Is this really the strongest? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Or are you just letting me, a junior, win? Hearing this, Tian Xinjiang spat out another mouthful of blood, his head tilted, and he collapsed to the ground. Old Tian, you mustn't die. Hua Qiansheng came back to his senses and rushed over. While checking his pulse, he said to the three who were also hurrying over, it's nothing serious, just some internal injuries and a few broken ribs. It won't take his life. Then how did he collapse? Xiao Chen asked urgently. Killing the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, even if the fight was initiated by Tian Xinjiang, was a responsibility Xiao Chen couldn't bear. Moreover, Tian Xinjiang had devoted his life to this country, tirelessly defending it. He was a great hero of Huaxia. Xiao Chen respected such figures. If he accidentally killed the other party, Xiao Chen would probably never find peace in his life. He is not dead, Hua Qianxing said. He just fainted. Based on my years of medical experience, this old fool is mostly just fainted from anger. I'll wake him up now. Saying this, Hua Qiansheng pinched Tian Xinjiang's nose with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. In less than 2 minutes, Tian Xinjiang pushed Hua Qiansheng away, angrily cursing. Hua Qiansheng, you old bastard, are you trying to suffocate me to inherit my legacy? See, he is not dead, just pretending, Hua Qiansheng said, not angry but rather pleased. Xiao Chen, now you don't have to worry, right? Thank you, Hua Lao. Xiao Chen cupped his hands in thanks. It's nothing, Hua Qiansheng waved his hand. Now that the fight has a clear winner, you all should discuss the next cooperation. I'll have someone prepare a meal. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. Hua Lao, don't bother, Tian Xinjiang said with a bitter smile. I've already booked a flight for tonight and will be leaving soon. I can't stay. What? Hua Qiansheng's face immediately darkened. Can't you eat my food? That's not. Since it's not, stay here, Hua Qiansheng glared. Although your life is not at risk. You've broken 3 ribs, and your injuries are still severe. If you don't take some time to recover and go straight to work, do you want to die at your post? Even though you are still the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, you are old now and should let the younger generation go out and explore. You can't just guard the Dragon Soul for a lifetime, can you? Today, I have the final say. None of you can leave. Anyone who dares to leave is disrespecting me. Don't even think about being friends in the future. You can only be enemies. When he said the last few words, Hua Qianqing's gaze never left Xiao Chen, clearly directed at him. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly inwardly. But then he thought about it. This was also Hua Qianqing helping him to save face, giving him the confidence to negotiate with Tian Xunjian. He couldn't be ungrateful. He could only turn to Jun Luoxia and say, Sister Xia, since Hua Lao is so hospitable, it would be a bit unreasonable for us to leave now. You can arrange the matter with the live turtle. Before I sleep, I must get it in hand. That shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. Jun Luoxia patted her chest in assurance. I'll have someone fetch it right now. It will definitely be delivered to Hua's residence within an hour. Thank you. Jun Luoxia left to make a phone call and arrange things. Hua Qianqing also took Hua Mushi away to arrange tonight's dinner. Only Xiao Chen and Tian Kunzhen were left on the football field. They exchanged glances, silent and still. Xiao Chen didn't know what to say. After all, the other party had come to recruit him, but he had ended up injuring them severely. Tian Kunzhen was still in shock, unable to comprehend how a grand martial arts master like himself was no match for Xiao Chen in a single move. How strong must the other party be? Could it be a core disciple from a sect being specially cultivated, coming down the mountain to train? If that were the case, should he give him the Dragon Soul order or not? Tian Kunzhen fell into hesitation and didn't speak for a while. In the end, it was Xiao Chen who couldn't hold back and spoke first. Leader Tian, I'm really sorry I didn't control my strength well. All right, no need to say more. A loss is a loss. Tian Kunzhen interrupted Xiao Chen. You didn't control your strength well. Are you implying that this old man is not as good as his reputation? So tell me, which sect do you come from? Sect? Xiao Chen was taken aback and quickly shook his head. I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a genuine rural person. Do you think I would believe that? Tian Kunzhen sneered. If you don't want to say, that's fine, I will investigate. However, until I get to the bottom of this, I can't give you the Dragon Soul order. Oh, Xiao Chen was slightly disappointed. Then can you tell me about the classification of martial artists? Last time I asked my cousin, he had too little exposure and couldn't find the answer I wanted. Can you help me? As Xiao Chen said this, Tian Kunzhen had been staring at him. From his experience, Xiao Chen was not lying. He really didn't understand the martial artist system. Then he was not from a sect. Otherwise, with so many old predecessors in the sect, how could they not inform such a genius about the levels? Then, Tian Kunzhen stared at Xiao Chen, his gaze becoming fervent. A genius. I've stumbled upon a treasure. With proper cultivation, perhaps he could truly make the sect wary and completely obey the orders of the Huaxiao nation. Thinking of this, Tian Kunzhen hurriedly explained, Li Yanan is merely a mysterious level martial artist. The highest level he can reach is my realm, the martial arts master. Above the master is the refining essence to transform qi, and then refining qi to transform spirit. Beyond that, I don't know. What's the qi in their dantians like? Xiao Chen asked again. A martial master's dantian contains a vortex the size of a basketball. It seems large, but is actually very fluffy, containing very little power, Tian Kunzhen said. When this basketball-sized vortex is compressed into a vortex the size of a plate, it represents entering the refining essence to transform qi realm. This realm is divided into 9 layers. Each additional vortex the size of a plate represents a layer. 9 is the limit. When these 9 vortices are fused into a container the size of a playing card, it marks entering the refining qi to transform spirit realm. This realm is divided into 3 stages. Early stage, where the power in the base is gaseous. Mid stage, where it is liquid, and late stage, where it is solid. That is all I know. Mr. Xiao, which layer have you reached? Chapter 59. Taking a disciple, which level has this Xiao Chen reached? It's really hard to judge. During the refining essence and transforming qi stage, others' energy vortices are only the size of a plate, while his has reached the size of a basin. In the refining qi and transforming spirit stage, others' foundational vessels are only the size of a playing card, but it has directly become the size of a millstone. Inside is filled with water mist, existing between gas and liquid states, indicating he is between the early and mid stages of refining qi and transforming spirit. However, Xiao Chen did not tell the truth. Instead, he concealed the facts and said, I only have an energy vortex the size of a basin in my dantian, which should be what you call the first layer of refining essence and transforming qi. How did you do it? Even so, It still shocked Tian Village's Jean. Grabbing Xiao Chen's hand with a hopeful expression, he asked, Mr. Xiao, no, Senior Xiao, can you tell me how to compress a basketball-sized energy mass into a basin-sized vortex? I have been stuck at the martial arts grandmaster level for nearly 20 years and still can't find a way to improve. Can you help me? As long as you can help me reach the refining essence and transforming chi stage, you will be my master. I will do whatever you ask. I don't understand. However, Xiao Chen shook his head. Leader Tian, to tell you the truth, I don't even know how I stepped into the refining essence and transforming chi stage. I just had a dream where there were zombies and killing them dropped a kind of white pill. Taking that pill increased my strength. When I woke up, I was like this. Tian Village's Jean took a long time to react. What kind of cultivation method is this? Entering the Tao through a dream? A genius? A prodigy? No, this is simply a favored child of heaven. Tian Village's Jean was extremely excited by holding onto such a powerful figure. Wouldn't his own level rise rapidly in the future? Master, please allow me to bow to you. Understanding the key point, Tian Village's Jean bowed down 9 times. Don't. Leader Tian, please don't do this. Xiao Chen hurriedly helped him up. Didn't I tell you? I really don't understand martial arts at all. I don't even know the divisions of levels. It's completely luck. If you worship me as your master, that would be wasting your time. Not wasting time. Tian Village's Jean shook his head stubbornly. Since my master can enter the Tao through dreams, you must be a person destined for greatness. Even if you don't understand martial arts now, once you have more exposure, you'll naturally understand. It won't be too late to teach your disciple then. Moreover, as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, I can help you with many things. Please accept me. All right. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment and then agreed. After all, he had a dream that connected to the apocalypse, and many things indeed needed someone to cover for him. Tian Village's Jean, as the leader of Dragon Soul, could save a lot of trouble. However, since he accepted him, he couldn't really teach him nothing. So, Xiao Chen took out a level 1 enlightenment pill from his pocket and handed it to Tian Village's Jean. Leader Tian, eat this. Consider it a meeting gift from your master. Tian Village's Jean didn't even ask a question. He took the enlightenment pill, opened his mouth, tossed it in, and swallowed it whole. Don't you want to ask what this is? Xiao Chen said speechlessly. What if it's poison? Since my master has accepted me as a disciple, he would never harm me. So uncomfortable. Before Tian Village's Jean could finish his sentence, he felt his entire body's meridians being continuously washed and expanded by some force, causing him to roll on the ground in pain and scream. This was the after effect. Xiao Chen said seriously, hang in there, wait until the pain subsides, then come find me. I'll be at. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Chen's phone rang. It was Su Cheng calling. When he answered, he heard Su Cheng's excited voice. Big brother Xiao, my strength. Don't speak. Without waiting for him to finish, Xiao Chen interrupted. Let's meet in person. I'm a Huafu. I'll send you a list shortly. Buy the supplies according to the list, and have Chen Qingyan arrange for a delivery person to bring them to the gate of Huafu. You will be responsible for signing for them. Once everything is done, call me, and I'll come to the gate to pick you up. Understood. Su Cheng replied respectfully, his voice still carrying an undeniable excitement. Xiao Chen had already guessed that he succeeded. He just didn't know the state of the energy vortex in his Dantian. But it didn't matter, as long as he succeeded. It meant that the mortals in this world could also cultivate through the enlightenment pill, relying on the zombies he killed in his dreams. He could also nurture a strong team of superpowered individuals here. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen a bit excited. Not to mention, if he could pull out a team of over 100 refining essence and transforming chi experts, who in this world could be his opponent? With this thought, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile widely. At this moment, Hua Qiansheng had already ordered the food to be prepared and ran over to call Xiao Chen and the others. Seeing the situation in the field, he pointed at the rolling Tian Village's Jean in confusion and asked, Mr. Xiao, what happened to old Tian? Had an epiphany. Xiao Chen said, we don't need to worry about him. Let's go eat. I'm also hungry. Epiphany? Hua Qiansheng was taken aback. Is he going to get stronger again? Pretty much. Mr. Xiao, can you help me have an epiphany too? Hua Qiansheng suddenly knelt down and pleaded with Xiao Chen. I don't need to become too powerful. I just need to have internal energy. Why? Xiao Chen asked. Our Hua family is a medical family, inheriting many ancient acupuncture techniques, but they require internal energy to use. Hua Qiansheng said bitterly. Unfortunately, no one in my lineage can cultivate internal energy. The acupuncture techniques we use are merely superficial. They can treat some diseases, but cannot cure them completely. It's even impossible to become a medical saint or pass down this set of acupuncture techniques. So I need Mr. Zhao's help. As long as you agree, the entire Huafu will obey your commands. I can agree. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and agreed. From what Jun Luoxia had told him, he knew Hua Qianqing's character. He would help ordinary citizens who couldn't afford medical treatment for free, but would charge exorbitantly for wealthy clients. He practiced a form of wealth redistribution. Everyone in the circle knew this, but they all accepted his actions. After all, no matter how rich or powerful one is, they are still human and will inevitably fall ill. When sick, they need to seek help from doctors. Hua Qiansheng is a national medical master, and in traditional Chinese medicine, he is nearly unmatched in the entire country. Spending some money to recover health could earn even more money. If this doctor had even higher medical skills, he could save more people. Xiao Chen was willing to help him a bit, but not right now. Old Hua, I've consumed too much today. I can't help you have an epiphany right now. Wait a few days, and once I recover, I'll help you step onto the path of martial arts. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Hua Qiansheng bowed again. Xiao Chen helped him up, and under Hua Qiansheng's guidance, the two of them arrived at the dining room. Their delicious dishes were already prepared, with added nourishing herbs. Hoping to help Xiao Chen recover quickly, Xiao Chen didn't hold back and feasted heartily. A large table of food was almost finished by him alone, leaving the three people present dumbfounded. He could really eat a lot. If he were born in an ordinary family, he really might not be able to support himself. Hualao, your dishes are quite good, very much to my taste. Wiping his mouth, Xiao Chen praised. I wonder if I could borrow your chef for a while. I've acquired the Wana Hotel from Sister Xia, but the food there is particularly unpalatable. I want your chef to go over and teach them for a while. Jun Luoxia was taken aback. The chefs at Wana Hotel were all renowned chefs that she had spent a lot of money to recruit, including some who had even earned Michelin stars. How could they be deemed unpalatable by Xiao Chen? Hua Qiansheng was also somewhat surprised. He had eaten at Wanha Hotel, and their food was definitely among the best in Jiang City. Yet, Mr. Xiao said it was unappetizing and preferred the food here instead. Could it be that his body isn't well? After all the dishes here were infused with special Chinese herbs, which were very beneficial for health. Thinking of this, Hua Qiansheng advised, these dishes are all added with herbs blended by Mu Shi, and it has little to do with the chef. If you really let the hotel provide such dishes, it might be hard to manage. The hotel is only open to me, Xiao Chen said. Then that's not a problem. Hua Qiansheng smiled. From today onwards, Mu Shi will be your subordinate. Whatever you ask her to do, she will do. Hualao, I also want to ask for some more medicinal herbs. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Xiao Chen thought of Gong Xian's abilities in the apocalyptic environment. So he planned to prepare more herbs for her to avoid running out during alchemy, which would lead to wasted efforts. No problem, Hua Qiansheng promised. Don't mention just some herbs. Even if you want the entire Hua mansion, I would give it to you without hesitation. He immediately arranged for Hua Mushi to lead Xiao Chen to select herbs. But at the entrance of the pharmacy, Xiao Chen asked Hua Mushi to stop, and he personally chose. What he called choosing was actually just directly storing them in his space. He took 10 of each item. For some rare herbs, he took half. After finishing this, Jun Luoxia's people also brought over a live turtle. Xiao Chen stored it in his space and then heard a loud shout from Tian Kunzhen in the backyard soccer field. Xiao Chen had been keeping an eye on the situation. After all, this was the first time a martial artist used the awakening pill, and no one knew how effective it would be. So Xiao Chen paid special attention. If anything unexpected happened, he could rush over to intervene in time. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. After absorbing the power from the awakening pill, the spherical energy mass in Tian Kunzhen's Dantian was directly compressed to the size of a disc, and it even split into 3. According to him, this was the 3rd level of refining essence into qi. I did it. I successfully advanced. Tian Kunzhen ran excitedly like a child. Just then, Su Cheng's call came in. He had completed Xiao Chen's instructions and was waiting outside for him to verify the results. Su Cheng was very reliable. He had even prepared an iron rack and neatly arranged the dishes on it. After Xiao Chen stored the supplies in a space, he took Su Cheng into the Hua mansion, just in time to bump into the rushing Tian Kunzhen. Without a second thought, Tian Kunzhen gathered his strength and struck towards Xiao Chen's side with his fist. Chapter 60. Joint planning. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. What does this guy want to do? Is he trying to betray his master and destroy his ancestors? Just as he was preparing to fight back, Su Cheng stepped in first. He mobilized the power within his dantian and threw a punch to meet the attack. Bang! The two fists collided. Tian Kunzhen took a step back, while Su Cheng directly retreated 6 or 7 steps, clearly at a disadvantage. Su Cheng was shocked and shouted at Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao, this guy is too powerful. You should leave quickly. I'll hold him off." Saying this, Su Cheng charged forward and stood in front of Xiao Chen, taking a defensive stance and remaining on high alert. "Who are you?" Tian Kunzhen exclaimed in shock. "How are you also at the refining essence to transform chi stage?" "Master, what is going on? Why are there suddenly so many masters at the refining essence to transform chi stage appearing? Who are you calling master?" Su Cheng said coldly. "Daring to sneak attack Brother Xiao. Even if I have to risk my life today, I will make you pay the price. Orange, don't be impulsive. He is my disciple." Xiao Chen patted Su Cheng's shoulder. He sensed that Tian Kunzhen did not have the intent to kill him, but rather wanted to test his strength. However, Su Cheng had jumped in first. Xiao Chen had also checked Su Cheng's dantian, which contained a concentrated vortex the size of a dish, indicating that he had also stepped into the refining essence to transform chi stage. Therefore, he did not stop him. As expected, Tian Kunzhen was technically superior, and Su Cheng lost narrowly. However, what Xiao Chen did not expect was that Su Cheng would risk his life to protect him. This brother was worth having. "You are Su Cheng, my master's childhood friend?" Tian Kunzhen recognized Su Cheng as well. Since Li Yanin reported information about Xiao Chen, Tian Kunzhen had conducted a thorough investigation. He was clear about at least 3 generations of Xiao Chen's family. He even had a general understanding of Xiao Chen's relatives and friends, knowing that Xiao Chen had a very close childhood friend named Su Cheng. But this Su Cheng was just a chef at a small restaurant. When did he become a master at the refining essence to transform chi stage? Is it all thanks to the master? Those special pills of his? Can he mass-produce masters? This speculation left Tian Kunzhen so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. If this were true, wouldn't it mean that the master could create as many refining essence to transform chi stage masters as he wanted? Wouldn't that mean that the Huaxia nation could stand at the pinnacle of Huaxia, making the world submit? Master, you can actually mass-produce refining essence to transform chi stage masters? Tian Kunzhen asked excitedly. That's not true. Xiao Chen hurriedly denied it. Those pills are too rare. I only have a few left, and I need to keep them for critical moments to save lives. They cannot be used casually. Save lives, Tian Kunzhen said eagerly. Those are things that can cultivate refining essence to transform chi stage masters. Master, do you know what the refining essence to transform chi stage is equivalent to? Just having one more can bring immeasurable wealth to this country. Don't talk about saving one life. Even if it were 10 or 100 lives, it wouldn't compare to making the country strong. This matter will be discussed later. Xiao Chen shook his head. I need to go to bed now. You two go busy yourselves. After saying this, Xiao Chen ignored the two and found Huan Mush, asking her to arrange a bedroom for him to sleep. It's only 8 o'clock, and you want to sleep? Huan Mush asked in confusion. Shouldn't young people be playing on their phones until dawn? Or go to bars and nightclubs for an all-night party? Who goes to sleep at 8? Xiao Chen nodded. I consumed too much energy and need a rest. Right, Mr. Xiao, please follow me. Huan Mush quickly realized that Xiao Chen was tired and wanted a rest, hurriedly arranging accommodation for him. She personally prepared the bathing water for him and helped him lay out the bedding. After seeing Xiao Chen really get into bed, Huan Mush left. Xiao Chen first used his spiritual sense to scan the situation in the shelter. On the outermost perimeter, Zhou Kai was leading a group of members, taking turns to guard the shelter in an orderly manner. Inside the private room, Those who needed to cultivate were cultivating, and those who needed to be on guard were also very serious. After Xiao Chen finished washing up and went outside, he was surrounded by them. Asking about the task for today. Kill zombies. Xiao Chen said, "The zombies in the urban village have bullied us to the point of no return and almost killed me. We must take revenge for this. While they still have zombies reaching the Yao gene level, we need to act quickly to eliminate them." Brother Xiao, I have a question. As everyone was excited, Gong Xian stepped forward and looked at Xiao Chen, asking, "How do you plan to arrange Zhou Kai and the others?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Chen asked, puzzled. "Brother Xiao, do you intend to support them indefinitely?" Gong Xian said, "Right now, there aren't many people, and the supplies you have stored may be enough. But what if there are more people? Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Can your supplies still support them? Even if they can, who would believe you? In the eyes of others, you are just a space-type ability user who stored a lot of food before the apocalypse. But food will eventually run out. What will you do then? Charity can breed resentment. Right now, you can give them supplies to let them live, but one day, if you can't provide them with supplies, they will resent you and might even kill you. So, Brother Xiao, I suggest you think carefully about this matter." Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. He really hadn't considered this issue, mainly because his previous self had continuously provided him with supplies. But as Gong Xian said, there aren't too many people right now, so he can manage. But what about when there are more people? Tens of thousands? Can his previous self sustain all of that? Even if he could, wouldn't the sudden disappearance of so many supplies raise suspicion? If he got targeted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, raising so many people would mean distributing supplies to them every day upon waking up. Wouldn't that be all he did? This definitely wouldn't work. Xiao Chen also realized the seriousness of the issue, so he asked Gong Xian, "Since you brought up this question, do you have a solution?" "Build a shelter." Gong Xian said, "This is my personal idea, just for Brother Zhao's reference. Zhou Qingyu is a barrier master. Right now, the barrier can protect an area of about 30 to 40 meters. If she advances in the future, the range can be even wider. If we recruit more barrier masters, we can create a safe area of about a kilometer, build residential areas and farming areas. Self-sufficiency is the key to long-term stability. Otherwise, relying on just one person makes it difficult to protect more people. Others have never realized this issue, and upon hearing this, they were stunned and didn't know how to solve it. Let's wait a bit." After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen shook his head, saying that with only one barrier master, we can't build a shelter. For now, our main focus should be on killing zombies, obtaining enlightenment pills, and improving our strength. "I understand." Gong Xian nodded, wanting to remind Xiao Ge to avoid unintentionally offending people as the number of people increases in the future. "Thank you, Xian." Xiao Chen clasped his fists in gratitude. "Xiao Chen, I think Xian's suggestion is good. You must take it seriously." However, Wang Yao followed up. "Even if there are few barrier masters now, there must be a rule regarding resources. We can't just give them away casually anymore. For example, exchanging enlightenment pills with you, or trading them for other items. Like Zhou Qingyu, she is a barrier master and can't kill zombies. So she should exchange resources based on the time spent setting up barriers. And Xian, she is a healer and also can't kill zombies. But she understands healing techniques. Anyone who needs her to heal should give her a certain amount of enlightenment pills. Then she can use those enlightenment pills to exchange for resources from you. You can only hunt bronze zombies to obtain level 2 enlightenment pills, but I've already reached level 3. Level 2 enlightenment pills are of no use to me now." Xiao Chen said with a wry smile. Wang Yao was also a loss for words. "You can cultivate your own force." Ao Zhan said, "Now everyone is lacking food. You provide food and enlightenment pills to help them advance. Use their soul blood as leverage to make them help you. Just like me, to reach level 3, I must take level 3 enlightenment pills. Then I can get an advance from Xiao Ge. After I reach level 3, I will repay Xiao Ge double. If someone hasn't given their soul blood to Xiao Ge, he can still ask them for it. Once their soul is branded, even if they want to betray Xiao Ge, they can't do it. Right, branding the soul." Gong Xian added, "As long as the soul is branded, everything will be secure. If they refuse to hand over their souls, just drive them away. As for those ordinary mortals," Xiao only needs to provide them with 1 or 2 buns a day. That's enough to owe them. All right, let us do that for now. Xiao Chen nodded. Indeed, 3 zhuge are better than a poor craftsman. If he were alone, he really wouldn't have thought of such comprehensive methods. Having made up his mind, Xiao Chen began to arrange tasks. Qingyu, you've worked hard all night, so don't go out today. Stay here and rest. Xian will stay to refine longevity pills. Ao Xue, help me carve some items. Yao Jie is responsible for their safety. Hai Tao and Ao Zhan, you two come with me to hunt zombies. I will take Zhou Kai and the others away and leave a dozen people to guard the shelter. As he spoke, Xiao Chen took out the materials for carving and the relevant herbs for refining longevity pills. Xiao Gu, where did you get so many good things? Seeing the herbs, Gong Xian exclaimed in shock. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Xiao Chen said coldly. You just need to complete your tasks. If you can refine the longevity pills today, the reward will be doubled. Great. Gong Xian said excitedly. I guarantee I will have the longevity pills ready before you return. Chapter 61. Do you have any cigarettes? I'll change for a pack. However, Gong Xian can't use this much medicinal material, so I'll temporarily store it in Xiao Chen's space. Xiao Chen then took out a few sets of meals, and everyone had a meal before going about their business. In hall, Zhou Kai and all the members had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, they all inquired about his mission for the day. Kill zombies, Xiao Chen said. Zhou Kai and the others were shocked and quickly tried to dissuade him. Brother Xiao, zombies are terrifying creatures. We should avoid them, not hunt them. Exactly. We've just awakened, all at level 1. How can we be a match for zombies? Sending us to kill zombies is just like sending us to our deaths. The group chatted animatedly, all expressing their doubts. This left Xiao Chen feeling quite frustrated, and he said angrily, if you don't follow orders, you can leave. I don't keep idlers here. Immediately, 5 or 6 people chose to leave, even one with keen eyesight. Xiao Chen didn't mind at all. He looked around at everyone and said loudly, since you choose to stay, you must not go against my orders. Otherwise, I will not be lenient. Brother Xiao, it's not that we don't want to obey orders. Someone stepped forward and said, it's just that we haven't awakened yet, and we can't possibly kill zombies. We can go to find some supplies, but killing zombies is really impossible for us. Those who are not awakened can skip the zombie killing. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and said, in fact, I will also give you level 1 awakening pills to help you awaken your abilities. Successful awakeners can later hunt black iron zombies and receive double compensation in level 1 awakening pills. You have to understand, this is the apocalypse, with the fog descending. Supplies are decaying rapidly. Right now, we can still find some food, but what about later? Once this food rots and spoils, and we finish it, what will we do? Therefore, we must improve our strength as much as possible. Only by standing at a high point can we break through the layers of fog and find a way to survive. Brother Xiao, our abilities are too weak. Even if we awaken, they won't be of much use. What should we do? Who says you're useless? Xiao Chen said with a serious face. For example, you, at level 1, have keen eyesight and can be used for reconnaissance. And you, the fast runner, can lure enemies. Also you with charm, and you, who never misses a shot. Right now, it seems you don't have much use, so you can take the awakening pills to awaken. Once you reach level 2, we can see how things go. In short, as I said, I don't keep idlers here. In the past few days, I could give you a few steam buns for free each day. If you want more later, or more in these few days, then you will need to exchange awakening pills for them. For tasks, as long as you complete them, you can also receive corresponding rewards. How do we exchange? Hearing this, Zhou Kai and others' eyes lit up. Did they not want to improve their strength? No, they really did. Unfortunately, before, Wu Guei controlled the shelter and held nearly all the awakening pills and supplies. And after improvement, they would need to consume a lot of food. If they couldn't fill their stomachs, they would starve to death after leveling up. So everyone was afraid to improve. If they could really exchange awakening pills for steam buns, wouldn't that mean they no longer had to worry about food? After all, there are many zombies. Level 2 copper zombies are hard to kill, but level 1 black iron zombies are still quite easy to take down. One level 1 awakening pill can be exchanged for 1 steam bun. Xiao Chen said, one level 2 awakening pill can be exchanged for 10 steam buns. One level 3 awakening pill can be exchanged for 100 steam buns. One level 4 awakening pill can be exchanged for 5,000 steam buns. Of course, it's not just steam buns. There are other foods too, like white rice, kung pao chicken, salmon, lobster, hot pot, beer, etc. Whatever you need, I can provide. Do you have cigarettes? The fast runner weakly asked. Yes. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Can I exchange for a pack first? The fast runner asked, Is one level 1 awakening pill enough? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded and took out a pack of Furong Wang. The fast runner quickly pulled out a level 1 awakening pill and gave it to Xiao Chen, completing the transaction. The fast runner's hands trembled with excitement. After a while, he tore open the packaging, took out one, lit it, and took a deep puff, closing his eyes in enjoyment. Seeing that things could really be exchanged, others also eagerly proposed to make exchanges. Some wanted steamed buns, some wanted rice, and others wanted instant noodles or biscuits, a variety of requests. If it was available in the space, Xiao Chen exchanged it on the spot. If not, he noted it down and would have the real Xiao Chen prepare it the next day. After getting what they wanted, everyone was grateful to Xiao Chen. They even planned to go out to hunt zombies without waiting for Xiao Chen's orders. Looking for food? Given the current situation, one person might not even find a piece of bread in a day. But killing a few level 1 zombies was still doable. Zhou Kai, you pick 15 of the most agile ones, and then the fast runner and Xia Yingfeng will follow me to carry out the mission. Seeing this, Xiao Chen could only say, the rest stay behind. Protecting the shelter is also a task. As long as the shelter is safe, when I return, you will have food to eat. Anyone who dares to oppose me, don't blame me for being rude. Staying at home and having food to eat is also a good thing. There's still no real danger. After all, everyone more or less understands the situation of the Foursquare City competition. Until the time comes, no one will act first. Those who were chosen were all eager to try. In less than 5 minutes, the team was assembled. Nearly 20 people set out to the village in the city. On the way, Xiao Chen inquired about the Foursquare City competition. It was just as Gong Xian had said. It was a battle between the 5 regional overlords of the Foursquare City, gathered in the central urban area, fighting against each other to determine the victor. Whoever wins will become the strongest overlord of the Foursquare City. There will be no second place. In the future, all the manpower and resources of the Foursquare City will belong to that person. Brother Xiao, you just stepped in a level 3. But I've heard there are level 4 awakeners in other districts. We might not be able to beat them, Zhou Kai explained worriedly. Then we won't fight. Xiao Chen said indifferently. There are still 9 days until the competition. I've just reached level 3, and hunting level 3 zombies is still quite difficult, let alone obtaining level 4 awakening pills. It's basically impossible to reach level 4. So before the competition, we need to withdraw. Once we improve our strength later, we can come back and hunt. Huh? Zhou Kai was stunned. Escape? This was a strategy Zhou Kai had never considered. After all, resources are limited. Once you escape, you have to live in hiding. At that time, everywhere will be the enemy's power. Where can you hide? Once discovered, it would mean total annihilation. If they participated in the battle, even if they failed, the other side would likely consider Xiao Chen's extraordinary combat power and his status as a space ability user, giving him a vice role at least. At the very least, it could protect the people in the East District. But Xiao Chen actually wants to escape. After realizing this, Zhou Kai hurriedly informed Xiao Chen of the hidden dangers. He advised, Brother Xiao, we really can't escape. Let me think it over. Xiao Chen nodded. He didn't want to run away either. After all, he had a golden finger. If we can kill enough silver zombies in the next few days and obtain enough level 3 awakening pills, we might stand a chance. So, the key is still to kill zombies. After more than an hour, everyone arrived at the village in the city. The swift-footed Xia Yingfeng took the lead to scout the situation with the zombies inside. In fact, Xiao Chen had already scanned the area with his divine sense. Within a radius of 500 meters, there were over 400 zombies, including more than 100 bronze zombies and over 200 black iron zombies. When Xia Yingfeng returned, his report differed slightly from what Xiao Chen had detected with his divine sense. He likely didn't see those zombies in the rooms feasting on flesh, so the count was a bit lower. Having him scout the area was far inferior to Cheng Haitao's hearing abilities. However, Xiao Chen still encouraged him a bit before leading the group to hunt. He and Ao Zhan were responsible for killing the bronze zombies, while Zhou Kai and others handled the black iron zombies. The disorganized and undisciplined zombies were like clay chickens and tiles dogs in front of them. Killing them was effortless. At most, their weapons would get a little worn. After more than half an hour, they had wiped out all the zombies within that 500-meter range, obtaining nearly 100 level 2 awakening pills and over 200 level 1 awakening pills. Zhou Kai and others wanted to give their awakening pills to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was not stingy and agreed to exchange them for steam buns as promised. When it was Ao Zhan's turn, he shook his head and said, "Brother Xiao, if you give me the steam buns, I have no place to put them, so you might as well keep them. When I'm hungry, I'll come ask you." With him taking the lead, others felt this approach was feasible and followed suit. After all, they were not space-type ability users. The way to preserve the steam buns was just to put them in a plastic bag and store them in their backpacks. That wouldn't work. Ao Zhan frowned and said, "What if everyone puts their items with Brother Xiao and fills up his space?" Just as Xiao Chen was about to say it couldn't fill up, he heard Ao Zhan continue. "So I suggest that Brother Xiao charge us a storage fee. For example, 1 awakening pill for storing for a day, and so on. This kid is reliable." Xiao Chen secretly nodded. His space had already reached 80 meters in length, and with the items of these people, he wouldn't run out of space even if he took everything. But if he charged a fee, on one hand, it would make these people more cautious when storing items, allowing them to pick important items and use less space. On the other hand, he could also gain some benefits. Don't underestimate a single level 1 awakening pill. If he wanted to cultivate a group of experts in refining qi in reality, more awakening pills would definitely be better. So, Xiao Chen took over the conversation and said, "Let's go with what Ao Zhan suggested. Of course, I won't force anyone. Storing or not is entirely voluntary." Some chose to store with Xiao Chen, while others opted to carry their items themselves. After everything was settled, Xiao Chen led them deeper inside. He still let the swift-footed Xia Yingfeng take the lead to scout the situation inside. Moments later, Xia Yingfeng ran back, panting, and said, "Brother Xiao, run, quick, run. There are silver zombies inside, and there are more than 10 of them." Upon hearing this, the others were about to flee. However, Ao Zhan coldly said, "Brother Xiao hasn't spoken yet. Why are you panicking? Have you forgotten who the boss of our team is?" Zhou Kai and the others paused and looked at Xiao Chen, their faces almost showing the word retreat. "You retreat to 150 meters outside and form a perimeter. Ao Zhan, come with me. Let's fight them." Chapter 62. A Terrifying Discovery. "Good," Ao Zhan exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Kai pondered for a moment and led the group to quietly retreat 50 meters. At this distance, as long as Xiao Chen and the others were not defeated, they should be able to escape the pursuit of the silver zombies by turning and running. As for Xia Yingfeng, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, he excitedly said, "Big Brother Xiao, since you decided to hunt them down, I'll go lure them over." After saying that, he rushed ahead, surpassing Xiao Chen. With his current speed, running at full capacity, the silver zombies could not catch up to him at all. If Xiao Chen succeeded, he would also gain credit for luring the monsters. Perhaps he could be rewarded with a second-level awakening pill. In less than 2 minutes, Xia Yingfeng returned, followed by 13 silver zombies. "Big Brother Xiao, quickly stop and kill them." Xia Yingfeng hid behind Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan. "Kill!" Xiao Chen shouted, brandishing his knife and charging forward. Ao Zhan also quickly bit his tongue, using his violent abilities, and followed with his knife. Roar! One of the silver zombies let out a roar, and the remaining 12 immediately split to the sides, surrounding Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan in a pincer formation. "Oh, another zombie with consciousness," Xiao Chen thought with a cold smile, silently condensing his spirit into the shape of a small chisel and striking at the commanding silver zombie. D. As Xiao Chen's voice fell, that silver zombie instantly turned into mist, leaving behind a third-level awakening pill that emitted a fragrant scent. Xiao Chen directly stored it in his space. With the fall of this zombie, the other silver zombies lost their commands and stood there, surrounding but not attacking. Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan each held a knife and, like slaughtering chickens, killed the remaining silver zombies cleanly in less than 5 minutes. The onlookers were stunned. They knew that Xiao Chen could kill third-level zombies, but they never expected it to be this easy. They all shouted loudly, "Big Brother Xiao is mighty." Xiao Feng also came over, excitedly saying, "Big brother Xiao, since you're so capable, I'll go lure some more silver zombies over." Okay, Xiao Chen nodded. From this perspective, killing silver zombies didn't seem that difficult. As long as they had intelligence and could give commands, the other zombies would obey unconditionally. Once the commanding zombie was killed, the rest would become like walking corpses, posing no threat at all. Killing them became much simpler. After estimating, Xiao Chen figured that if they were all like this, with his spirit power, killing hundreds of silver zombies in a day would not be a problem. Soon after, Xiao Feng led over another batch of silver zombies. More than 30 in total. This time, there were 3 zombies giving commands. Xiao Chen began to kill them one by one. After killing 2, the command from the 3rd silver zombie changed to focus on killing Xiao Chen. Fortunately, with Ao Zhan helping him, he avoided injury. However, after this round, Ao Zhan's violent ability ended, and he could only step back to rest. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go ahead and scout the way," Xiao Chen said, not daring to let Xiao Feng lure any more monsters. If too many came, relying on himself alone, he might not be able to kill them all. If something went wrong, the real Xiao Chen might not survive. That would mean a death in both worlds. Xiao Chen didn't dare to gamble, so he planned to check the situation inside. After all, with his spirit, he could see everything within 500 meters. If he discovered something amiss, he could escape in time. "Be careful, big brother Xiao," Ao Zhan reminded. "Big brother Xiao, let me scout instead," Xiao Feng volunteered. "I run fast, and if I encounter a large group of zombies, I can retreat in time. If you go and encounter danger, we won't be able to help." "It's fine." Xiao Chen stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and smiled. "I know my limits. If I really encounter a large group of zombies, I'll turn and run." "You're not bad. That's a reward. When we go back today, I'll specifically train you to quickly promote you to 2nd level." "Thank you, big brother Xiao," Xiao Feng said, almost kneeling in gratitude. Xiao Chen said no more, expanded his spirit, and quickly walked inside. Just now, he had seen through his spirit that there were 100 or 200 bronze zombies and black iron zombies ahead. However, Xiao Chen ignored them and went around, continuing forward. The closer he got to the center, the more alarmed he became. He discovered that there were actually several hundred silver zombies there. After walking a bit further, he even found a radiant gold zombie, its entire body radiating golden light, blindingly bright. How wonderful it would be if this thing turned into mist after being killed. But it was pure gold, just as Xiao Chen was observing it. The zombie seemed to sense something and suddenly looked in Xiao Chen's direction. Xiao Chen was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Fortunately, the zombie only glanced a few times before continuing its actions. Xiao Chen saw clearly that it was eating other zombies. Surrounding it were several black iron zombies. The radiant gold zombie stood there, reaching out to grab a black iron zombie and stuff it into its mouth. After a few crunches, it was almost finished. With a wave of its hand, it discarded the remains and continued to grab and eat. The discarded limbs were picked up by the silver zombies in the distance, which also stuffed them into their mouths and chewed. Gag! Xiao Chen almost vomited. What kind of creatures were these zombies? Why were they even cannibalizing each other? No wonder there were not many black iron zombies left in the urban village. They had all been devoured by these higher-level zombies. But why were they consuming each other? They were leveling up. Just like humans, when the mist descended, only a portion of first-level awakeners appeared. Most people turned into zombies. At that time, the zombies were probably all first-level black iron zombies, right? Humans kill zombies to obtain awakening pills, which they can consume to slowly upgrade to 2nd and 3rd levels. Zombies should be the same. They consume other zombies to enhance their strength. That's why radiant gold zombies, silver zombies, and bronze zombies appeared. This discovery made Xiao Chen gasp in shock. This was the greatest disaster. After all, the speed of human advancement was far behind that of the zombies. The reason was simple. Humans needed to eat, rest, and most importantly, kill zombies. Meanwhile, zombies are social creatures. Higher-level zombies consume lower-level zombies, requiring just a command for those zombies to obediently run to them and offer themselves up. Currently, the time was still short, and there were not many high-level zombies. Or rather, Xiao Chen had not encountered many. But what if time dragged on? Would there be radiant gold zombies everywhere? By then, where would there be space for humans to survive? Xiao Chen didn't dare to act recklessly and quietly retreated. He had to spread this news and let more people know. Just as Wu Gui said earlier, in the apocalyptic era, only by working together and keeping warm could they fight for a glimmer of hope. The competition had been completely cast aside by Xiao Chen. He hurriedly retreated, without saying much, and directly took Zhou Kai, Ao Zhan, and the others back to the shelter. First, they assessed their contributions and distributed some supplies to everyone. Then he found the charm user Qin Wu, the 8-bullet wielder Li Dao, and the speedy Xiao Feng. He gave each of them 80 first-level awakening pills and 2 second-level awakening pills. Of course, Xiao Feng's were a reward, while those for Qin Wu and Li Dao were loans. In the future, when we earn the awakening pills, we still have to pay them back. Xiao Chen urged them to fully push for the second level. After succeeding, they would find him. Finally, Xiao Chen, dragging his tired body, brought Ao Zhan back to the private room where Wang Yao and the others were. After locking the door, Xiao Chen said seriously, "I have a very terrifying piece of news to share. Zombies can also level up. High-level zombies can advance as long as they consume enough low-level zombies. And what about us humans? We need to hunt zombies, take awakening pills, and then consume a large amount of food to stabilize our levels. The promotion speed is too slow. One day, we will be completely wiped out by zombies." "Brother Xiao, you didn't just find this out, did you?" Gong Xian asked, stunned. "Huh?" Xiao Chen was taken aback. "Did you already know?" "Yes," Gong Xian nodded. "It's precisely because everyone realized this fact that the Four Directions City Championship was held. We gathered the strength of the entire Four Directions City to focus on cultivating one person. As long as that person's strength becomes strong enough, they can protect us. Otherwise, just as you said, humanity will surely perish. So, Brother Xiao, you need to work harder and strive to become the Overlord." Xiao Chen nodded. The position of Overlord must be seized. He had previously thought about escaping because he felt he had enough food and could live comfortably while hunting zombies and leveling up. But now, the position of Overlord must be contended for. Otherwise, once the true Overlord finds out that he can continuously provide food, they would definitely treat him as a tool. So, he must fight for it and must win. To win, he needed to level up to level 4. Therefore, he still had to continue hunting level 3 zombies and taking level 3 awakening pills. When he reached the threshold for level 4, he would then take the level 4 awakening pills. Xiao Chen was not completely confident. After all, the radiant gold zombie was not so easy to kill. Xiao Chen suddenly felt overwhelmed. "Brother Xiao, don't worry. We will help you." Ao Zhan also realized the seriousness of the problem and hurriedly stood up to say, "Yes, we will help Brother Xiao." Cheng Haitao and others also expressed their support. "All right, then let's hurry up and level up." Saying this, Xiao Chen took out several level 3 awakening pills for Ao Zhan, Cheng Haitao, Wang Yao, Zhou Qingyu, and Nangong Aoxue to level up. "Wait, Brother Xiao, don't rush to level up. First recover your vitality." Gong Xian took out 12 pills. "I have refined the longevity pills. You all take them first. After recovering your vitality, your organs can keep up with the increase in strength. Otherwise, it can easily lead to problems." "You really refined them?" Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He took one and consumed it. Ao Zhan and the others followed suit and also took the longevity pills. Xiao Chen could feel the longevity pill enter his body, and instantly a refreshing airflow spread throughout him, continuously cleansing his organs and meridians. His white hair gradually turned black. It wasn't until half an hour later that this feeling disappeared. However, his vitality had not fully recovered. If before his body was equivalent to that of a 60 or 70-year-old man, now it was roughly that of a middle-aged person. Xiao Chen wanted to take more, but then he heard Gong Xian say, "Brother Xiao, the longevity pill contains too much vitality. Each person can only take 1 pill per year. Taking more can easily damage your organs." "I was too greedy," Xiao Chen said with a. At this moment, Nangong Aoxue also took out the card items. Xiao Chen stored them in a space. He took out some food for everyone to have a hearty meal. Then he took out some more for Gong Xian to reward according to the promotion situation of Xia Feng and others. Finally, he entered the bedroom, took 10 level 3 awakening pills, then went to wash up and rest. Meanwhile, in reality, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 63, Can You Get Your Hands on Guns? As usual, the consciousness first scanned the surroundings. Huamashi was sleeping. The black gas in her body had thickened slightly, but it didn't have any significant effect. This girl must be having some sweet dreams, as a sweet smile lingered on her face. June Luoxia was already up, getting ready. Although she was slightly older and already a married woman, her charm was still undeniable. Hua Qiansheng was practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Sweat was already visible on his forehead, but he showed no signs of stopping. What surprised Xiao Chen the most were Tian Kunzhen and Su Cheng. The two were lying stiffly on the soccer field, bruised and panting. Their clothes were in tatters, but the corners of their mouths were turned up high, showing their mutual satisfaction. They couldn't have fought all night, could they? They really have spirit, Xiao Chen silently sighed. The other servants were all busy with their own tasks, and there were noticeably more smiles on their faces compared to when Xiao Chen arrived yesterday. It was clear that everyone was happy as Huamashi's condition had been stabilized. Confirming that there were no unexpected issues, Xiao Chen got up to wash up. Hua Qiansheng had already arranged for people to prepare meals. After a hearty breakfast, Xiao Chen began to arrange the day's tasks. First, he handed the carved items to June Luoxia, asking her to deliver them to the several bosses. June Luoxia nodded and left with the items. Then, for Su Cheng and Huamashi, Xiao Chen instructed them to go to the Wanhe Hotel, where Huamashi would personally guide the chefs in cooking. Finally, there was Tian Kunzhen. Xiao Chen pulled him aside and quietly asked, "Leader Tian, can you get your hands on guns? The kind with significant firepower." In the apocalypse, Xiao Chen was only at level 3, struggling against the level 4 Yaojin zombies. Even when dealing with level 3 silver zombies, he could only retreat when facing a large number. Although he could secretly kill them with his consciousness, the consumption was considerable. Using it once or twice didn't feel too much, but after multiple uses, he feared that the vitality he had just recovered would be drained again. Moreover, the consciousness blade could only kill intelligent silver zombies. If a silver zombie lacked intelligence, the blade would be ineffective. Therefore, Xiao Chen needed some equipment to ensure his safety while quickly increasing his strength. As for handguns, Xiao Chen had tested them before. They couldn't even break through the defenses of silver zombies. Stronger weapons were preferable. "Master, what do you want that for?" Tian Kunzhen exclaimed, staring at Xiao Chen in disbelief. "You can't possibly be thinking of rebellion, right? I must advise you against it. Although you've entered the refining essence to transform Qi realm and are very strong, the level of weaponry in our country is beyond your imagination. With just one cannon, you could be wiped off the face of the earth. Such weapons exist?" Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. "Can you get them?" "Rest assured, I won't rebel. If I were to, would I be telling you, the captain of the Dragon Soul organization? I'd have to do it secretly, right?" Tian Kunzhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as Master doesn't rebel, that's good. Otherwise, a master at the refining essence to transform Qi realm trying to do something detrimental to the country would cause immense damage, even if he were killed. But why does Master want such weapons?" Tian Kunzhen was very curious. However, Xiao Chen did not elaborate too much, instead pretending to be mysterious, and said, "It's for something important. The more you provide me, the faster I can improve my strength." "Faster?" Tian Kunzhen was taken aback again. "How fast? You should have investigated me." Xiao Chen stated, "You should know what I was like a month ago and what I'm like now." "Master, what do you mean by that?" Tian Kunzhen asked in shock. "Could it be that you just started practicing cultivation, and in this short span of less than a month, you've reached the refining essence to transform Qi realm?" "That's right." Xiao Chen nodded. "If you can provide me with weapons, I can improve even faster. Entering the refining Qi to transform spirit realm should only take a little over a month." "What?" Tian Kunzhen looked at Xiao Chen in horror, as if he were looking at a monster. "Don't talk about entering the refining Qi to transform spirit realm. Even reaching the refining essence to transform Qi realm took me a lifetime of effort. Wait, if I hadn't met you and given you a small pill, you might have struggled your whole life to break through to the refining essence to transform Qi realm." "Master, are you sure you can break through?" After taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Tian Kunzhen asked, "If you're 100% sure, I'll contact the higher-ups now to arrange for weapons for you." "Sure," Xiao Chen replied firmly. "All right." Tian Kunzin stopped wasting time and dialed a phone number in front of Xiao Chen. Soon, the call connected. Tian Kunzin explained the situation on his end, and the other party fell silent. After more than 10 minutes, they finally spoke. No, Xiao Tian. Although I trust you, this matter is significant, and we must hold a meeting to discuss it. Therefore, I cannot give you a response for now. However, based on my experience, this matter is likely to be rejected. I understand. Thank you, leader. Tian Kunzin hung up the phone, sighed, and apologized to Xiao Chen master. It didn't go through from above. I have limited ability and couldn't help. That's not important. Xiao Chen comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. I understand this country as well. Master, if you really need that thing, you can go to other places. Tian Kunzin suggested. For example, Southeast Asia. As long as you're willing to spend money, you could get any weapon there. Go abroad? Xiao Chen asked. Do I need to apply for a passport? Master, are you still worried about this? Tian Kunzin said speechlessly. With me around, even without a passport, I can get you there. The main concern is that there are many ruthless people there. You going alone? Tian Kunzin didn't say more, but the meaning was clear. He was saying that Xiao Chen going alone would be very dangerous. I won't go for now. Xiao Chen shook his head. Although he hadn't fully understood the specifics of the dream, he vaguely felt that he and the version of himself in the dream were one entity. If one died, the other would definitely not survive either. He had just entered the refining chi to transform spirit realm. How strong could he become? Xiao Chen himself wasn't sure. He had to be very careful. After all, the Xiao Chen of the apocalypse relied on him for survival. He absolutely couldn't have any accidents. However, you need to help me get my passport ready, just in case. Yes, Tian Kunzin replied respectfully. After discussing a few more matters, Xiao Chen left the Hua residence. As for food, Su Cheng would prepare it, so he didn't need to worry about that. What he needed to do now was help Zhang Jingtai stabilize the economy of Jiang City. In other words, he needed to get the jade business up and running. Lin Xiaoqing was already handling this aspect of the business, and the office building and warehouses were ready. Today, Xiao Chen needed to go for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, marking the opening. The name was Xuanqing. However, during the ribbon-cutting, there were only a sparse few people present. Even so, it was still thanks to the face of the top leader, Zhang Jingtai. Zhang Jingtai had a sensitive identity and couldn't get too close to Xiao Chen. After the ceremony, he left first. As soon as he left, people began to nitpick. Xiao Chen, you're just a kid who hasn't fully grown up. What qualifications do you have to be called a master carver in the jade industry? It was precisely following Zhua Yingxian to pick up money, no? It was during the stone gambling event when he encountered the Stone King winner Gu Jinyu, the prince of the Gu family. He was also in the jewelry business and had a competitive relationship with Zhua Yingshuan's Yingxiang jewelry. Xiao Chen initially thought this kid would have learned to behave modestly after the lesson at the stone gambling venue. Unexpectedly, he jumped out again today. I refuse to accept this, Gu Jinyu said loudly. And besides, you don't have any raw materials here. Are you planning to hang a sheep's head and sell dog meat? Yeah, on your opening day, you don't even have raw materials to offer. What are we supposed to buy? Immediately, some people echoed. Xiao Chen recognized them. Although he didn't know their names, they were the same few people he had driven away yesterday. They had come to take revenge, seizing the opportunity. Xiao Chen disdainfully said, "The company is mine. Whether there are raw materials, whether the goods sell, whether it makes money, has nothing to do with you at all, right? If you truly came to congratulate me, I welcome you with open arms. If you're here to stir up trouble, then I'm sorry, get lost. I don't entertain enemies here." You. The crowd turned red in the face for being reprimanded. Everyone present was a prominent figure in Jiangxing City, even if the competition was fierce and the relationships difficult. In public, especially in front of the media, they would at most ignore it. But Xiao Chen, he directly told them to get lost. This had already crossed the unspoken rules of their circle. Oomph. Gu Jinyu snorted coldly and mocked. Since you were so stubborn, we'll just watch you go bankrupt. Do you really think that having a bit of luck in stone gambling means you can survive in this industry? Be careful. You might end up without even your pants. Smack. As soon as his words fell, Xiao Chen rushed forward in a flash. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Jinyu, causing him to stagger back and fall to the ground. The crowd was once again shocked, their faces showing disbelief. Not welcoming them, telling them to get lost was already outrageous enough. But now, He went even further by hitting someone in public. It was lawless. The flashbulbs kept flashing, and microphones were thrust in front of Xiao Chen. All sorts of tricky questions followed. Xiao Chen didn't care at all. Instead, he darkened his expression and said, "Today is the first day of our Xianchan Company's opening. We just finished the ribbon-cutting ceremony. They come here to mock us. This is causing trouble. Opposing our Xianchan Company. I have never been soft-hearted towards enemies. If Gu Jinyu dares to keep chattering and curses our company to go bankrupt, it won't just be a slap next time. I will definitely break his legs." Gu Jinyu, who was getting up, wanted to shout again. But hearing this and seeing Xiao Chen's fierce gaze, he obediently swallowed the words back down. Who said that President Xiao had no raw materials? At that moment, someone outside shouted, "Feng Jixian from Nan Factory, grateful for President Xiao as carved items, especially since 30 pieces of old mine raw stone, worth 1.2 million. Wishing President Xiao a prosperous opening. Jiangbei Yushan Long, grateful for President Xiao carving our store's treasure, especially since 15 pieces of Burmese raw stone, worth 2 million. Wishing President Xiao a fortune rolling in and thriving. Lindong Buen He Donglin, grateful for President Xiao's gifts, especially since 27 pieces of raw stone, worth 3 million. Wishing President Xiao prosperous business and abundant wealth. Kyoto Yunsha Jewelry Jun Luoxia, grateful for President Xiao's gold and silver jewelry, especially since 150 pieces of raw stone, worth 20 million. Wishing President Xiao to soar for miles and fly high in the sky. Chapter 64. The rescuer sends gifts what? It's actually Feng Jixian from the Southern Factory. I've heard he's the overlord of the jade industry in Jiang City. Out of all the raw stones that appear in Jiang City, 9 out of 10 come from him. I never expected him to be a supporter of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is also in the jade business. They should be competitors, so why is he here to give gifts? It's puzzling. Feng Jixian is nothing compared to Yushan Long from Jiangbei. With him around, Feng Jixian has to bow down. Haha, I'm really laughing. Ignorance is bliss. The truly formidable one is Hai Donglin. Whether it's Yushan Long or Feng Jixian, they all have to source their goods from Hai Donglin. What does mere merchandise matter? Can it compare to the status and identity of Jun Luoxia from Yinshe Jewelry? I heard she is the jewel of the Jun family in the capital. A famous beauty and CEO. Moreover, her husband's family is also very powerful, guarding the borders like a war god, instilling fear in all. I never expected these impressive figures would personally come to present gifts to Xiao Chen for his opening. Who exactly is Xiao Chen? I'm not sure. I searched online for information about him, but found nothing. It would be strange if anything could be found online. A friend of mine works in the system, and when I asked him to discreetly check on Xiao Chen, do you know the result? He had no authority to access the information. This only indicates that Xiao Chen's identity is beyond our reach. We can only look up to him. Could he be a disciple from some prominent family in the capital? What you say makes sense. Otherwise, without identity or background, how could he attract the top figures in Jiang City? Even the beautiful CEO from the capital personally congratulated him. Xiao Chen's identity is truly revealing itself. But wait, is there a Xiao family in the capital's elite? With the arrival of Jun Luoxia and her 3 companions, the scene descended into chaos, with everyone guessing Xiao Chen's identity. But no one could figure out, which only made Xiao Chen appear more mysterious. What nonsense about noble families. Gu Jinyu could no longer hold back and stood up, speaking sarcastically. I know him. He.S. just a genuine rural bumpkin. He graduated from university and couldn't find a decent job, so he ran out to deliver food and drive for Didi. Just a few days ago, he managed to gather some exquisite jewelry, which allowed him to accumulate his first bucket of gold. And then he hit it big at the stone gambling venue. A total nouveau riche. Mr. Feng, Mr. Vayu, Mr. He. You all have deep cooperative relationships with my Gu family. Now that the contract hasn't expired, are you planning to defect to Xiao Chen? Are you trying to breach the contract? Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen rushed up to him and slapped him across the face. Mocking me is one thing, but to deride my clients? You really push your luck. Get out. Our Xian Chen does not welcome you. After saying this, Xiao Chen kicked Gu Jinyu out of the company like a sandbag. Security, if he dares to come back in, break his legs. Xiao Chen instructed the security. saying, "If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." "Yes, Brother Xiao," Lin Xiaoqing replied respectfully, looking at Gu Jinyu as if he were a corpse. In the past, Lin Xiaoqing Wen have dared to make eye contact with a rich young man like Gu Jinyu. But after following Xiao Chen and witnessing his fighting power, she had gained more courage. Now, having consumed the awakening pill, her strength had increased to the refining essence in a chi stage, which gave her enough confidence. Her boyfriend, He Quan, also mentioned that even the leader of the Dragon Soul organization had to bow to Xiao Chen as his master, showing Xiao Chen's capabilities. With Xiao Chen backing her, Lin Xiaoqing feared no one. Xiao Chen then thanked the several bosses with a cupped fist gesture, inviting them inside. Inside was a banquet. Xiao Chen declared loudly, "Guests are welcome. Everyone who comes to offer blessings today is treated by me, Xiao Chen. However, I still have to say this. I don't like being warm-faced to coldbacks. Anyone who dares to mock, curse, or secretly engage in underhanded actions should not blame me for being rude. Gu Jinyu is a warning for you all. Is this really Xiao Chen?" In the corner, there were a young man and woman. The woman was Xiao Chen's ex-girlfriend, Chenrong. The man, handsome and suave, held a folding fan, reminiscent of an ancient young master. He was quite charming, and the way he waved the fan added to his grace, giving off a refreshing aura. But Xiao Chen didn't recognize him and didn't look too closely. He assumed this was Chenrong's new boyfriend, who came to cause trouble after learning about his opening. Xiao Chen was only slightly curious. Last time, Jun Luoxia had already informed him about the Gu father and son, as well as Chenrong's situation. Although there was no formal news report, the rumors were rampant. In this context, how could Chenrong still stay in Jiang City? How could she find a new boyfriend? One could only say this man's preferences were quite unusual. According to Xiao Chen's guess, they should be the first wave of troublemakers. Unfortunately, they were preempted by Gu Jinyu. Now it should be their turn to act, right? Xiao Chen's consciousness kept an eye on the two. He didn't know how to do business. He had consulted several people. For instance, when he asked Zhua Yingxian, she told him that business is based on honesty. When he consulted Hua Qiansheng, he said that business should help the poor by taking from the rich. When it came to Tian Sunjian, that guy said business should be aggressive. The more domineering you are, the less others dare to provoke you. If you reach the point of monopoly, even if you don't want to succeed, it's hard not to. Xiao Chen synthesized this information. Honesty is key. He is in the raw stone business. A piece of stone is just a piece of stone, and the weight is clearly marked very honest. As for whether jade can be extracted, that depends on luck and strength. It has nothing to do with him. The stone gambling industry is not something the poor can participate in. It's the rich who make money. Xiao Chen uses this money to support his employees and those like Wang Yao in the apocalyptic world. They're the real poor. So one could say he is indeed helping the needy. Then comes the need for dominance. Crushing the troublemakers one by one is what Xiao Chen is currently doing. So he was waiting for Chenrong to stir up trouble. A man and a woman. They were just the right pair. However, upon hearing the man ask question, Chenrong only nodded and said, "Yes, that is Xiao Chen. My ex-boyfriend, a real rural bumpkin. Brother Jian, do you see how arrogant he is? Do you want to hit him? I'll cheer you on." "Shut up." Little did she know, the man called Brother Jian coldly scolded her, making Chenrong immediately cover her mouth, her face full of fear, as if she were extremely afraid of the man beside her. A rural bumpkin suddenly established a company and is thriving in the stone gambling circle. Interesting, really interesting. I want to get closer to him, the man muttered, pulling Chenrong's hand as they walked out. The rescuer Li Jian thanked Mr. Xiao for giving him such a beautiful jade in Chenrong, and upon learning that Mr. Xiao was opening, he specifically offered a gift of 5 yuan. Saying this, Li Jian took out a 5 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Chen. Wow! The people present gasped in surprise. The rescuer? Are there really people who call themselves that? How shameless. If I hadn't heard this person give a $5 gift, I would have thought he was trying to curry favor with his ex-husband. "Thank you, please come in." Xiao Chen took the money and said with a smile. In fact, he really wanted to slap the two of them away, but he had just clearly stated that those who came to congratulate were guests and could enter to eat. They not only congratulated him, but also gave $5 as a gift. Slapping them away would be slapping his own face. He could only endure it for now and see what these two were up to. However, from beginning to end, Li Jian and Chenrong showed no signs of unusual behavior. They really seemed like guests here to congratulate him. They brought gifts, ate, and left. What's going on? Xiao Chen furrowed his brows and asked Jun Luoxia beside him. Sister Xia, didn't you say Chenrong was in the news? Why does she still dare to be so brazen? Isn't she afraid of losing face? She's wearing makeup. Jun Luoxia smiled bitterly and said, with Chenrong's face, she must have at least 5 layers of makeup on. Unless you're someone very familiar with her. It's hard to recognize her. Moreover, the news only published some pictures, which differ from the real person. Even if someone did recognize her, no one would dare to expose her publicly. What does this mean? Xiao Chen was even more suspicious. Did they really come just to give gifts? And that person named Li Jian, who is he? Why have I never heard of him in Jiangcheng? Sister Xia, you have a wide network. Can you help me look into this? All right, I'll arrange for someone to do it now. Jun Luoxia nodded and took out her phone to make a call. Meanwhile, in an office 300 meters away, Li Jian kicked Gu Jinyu to the ground, coldly scolding, useless, a proper young master of the Gu family. And you couldn't even test out Xiao Chen's abilities. You really disappoint me. It seems there's no need for the Gu family to exist anymore. Brother Jian, please don't. Gu Jinyu begged. I didn't expect Xiao Chen wouldn't let the bodyguards in. Otherwise, I would have brought over a dozen mercenary bodyguards today. Even if I can't kill Xiao Chen, I can at least make him unable to get out of bed. Please, Brother Jian, give me another chance. I guarantee I can make Xiao Chen unable to stand up forever. What do you plan to do? Li Jian asked. Gu Jinyu leaned close to Li Jian's ear and whispered something. Xiao Chen saw everything clearly, but couldn't hear their conversation. Damn, if only I could have Cheng Haitao's keen ears. However, Xiao Chen could sense that these two together would likely not lead to good things. He still needed to be on guard. He instructed Lin Xiaoqing to work hard these days and keep watch at the company. After dealing with his matters, Xiao Chen returned to the villa. It was just past 5, and there was still some time. Xiao Chen didn't idle away, but began to take second-level awakening pills to cultivate. Understanding the martial artist system gave Xiao Chen the courage to continue improving his strength. He didn't stop until after 9 o'clock when he had solidified all the gas in the foundation platform, then lay down to sleep. At the same time, a group of masked individuals dressed in night clothes were quietly making their way over. Chapter 65. Personal Experience of Charm Technique in the Apocalypse. Xiao Chen woke up and found that there were many fewer people in the shelter. Originally, there were 56 people, including Zhou Kai and the others, but 4 had escaped, leaving 52. Including himself and Wang Yao and others. There were a total of 58 people in the shelter. However, now there were only more than 20 people left, with 30 others mysteriously absent. Xiao Chen was familiar with these 20 or so people, aside from Wang Yao and the others. The rest were those who had followed him to hunt zombies yesterday. He felt a bit puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. After all, these people's strength was very low, only at level 1. 1 more or 1 less didn't matter. It wouldn't affect the overall situation. Xiao Chen focused on Wang Yao and the others, as well as Qin Wu, Xia Yingfeng, and Li Dao, who had received the level 2 awakening pills yesterday. Wang Yao was still cultivating. Zhou Qingyu, Nangong Aoshue, Ao Zhan, and Gong Xian were sitting around in the living room. Qin Wu, Xia Yingfeng, and Li Dao were in another room. The food provided earlier had been completely consumed. Xiao Chen couldn't help but frown. These guys were truly like starving ghosts reincarnated. The food taken out before going to sleep yesterday was enough for hundreds of people, and there were also 1,000 or 2,000 buns. Yet in just one night it was all gone. He would have to remind them in the future. Otherwise, if this continued, he really couldn't support them. After washing up and changing clothes, Xiao Chen went outside. The people in the living room immediately welcomed him, clamoring, "Brother Xiao, I've reached level 3. You guys wait a moment, one at a time." The chaotic information buzzed in Xiao Chen's ears, and he had to let them report one by one. After listening, a look of excitement spread across Xiao Chen's face. Zhou Qingyu had stepped in a level 3, and the barrier she set up could protect an area of 100 meters. If reduced to a 10-meter range, she could set up 3 barriers simultaneously. The key was that once the barrier was set up, it only needed to be infused with supernatural power. Even if Zhou Qingyu moved away, it wouldn't affect the barrier's use. It was like the formations Xiao Chen had read about in novels. Supernatural power was the energy. As long as it wasn't exhausted, the formation could keep running. According to Zhou Qingyu's estimation, a 10-meter barrier could trap a level 3 silver zombie for 3 days. Without food for 3 days, the zombie could starve to death. She could also hunt zombies now. Zhou Qingyu excitedly danced around in front of Xiao Chen, as if seeking praise. You are the treasure of our team. How can you go to the battlefield? Xiao Chen said with a serious face, stay behind us, and if anything happens, just protect us. You don't need to hunt zombies yet. Oh, Zhou Qingyu pouted and nodded. Cheng Haitao had also stepped into level 3. His hearing had greatly increased, reaching 2,000 meters. The key was the other two skills, 1,000-mile transmission and shared hearing. The 1,000-mile transmission could reach 500 meters, while the shared hearing had increased to 2 people, but the distance was a bit short, only usable within 300 meters. His strength and speed had also increased accordingly, but he was still far from being comparable to other combat-type awakeners of the same level. When he stepped into level 3, he had sparred with Wang Yao. Wang Yao hadn't even used her invisibility skill and had beaten Cheng Haitao to the ground, making him no longer dare to be arrogant. Brother Xiao, am I too useless? Cheng Haitao said, feeling a bit dejected. He had thought that stepping into level 3 would grant him new skills to hunt zombies. However, he had overthought it. His supernatural ability remained mediocre. After all, Xiao Chen was a mentalist, and his spiritual sense could already monitor a long distance, making Cheng Haitao's 1,000-mile ear unnecessary as a scout. Of course not. Xiao Chen patted his shoulder to comfort him. Although I have spiritual sense, my monitoring distance is quite short. Your hearing can reach 2,000 meters. Moreover, I can only see people and their movements but can't hear sounds. If someone is plotting something, I can't know in advance. Besides, you can share hearing and transmit over 1,000 miles. These are comparable to phones. When the fog descends, communication devices become useless, and information transmission relies entirely on word of mouth, which is slow. In such times, your mobile phone is the pillar of our team. Don't say you're useless. Brother Xiao knows how to comfort people. Cheng Haitao laughed. Rest assured, I won't belittle myself. I will work harder and awaken other abilities as soon as possible. Keep it up, Xiao Chen nodded. Nangong Aoshua had also reached level 3, able to condense 15 tons of clean water in a day. But that was about it. She didn't have any other abilities. However, Nangong Aoshua mentioned that she could use water to smash zombies. Dropping 1 ton of water would definitely crush a zombie to pieces. She could smash 15 times a day, perfectly matching the 15 tons of water. Finally, it was no longer a mediocre ability. The strongest was A.O. Zhan. After stepping into level 3, he unleashed a violent supernatural ability with explosive combat power. According to his own estimation of strength in a berserk state, he could smash a silver zombie's head with 1 punch. Moreover, the duration was longer, lasting a full 20 minutes. The key was that after the battle, he could still retain some stamina. Although he would be a bit weak, he should be able to escape from a silver zombie. Good, very good. Xiao Chen couldn't hide his smile. Since everyone's combat power had increased, they would continue to hunt zombies soon. At this moment, he also understood why so much food had been consumed so quickly. After advancing to level 3, they would feel unusually hungry. Only by eating more could they return to normal. Xiao Chen worriedly asked, are you all full? Do you need to eat more? I want to eat. Just as he finished speaking, the bedroom door was pushed open, and Wang Yao rushed out. Xiao Chen, hurry and get me some food. I'm going to starve. All right. Another one who has stepped into level 3. Xiao Chen was even more excited. He quickly took out several meals from his storage space. Wang Yao didn't even use chopsticks, grabbing food and stuffing it into her mouth. Her gluttonous appearance made one feel a bit distressed. Eat slowly. I still have more, and no one is competing with you. Xiao Chen said with a bitter smile. He took out a few more sets for Zhou Qingyu and the others to eat. After a moment, Wang Yao finally spoke. Xiao Chen, I've reached level 3. Do I have any new skills? Xiao Chen asked. There was no doubt about her stepping into level 3, as Wang Yao was the first among them to advance to level 2. Since Cheng Haitao had reached level 3, Wang Yao, of course, would not be an exception. Moreover, Wang Yao's supernatural ability was invisibility, and Xiao Chen was looking forward to her performance after stepping into level 3. Yes, Wang Yao said excitedly, I can share invisibility. What does that mean? Although Xiao Chen understood, he still couldn't help but ask. It means I can make others invisible, Wang Yao explained for about 3 minutes. My own invisibility duration has also increased to half an hour. Even if I attack, it won't reveal my invisibility state. I feel like I can take on a level 4 radiant zombie and cut off its neck while relying on invisibility. Sister Yao, you are amazing. Xiao Chen nodded appreciatively. What about the other 3? Xiao Chen asked again. They've all successfully advanced to level 2. Gong Xian said, Qin Wu's charm technique has improved. But she didn't tell me what effects it has. She plans to tell you in person. Xiao Yingfeng's speed has increased, reaching nearly 200 kilometers per hour. But it seems that's all he can do. His strength has only slightly increased. Li Dao's double-handed 8 shots have become more precise, hitting wherever he points. But the lethality is insufficient. With his current strength, he can only take down some black iron zombies. This is an area attack type. Wang Yao exclaimed in surprise. At level 2, he can group attack and kill black iron zombies. At level 3, he will be able to group attack and kill bronze zombies. It's quite good for him to clear out the miscellaneous zombie fish. However, taking out only 8 at a time is a bit lacking. In the end, Wang Yao expressed some regret and then looked up to ask, how many shots can he fire if his abilities are exhausted? According to his estimate, 300 shots. Gong Xian said, but if he promptly replenishes food and water, he can continue. That's not too bad. Wang Yao nodded and said to Xiao Chen, you need to focus on training this person. Once he catches up with us, he will definitely be a great asset. All right, Xiao Chen agreed. After eating and drinking enough, he went to find Qin Wu and the others. First, he congratulated the 3 on their promotion and then inquired about Qin Wu's situation. Brother Xiao, there are too many people here. I can't show you. Why don't we go to a private room? Qin Wu said shyly, twirling her hair with her hand. She spoke very naturally, but her demeanor was full of a coquettish meaning that made people unable to help but fantasize. Li Dao and Xia Yingfeng were already drooling, staring at Qin Wu with wide eyes. Even Xiao Chen was no exception, his eyes fixed on her, his Adam's apple bobbing as he kept swallowing his saliva. Beautiful. Stunning. If Qin Wu were to appear in reality, she would definitely be a rare beauty seen once in 4,000 years, making every man who sees her drool. Xiao Chen didn't respond because a thread of pink silk suddenly appeared in his mind. What is this? Xiao Chen was taken aback and was about to use his mental power to resist when he found that the pink silk thread had disappeared again. Looking back at Qin Wu, she still possessed astonishing beauty, but the previous heated feeling was gone. Brother Xiao, you actually woke up already? Qin Wu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she said, how is it so fast? According to my understanding of my abilities, even a level 3 awakener, once affected, would take at least 3 to 5 minutes to wake up. How did you wake up instantly? Did you cast a charm on me? Xiao Chen asked with a dark face. Brother Xiao, that was just the surface charm. There are deeper levels, Qin Wu said with a smile. Let's go to the private room together, so I can give you a comprehensive demonstration. Isn't it okay here? Xiao Chen asked. It's not that it can't be done. It's just that there are others around, which isn't very appropriate, Qin Wu explained. You are the leader of our team. If something embarrassing happens and it gets out, it would damage your image as the leader. All right, I agree to you. Xiao Chen thought about it and realized that if he really embarrassed himself, how could he manage everyone in the future? Come with me to this private room over here. Chapter 66 this time, I'm going to kill crazy. Show it. After locking the door, Xiao Chen said, Brother Xiao, do you think I look beautiful? Qin Wu said while tugging at the strap of her dress on her shoulder. Breathing slightly heavily, she looked incredibly enchanting, making it hard for anyone to resist doing something. Just at that moment, a strand of pink thread appeared in Xiao Chen's consciousness again. That thread grew longer and began to circle around his mind. With each loop, Xiao Chen's gaze towards Qin Wu became hotter, and the impulse in his heart intensified. This should be Qin Wu's ability. By disturbing the mind, it amplifies a person's desires, causing the other party to fall into an unbearable situation. It's incredibly profound. Unfortunately, this is aimed at people. Zombies don't have consciousness. Oh wait, that's not right. Zombies do have intelligence. The higher the level, the stronger the intellect. Does that mean Qin Wu can use her second-level awakened strength to kill third-level silver zombies? Or even fourth-level gold zombies? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen became excited. As his excitement grew, his mental power surged violently in his consciousness, instantly shattering those strands of pink thread into fragments. Qin Wu couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Xiao Chen hurriedly went forward to support her. Worried, Qin Wu, are you okay? Cough, cough. Qin Wu coughed a couple of times, still spitting blood. Her pretty face turned paler and more haggard as she looked at Xiao Chen, as if seeing a monster. I'm Yufine. After a while, Qin Wu managed to utter these few words. Brother Xiao, how did you break my ability? First, tell me about your ability. Xiao Chen said coldly, stop showing off. What if I lose control and end up killing you? All right. Qin Wu sighed and had no choice but to explain. Her seduction technique is divided into two types. The first one acts on herself, allowing anyone who sees her to become intoxicated and infatuated with her, forgetting what they should do. In battle, just a moment of hesitation can seize the initiative, even leading to a decisive victory. The second one acts on others, amplifying their inner desires, filling their minds with such thoughts that they cannot stop. It can even lead to them doing some disgraceful acts on the spot. If both are combined, no one can resist. In Qin Wu's words, even those who are one level higher than her, from level 2 to level 3, would be affected. But this ability also has a fatal weakness. It can only confuse the opponent, but cannot kill. To win, cooperation from others is still needed. Not bad, very good. After listening, Xiao Chen said with satisfaction, you go upstairs to find Wang Yao, replenish some food, and drink some water. When we gather later, you can join us to hunt zombies. After settling Qin Wu, Xiao Chen went to the nearby private room. Li Dao and Xiao Feng were still immersed in that state. Both were drooling all over the place, stretching their arms forward, seemingly trying to embrace their beloved beauty. Their faces were filled with an inappropriate expression. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen kicked each of them, knocking them to the ground. Who? Who kicked me? The two were awakened and rubbed their butts, cursing loudly. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will. What will you do? Xiao Chen said coldly. Do you think you can beat me? Brother Xiao. It's you? The two said awkwardly. By the way, where's Xiao Jia? She was just here. Why is she gone? What the hell, Xiao Jia? Shouldn't she be surnamed by? You two idiots. Xiao Chen said irritably. You both just fell under Qin Wu's ability. If I hadn't stopped it in time, you two would probably be embracing each other right now, doing unspeakable things. Huh? The two were horrified, looking at each other with disdain. They each took a few steps back to create distance, secretly muttering that Qin Wu was truly impressive. They hadn't even reacted before falling into her trap. They decided to keep their distance from her in the future to avoid being schemed against by this little vixen. Do you still think being a level 2 awakened is impressive? Xiao Chen asked. The two shook their heads in unison, especially Xiao Feng, whose head drooped down, his face flushed with shame. After entering level 2, he had become reckless due to his speed, thinking he could do whatever he wanted. Even if he offended Gong Shiyin or Xiao Chen, they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. But now, he had been subdued by the seduction technique, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. If Xiao Chen were dissatisfied, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to kill him. Fortunately, it was Xiao Chen. If it had been Wu Guwei before, he would have probably ended up dead by now. I'm not Wu Guwei. Xiao Chen seemed to see through their hearts, saying indifferently, so I won't kill you, but I have my own demands. If you want to follow me and become core members, you must be absolutely loyal to me. Brother Xiao, don't worry, I will be absolutely loyal. Li Dao and Xiao Feng raised their hands in unison to swear. No need for you to swear, Xiao Chen said. Just open your hearts and let me imprint your souls. Imprint the soul. Brother Xiao, are you a mentalist? Li Dao asked in surprise. Xiao Feng, however, was already prepared. Brother Xiao, go ahead. I am willing to become your servant. Previously, when he followed Wu Guwei, he was just running errands, acting as a scout, doing some lookout work. He could barely get enough to eat each day. It was hard to progress further. But following Xiao Chen, in just a day or two, he was not only well-fed, but also stepped into level 2. The key was that he also had extra buns and supplies stored with Xiao Chen. Given him some more time, reaching level 3 or 4 would probably not be a problem. Comparing the two, It was obvious who was better to follow. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could make the right choice. So Li Dao quickly followed suit, opening his heart to let Xiao Chen imprint his soul. Xiao Chen was not polite. Since he wanted to reuse the two, he had to ensure they wouldn't betray him. He collected both of their blood and made them his servants. Then Xiao Chen went downstairs to find Zhou Kai. After inquiring, he learned that everyone else had gone out to hunt zombies. In the past, everyone would avoid zombies and didn't dare to confront them, fearing being killed by them. But yesterday, Xiao Chen took a group out to kill zombies, using awakening pills to exchange for buns and other food, which made those who stayed behind envious. Before awakening their abilities, they had killed zombies and obtained awakening pills. Now that they had reached level 1, even if they couldn't fight against bronze zombies, they should be able to kill black iron zombies. One level 1 awakening pill could be exchanged for 1 bun. They could probably kill 7 or 8 zombies a day. Exchanging for a few buns would be enough to eat for a day. It was simply too satisfying. The danger was a bit higher, but it was much better than following Wu Gui without knowing what would happen. Moreover, following Wu Gui required going out to search for supplies, encountering zombies, which was equally dangerous. So those people volunteered to hunt zombies. At this point, they still haven't come back. Isn't this delaying our matters? Xiao Chen frowned and said, Brother Xiao, this is my fault. Zhou Kai said with a wry smile. I asked Sister Yao and the others. They said you usually wake up around 10. So I told those people that hunting zombies is fine, but they must be back before 10 o'clock. It's just a little past 9 now, so they should be on their way back. Brother Xiao, punish me this time. Next time, I will definitely arrange my time better. No need. Xiao Chen shook his head, admitting that I did wake up early today. Let's wait a little longer. Thank you, Brother Xiao, for your understanding, Zhou Kai said respectfully. Zhou Kai, do you have any complaints? With nothing else to do, Xiao Chen casually asked. What complaints? Zhou Kai asked coldly. I have promoted Qin Wu, Li Dao, and Xia Yingfeng, but did not promote you, the person in charge. Do you resent me? Xiao Chen pointedly asked. I dare not. The subordinate quickly knelt down. Brother Xiao, being able to provide me with enough food is already a great blessing. How could I possibly have any complaints? Besides, Brother Xiao is very tolerant towards us. If I were still petty, would I still be considered person? Moreover, in the apocalypse, only by working together can we find a glimmer of hope. I believe Brother Xiao does this so that we can live better, absolutely without any selfish motives. You are right, Xiao Chen said solemnly. In the apocalypse, everyone wants to live longer. Today, you will stay behind with a portion of the people at the clubhouse, and when I return after killing the zombies, if all goes well, I will help you advance to level 2. Thank you for your support, Brother Xiao. Zhou Kai bowed his head in gratitude. Xiao Chen helped him up, chatted briefly, and the others gradually returned. Although they were covered in dirt, they all wore smiles. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, they immediately said, Brother Xiao, do you keep your word? Can 1 level 1 awakening pill really be exchanged for a steam bun? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded, conducting the transaction on the spot, with no deception. I have 10 of them. Can you give me 10 steam buns? The person asked. Xiao Chen wasted no time and directly took out 10 steam buns from his space and handed them over. The person hurriedly gave Xiao Chen the awakening pills. Grabbing the steam buns, he stuffed them into his mouth, 2 bites at a time, like a starving ghost. Seeing this, the others also began to exchange for supplies. You get 8, he gets 6. Anyone who went out this time returned with something. Before long, Xiao Chen had finished exchanging the awakening pills and then reminded them, although we are a team, we are still developing individually. It is impossible for me to support you all by myself. I can only provide supplies, but cannot help you become stronger. To advance, you need to consume awakening pills. So I advise everyone not to exchange all your awakening pills for supplies. Save some for your own cultivation. Improving strength is the key. At that time, you can kill more zombies, obtain more awakening pills, and exchange for more supplies. And here, food is plentiful. I guarantee you will never run out. After the reminder, Xiao Chen let Zhou Kai select personnel, and then they headed back to the village in the city again. This time, he was going to go all out. Chapter 67, The Might of a Blade. Once again, Xia Yingfeng was leading the way, drawing monsters. Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan were responsible for the main kills. while Zhou Kai and others assisted in taking down some black iron zombies. By around noon, they had already killed 2 waves, earning over 10 level 3 awakening pills, more than 200 level 2 awakening pills, and countless level 1 awakening pills. Xiao Chen instructed everyone to rest in place and took out some food and water from his storage space for a hearty meal. Once their stamina was restored, they would continue hunting zombies. However, before they could finish their meal, Xiao Chen sensed an approaching danger. Yet, his spiritual sense had been monitoring the surroundings, and he hadn't detected any high-level zombies. Only a small number of black iron zombies were active, and they had already been slain by their group. Moreover, with Cheng Haitao and Xia Yingfeng, the 2 scouts, present, they should have informed him immediately if there was any real danger. The fact that they hadn't spoken up indicated that there was no threat in the area. But why did he feel a sense of dread? He even felt drowsy, yawning repeatedly despite having rested well. Could it be that the real Xiao Chen was in danger? Realizing this, Xiao Chen broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly called Cheng Haitao over, instructing him to patrol the area and report any dangers immediately. At the same time, he asked Ao Zhan to stay by his side. No matter what happened, they couldn't leave easily. Additionally, if they were surrounded by zombies and unable to fight back, they should take him and escape. Brother Xiao, what are you planning? I'll zone ask it, Uzlid. Your strength is even greater than mine. In front of so many people, do you really want to rest? That doesn't seem reasonable, does it? Xiao Chen wanted to slap him for bringing up the wrong topic. After some thought, he replied, I've been contemplating some matters all night and didn't get enough rest. I just used a lot of energy again. If I don't take a nap, I want to have the strength to hunt zombies later. Just guard me until I'm awake and don't initiate any attacks. If it gets dark and I'm still not awake, take me and everyone back to the shelter. Yes. Ao Zhan finally stopped talking and respectfully responded, positioning himself behind Xiao Chen, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Xiao Chen felt increasingly drowsy, lying down on the ground, closing his eyes, and quickly falling into a deep sleep. In reality, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, feeling frustrated. What was going on? It was the middle of the night. Why did he suddenly fall asleep? And that feeling of danger. Before he could finish his thoughts, he indeed sensed danger. Through his spiritual sense, he saw dark figures quietly approaching the villa. They were masked, and their faces were obscured. However, with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen could see everything clearly. He noticed that these individuals had different skin tones and didn't appear to be Chinese. Moreover, they were armed with various weapons, daggers, knives, and guns. Even on the top floor of the nearby villa, there was a sniper hiding, aiming directly at his villa. There was indeed danger. But where did these people come from? Why were they targeting him? Xiao Chen thought for a moment. His enemies were very limited during this time of mutual communication with the dream world. He had offended the Gu family and Gu Jinyu. The Gu family had already been dealt with, leaving only Gu Jinyu. How ruthless. It was just business competition. Yet he resorted to such vile methods. Fortunately, the sleeping Xiao Chen in the apocalypse allowed him to wake up. Otherwise, he might have fallen into their trap. Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold. No matter who the enemy was, anyone daring to target him should be prepared to face the consequences. He took a knife from his storage space and hid by the door. Quietly, he sent a message to Tian Kunzin, informing him that someone was trying to kill him. At that moment, the masked figures outside had already approached the villa. One of them took out a piece of wire and fiddled with the door lock for a few minutes before managing to open it. Gently pushing the door open, 9 individuals crept inside. Xiao Chen gripped his knife, wanting to strike, but hesitated. After all, he was alone, while they had 9 people, some of whom were armed. If he didn't subdue them in an instant, he might end up getting hurt. So, Xiao Chen waited for an opportunity. The 9 people exchanged hand signals and began prying open doors in each room. After not finding anything on the first floor, they proceeded to the second floor. Just as the last person stepped onto the stairs, Xiao Chen moved. He flashed forward, rushing behind that person, and struck down with his knife. According to Xiao Chen's plan, he thought he would at most injure the person. However, to his complete surprise, that blow not only split the person in front of him in half, but also severed the 4 black-clad individuals walking ahead into 2 pieces. The reinforced concrete staircase, covered with stone slabs, was cleaved in half under that strike. Even the wall in front was cracked open by the force of the blade. What? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. He was so strong? How did he not know? The four black-clad individuals at the front had already jumped around the corner of the staircase, so they weren't affected. Hearing the noise, they turned back, all looking shocked. Some were so scared they fell to the ground, a foul smell indicating they had lost control of their bladders. Bang! One of the black-clad individuals reacted, pulling out a gun and firing at Xiao Chen. The speed was fast, but under the influence of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, the bullet's flight seemed to slow down significantly. He swung his knife, and with a crack, the bullet was deflected away, ricocheting off the nearby wall and piercing through it. Bang, bang, bang. Unwilling to give up, the person fired a series of shots, but each bullet was easily deflected by Xiao Chen's knife, some hitting the black-clad individuals and directly penetrating their bodies. The others were even more stunned, their expressions under the black masks filled with disbelief. But Xiao Chen didn't give them a chance. Taking advantage of their momentary shock, he dashed forward. He dared not strike with the blade again, but used the back of the knife to hit them. Slap, slap, slap. In quick succession, he knocked the four of them down, leaving them unconscious. Were they really that weak? Xiao Chen looked disdainful. He had prepared for a tough battle, and even called Tian Kunzhen over. Now only the sniper remained. Xiao Chen had been keeping a close watch on the sniper with his spiritual sense. He was still lying on the rooftop, eyes pressed against the scope. There was no red dot, but Xiao Chen could feel that the gun was aimed at the entrance of the villa. Once he tried to escape, a bullet would inevitably come for him. While he could easily deflect bullets from a handgun, he wasn't so confident against a sniper rifle. So, he decided to play it safe. Xiao Chen changed into his night gear and darted out in a flash. His speed was astonishing, and combined with the darkness, the sniper couldn't clearly see his figure. He only felt a black shadow flash by, and after sweeping the scope around, he found nothing, returning to his original position. Xiao Chen moved swiftly, and in less than a minute, he reached the rooftop of the opposite building. With a swift hand strike, he knocked the sniper unconscious. Grabbing him and the sniper rifle, Xiao Chen returned to his villa. He found some rope to tie the sniper up, remove their masks, and then splashed cold water on the 5 individuals to wake them. Speak. Who sent you? Xiao Chen sat on the sofa and asked indifferently. A few people looked at each other. Then one person spoke up. Are you really Xiao Chen? Yes, it's me, Xiao Chen nodded. Why are you so powerful? The person asked again. Bang. Xiao Chen kicked the person directly and angrily said, Don't speak gibberish, I can't understand you. Speak Chinese. The others shook their heads. It was obvious they couldn't. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chen kicked each of them, feeling frustrated. As an international assassin, how can you not even speak Chinese? How can you have the face to come to our country? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he rushed over to punch and kick them. In an instant, he had beaten these assassins into a mess. The pained individuals were left scrambling for their teeth on the ground. Just then, Tian Kunzhen arrived. Master, you must hold on. Your disciple is here to save you. Tian Kunzhen saw the villa's door wide open and rushed in, shouting at the same time. Upon seeing the situation in the living room, he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't my master text me, saying someone was trying to assassinate him? Why are the assassins lying on the ground while my master is sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking tea? Was the script wrong? However, after a moment's thought, Tian Kunzhen understood. His master was a master of the refining essence in a Qi realm. How could he not handle a few petty thieves? Leader Tian, you came just in time. Xiao Chen pointed at the black-clad individuals and said, They are foreigners, and I can't understand what they're saying. Please interrogate them and find out who wants to kill me. Yes, master, Tian Kunzhen replied. He then communicated with the black-clad individuals in English. After a while, Tian Kunzhen glanced at the stairs and rushed over. After inspecting the cracks in the stairs, he ran back to Xiao Chen, shocked. Master, aren't you at the refining essence in a Qi realm? How can you have such great destructive power? Moreover, you used a knife. Even if it can cut through steel and concrete, it shouldn't be so easy, right? What level of power do you actually have? As for the person who had been cut in half, Tian Kunzhen completely ignored it. Xiao Chen did not answer him, but pulled out a serrated kitchen knife from his space and threw it to him. What is this? Tian Kunzhen held the kitchen knife. Looking at it from left to right, completely unable to understand. Isn't this just an ordinary kitchen knife? Try it, Xiao Chen said. Crack. Tian Kunzin swung the kitchen knife at the broken stairs. Then, another crack appeared in the stairs. But it was far worse than the one Xiao Chen had just made. Even so, it still left Tian Kunzin greatly shocked. He then pulled a dagger from one of the black-clad individuals and similarly used force to scrape the stairs. As a result, he only saw a shower of sparks. The dagger merely left a shallow mark on the stairs and then broke. Tian Kunzin picked up the kitchen knife and asked Xiao Chen, Master, where did you get this knife? How can it be so hard? Chapter 68. Charm Technique Against Zombies. Self-manufactured. Xiao Chen told a lie. In the dream, when Xiao Chen hunted zombies with a kitchen knife, he had a feeling. Hearing Gong Xian's introduction, Xiao Chen understood that the weapons from that apocalyptic era were more advanced than modern ones, at least incorporating decades of leading-edge scientific technology. Moreover, Xiao Chen had made comparisons. Using modern knives, swords, and daggers to kill zombies, even the black iron zombies were hard to take down with a single strike. However, using the apocalyptic weapons, it was easy to slay the brass zombies. Even silver zombies could have their heads chopped off in one strike. It was just that Xiao Chen had never been involved in any battles in modern times and had no opportunity to use a knife. Today was just a small test of his skills. Can you still manufacture it? Tian Yuzhen asked. This weapon is too powerful. If each member of the Dragon Soul organization could be equipped with one, it would definitely elevate their combat power to another level. Killing enemies beyond their level would probably not be a problem. Master, don't worry. This is a national project, and the price will definitely satisfy you. How many do you need in total? Xiao Chen asked. Can each person really be equipped with one? Tian Yuzhen said in surprise. Roughly that much. Xiao Chen said. However, manufacturing such weapons is time-consuming. It might take a month or two. He didn't want to make it sound too certain. As for manufacturing, Xiao Chen couldn't do it at all, but he could scavenge. Even just the kitchen knives from the apocalypse were more powerful than modern weapons. Moreover, with just 8 days left until the Foursquare City Championship, once Xiao Chen became the first, he would make the weapon master Xiong Huo work for him. By then, gathering some weapons in a month or so would definitely not be a problem. 4,214 pieces. Tian Yuzhen said. Hiss. Xiao Chen gasped. He never expected the Dragon Soul organization had so many members. Over 4,000. Why had he never come across this before? Not even heard of it. Seemingly understanding Xiao Chen's confusion, Tian Yuzhen explained, Master, the Dragon Soul organization is above the public security system. It is the guardian of our country. It specializes in solving major issues, such as resisting foreign enemies and engaging with special forces from abroad, etc. Ordinary people cannot come into contact with it at all. Over 4,000 is just over 4,000. Xiao Chen nodded. I will prepare as soon as possible to help you manufacture them. You continue with the interrogation and hurry up to find out the mastermind behind this. I still need to sleep. Tian Yuzhen was speechless. Having already been assassinated by more than 10 international killers, he still had the heart to sleep. Master is indeed the master. So calm. Of course, he is also strong, so there is no need to worry. In fact, there was no need for interrogation at all. When they saw Tian Yuzhen, those masked men in black had already recognized his identity. Who would dare to resist the leader of the Dragon Soul organization? Not answering properly could lead to death. Or worse, being flayed alive. So, soon, they revealed the specific situation. They were either foreign mercenaries or fugitives, each carrying more than one murder charge. This time, they were hired to kill Xiao Chen by the young master of the Gu family, Gu Jinyu, for 50 million. One pays, one takes a life. The rest they didn't know. It really was Gu Jinyu? Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold. Leader Tian, I will leave this to you to handle. I'm going to the hotel to sleep. By tomorrow morning, when I look for you, I want to know everything related to the Gu family. If you can't do it, you should know the consequences. Master, don't worry. I'll ensure I dig out the entire ancestry of the Gu family for you. Tian Yuzhen promised, patting his chest. Xiao Chen didn't say more, tidied up a bit, and drove to a nearby hotel. He booked a standard room, lay down, and fell asleep. In the apocalypse, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and felt his body shaking continuously. Expanding his consciousness, he found himself being carried by Ao Zhan, running wildly. Zhou Kai, Chung Haitao, and others were following behind. Further back, over 60 silver zombies were desperately chasing them. Ao Zhan, you hurry and run with Brother Xiao. I'll hold him off. Fei Maodawei Xia Yingfeng urged anxiously. Yes, Ao Zhan, hurry and run, we'll hold him off. Zhou Kai and Chung Haitao echoed. Except for Ao Zhan carrying Xiao Chen and running, most of the others chose to stay behind to fend off the silver zombies. With their strength, facing silver zombies meant only death, but these people showed little fear. Death would come sooner or later. With the fog descending, surviving to this point was already considered lucky. But Xiao Chen could not die. He could provide plenty of food. As long as he was alive, he could allow more people to survive. Therefore, protecting Xiao Chen was equivalent to protecting the spark of hope. Moreover, Xiao Chen treated these people very well, at least ensuring they wouldn't go hungry during this time. Brother Zhou, Brother Chung, you first follow Brother Xiao, Xia Yingfeng suggested. I run faster and can hold off these silver zombies for a while. After I die, you can come out. The priority now was still to protect Brother Xiao. Li Dao, you can stay behind to help me. Prepare some hidden weapons. While I'm attacked by the silver zombies, use the hidden weapons to obstruct them. Even if you can't kill the silver zombies, it can slow down their attacks. Maybe saving my life and buy me some more time. Okay, Li Dao agreed, casually picking up a small stone and putting it in his backpack. Ao Zhan, quickly put me down. Xiao Chen clarified the situation and patted Ao Zhan's shoulder, saying, there are only over 60 silver zombies. Let's kill them together. Brother Xiao, you're awake? Ao Zhan exclaimed joyfully, putting Xiao Chen down, excitedly saying, I've been wanting to take these silver zombies down for a long time. They actually chased me for so far despite being level 3. We must take them down. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Chen said apologetically, go all out. After we kill them, we'll push further in and continue killing. Ao Zhan, gripping his knife, charged forward. He was originally a combat-type awakener with very strong abilities. Even without activating his berserker ability, he could easily take down level 3 zombies. With Xiao Chen joining in, the two backed each other and almost directly cut through the ranks of silver zombies. Roar! Roar! The zombies kept howling. Xiao Chen paid special attention to this point and did not find any zombies following commands. It could only be said that this batch of silver zombies had not yet gained intelligence. That meant he couldn't use the mind blade. After about 5 or 6 minutes of fighting, another group of brass zombies arrived, numbering over 400. Behind the brass zombies, there was also a group of black iron zombies. Are you all retreating? Xiao Chen asked. There were still more than 10 silver zombies. Ao Zhan, and I might have a few minutes left. If you charge in to kill the brass and black iron zombies. Ao Zhan, and I may not have time to help you. No retreat. Zhou Kai was the first to express his stance. Only by killing more zombies can we quickly enhance our strength. With strength, we can live longer. Everyone, follow me to kill. Si Yingfeng, Li Dao, and others followed Zhou Kai and charged forward. Killing the brass zombies was still a bit too much for them with their current abilities. But they could create distractions and maneuver around. At the very least, they wouldn't let these brass zombies disturb Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan. Only Chung Haitao, with a long knife in hand, was flying up and down, killing with great enthusiasm. Of course, he was also aided by Li Dao. Whenever there was an attack that Chung Haitao could not cover, Li Dao would use hidden weapons to strike the zombies, causing them to hesitate momentarily. The two worked together in perfect harmony. By the time Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan finished off the silver zombies, they had already killed 8 bronze zombies. They had also obtained 7 second-level awakening pills, which surprised Xiao Chen. He remembered that when he first awakened, hunting those black iron zombies would yield 3 or 4 first-level awakening pills from 10 zombies. Although the drop rate increased slightly when killing bronze zombies, it was still not this abundant. At this moment, almost all the zombies they killed dropped awakening pills. Xiao Chen couldn't understand the reason behind it, but it was ultimately a good thing. He led Ao Zhan into the ranks of bronze zombies. The two of them were like wolves entering a flock of sheep, causing chaos and confusion as they killed. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and the others freed their hands to hunt within the black iron zombie ranks. Xia Yingfeng and Li Dao moved around, one relying on speed and the other on hidden weapons. Whenever they noticed a teammate in trouble, They would immediately step in to alleviate the crisis. After more than 20 minutes, nearly half an hour, everyone had slain all the zombies. They obtained 56 third-level awakening pills, 401 second-level awakening pills, and 233 first-level awakening pills. It was a bountiful harvest. Xiao Chen then had everyone stop and rest on the spot. He took out food and water, encouraging everyone to eat and drink well before continuing the battle. While resupplying, Xiao Chen pondered. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person would need to consume one first-level awakening pill to reach level 1. A first-level awakener would need to consume 50 first-level awakening pills to touch the threshold of level 2. Then, they would need to consume second-level awakening pills for ability awakening to achieve advancement. To reach level 3, one would need to consume 122nd-level awakening pills, followed by third-level awakening pills. For level 3 to reach level 4, one would need to consume third-level awakening pills. Based on comprehensive estimates, Xiao Chen figured that he would need about 220 pills. He would also need to consume one fourth-level awakening pill. He had already consumed 13 third-level awakening pills and obtained 72 more today. He was not far from the 220 required. The difficult part was killing the golden zombies. Xiao Chen was not in a hurry. At this moment, their strength was still a bit short of the golden zombies at level 4. Forcing the attack could lead to death. They could only wait. Wait until both he and Ao Zhan touched the threshold of level 4. Then he could use the Mind Knife, and Ao Zhan could unleash his Berserker abilities. Together, they might be able to slay the golden zombies. Of course, everyone else should also improve. After all, golden zombies were often accompanied by many silver and bronze zombies. Therefore, Xiao Chen also needed to cultivate his own forces, especially combat-type awakeners. The more, the better. Ideally, they would all reach level 3 and be able to hunt silver zombies alone. With a clear goal, Xiao Chen's fighting spirit was even stronger. After everyone was well fed and rested, he led them to continue hunting. Xia Yingfeng continued to lure the zombies, while Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan were responsible for the main kills. During the fourth wave, Xiao Chen finally encountered silver zombies with intelligence again. And not just one, there were 6 in total, all possessing wisdom. They ordered other zombies to attack Xiao Chen and the others. Qin Wu, you come. Xiao Chen waved to Qin Wu and pointed at one of the commanding silver zombies, saying, "Try using your charm technique on it." Chapter 69. Opening the lending service, Qin Wu didn't waste any words, standing beside Xiao Chen, simultaneously casting her charm technique both inwardly and outwardly. All of it was directed at the silver zombie. However, the silver zombie merely glanced at Qin Wu before continuing to give orders. "Brother Xiao, I told you a long time ago," Qin Wu said awkwardly, "the charm technique doesn't work on these zombies. I tried it on black iron zombies before. Moreover, I'm only at level 2. How can I charm a silver zombie?" "It should be possible," Xiao Chen pondered. "Black iron and bronze zombies lack intelligence. This means they are true mindless creatures, acting purely on instinct. But silver zombies are different. Some have already awakened their intelligence and can issue commands. They can be easily confused. Since it didn't work on one, let's try it on 2. On 2 silver zombies?" Qin Wu was somewhat confused. "Can the ability be used like that?" "Why not?" Xiao Chen said confidently. "I remember this morning you managed to affect both Xia Yingfeng and Li Dao at the same time, right?" "That was just the surface," Qin Wu explained. "Anyone who sees me will be affected. But what about igniting their inner desires?" "I'm not sure." Qin Wu shook her head. "I've never tried that." "Then let's give it a shot," Xiao Chen said. "If it succeeds, we'll have another method to deal with intelligent silver zombies. Even if it doesn't work, we won't lose anything." "All right, I'll try." Qin Wu agreed and began to attempt to control the 2 silver zombies with her charm technique. The first attempt failed. As she dispersed the charm, she quickly became fatigued and stumbled, nearly falling. She was slightly out of breath. She then made a second attempt. This time, she was much stronger, successfully directing the charm to the 2 silver zombies designated by Xiao Chen. But that was all, before the charm could confuse their minds. It was cut off again. Qin Wu collapsed, panting heavily on the ground. In less than half a minute, she got back up, ready to continue. "Qin Wu, take a break for a moment," Xiao Chen stopped her. "Let's wait until you've replenished your strength before we experiment again." Saying this, Xiao Chen took out some food and water and handed them to Qin Wu. Exhausted, she didn't have the strength to speak and merely nodded, taking the supplies and starting to eat. Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan charged into the group of silver zombies, killing them in a chaotic frenzy. They only stopped when there were just 3 intelligent silver zombies left. Ao Zhan stayed behind to deal with them, while Xiao Chen went to assist Cheng Haitao and the others in hunting down the bronze zombies. The black iron zombies were handled by Zhou Kai and the others, who were killing them vigorously. At this point, Qin Wu had rested enough and began her 3rd attempt. Surprisingly, this time she succeeded. Xiao Chen observed clearly as Qin Wu inserted a strand of pink thread into the minds of the 2 silver zombies. The 2 zombies stood there dazed for a moment before opening their mouths and grinning foolishly at Qin Wu, then rushing towards her. How can this be? Qin Wu frowned, retreating while feeling frustrated. They clearly fell for it, but why do their reactions differ from ours? Because they are still young, Xiao Chen realized and explained. These silver zombies have just awakened their intelligence, which is equivalent to human children. The charm technique can influence the emotions of those who understand love and desires. But children lack such desires. What they might be feeling is a maternal instinct. Try to convey a message to them, urging them to fight each other. Qin Wu followed his advice. Remarkably, it worked. After her thoughts reached the zombies' minds, the 2 silver zombies indeed began to fight each other, landing heavy blows. However, after just over half a minute, the 2 zombies regained their senses and the pink thread in their minds disappeared. Qin Wu suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. Her face turned pale as paper, and her breath became slightly weak. Xiao Chen didn't dare to be careless. He quickly retreated and rushed to Qin Wu's side to protect her. At the same time, he ordered Ao Zhan to attack with full force. Half an hour later, this wave of zombies was finally wiped out. After counting the spoils and exchanging resources, everything was settled, and it was already past 6 o'clock. Xiao Chen decided not to continue and instead led everyone back to the shelter. He first distributed food and water to those who remained behind. While everyone was eating, Xiao Chen announced 3 things. First, the formal opening of the lending service. Anyone wishing to enhance their strength could borrow resources from him. This included corresponding awakening pills, food, weapons, etc. Anything Xiao Chen had could be provided at a discounted rate. The interest was very low. Borrowing 1 level 2 awakening pill required only the repayment of 1 level 1 awakening pill's interest per day. There was no limit on the borrowing duration. The prerequisite was that those wishing to borrow must surrender their soul blood, effectively becoming Xiao Chen's servants. This way, Xiao Chen would no longer worry about them running off after borrowing. Of course, if they repaid the loan after gaining strength, Xiao Chen would return their soul blood. Ultimately, the choice was up to them. Second, starting tomorrow, there would be an increase in various exchange options. For example, weapons, even kitchen knives would count. The more powerful the weapon, the more resources could be exchanged. Additionally, technology products like phones, tablets, computers, washing machines, refrigerators, etc. would also be accepted. As long as they could provide it, Xiao Chen would accept it all. Third, the cultivation of scientific research talents. No matter who it was, as long as they could engage in scientific research in any field, Xiao Chen would provide compensation. Moreover, these individuals wouldn't have to do any other work. They just needed to devote themselves entirely to research. For any resources or awakening pills they required, Xiao Chen would supply them unconditionally. After announcing these 3 points, there was an uproar once again. All were beneficial policies for the people. Especially the 3rd point, it seemed Xiao Chen was showing kindness and doing good deeds. After all, since the fog descended, everyone had only one purpose: to survive. Who would bother with research? But Xiao Chen emphasized this, allowing them to research for free. The 2nd point was also impressive. Even trivial items like tablets and refrigerators could be exchanged for food, showcasing Xiao Chen's generosity. It was as if he was worried that everyone would feel guilty for taking his food without earning it, and had specifically arranged these simple tasks to provide them with psychological comfort. As for the 1st point, though it was somewhat harsh, Xiao Chen promised to return their soul blood. It was similar to loans in normal times. To borrow money from a bank for free, one must have collateral. When the money was paid back, the bank would return the collateral. It was a decision that would delight many. Zhou Kai was the first to step forward. "Brother Xiao, I want to borrow," he said. "I have already consumed 33 level 1 awakening pills and still have over 60 level 1 awakening pills. That's enough for me to touch the threshold of level 2. So I want to borrow 1 level 2 awakening pill and also some resources to ensure I could be well fed after the upgrade. You can take my soul blood now." "All right." Xiao Chen nodded. "Open your heart." Zhou Kai acted according to his words, and Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to take Zhou Kai's soul blood. Then he gave Zhou Kai 2 second-level awakening pills and a luxurious package from the hotel. When advancing from level 1 to level 2, 1 second-level awakening pill may not be enough in some situations, so I gave you 2. If 1 is enough for a successful upgrade, just return the other 1 to me. It won't count as a loan. Half of the food is a reward for your successful advancement, and the other half is a loan. Are you willing?" "Thank you, Brother Xiao." Zhou Kai accepted the items and clasped his fists in gratitude. He didn't need any more, took the items, and found a private room to begin his path of advancement. With him leading the way, others followed suit. Those who were a bit timid, like Zhou Kai, borrowed second-level awakening pills, wanting to step into the ranks of second-level awakeners. Those with bigger guts borrowed dozens of second-level awakening pills, plus third-level awakening pills, and enough food, aiming to reach the 3rd level. Of course, there were also those who didn't borrow anything. After all, not everyone likes to be in debt. As the saying goes, a debt-free life is a light life. Moreover, the benefits provided by Xiao Chen were very good. As long as they went out to find some useless trash, they could exchange it for food and awakening pills. Gradually accumulating would eventually lead to advancement. Some also chose to engage in research. Xiao Chen calculated that there were a total of 52 people, with 38 borrowing, 6 doing research, and 8 silently eating. Xiao Chen didn't fuss over it. After completing the formalities, he returned to the private room where Wang Yao and the others were. They were already aware of Xiao Chen's actions below and praised him one by one. Xiao Chen humbly accepted their compliments and enjoyed a hot pot meal with them. Then he returned to the private room and began taking 3rd-level awakening pills. Today he received more than 160 3rd-level awakening pills, and Xiao Chen took 150. He felt he was 1 step closer to touching the threshold of level 4. He didn't continue taking more. He needed to leave some 3rd-level awakening pills for his team members. Moreover, in reality, Xiao Chen had already solidified the foundation in his Dantian. To advance further, he needed to take 3rd-level awakening pills. How much he could advance, Xiao Chen was unsure, so he prepared a few more. After washing up and changing into his pajamas, Xiao Chen lay down to rest. At 10:30 in the morning, Xiao Chen opened his eyes in the hotel standard room. He found dozens of missed calls and many messages on his phone. Xiao Chen opened it to check. The one who called the most was Xian. She also sent the most messages, inquiring whether he was injured. It was obvious she already knew about his incident last night. As a prominent family in the capital, it was not surprising that the Zhuo family would learn about last night's situation. Next was a call from Zhang Jingtai, the top official of Jiang City. His message also asked the same thing. Finally, there was Tian Kunzin. He made 1 call, which Xiao Chen didn't answer, and then sent a message saying he had found out the details and was waiting for Xiao Chen at the Banshan Villa. Xiao Chen first sent a message to Zhang Jingtai to report his safety. Then he called Zhuo Yingxian, reported he was safe, and chatted briefly before hanging up. Finally, Xiao Chen drove to Villa number 9 at Banshan. He met with Tian Kunzin. "Master, the Gu family is not easy to deal with." Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Tian Kunzin said anxiously, "Their family is." Chapter 70. Infiltrating the Gu family. The Gu family primarily conducts jewelry business in Jiang City and is a competitor of Yingxiang Jewelry. They have consistently used underhanded tactics to suppress Yingxiang Jewelry. If it weren't for Xiao Chen providing gold and silver jewelry from the apocalypse to save Yingxiang Jewelry, it might have already been on the brink of bankruptcy. Of course, this is just a branch of the Gu family. The real power lies with the family's patriarch, who is still in power and acts like a leader. If Xiao Chen provokes that person, it will be very difficult for him to accomplish many things, such as obtaining firearms, etc. He would face obstacles. Moreover, that person is also in charge of the economy of Huaxia. If Xiao Chen wants to do business, he will be constrained at every turn. Regardless of who is behind the Gu family, I must destroy them today. Xiao Chen said coldly. In Jiang City, this is my territory. If I can be easily bullied by a single Gu family, how can I lead the economy of Jiang City in the future? Take me to the Gu family. Are you sure you want to deal with them? Tian Kunzin repeated. Absolutely, Xiao Chen nodded. No one can stop my progress. No matter who they are. Do you want me to call more people? Tian Kunzin asked again. Li Yanin and the others are here on a mission and can help. No need, Xiao Chen replied. Just the two of us. If I can't handle a small Gu family, I don't deserve for you to call me master. Last night, easily taking down those 9 mass mercenaries had bolstered Xiao Chen's confidence significantly. Furthermore, as long as he has a knife in hand, who could be his opponent? As for breaking the law, his disciple is the leader of the Dragon Soul organization. Who dares to say he is breaking the law? Of course, it mainly also has to do with the Gu family's unclean background. Standing on the high ground of the law, one can directly accuse the evildoers first and handle the Gu family according to the law. Although Tian Kunzin had doubts in his heart, he was still very obedient. Xiao Chen was already a master in the refining essence in a chi stage at just over 20 years old. According to his own words, in another month or so, he would step into the refining chi into spirit stage. As far as Tian Kunzin knew, there were only a handful of experts at the refining chi into spirit stage in the entire Huaxia. In other words, Xiao Chen was already standing at the pinnacle of martial power in this country. Whatever Xiao Chen wanted to do, as long as he stood on the side of justice. Who would dare to obstruct him? Even that old man from the Gu family could only engage in some underhanded dealings in the dark. If he dared to confront openly, he wouldn't need Xiao Chen to take action. He could make him lose face himself. The two drove and quickly arrived at the Gu family. The Gu family resided in a manor. Although it wasn't as luxurious or grand as the Huafu, nor as large, it still occupied a significant area of 300 meters in radius. Inside, there were 3 villas, with the rest serving as embellishments: flowers, trees, pavilions, flowing water, and lotus flowers. It was serene and pleasant. Upon entering, one immediately felt a sense of tranquility. However, Xiao Chen couldn't help but frown, because here, he felt a freshness similar to that of the Zijin Club. Staying here to take the awakening pill, Xiao Chen felt he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Even ordinary people, if they lived here for an extended period, could gain health benefits and prolong their lives. It was a good place. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel tempted. Last time, he had Zhang Jingtai contact the behind-the-scenes owner of the Zijin Club to plan on acquiring it, but there had been no news. Now, seeing a place like this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit moved. If he took down the Gu family, this place would be his. Who are you? Just at that moment, a burly man in a suit walked out from inside, pointing at Xiao Chen and Tian Kunzin, and coldly said, Who let you in? Don't you know this is a private residence? Get out. Bang. As soon as the man finished speaking, Xiao Chen took a step forward and kicked the security guard away. At the same time, he said indifferently, Let Gu Jinyu come out to die. Otherwise, I don't mind flattening the Gu family. Someone, quick, someone. There are troublemakers at our Gu family. The security guard shouted, pulling out his walkie-talkie. Xiao Chen did not stop him, just stood there waiting. However, his spiritual sense had already enveloped the entire Gu family. To Xiao Chen's surprise, he saw 2 familiar faces, his ex-girlfriend Chen Rong and Li Jian, who had accompanied Chen Rong yesterday and gave him a $5 congratulatory gift. How did they end up in the Gu family? The one accompanying them was not Gu Jinyu, but an elder from the Gu family. According to Tian Kunzin's introduction, that elder was Gu Jianyuan, the head of this branch of the Gu family. It seemed that Chen Rong's new boyfriend was not of low status. Xiao Chen was only curious for a moment before moving on. No matter who Chen Rong ended up with, it had nothing to do with him. After all, since the incident with the Gu father and son last time, they had already cleared their debts. Xiao Chen looked around. There were over 100 guards alone. Each one had bulging veins, holding batons, clearly not a good bunch. They were rushing over. Gu Jinyu was among them, occasionally checking his pocket where a black pistol was hidden with 3 bullets left. Master, should we just wait here? Tian Kunzin asked. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded. First, we will take care of their people, then deal with Gu Jinyu and Gu Jianyuan. Oh, by the way, do you know Chen Rong and that Li Jian who sent me a congratulatory gift yesterday? I know Chenrong, Tian Kunzin said. Your ex-girlfriend, after seeing Gu Qiming's wealth, got together with him. After you taught her a lesson, I didn't pay attention to her anymore. As for Li Jian, I don't know him. Can you investigate? Xiao Chen said. I just feel he doesn't seem like a good person. Master, are you still thinking about Chenrong? Tian Kunzin widened his eyes. Somewhat speechless. She's just a rotten shoe. Why hang yourself on such a crooked tree? With your abilities, what kind of woman can't you find? If you think that girl from the Zhou family isn't good enough, I can find you another one, guaranteed to satisfy you. Bang! Xiao Chen kicked him away. Annoyed, what nonsense are you thinking? That Li Jian should have issues. Investigate him. If there are no problems, then I'll consider it my overthinking. If there are issues, we need to be prepared in advance. Oh, okay. I'll arrange for someone to check right away. Saying this, Tian Kunzin sent out several messages. At this moment, Gu Jinyu had already led 100 or so bodyguards from the Gu family rushing over. They surrounded Xiao Chen and Tian Kunzin in the middle. Gu Jinyu said coldly, Xiao Chen, I haven't settled the score with you from yesterday, and you dare to come to my house to cause trouble? Do you really think our Gu family is easy to bully? Let's forget about the event at the venue. Xiao Chen said indifferently. You caused trouble. I teach you a lesson. That's reasonable. But last night, a few masked mercenaries suddenly appeared at my house, and you need to explain this to me. What mercenaries? Gu Jinyu's expression changed. According to their agreement, the mercenaries were supposed to contact him after the operation last night to collect the subsequent commission. Unfortunately, Gu Jinyu waited until dawn and still did not see the mercenaries, knowing something had gone wrong. Then Li Jian came and told him that the mercenaries had failed. It was the grandfather who stood up and begged for a chance to make amends. Otherwise, the Gu family would have changed hands by now. He never expected Xiao Chen would find him so quickly. He could only pretend to be unaware. Slap! As soon as Gu Jinyu's words fell, Xiao Chen rushed over and slapped Gu Jinyu's face hard. With just one hit, Gu Jinyu spun 3 times on the spot. His face instantly swelled with finger marks, and 3 of his front teeth fell out. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, which was also swollen. You dare to hit me? Gu Jinyu covered his face in disbelief and said, Xiao Chen, you're finished. Offending the Gu family, just wait to die. What are you all standing there for? Let's go together and cripple Xiao Chen. Even if we kill him, I won't be afraid of taking responsibility. I'll handle it all. Following Gu Jinyu's command, the bodyguards swung their batons and charged forward. Bang! 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 The one taking action was Tian Kunzin, being at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. He effortlessly took down these ordinary bodyguards, easily knocking out more than 30 of them. The others, seeing this, were too scared to approach. So strong? Even Gu Jinyu was intimidated. Meanwhile, hiding inside the house, Li Jian, Chenrong, and Gu Jinyuan stood on the balcony, watching the situation unfold. They were astonished to see Tian Kunzin take down more than 30 bodyguards in an instant. Who is this person? Li Jian asked. Gu Jinyuan, you're the head of the Gu family. Don't you know him? I don't know him. Gu Jinyuan shook his head. He shouldn't be from our Jiang city. Otherwise, if such a master appeared in Jiang city, I would have heard something. It's strange. Li Jian frowned, observing the man's moves. He seems to have already reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. In Huaxia, he would definitely be among the top ranks. Why is he so unknown? Could he be a disciple from some sect-out training? Li Xiao, can you beat him? Gu Jinyuan asked anxiously. I can definitely beat him, Li Jian replied, but I won't intervene today. It's all up to your Gu family. If you succeed, I will continue to protect your Gu family. If you fail, just wait for your demise. Understood. Gu Jinyuan did not dare to refute. In front of Li Jian, he took out his phone and dialed a number. After a long time, the other side finally picked up. Gu Jinyuan said anxiously, Elder brother, we have a problem here. We've encountered a master at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Can you help us? Otherwise, this branch will be wiped out. What level is the 3rd level of Qi refinement? The other side asked. Gu Jinyuan looked at Li Jian. Li Jian said, it's what you refer to as the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Hiss. The other side gasped. Coldly, he said, Gu Jinyuan, what's going on? I told you to manage the jewelry business well and make good money. How did you provoke such a powerful figure? He bullied us first, Gu Jinyuan said bitterly, detailing the grievances with Xiao Chen. Of course, he mainly spoke ill of Xiao Chen, mentioning how Xiao Chen took out jewelry to deliberately suppress the Gu family's business, and how at the stone gambling venue, Xiao Chen used tricks to cause the Gu family to lose billions, becoming a laughingstock in Jiang City, and so on. In short, the Gu family kept enduring while Xiao Chen was aggressive. You should ask for the other party's name. I will contact the leader of Longhan. After hearing this, the other side said indifferently, if I can handle it, I will try to help you. If I really can't handle it, just wait for your branch to fend for itself. Chapter 71. Daoist friend, may I ask where your master is from? Everyone get in here. Gu Jinyu roared. If you land a punch on him, I'll give you 200,000. If you injure him with a stick, I'll give you 500,000. If you can kill him, it'll be $1 million to start, and you'll also become a core member of our Gu family with an annual salary of $3 million. Just one punch for 200,000, that's higher than their annual salary. One stick is worth 2 or 3 years of their work. Kill him, and you'll be rich overnight. The security guards were tempted once again, and they swung their batons and rushed forward. But Tamu Zhan was faster. With a flash, he dashed into the midst of those security guards, throwing punches and kicks. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining dozens of security guards were all knocked down to the ground by Tamu Zhan. When looking at Tamu Zhan, he was only slightly out of breath, showing no signs of fatigue. Moreover, he hadn't even used any weapons. In comparison, the security guards of the Gu family were as fragile as paper. Gu Jinyu was truly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the fallen guards, his face filled with disbelief. Gu Jinyu, can you now explain why you hired a killer to kill me? Xiao Chen asked indifferently. What nonsense? Gu Jinyu snapped back to his senses and coldly said, Xiao Chen, if you force your way into our Gu family, you will undoubtedly die today. With that, he pulled out a gun from his pocket, pointing it at Xiao Chen and sneering. So what if you can fight? Can you outrun a bullet? Kneel your men down, and then you can take your baton and cripple his arms. Otherwise, I'll shoot you dead right now. Bang. However, in the next moment, Tamu Zhan had already rushed in front of Gu Jinyu and slapped him. Boom. At the same time, Gu Jinyu pulled the trigger and fired a bullet. Gu Jinyu was thrown 5 or 6 meters away, lying on the ground like a dead dog. But he raised his head to look at Xiao Chen and saw that Xiao Chen had only waved his arm, and then there was nothing after that. Where's the bullet? Gu Jinyu was extremely curious. Meanwhile, Li Jian, who was standing on the loft behind, couldn't help but shrink his pupils at this scene. Gu Jianyuan, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Without hesitation, Li Jian dropped this sentence and took Chen Rong down from the loft, planning to leave through the back door. Li Xiao, what do you mean by that? Gu Jianyuan became anxious. Do you no longer want to care about our Gu family? Care about what? Li Jian didn't look back, his face serious. If he can catch bullets with his bare hands, Xiao Chen might have already entered the Foundation establishment realm. Not to mention me, even if my master came, he might not necessarily be his match. You Gu family have provoked such an existence. Just wait for your downfall. I advise you not to involve that person from the capital. Otherwise, neither the branch of the Gu family nor the main family will exist anymore. Did I let you leave? Xiao Chen shouted loudly. Li Jian, come over here with Chen Rong. Clarify your intentions. Otherwise, this enmity will be completely established between us. I, Xiao Chen, swear that no matter where you escape to, you will never escape my pursuit. His voice resonated with power, echoing loudly. Everyone in the Gu family who could still hear the voice heard it clearly. Gu Jianyuan's mouth curled into a smile. Want to escape? He came looking for you. Let's see if you help our Gu family or not. Li Jian's brows furrowed deeply. The foot he had raised could not be put down. Chen Rong beside him pushed him, a bit angrily saying, Jian Gu, why are you afraid of him? Didn't I tell you? This Xiao Chen is just a down-to-earth country bumpkin. I've interacted with him for many years. Half a month ago, he couldn't even gather 30,000 for a wedding dowry. How could such a person be the expert in the Foundation establishment realm that you speak of? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Even if he really is that kind of expert, what can he do? You have your sect backing you, with the full strength of your sect. Can't you eliminate a mere waste? That does seem to be the case. Li Jian nodded and retreated, taking Chen Rong and stepping towards the front door. Meanwhile, Tamu Zhan was also staring at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Master, you can actually catch bullets with your bare hands? Have you perhaps entered the Qi, refining, and spirit transformation realm? Just a trick. Xiao Chen told a lie. Not just that, Tan Muzhan said. You also saw Li Jian's little movements. He probably already possesses spiritual sense. Only experts in the Qi refining and spirit transformation realm have spiritual sense. Master, don't hide it from me. Tell me your true realm so I can help you with more things. Before Xiao Chen could answer, Tan Muzhan's phone rang. He glanced at it, and his expression immediately turned solemn. Hello, leader, what instructions do you have? Do you have people in Jiang City? An elderly voice came from the other end. If so, have them go to the Gu family to resolve some troubles for me. Gu family? Tan Muzhan feigned ignorance, asking, are you referring to the Gu family where Gu Jianyuan is? Yes, I'm right here. I also fought the people. You fought them? The other side was clearly taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, in that case, just follow the protocol. I won't ask any further questions. Thank you, leader. Tan Muzhan said this and hung up the phone. If it had been earlier, he would have been worried about being held accountable for provoking such a heavyweight figure. But now, since his master was suspected to be an expert in the Qi refining and spirit transformation realm, there was nothing to worry about. If they don't accept it, then fight. As long as they are in the right, even if it escalates to the highest levels, no one would dare to touch his master. The Qi refining and spirit transformation realm, if truly angered, the level of destruction would be unimaginable. At this moment, Li Jian also walked over with Chunrong. Gu Jinyu, seeing him, urgently pleaded for help. Li Xiao, quickly help me kill Xiao Chen. As long as you can help me take revenge, the entire Gu family will be yours. I will do whatever you ask. I'm willing to be your dog. Bang. However, the response to him was a kick from Li Jian. You don't even deserve to be a dog after provoking such an expert. Get lost. Kicking Gu Jinyu aside, Li Jian then cupped his hands towards Xiao Chen and asked, Daoist friend, may I ask where your master is from? Are we perhaps in a situation where the flood has washed the Dragon King's temple, and family members do not recognize each other? Oh, Xiao Chen was somewhat curious. After obtaining his golden finger, he gradually came into contact with some circles he had never encountered before. Like the circle of Zhua Yingxian, most people there referred to each other as master, sister, or brother. Those are respectful terms for wealthy people. In the circle of Tan Muzhan and Li Yanin, most people called each other predecessor, which is a respect for powerful individuals. Calling each other Daoist friend was something Xiao Chen had never heard before. Could it be that there is also a concept of immortality in modern times? He did not answer Li Jian, but instead retorted, where are you from? Kongtong Mountain 7-star sect. Li Jian replied, sect? Xiao Chen was shocked again, unable to help but look at Tan Muzhan. As the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, he should have some understanding of sects, right? But Tan Muzhan shook his head. At this moment, his phone received a message. Tan Muzhan opened it, and it was information about Li Jian that his subordinates had inquired. None. He has no assets under his name, has never taken any form of transportation, not even a phone. There has never been any online payment. The summary provided has two possibilities. First, this Li Jian is a fictional character created by Tian Kunzin to test the professionalism of the Longhan organization's intelligence agency. Second, the identity and background of this Li Jian have exceeded what the Longhan organization can access. That is to say, the sect. Why have I never heard of the sect? Tian Kunzin couldn't help but reply with a message. Leader, we only recently discovered traces of the sect. Most of it is just rumors, and we're still in the process of sorting and verifying. The other side quickly replied, it's normal that you didn't know since I didn't report it to you. However, please rest assured, give us another month, and we will definitely clarify the situation of the sect. A month? The opportunity has already passed. Tian Kunzin couldn't help but complain in his heart. Just as he was about to report to Xiao Chen, he heard Xiao Chen speak. Why use the Gu family to deal with me? To help Rongrong take revenge, Li Jian said. Why not take action yourself? Xiao Chen asked again. Since you are from the sect, your strength should be quite impressive. If you took action personally, you could probably kill me in one move. Moreover, with your connections and influence, even if you killed me, no one would trace it back to you. Why bother using the Gu family? Huh? Li Jian exclaimed. You're not from the sect? Then he felt it was unbelievable. How is that possible? The spiritual energy in a mortal world is so thin that it is impossible to cultivate immortality, even if one enters the path through martial arts. It requires a lifetime of accumulation to barely reach the qi refining stage. How old are you? How could you have already entered the foundation establishment stage? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're lying to me. Foundation establishment? Foundation establishment. Xiao Chen was equally shocked inside. It was indeed as he thought. He had inadvertently stepped into the path of cultivating immortality. The cyclone in his dantian earlier was the qi refining stage. The current foundation was the foundation establishment stage. Further on, it should be the golden core stage. This world lacks spiritual energy, but he took the awakening pill, that fragrant thing, which might be the spiritual stone. However, why would there be spiritual stones inside a zombie? Xiao Chen couldn't understand right now. He could only explore step by step. The important thing now was to clarify the situation of the sect. So, Xiao Chen ordered, "Leader Tian, you go test his depth." Xiao Chen said, "Do we need to kill him?" Tian Kunzan asked. "That's if you can even kill him." Xiao Chen replied speechlessly. "I can't beat him?" Tian Kunzan said in disbelief. That shouldn't be the case. I'm now considered a master at the third layer of refining essence in a qi. Can it be that I can't even beat a young man? I don't believe it. After saying that, Tian Kunzan charged towards Li Jian. What immortality? What qi refining stage? What foundation establishment stage? Tian Kunzan completely didn't believe it. He had been involved in martial arts for so many years. And as the leader of the Long Hun organization, he had received no information at all. Therefore, he revered martial arts even more. In his eyes, the strength of the third layer of refining essence into qi, while not invincible in this country, was not far from it. Not being able to beat Li Jian, that was completely impossible. He could squash the opponent with a slap. However, bang! Chapter 72, the Gu family submission as the fists of the two collided. A crack sound followed. Tian Muzan staggered back more than 10 steps. If it hadn't been for Xiao Chen supporting him from behind, he would have probably fallen flat on his back. His chest was churning with blood and energy. After enduring several times, he ultimately couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried to raise his arm to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to find that his arm was broken again. "I told you, you're no match for him," Xiao Chen said indifferently. "This is the price of arrogance. Step aside and rest. I will avenge you." "Xiao Chen, can you stop pretending?" Chen Rong couldn't bear to watch any longer and said coldly, "We're just a country bumpkin. What revenge can you take? Do you really think that brother Jian mistook you for a master and you are one? Be careful, or brother Jian might just take your life with one punch." Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Jian slapped Chen Rong hard. "Brother Jian, why are you hitting me?" Chen Rong asked, covering her face. "If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all." Li Jian said coldly, "Get out of my way." Then he turned to Xiao Chen and said, "No matter whether you are a true or false foundation establishment level, I will know with just one try." With that, he swung his fist and charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't hold back either and gathered his energy to meet the attack. Bang! The two fists collided. Li Jian was sent flying directly, leaving behind a trail of blood in the air. When he landed, his head tilted, and he fainted. "Is that it?" Xiao Chen said speechlessly. "Too weak." "Xiao Chen, you piece of trash. How dare you injure Brother Jian? Do you know who he is?" Chen Rong pointed at Xiao Chen angrily and said, "I'm telling you, you're finished. Once his master comes down from the mountain, it will be your death. Clean your neck and wait for it." Slap. However, as soon as Chen Rong finished speaking, she was slapped hard by Gu Jianyuan, who had rushed over. Chen Rong glared fiercely at Gu Jianyuan. "What are you staring at?" Gu Jianyuan was completely unafraid and even kicked her. "Who are you calling trash? With Li Jian backing you up, you could be arrogant with me. Now that Li Jian has been crippled, you're just garbage. It would be as easy as squashing an ant for me to crush you. Get lost. Don't block my view here." Chen Rong didn't dare to stay any longer. She realized that ever since her affair with Xiao Chen was discovered, she had been slapped wherever she went. The key was that she didn't dare to resist. She could only endure it. Chen Rong secretly vowed that she would become strong, an existence that everyone looked up to. Only then could she return all those slaps. Moreover, she was confident. After all, Li Jian had once told her that she had a special physique and was very suitable for cultivating immortality. She just hadn't entered the door yet. Once she had a master to guide her, she would definitely improve much faster than ordinary people. She was determined to bring Li Jian back to the Qixing sect on Kongtong Mountain. No matter what the cost, she had to become a disciple of the Qixing sect. You can leave. Xiao Chen blocked her path, but he had to stay. What else do you want? Chen Rong questioned. Nothing, just a few questions. Xiao Chen said, after I finish asking, I will let him go. Don't worry, no matter what he says, he is still your boyfriend now, considering our years of acquaintance. I want to take his life. That said, Chen Rong still didn't dare to linger. If she couldn't provoke him, she could avoid him. She could go to Kongtong Mountain alone and join the Qixing sect. At that time, she could report to Li Jian's master, and she believed that his master would not sit idly by. With her mind made up, Chen Rong quickened her pace. She was afraid that Xiao Chen would change his mind and slap her again. Xiao Chen, no, Master Xiao, I beg you, spare our Gu family. Gu Jianyuan didn't care about Chen Rong, but knelt on the ground, pleading bitterly with Xiao Chen. He had just received a call from the head of the Gu family in the capital, who sternly ordered him to resolve the trouble he caused himself. If he couldn't resolve it, he would be expelled from the Gu family. He even pointed out that the leader of the Dragon Soul organization was in the Gu family, so he must treat him well. Who was the leader? Gu Jianyuan didn't know, but he knew Xiao Chen. Because of the resurrection of the Yingshang jewelry, he had specifically investigated Xiao Chen's background. He knew that the other party was just a genuine country bumpkin, impossible to be the leader of the Dragon Soul organization. Naturally, it was Tian Muzan, but Tian Muzan still had to call Xiao Chen master, which showed how powerful Xiao Chen was. Moreover, Xiao Chen had taken down Li Jian with a single move. His strength was the most terrifying among those present. As long as he could obtain Xiao Chen's forgiveness, the Gu family would have a glimmer of hope. As long as you are willing to spare our Gu family, we will follow you in the future, willingly becoming your servants. You are willing, but are the people behind you willing? Xiao Chen asked indifferently. Gu Jianyuan was choked. Xiao Chen actually knew that he had people behind him. However, after a moment's thought, he felt relieved. With a disciple as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, Walson Huaxia could Xiao Chen not know. Gu Jianyuan hurriedly shook his head. I've already severed ties with the Gu family in the capital and established my own branch. From now on, the matters of the Gu family in Jiang City will be decided by Master Xiao. Anyone who dares to defy Master Zhao's orders will be going against me. Gu Jianyuan. Hee. Xiao Chen sneered. He was also speechless. This is the world of the strong. As long as you're strong enough, others will respect you. Lower-level people only see the importance of money and power. Only by stepping into the upper echelons of society can one understand that true extraordinary strength is the way to go. Xiao Chen did not indiscriminately kill the innocent. He nodded. Actually, it's not impossible, but you must honestly answer me a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I will protect the Gu family in the future. If you go back on your word, not only will your Gu family be destroyed, but the main family in the capital will also cease to exist. Yes. Master Xiao, please ask. I guarantee I will speak honestly. Gu Jianyuan patted his chest and promised. Master, you can ask me questions. Tian Muzan said sourly from the side. I'm the leader of the Dragon Soul organization. There is nothing in Huaxiao that I don't know. Why ask this old man? And to take care of the Gu family because of this? Wouldn't that put Yingshang jewelry in trouble again? No, absolutely not. Gu Jianyuan hurriedly explained. There will be no Gu family jewelry in the future. Our family's business will all be under Master Zhao's name. If Master Xiao wants it to be Gu, it will be Gu. If he wants it to be Zhua, it will be Zhua. What a dog. Tian Muzan cursed in silence. It's not that I don't ask you, but you simply don't know. Xiao Chen shot him a glance and said irritably, do you even know you are the leader of the Dragon Soul organization? You don't even know about the sect, nor do you understand the path of cultivation. You don't even know the divisions of realms. How can you be worthy? Tian Muzan was choked, his face turning red and his neck thick. When it came to the path of cultivation, he really couldn't help much. He could only pray in his heart that Gu Jianyuan wouldn't be able to answer either, giving him a chance to investigate thoroughly and make up for his mistakes. Do you know Li Jian's true identity? Xiao Chen asked. I don't know. Gu Jianyuan shook his head, only knowing that he was very strong, single-handedly taking on more than 50 bodyguards from the Gu family. Moreover, he was also very wealthy. He offered 20 billion to support the development of the Gu family, with only one condition, that the Gu family must fully confront you. If we refused, he would annihilate the entire Gu family. Then why didn't you ask the head of the Gu family in the capital for help? Xiao Chen asked again. There's no need. Gu Jianyuan answered truthfully. After all, at that time, you were also an enemy of the Gu family. While seeking revenge, we could also gain support. Why not? Why do you want to rely on me now? You're stronger. Huh, you're really speaking the truth. Xiao Chen didn't mind and continued to ask, how much do you know about the path of cultivating immortality? Not much. Gu Jianyuan shook his head again. Having only heard of martial arts, and our Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce president is a martial artist, very powerful. I only heard about the path of cultivating immortality today. Then why is the air in your Gu family so fresh? This was the key point Xiao Chen wanted to ask. Fresh air? Gu Jianyuan was stunned by the question. He had noticed anything unusual. Isn't the air at home the same as outside? Master Xiao, I don't understand what you mean. I asked in vain. This guy is also from a low-level circle. Xiao Chen had to change his strategy and asked, what is your relationship with the Zijin Club? My son and I are both members of the Zijin Club. Gu Jianyuan thought for a moment and said, Xiao Chen wanted to curse. Is this what he wanted to know? But looking at Gu Jianyuan's expression, he didn't seem to want to lie. It seemed he really didn't know anything. He could only end the questioning and switch to orders. Since you have decided to bring the entire Gu family to rely on me, then I want to be polite. From today on, you will move out of this manor. Change the property rights to my name. Replace the plaque with Xiao Mansion. From now on, this will be my home. Do you have any objections? No, I will arrange for someone to handle it right away. Gu Jianyuan hurriedly agreed. As for the company, I'm not good at managing it, so I'll pass. Xiao Chen continued. But you must transfer 51 of the shares to Zhua Yingxian's name, and she will manage it on your behalf. How about that? No problem. Gu Jianyuan agreed without hesitation. In his view, as long as the master didn't care about him, it would be good enough to keep his life. Now that he could still keep 49 of the shares, it was simply a blessing from Xiao Chen. One last thing, you have to do it personally. Xiao Chen took out his phone, found Su Cheng's phone number, and handed it to Gu Jianyuan. Remember this number. You contact him and ensure that the materials I need are delivered to Xiao Mansion on time every day. If you're late, you should know the consequences. I guarantee I won't be late by even a minute. Gu Jianyuan promised. After Xiao Chen let him leave, he began to busy himself with these matters. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen tossed Li Jian to Tian Kunzhen. Make sure to interrogate him thoroughly. Within a day, I want to know all the information related to the sect. Can you do it? You must be able to. Finally, I can help master. Tian Kunzhen was extremely excited. Interrogation is a professional skill of our Dragon Soul organization. Xiao Chen didn't let him work for free and gave him a first-level awakening pill. Tian Kunzhen was even more excited. Indeed, the more he helped his master, the more rewards his master would bestow. At the same time, in the capital, the Zhua family was like a weather change, covered in layers of dark clouds. Everyone had a worried expression, sighing. Zhua Yingxian had even cried several times. Her small hands were tightly clenched together. Looking at the old man with white hair lying on the bed, she felt extreme sadness in her heart. Didn't you say you had half a month to live? It's only been a few days. How could you be on the verge of death? Grandpa, your granddaughter is unfilial. I haven't been able to accompany you properly. Please wake up. Chapter 73. Grandfather came back to life. Zhua Yingxian, get away. Don't come near my grandfather. By the hospital bed, a young man pushed Zhua Yingxian away fiercely, his anger palpable. If it weren't for you, grandfather wouldn't be in this state. Go back to Jiang City. From now on, the Zhua family has nothing to do with you. It's your fault that the old man is so angry because of the things you spread with others. You are the sinner of the Zhua family. Get out. Everyone present began to criticize her, wanting to drive Zhua Yingxian out of the Zhua family. After all, she was the old man's most beloved granddaughter. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the old man was not completely gone yet, and the will had not taken effect, to expel Zhua Yingxian from the Zhua family. You guys. Zhua Yingxian looked around at them, her eyes red with anger. Grandfather is still alive. You want to send me away now to divide up grandfather's assets? Do you even care about the Zhua family? Do you still deserve to be human? And you, Zhuyin, No matter what, I am still your sister, yet you push me. Do you have any sense of hierarchy left? Who dares to touch my fiancée? At that moment, a cold shout came from outside the door, followed by a group of people entering. The leader was a young gentleman dressed in an expensive suit, wearing luxury shoes, a luxury belt, and a luxury watch. His hair was slicked back, exuding an air of wealth. He was quite handsome, and it was Jun Zheng, the young master of the Jun family, who was also Zhua Yingxuan's betrothed. Behind him were several bodyguards in black, each holding weapons and forming a barrier that signaled no entry, intimidating everyone. Next to Jun Zheng was an old man carrying a medicine box. Jun Zheng first examined Zhua Yingxian, confirming she was unharmed before coldly surveying the others. All of you from the Zhua family, listen up. Anyone who dares to bully my fiancée, Zhua Yingxian, is declaring war against the Jun family. Jun Zheng, this is our Zhua family matter. What right do you, an outsider, have to interfere? Zui Yin retorted. Slap. Jun Zheng immediately slapped him across the face. I, an outsider, know to call a divine doctor to treat old Master Zhua. Yet you, the old man's own grandson, look at what you've done. Jun Zheng scoffed. Since old Master Zhua has been lying in the hospital, you must have been thinking of how to divide the family assets more for yourself, right? Zui Yan's face flushed with embarrassment, wanting to seek help, but overhearing someone nearby exclaim in shock. Is this old gentleman the divine, Dr. Mu Wugen, who snatched souls from the hands of the king of hell? Indeed, Jun Zheng nodded. Make way. Don't waste divine Dr. Mu's time treating old Master Zhua. Who is Mu Wugen? Is he really that powerful? Zui Yin frowned. Can he be better than our family doctor? I don't believe it. You didn't just randomly pull an old man from somewhere. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a senior member of the Zhua family kicked him to the ground. You useless playboy, get out of the way, the elder said coldly. Old Mu's medical skills are renowned as the best in our Huaxia, a master-level figure. The king of hell takes people at midnight. He can keep them alive until the fifth watch. That's why he's named as such. If even old Mu cannot save the old man, it's likely that our old master is truly at the end of his life. We request divine Dr. Mu to take action. The other members of the Zhua family also pleaded, their attitudes low. Despite their earlier fierce quarrels, when it came to the old man's life and death, they quickly unified. After all, every extra year the old man lived would bring more wealth to the Zhua family. They could divide the assets later and get a bit more. As for Zui Yin, he had already been kicked out of the door. Divine Dr. Mu Wugen first took old Master's pulse, then checked his eyelids, mouth, and nostrils, finally taking out a stethoscope and listening for a while. After about 10 minutes, he put his things away, shaking his head. Old Master Zhua is too old and has been plagued by toxins for years. His organs have deteriorated too severely. He cannot be saved. You all should prepare for the aftermath. Thud. Those who had held onto hope fell to the ground, silently weeping. Grandfather. Zhua Yingxian collapsed onto the bed, crying heart-wrenchingly. Divine Doctor, is there really nothing you can do? Seeing Zhua Yingxuan's pain, Jun Zheng felt a twinge of sympathy and asked Mu Wugen. There is, Mu Wugen replied. If a celestial being intervenes, old Zhua can turn peril into safety, or perhaps he can receive a miraculous elixir bestowed by a celestial being. But such opportunities are rare and cannot be sought after. Miraculous elixir? The phrase struck Zhua Yingxuan's mind, instantly awakening her memories. She recalled that when she returned to the capital, Xiao Chen had given her a pill, claiming it was a miraculous elixir. He told her to give it to her grandfather at the last moment. It might have miraculous effects. Even if it was a desperate attempt, she had to try. Without hesitation, Zhua Yingxian took out the awakening pill and fed it to old Master Zhua. In just a moment, old Master Zhua let out a loud cry, writhing in pain on the bed. What is happening? Others were shocked. He came back to life. Grandfather came back to life. Outside, Zui Yin was so scared his face turned pale, shouting as he fled in panic. Some of the timid ones inside also turned to run. Let me see. Mu Wugen hurried to the bedside, grasping old Master Zhua's hand to take his pulse. But his brows furrowed deeply. He murmured in confusion. How could this be? Old Master Zhua's organs were actually self-repairing, and there was a surge of power within him, strengthening his meridians. This was strange. In all my years of practicing medicine, I have never encountered such a situation. Has anyone given him any pills? Mu Wuging scanned the Zhou family members around him, but no one answered. Was this situation good or bad? It was Jun Zheng who first reacted, asking, "Is it good?" "Of course it's good," Mu Wuging said. "But I don't know if old Masters' body can withstand it. If he can, he might step into the martial path in an instant. If he cannot endure it, then we need to continue preparing for the aftermath." "What can help him?" Jun Zheng asked again. Mu Wuging shook his head. He had never seen such a situation, but still offered a suggestion. "We should tie him up. Then I will give him a few needles to alleviate some pain. The rest depends on fate." "That's really feasible." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yingxian couldn't help but clench her fists. Xiao Chen hadn't deceived her. But how could he possess the miraculous elixirs of celestial beings? Could it be that he was a celestial being? This thought just flashed in her mind before it took root in her heart, growing like a wild grass that couldn't be suppressed. Moreover, various occurrences surrounding Xiao Chen supported this idea. Marrying a celestial being should be a joyous matter. Yet Zhuo Yingxian couldn't feel any happiness at all. A celestial being? How could there only be one woman? Or how could he possibly remain in the mundane world? Perhaps she was merely a passerby in his earthly experience. "Xiao Xian, your grandfather may wake up. Why do you still look unhappy?" Junjung noticed Zhuo Yingxian's state and moved closer, whispering to her. No. Zhuo Yingxian hurriedly shook her head. "Are you worried about Brother Xiao?" Junjung said, "You've been taking care of the old man these past few days. You probably haven't had time to pay attention to Xiao Dage's situation. Let me tell you about it." "Siute." Zhuo Yingxian was taken aback. "That's Xiao Chen," Junjung replied. Zhuo Yingxian's expression changed, and she stared at Junjung, saying, "Junjung, what do you mean? Do you also believe the rumors outside, thinking I have some unclear relationship with Xiao Chen? Are you planning to deal with Xiao Chen? If you dare to do that, even if it costs me my life, I will make your Jun family suffer." To hear his fiancée say such things in front of him made Junjung furious. He almost couldn't suppress the urge to explode, but he held back and forced a smile, saying, "How could I dare? I actually have to follow Xiao Dage's orders." His aunt, Jun Luoxia's words echoed in his ears. When confronting Xiao Chen, the entire Jun family wouldn't be enough to handle it. Only by standing with Xiao Chen could their Jun family thrive. Junjung continued, "I came here today because it was Xiao Dage's intention. He is worried that you might be bullied in the Zhuo family." Su Yingwei insisted blankly at Yun Xing. Soon she understood the key point. The Jun family feared Xiao Chen. It was clear that Xie Jie must have seen something. They were certain Xiao Chen was a celestial being, too afraid to go against him, so they could only comply. Xiao Chen hadn't given up on her. He even sent Junjung to protect her. She felt that he cared for her. Whether he was a celestial being or a mortal, it was enough that he had her in his heart. What did it matter if he was just a passerby? At this perfect age, encountering a man who loves and cherishes her, she should just enjoy it. With her mindset adjusted, the Zhuo family had already tied the old man to the bed. Mu Wuging had also finished administering the injection. He asked everyone to leave to ensure better air circulation. Every 20 minutes, Mu Wuging would go in to check, ensuring the old man was fine before coming back out. This went on for more than 5 hours, and the old man still hadn't regained his senses. Until, bang, the rope broke. Zhuanbong's roar followed. "Who tied me up? Get in here to face death." "Grandfather," that's grandfather's voice. Zhuo Yingxuan's face lit up with joy, and she rushed inside. Then she saw old Master Zhuanbong standing by the bed, his expression dark. His once white hair had turned grayish white. The wrinkles on his face had reduced significantly, and his complexion became rosy and radiant, full of vitality. He was no longer the bedridden, critically ill, dying old man. He looked like the Zhuo family head 10 years younger. This was Zhuo Onbong's moment of glory. "Grandfather, I'm so glad you're okay." Zhuo Yingxian ignored the changes and directly threw herself into Zhuo Onbong's arms, crying tears of joy. "Dad, how did you become younger?" Zhuo Onbong's children were all astonished. Mu Wuging, however, grabbed Zhuo Onbong's wrist to check his pulse. "It's done. You've completely recovered." Mu Wuging was astonished. Even the toxins have all been expelled. This miraculous medicine truly lives up to its name. The effect is still astonishing. The Zhuo family has this opportunity. It's truly a cause for celebration. "Dr. Mu, how are you and the Zhuo family?" Zhuanbong recognized Mu Wuging and asked in confusion. "You were near death. It was the Jun family's boy who invited me to treat you, Mu Wuging replied lightly. Now that you are fully recovered, I can take my leave. Zhuo seemed to have awakened memories. Many things suddenly flooded into his mind, and his expression grew darker. Just then, Zhuo Yingxuan's phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Chen. Zhuo Yingxian, is that the Xiao Chen who you have rumors with calling you? Zhuo asked in a low voice. Hand it to me, I'll take it. Chapter 74. This rival in love can be dealt with. Zhuo Onbong's authority could not be challenged. Even Zhuo Yingxian did not dare to defy him and obediently handed over her phone. However, she still explained beside him, Grandpa, your recovery is entirely thanks to the awakening pill that Xiao Chen gave you. Zhuo Onbong ignored her and answered the phone, speaking in a deep voice. Xiao Chen, I am Zhuo Yingxuan's grandfather, Zhuo Onbong. I advise you to keep your distance. Otherwise, I will personally ensure that you disappear from this world. On the other end of the line, Xiao Chen frowned. He had learned about Zhuo Onbong's illness from Jun Luoxia. According to his recent experiments, the awakening pill could indeed change a person's constitution, allowing an ordinary person to step into the qi refinement stage and become a martial arts expert. However, he couldn't guarantee that it could cure diseases. That was why he called Zhuo Yingxian to confirm. If he truly hadn't been able to save him, he could still comfort Zhuo Yingxian over the phone. To his surprise, it was Zhuo Onbong who answered. Could it be that his illness was cured? Moreover, his voice was strong and full of energy, completely unlike that of a dying old man. He sounded more like a martial artist. From this, Xiao Chen could confirm that Zhuo Onbong had taken the awakening pill and entered the path of martial arts. After taking advantage, he actually wants to cross the river and tear down the bridge. Today, I will teach this old man a lesson. Determined, Xiao Chen countered, Old man, feel your body. Don't you notice that you have gained a dantian? Isn't there an extra qi rotation inside it? How do you know? Zhuo Onbong retorted. He had just discovered this himself and had not mentioned it to anyone. Yet, Xiao Chen, who was far away in Jiang City, seemed to know everything. How'd he do that? Because you took the awakening pill I gave you, Xiao Chen replied frankly. Just one pill can allow you to step into the path of martial arts. Out of respect for Mr. Zhuo, I gifted you one. Not only has it cured you, but it has also made you a martial arts expert. You are ungrateful and plan to make me disappear from this world. The esteemed elder of the Zhuo family turns out to be a person who repays kindness with malice. If that's the case, return my awakening pill. Buzz. Zhuo Onbong's head felt as if it had been struck by lightning, buzzing loudly. As the head of the Zhuo family, and having held an important position in the country for a while, he had encountered many secrets, such as martial arts and immortality. He had also attempted to practice martial arts, but to no avail due to his poor aptitude and age. Yet now, he had truly stepped into the path of martial arts. His body was filled with strength. He could probably kill a cow with a single punch. All of this was thanks to Xiao Chen. Coupled with Mu Wuging and Zhuo Yingxuan's words, it seemed he really had done something wrong. But Jun Zheng was right beside him, and Mu Wuging was also invited by Jun Zheng. He was Zhuo Yingxuan's fiancé. Should he go back on his word? Zhuo Onbong found himself in a dilemma. Grandpa Zhuo, you shouldn't blame Brother Xiao, Jun Zheng timely interjected. I brought Dr. Mu here at Brother Xiao's arrangement. Moreover, Brother Xiao has prepared a gift for Xiao Xian. You should know the Gu family in Jiang City, right? They are the ones competing with Xiao Xian for the jewelry market. They have already become Brother Xiao's disciples. Gu's jewelry has also been merged into Yingxiang jewelry. Furthermore, 51 of Gu's other industries will be transferred to Xiao Xuan's name. If I'm not mistaken, your illness was most likely also cured by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao has silently done so much for your Zhuo family. How can you repay kindness with malice? Who is this kid? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Chen listened clearly and couldn't help but give Jun Zheng a thumbs up. His words were very pleasant to hear, just my taste. I should reward him with an awakening pill later, Xiao Chen thought. However, Zhuo Onbong kicked Jun Zheng's calf, almost breaking the boy's leg. He said irritably, I don't want to repay kindness with malice. But what about you, kid? Xiao Xian has an engagement with you. Now she's causing rumors with Xiao Chen. How can I marry her off to you if I don't drive him away? Huh? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Engagement? Zhuo Yingxuan's fiancé? That's a rival in love. Why would a rival help me? It's rather suspicious. No. Jun Zheng hurriedly said. Grandpa Zhuo, how could a childhood engagement count? I've always regarded Xiao Chen as a younger sister and never had any inappropriate thoughts. Moreover, if brother Xiao has taken a liking to Xiao Chen, that's her fortune. As her brother, how could I obstruct her happiness? Grandpa Zhua, I'm actually here not only at brother Zhao's request to bring Dr. Mu to treat you, but also to dissolve the engagement between our two families. Let Xiao Chen pursue her own happiness. This kid is really something. He can be dealt with. Xiao Chen listened clearly through the phone and couldn't help but smile. Zhua Xuan's face brightened, and she looked gratefully at Jun Zhang. You suffer, kid. Zhua Onbong patted Jun Zhang's shoulder and assured him, but rest assured, even if our families can't become in-laws, we are still a prestigious family. If the Jun family is in trouble, our Zhua family will definitely come to help. With Grandpa Zhua's words, Jun Zhang became excited. His aunt revered Xiao Chen. So Xiao Chen must be a dragon among men. He must have reached the pinnacle of martial arts. With such a person protecting the Zhua family would undoubtedly become even more glorious. The Jun family indeed needed the support of the Zhua family. If he could meet Xiao Chen through the Zhua family, the future of the Jun family would also be immeasurable. With the tension resolved, Zhua Onbong felt relieved and smiled as he said to Xiao Chen, I just blamed you because I'm a man of my word. I promised the Jun family regarding the marriage, so I couldn't go back on my word. Now that the Jun family has voluntarily dissolved the engagement, I no longer have to be difficult. Your marriage with Xiao Chen is approved by me. I will personally take Xiao Chen to Jiang City in the next few days to evaluate you. If you satisfy me, I will choose an auspicious day for the two of you to get married. I guarantee that my trip will not be in vain. Xiao Chen also smiled and said, I look forward to it. Zhua Onbong laughed heartily, exchanged a few simple words with Xiao Chen, then returned the phone to Zhua Ingxian, letting the young couple chat. He had to deal with the affairs of his Zhua family. Zhua Ingxian did not expect that her and Xiao Chen's matters would be resolved so easily. She felt sweet in her heart. She talked sweetly with Xiao Chen until Tian Kunzin found Xiao Chen and then hung up. Master, I have interrogated him clearly. Tian Kunzin did not waste any words and told Xiao Chen everything he had gotten from Li Jian. First, it was about Li Jian wanting to harm Xiao Chen. This was indeed instigated by Chen Rong. When Jun Luoxiao revealed the shocking news about the Gu family father and son and Chen Rong, it caught Li Jian's attention. Chen Rong had a natural furnace body and was targeted by Li Jian for focus cultivation. Then Chen Rong asked Li Jian to kill you for her revenge. Xiao Chen already knew about the subsequent events, as Li Jian had been opposing him at every turn. Secondly, it was related to matters of immortality and cultivation. Throughout history, humans have always sought the way to longevity. For instance, ancient emperors taking elixirs is evidence of this pursuit. Unfortunately, it is unknown when the spiritual energy on the blue star began to thin out, making it impossible to support cultivation. As a result, it split into two branches. One branch sought out places with abundant spiritual energy to continue improving their cultivation through breathing techniques. The other branch turned to martial arts, cultivating their bodies to generate qi in their dantian, which gradually evolved into spiritual power, achieving the effects of immortality cultivation. The realms of immortality cultivation are similar to those described in ordinary novels. Qi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, and nascent soul stage. Beyond that, Li Jian is also unclear. Among the people he knows, the strongest is merely at the golden core stage, and he has never seen a master of the nascent soul stage. In martial arts, the threshold for entering immortality cultivation is refining essence into qi, corresponding to the qi refining stage. However, in terms of the same level of comparison, those who cultivate with spiritual power are superior. Refining qi into spirit corresponds to the foundation establishment stage, while the golden core stage corresponds to refining spirit to void. The nascent soul stage corresponds to the three transformations of martial nascent soul. Li Jian is equally unaware of the realms beyond that. The Kongtong Mountain where Li Jian is located is a place rich in spiritual energy, and the seven-star sect is a sect there. The sect is composed of the sect leader, elders, supreme elders, deacons, disciples, and others, totaling over 130 people. The strongest is the sect leader of the seven-star sect, a master at the golden core stage. Li Jian is an elite disciple at the 6th level of Qi refining. His master is an elder of the 7-star sect and a master at the foundation establishment stage. Li Jian came down the mountain with 2 purposes. First, to help the sect gather wealth in the secular world. Even a reclusive sect needs to eat, drink, and take care of basic needs, which cannot be separated from money. In addition to requesting some protection fees from the state, the sect also arranges for disciples to go down the mountain to earn money while gaining experience. Second, to help the sect recruit potential immortals. For a sect to endure, it not only requires a strong sect leader, but also the cultivation of the next generation of strong individuals. Otherwise, it can easily be invaded by others. After all, places rich in spiritual energy are scarce, and sects are not always harmonious. Conflicts over resources happen frequently. Therefore, they need to select individuals with potential from the secular world, nurture them, and prepare them to become successors of the sect. Master, I have reviewed these matters. How should I handle them? Li Jian, please provide guidance. After finishing, Tian Kunzin turned to Xiao Chen. Once resolved, I will report back to the capital. This matter is of great significance, and I must personally discuss it with a few leaders of the state. Xiao Chen nodded. The existence of immortals in the state is indeed a major issue. It is normal for Tian Kunzin to be eager to report back. However, Xiao Chen feels that those above should already be aware of such matters. Otherwise, they would not have tacitly allowed these sects to exist. It might just be that Tian Kunzin's rank is not high enough to access such information. Xiao Chen did not remind him, but waved his hand and said, "You may return now. I will handle Li Jian's matters personally." Tian Kunzin said nothing more, nodded, and took his leave. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Chen made a decision. Li Jian cannot be kept. Chapter 75, Can I Kill? Xiao Chen and Li Jian are enemies, not friends. The other party is a member of a sect with a foundation establishment master and a golden core sect leader. Once he is released, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain, where he finds his master and sect and brings them back for revenge. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Xiao Chen stand a chance? Even if he takes a level 3 awakening pill, the odds would still be slim, right? So, it's safer to kill Li Jian. Once he's dead, even if the news reaches the 7-star sect, it will take some time. During that time, he can frantically enhance his strength. By the time they come looking for him, he might have already reached the golden core stage, or even higher, stepping into the nascent soul stage. Who will die at whose hands is still uncertain. Therefore, Xiao Chen found the place where Li Jian was held, without any unnecessary words, took out a knife from his space, and ended Li Jian's life with a single stroke. At the same time, at Kongtong Mountain, in a hidden cave, a wooden plaque split in half, revealing Li Jian's name and birth details. The young man in a blue shirt beside it hurriedly ran out, shouting, "Not good, not good. Senior brother Li Jian's life plaque is shattered." "What did you say?" An old man with white beard grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "Li Jian's life plaque is shattered? When did this happen?" "Just now," the young man stammered. "I saw with my own eyes. Senior brother Li's life plaque split in 2. That shouldn't be." The old man frowned. Li Jian had already reached the 6th level of Qi refining. Although he wasn't the strongest among the younger generation, he was still outstanding. Even if he couldn't defeat others, he could easily escape. How could he be easily killed? With doubts, the old man returned to his cave, where a woman in red was sitting cross-legged, her face obscured by a veil, but her figure was exceptional. She was focused on her cultivation. "Hongya, your junior brother Li's life plaque is shattered." The old man interrupted her. "There must be some accident. You should go down the mountain." The woman opened her eyes, slightly displeased. "Father, I am at a crucial moment in advancing to foundation establishment. The spiritual energy down the mountain is too thin to support my cultivation. I'm not going." "You." The old man was furious, but she was his daughter, and her talent was exceptional. She was his key support in the 7-star sect. His tone softened as he advised, "Hunger, I have been through this. Cultivating for immortality requires not only spiritual power, but also a stable mindset. Your spiritual power has already reached the foundation establishment level, but your mindset is unstable, which is why you've been stuck in Qi refining for so long. This trip down the mountain is mainly to help you temper your mindset. Once your mindset stabilizes and you step into foundation establishment, it will be a natural progression. Of course, if it's convenient for you. Also investigate the matter of Li Jian's death. After all, he is your junior brother. If I, as his master, do nothing, wouldn't it chill the hearts of our disciples? Can I kill? Bu Jinghong asked coldly. You can, Bu Qingping sighed, but you must not kill the innocent. Whoever killed my junior brother, I will kill. Bu Jinghong replied coldly. One life for another is only right. If you agree, I will pack my things and go down a mountain now. If you don't agree, then send someone else to take action. All right, Bu Qingping sighed again. If someone else could replace him, how could he let his precious daughter go down the mountain? However, this matter still needed to be reported to the sect leader to see if there were any other arrangements. Xiao Chen was completely unaware of this. After killing Li Jian, he used his divine sense to see Gu Jianyuan coming with supplies, arranging for people to transport them. Once everything was ready, Xiao Chen went out and stored the supplies in a space. Then he contacted Huang Mushu to come for treatment. Xiao Chen infused almost all the power in his dantian into Huang Mushu's body, and that strand of black gas once again returned to a fishing line-like state. Short and thin. The speed of absorbing vitality also slowed down significantly. Only then did Xiao Chen stop. He let Huang Mushu find a room to rest, washed up, and then lay down to sleep. In the apocalyptic world, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and first used his divine sense to check the situation in the shelter. Confirming that everything was fine, he got up to wash up. He first held a small gathering with Wang Yao and others. The main purpose was to gather information from others. From them, Xiao Chen learned that out of the 38 people who borrowed, 37 had stepped into level 2 awakeners. One person had also successfully reached level 2, but he had borrowed a level 3 awakening pill, wanting to try for a breakthrough, but ended up exploding his body and dying. Because of this, the remaining borrowers of level 3 awakening pills had stopped trying and dared not use them anymore. How could this happen? Xiao Chen frowned and asked. So, we can't continuously push for the next level? He didn't understand the cultivation system in the apocalypse either. Everyone was likely in a similar situation since the mist had only descended for a short time. Everyone was feeling their way across the river. I studied the situation. Gong Xian stepped forward and said, awakening pills can enhance our physique and expand our meridians and blood vessels, etc. But our bodies also have limits. Prolonged breakthroughs beyond limits can easily lead to self-destruction. The best approach is to stabilize for a few days after stepping into a level, allowing the body to adapt to the enhanced abilities and improve the physique before continuing to push for breakthroughs. That's the safest way. You studied this? Xiao Chen asked curiously. I'm a healer, Gong Xian explained. To achieve the best treatment effect, I must understand the extent of the damage. Plus, I've traveled across various cities and heard a lot of information, which I've compiled into my own knowledge. Not bad, Xiao Chen praised. Keep it up. Brother Xiao. Actually, I bring this up because I want to refine pills, Gong Xian said. Xiao Chen was taken aback. What does refining pills have to do with this? To earn resources, Gong Xian replied. Yesterday, hearing your plans for the shelter sparked an idea. I think not only should Zhou Kai and the others exchange awakening pills with you for resources, but we should do the same. That would be fair. You're a healer, different from them. Xiao Chen shook his head. In battles against zombies, injuries are inevitable. With you as a healer, you can ensure our lives are secure. Just this alone makes you irreplaceable. I will take care of your resources, and no one will have any objections. Thank you. Brother Xiao, Gong Xian expressed her gratitude. But I still want to refine pills. Then refine them. Xiao Chen smiled and said, whatever you need, I will provide unconditionally. I'm not sure what you need right now. Gong Xian smiled wryly. I just came up with this idea. Since continuous use of awakening pills can damage meridians and cause death, is there a possibility of taking a certain pill in advance to preserve power or delay absorption, etc.? That way, we won't have to worry about dying from force breakthroughs. This is good. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Xian, you study this well. If it can really be developed, it will be a great benefit to all of humanity. It might even make you a significant contributor to the continuation of the human race. Hee. Receiving praise, Gong Xian smiled sweetly. Unfortunately, this sweetness could only be seen by Xiao Chen's divine sense. To others, Gong Xian still appeared as an elderly lady in her 60s. Her smile merely kind and not beautiful. Gong Xian's words also sparked Xiao Chen's imagination. In the apocalypse, he hadn't experienced the deadly impact brought by the awakening pills. However, in his past life, when he took the second-level awakening pill, he truly went into a frenzy. If it weren't for Zhua Yingshuan's rescue, he might have perished in that life. If there were pills that could neutralize the effects, could he then bravely take the third-level awakening pill? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, Xian, you have extensive experience. Do you know about the cultivation situation in the apocalypse? Besides us awakeners, are there other types of cultivation? Like immortality cultivation, where a dantian appears and has a spiraling spiritual energy. Hearing this, Gong Xian immediately touched Xiao Chen's head with her hand, puzzled. Xiao Ge, you don't have a fever, do you? Why are you talking nonsense? Immortality cultivation, isn't that from novels? So you haven't heard of it? Xiao Chen asked. Has Xiao Ge heard of it? Gong Xian inquired. Xiao Chen nodded, saying that some people, after taking the awakening pills, would have spiraling spiritual energy in their dantian, marking their entry into the qi refining stage. Once the number of spirals increases to 9, taking a second-level awakening pill would allow them to enter the foundation establishment stage. They could even progress to the golden core stage, nascent soul stage, and so on. Where is that person? Gong Xian got excited, grabbing Xiao Chen's arm. You need to bring him here so I can study him. He left. Xiao Chen could only lie. Study? You mean the kind where you dissect me? What a pity. Gong Xian, unaware of the truth, urged. Xiao Ge, if you encounter such a person again, you must not let him go. Even if you have to use force, you must bring him to me. In the apocalypse, we all start from scratch. Only by seeing more and understanding thoroughly can we become stronger and defeat the zombies. Okay. Next time I encounter one, I will definitely bring him over, Xiao Chen promised. To be honest, he also wanted to meet a cultivator from the apocalypse, if there were any. Of course, Xiao Chen felt the likelihood was low. After all, in both dreams and reality, people had taken awakening pills. The people in dreams awakened their abilities and improved their physical qualities, while in reality, they directly stepped into the path of immortality cultivation. The two situations were vastly different, akin to one focusing on body refinement and the other on enhancing spiritual power. But why were there two completely different circumstances? Xiao Chen couldn't understand. Unable to figure it out, Xiao Chen stopped thinking deeply. Instead, he joined Wang Yao and the others for a hearty meal, then went downstairs to find Zhou Kai and the others. Today, they would continue to kill zombies. At this moment, the members who had gone out began to return one after another. Seeing the supplies they brought back, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. Chapter 76. The Shining Gold Zombie. The weapons need no mention. Everyone was armed to the teeth, like hedgehogs. There were countless phones, tablets, and laptops. They even drove a pickup truck filled to the brim. Xiao Chen exchanged supplies with them, as agreed. Fortunately, they had a good stockpile of cigarettes, alcohol, steam buns, snacks, and more. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough for these people to go through. Xiao Chen didn't calculate the specifics, but directly stored these items into his space. After Zhou Kai arranged the duty roster, they all went out together to continue hunting zombies. They were still in the urban village. However, unlike yesterday, no one feared the brass zombies this time. Those who had reached the second level of awakening took the initiative to engage with their weapons. They fought fiercely, as if venting their anger, showing no mercy. Even when faced with silver zombies, they had the courage to charge forward, though they were inevitably swatted away by the zombies. They killed a wave, rested for a bit, and continued this cycle, gradually pushing deeper inside. Finally, just before nightfall, they reached the innermost area. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could scan the situation inside. To his shock, in just a few days, the number of shining gold zombies had increased. Previously, he had only seen one, sitting in the middle, able to casually grab black iron or brass zombies for food. But now, there were actually 4 of them, each holding a position in the 4 directions. Surrounding each shining gold zombie were many silver, brass, and black iron zombies. The silver zombies were responsible for fetching food, while the brass and black iron zombies provided themselves as sustenance. It was an orderly scene. If not for the crunching sounds of them eating, it would have appeared harmonious. Big Brother Xiao, Let's retreat quickly. At that moment, the scout Xia Yingfeng rushed over, urging anxiously, there are 4 shining gold zombies ahead, over 600 silver zombies, and countless brass and black iron zombies. With just our small group, we can't possibly fight them. We should retreat quickly. Xiao Chen did not respond immediately, but pondered. Retreating would certainly be more prudent. However, his spiritual sense clearly detected that near the shining gold zombies, 6 silver zombies were also advancing in level, with many parts of their bodies already showing hints of gold. It was likely that by nightfall, they would upgrade to shining gold zombies. There were even more than 10 others showing sporadic hints of gold. Once all these zombies advanced, it would truly be impossible to kill them. After all, their side had only this many people, and their strength had limited potential for enhancement, even if they all reached level 3. The 3rd level awakening pills were not sufficient to support them in touching the threshold of level 4. Without the berserk ability, they couldn't contend with level 4 zombies. Staying idle while the enemy grows stronger only puts them at a greater disadvantage. Now seemed to be an excellent opportunity, but the price would likely be steep. The only ones who could fight the shining gold zombies were him and Ao Zhan, and even then, it would be a close battle. Moreover, there were thousands of silver zombies and over 1,000 brass and black iron zombies surrounding them. Big Brother Xiao, don't hesitate. Make a decision quickly, Xia Yingfeng urged. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to escape. The shining gold zombies would not attack proactively. Xiao Chen could see that those shining gold zombies were constantly replenishing their food and had no intention of attacking humans. Xia Yingfeng, go over again and try to attract the attention of the shining gold zombies, Xiao Chen instructed. This time, we won't retreat. To win the championship in the 4-direction city competition, level 3 won't be enough. We need to step into level 4 for even a glimmer of hope. Right now, there are only 4 shining gold zombies, our only chance. If we delay further, it will be difficult to hunt the shining gold zombies. But, Big Brother Xiao, what after we lure the zombies out? Xia Yingfeng asked, with so few of us, can we really take on so many zombies? Let's assess the situation first. Xiao Chen replied, if we truly can't handle it, I'll cover everyone's retreat. But I must make it clear, when the time comes for everyone to fight, it's best that no one shrinks back. Otherwise, being kicked out of our shelter will be the least of our worries. If I have to step in, I will eliminate anyone who retreats. Big Brother Xiao, don't worry. Following you, we can eat well and drink well, and we can level up. Who would want to leave? Zhou Kai was the first to express his support, and everyone else was not foolish either. Even without the 4-direction city competition, they needed to enhance their strength as soon as possible. The higher their strength, the greater their chances of survival. Exactly, Big Brother Xiao. Just give us the orders. We are willing to risk our lives. Others chimed in. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction, signaling Xia Yingfeng to start the action. Seeing this, Xia Yingfeng did not hesitate any longer and dashed inside. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense kept track of him. He noticed that as Xia Yingfeng rushed in, the shining gold zombies were the first to notice him. However, they merely lifted their heads and continued feasting on the black iron zombies in front of them. Then the silver zombies noticed him, moved their behinds, and looked towards the shining gold zombies. Seeing no reaction from the latter, they resumed their meal of unfinished black iron zombies. Finally, the brass zombies noticed Xia Yingfeng, and hundreds of them stood up, waving their stiff arms and charging towards him. Roar! One silver zombie let out a loud roar, causing some of the brass zombies to retreat, moving closer to the shining gold zombies, waiting to be consumed, while others continued their assault. Xia Yingfeng was not afraid. Taking advantage of his agility, he charged towards the silver zombies. Unfortunately, he was soon sent flying by a black iron zombie's arm, landing on ground. Fortunately, he was quick to get up and jump back. Big Brother Xiao, I've figured it out, Xia Yingfeng reported, summarizing what he had observed. He suggested that the shining gold zombies indeed would not attack proactively, and even the silver zombies would not attack unless provoked. Only the brass zombies would attack him. I think we can do this. Let's send more people in to attract the brass zombies out. Big Brother Xiao, arrange for people to ambush outside and quickly take them out. Once the brass zombies are gone, the silver zombies should come out, and we can continue hunting. After that, only the shining gold zombies will remain. You and Ao Zhan can each handle one, and we can surround and attack the other 2. We really have a chance to kill them. All right, let's go with that. Xiao Chen nodded. He had originally thought the same way. After all, the shining gold zombies were focused on consuming black iron and brass zombies to strengthen themselves and would likely not move easily. If the silver zombies came out, there wouldn't be enough of them to deal with. Once they cleared out those lesser zombies, they would have a significantly better chance against the shining gold zombies. Xiao Chen let everyone rest for a while, eat a hearty meal, and drink some water. Then he sent Xia Feng to lure the zombies. In the first wave, only a silver zombie emerged, accompanied by hundreds of brass zombies and dozens of black iron zombies, which were quickly wiped out by Xiao Chen and his group. The second wave brought out 4 silver zombies and some brass and black iron zombies, which were similarly killed by Xiao Chen and the others. The third wave, fourth wave, until the 10th wave. Roar. With a loud roar, a radiant gold zombie emerged, followed by 6 silver zombies, as well as many brass and black iron zombies. Once those brass and black iron zombies appeared, they rushed toward Xiao Chen and the others to attack. Kill! Xiao Chen shouted, leading the charge. Of course, Xiao Chen had also arranged a support team, including the fast-moving Xia Feng, the dual-wielding Li Dao, and 6 second-tier combat-type awakeners to stay on the outskirts for support, ready to rescue anyone who found themselves at a disadvantage. In less than a minute of fighting, the radiant gold zombie let out another roar. Then the zombies changed formations, with most of them charging toward Xiao Chen, especially the 6 silver zombies, all rushing at him. Meanwhile, the radiant gold zombie charged at Ao Zhan. A smirk appeared at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. This was exactly what he wanted. His earlier decision to deploy personnel had indeed attracted the attention of the radiant gold zombie. Being surrounded and killed, Xiao Chen felt somewhat disdainful. He might not have complete confidence against a level 4 zombie, but dealing with silver zombies was a piece of cake. Xiao Chen no longer held back. Wielding a knife in each hand, he moved between the 6 silver zombies, slashing left and right. In less than 2 minutes, he took down the 6 silver zombies. Meanwhile, Ao Zhan was being pushed back under the assault of the radiant gold zombie, even sustaining injuries, with one of his arms broken. The pain made him grimace, but he never retreated. After finishing off the silver zombies, Xiao Chen joined the fray. Big brother Xiao, this guy has tough skin and thick flesh. Even if I unleash all my power, I can only leave a shallow wound on it. Oh, Zhan reminded him. Moreover, this guy's healing speed is extremely fast. As long as it gnaws on the arm of a black iron zombie, the wound can be completely healed. To kill it, we have to force it back and keep striking at one wound. I'll take the offensive, Xiao Chen said, nodding. You maneuver around and deal with the zombies coming to support. At the same time, he instructed Qin Wu, use your charm ability on this zombie. Yes, Qin Wu replied, starting to channel her powers to plant pink threads into the radiant gold zombie's sea of consciousness. Just as the threads formed, Xiao Chen noticed the radiant gold zombie pause for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Chen unleashed 6 consecutive slashes, all aimed at the zombie's neck. Unfortunately, the blades only managed to cut about a third of the zombie's neck. To completely sever it, at least 18 slashes would be required. Damn! Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. 18 slashes? Where would he find so many opportunities? It seemed he could only use the mind knife. However, Xiao Chen had his own concerns. He could easily kill silver zombies with his mind knife, but he wasn't sure if he could kill a radiant gold zombie. Moreover, the usage of the mind knife was limited. With his current stamina, he could only use it 10 times. After that, he would have to draw on his life force. Gong Xian had warned him that life force should not be used recklessly, otherwise, it would be very difficult to recover. Let it be if I can't recover, he thought. After all, it was a dream, better to strike first. Only by increasing his strength could he go further in this apocalyptic era. Xiao Chen made up his mind. While entangled with the radiant gold zombie, he began to gather his mind knife. Chapter 77. Brother Xiao, hold on, reinforcements are coming. With a loud roar from Xiao Chen, the spiritual knife struck down. The golden zombie was clearly stunned for a moment. In that brief moment, Xiao Chen switched to another knife and continued to slash at the zombie's neck. Swish, swish, swish. He struck 10 times in a row, all landing in the same spot. The zombie's head was barely attached by a thin layer of skin. If the blade hadn't been dulled, This wave of attacks might have taken the zombie's life. Roar. Whether it was due to pain or not, the zombie let out another roar, and its strength seemed to have increased significantly. It swung its arms down toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen hurriedly raised his knife to block. Bang! The knife broke open a gash, and the back of the blade struck hard against Xiao Chen's arm, causing him to crouch down and sit on the ground. The zombie lifted its leg to kick. Xiao Chen quickly rolled to the side to barely avoid it. However, the zombie was fast, closing in on Xiao Chen in an instant, its golden arms swinging down again. Xiao Chen couldn't dodge in time and had to pull out another knife from his space to block. He could almost foresee that this time his arm would likely break. He couldn't help but lament that he had overestimated himself. This golden zombie was really tough to deal with. This was just one of them. If the others inside charged out, his group would likely perish here. Fortunately, at that moment, Qin Wu shouted, "Brother Xiao, hurry and attack it. I've used charm to stun it." In fact, without her reminder, Xiao Chen had already sensed it. Without any hesitation, seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen flipped over and leaped up, bringing his knife down on the zombie's neck. With a swift motion, the zombie's head was severed, and its body turned into mist, leaving behind a glowing golden level 4 awakening pill. Xiao Chen hurriedly stored the pill in his space and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" The others, seeing Xiao Chen kill the golden zombie and feeling proud, thought that with their strength, they could perhaps kill all the other golden zombies inside. There were 4 of them, and at least 3 level 4 awakening pills should drop. Cultivating 3 level 4 awakeners would make them almost guaranteed to win in the Sifang City competition. Only if Xiao Chen became the overlord could they eat well every day and survive a little longer in the apocalypse. But Xiao Chen actually ordered a retreat. Why? Everyone was puzzled, but no one dared to question it. They followed orders, fought off the zombies, and retreated, turning to run. Ding, Haitao, Zhou, Gui. You two take everyone and retreat. Xiao Chen commanded again. Ao Zhan, Xia Yingfeng, Li Dao, Qin Wu, the 4 of you stay back with me to cover the rear. Brother Xiao no. Cheng Haitao stepped forward to argue, then spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering from the backlash of the soul imprint. But Cheng Haitao showed no concern. Instead, looking serious as he said, "This time, 3 golden zombies have come, along with many silver, bronze, and black iron zombies. Just relying on your group won't hold up at all. Let's all stay and face them together. Even if we can't handle the silver zombies, we can still take down the bronze and black iron ones." What? 3 golden zombies are coming? Can we win? At this moment, if they didn't escape now, when would they? A few people exchanged glances and chose to flee. "What are you doing?" Zhou Kai shouted angrily. "Have you forgotten Brother Zhao's kindness to you? This is the time to rely on each other, and you're running away. Can you face Brother Zhao's nurturing like this? Zhou Kai, you're Xiao Chen's favorite one, and he thinks of you first for any benefits. But we're not like that." Those people replied without looking back. "To become level 2 awakeners, we still need to borrow and pay back interest. We've been working for him all along. Being a beast of burden is one thing, but now we have to risk our lives for him. He steps in a level 4, and what do we get? We might as well escape. Since we've already become level 2 awakeners, we can kill zombies elsewhere and survive just fine. It's definitely more freeing than following Xiao Chen." Their voices grew fainter until they disappeared. Escape? With the mist descending and zombies everywhere, where could they run to? Moreover, just being able to kill zombies wasn't enough. They also needed supplies. Without food and water, they would starve to death eventually. They would regret it later. Xiao Chen sneered inwardly, ignoring them completely, and ordered Zhou Kai to lead the others back to the shelter. Zhou Kai also wouldn't listen to him. Sigh. Xiao Chen could only let out a sigh. He didn't have time to manage them further because the 3 golden zombies had already led the silver, bronze, and black iron zombies over, radiating various lights. Xiao Chen had no choice but to order, "Xia Yingfeng, you go first. Use your speed to maneuver as much as you can. Li Dao, support him. Don't let him get hurt. The rest of you stay on standby." As Xiao Chen commanded, Xia Yingfeng charged out first. Once Xiao Chen finished speaking, Xia Yingfeng hurriedly hit the brakes and looked back at Xiao Chen in confusion. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he could only bitterly say, "Brother Xiao, am I the only one attacking?" "Yes," Xiao Chen nodded. "You run fast. You should be able to draw most of the zombies' attention. Hurry, don't waste time." Once the zombies gather around, we want to have a chance. Only then did Xia Yingfeng turn to attack the zombies, slashing a knife and changing positions. But at most, he only dared to wander around the black iron and bronze zombies, not approaching the silver and golden ones. Roar! One of the golden zombies roared, and then a silver zombie charged at Xia Yingfeng. Xia Yingfeng was frightened and sped up, his feet seeming to fly. The silver zombie chased for a few laps, but couldn't even touch the hem of Xia Yingfeng's clothes. Roar! The golden zombie roared again, and then 5 more silver zombies rushed out to besiege Xia Yingfeng. Xia Yingfeng, hold on. Xiao Chen commanded. Ao Zhan, you go up. Focus on the silver zombies. Ao Zhan received the order, and, while the effect of his berserk ability still hadn't worn off, he went on a killing spree. Each silver zombie he killed would lessen Brother Xiao's burden. Brother Xiao, are we just going to watch them fight? Zhou Kai asked in confusion. Can they really win against those two? Wait, Xiao Chen said. In a chaotic battle, we certainly won't be able to match this many zombies, especially with 3 golden ones among them. Let us observe their tactics. Tactics? Zhou Kai was taken aback. Did zombies even have tactics? Don't interrupt, just follow orders. Xiao Chen said, focusing intently on the battlefield. Ao Zhan was indeed formidable. With one knife, he carved a bloody path, charging toward the silver zombies. In just a moment, he had slain 3 silver zombies. Roar! The commanding golden zombie began issuing orders again. Over 100 silver zombies surged forward, surrounding Ao Zhan in the center. It was a battle of soldiers, a contest of generals. This was the golden zombie strategy. Without corresponding strength, they would use sheer numbers to overwhelm. More than 100 zombies, among which 2 have already shown golden bodies, should be on the verge of advancing to the 4th level, the radiant gold zombies. With this level of power, they could take on Ao Zhan alone. Even if they ultimately lose, they could still wear Ao Zhan down. Xiao Chen frowned tightly, unsure of how to confront them. The only option was to retreat first and deal with these zombies once he reached the 4th level. Determined, Xiao Chen instructed Zhou Kai to escape. This time, Zhou Kai did not hesitate. He gathered the members of the shelter and retreated in an orderly manner. Roar! The radiant gold zombie issued another command. Immediately, over 700 bronze zombies charged after them. Xiao Chen was even more alarmed. This radiant gold zombie not only understood tactics, but could also analyze each person's strength and allocate zombies accordingly. Even if Zhou Kai and the others could kill all 700, they would likely be exhausted. Brother Xiao, you retreat. I'll hold them off. Qin Wu stepped forward and said, How will you hold them off? Xiao Chen replied, speechless. You've just touched the threshold of the 3rd level. Can you charm the radiant gold zombie? Let me try, Qin Wu said. All right. Xiao Chen had no better options, so he nodded in agreement. He gripped the new knife he took from his space and waited for the right moment. Qin Wu used her charm technique, planting a pink thread into the mind of the commanding radiant gold zombie. Soon, the zombie reacted. It did not look at Qin Wu, but at the other 2 radiant gold zombies. The 2 were visibly unsettled, roaring continuously. But the commanding zombie also roared loudly and then lunged at the other 2 radiant gold zombies. It's really effective. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. They had fallen for it. Qin Wu, continue to charm the other 2 zombies. I'll take the opportunity to attack. After giving his orders, Xiao Chen rushed forward. Roar! The radiant gold zombie roared again. And then the remaining more than 1,300 silver zombies rushed toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was extremely frustrated and confused. Wasn't the radiant gold zombie only just beginning to gain intelligence? Why was it so clever? How did it know he was the strongest? And if the radiant gold zombie was already like this, what would it be like after further advancement? Xiao Chen didn't dare to think about it. Nor did he have time to think, as the silver zombies were already charging at him. With over 1,300 zombies, and a few of them close to advancing to radiant gold zombies, even with his formidable strength, killing 3 silver zombies per minute would still take over 40 minutes. Could Ao Zhan hold out that long? Would Qin Wu's charm last long enough to confuse the 3 radiant gold zombies? Clearly, neither was possible. He had led them into a fire pit. They were facing death. Brother Xiao, you don't have to worry about us. Ao Zhan also noticed something was wrong and proactively said, We'll hold off these zombies. You hurry and escape. Yes, Brother Xiao, hurry and run. Xia Yingfeng urged as well. Even Qin Wu spoke up, "Brother Xiao, remember to avenge us." After saying this, Qin Wu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. It was clear that the radiant gold zombie had broken free from her charm, and she was severely injured. It would be difficult for her to use her charm technique again. What should I do? Xiao Chen panicked. Just then he heard a voice. "Brother Xiao, hold on. Reinforcements are coming." It was Cheng Haitao, who had led people to escape. But where were the reinforcements coming from? Chapter 78. The first encounter with the weapon master Xianghua. Everyone hold on a little longer. Our reinforcements are coming. Although Xiao Chen didn't know where the reinforcements were coming from, he could only comfort everyone like this. After all, they were brought by him. He didn't want to abandon them. It seemed foolish, but that was Xiao Chen. Even in his dreams, he didn't want to be someone who abandoned his companions. Where are our reinforcements coming from? Qin Wu said with a bitter smile, "Big brother Xiao, don't try to comfort us. You can see the situation in front of us. We really can't handle so many zombies. As long as you're alive, there is hope for our shelter. It's better than everyone dying here." "Exactly, big brother Xiao. Let us get out of here quickly." Aozhan also said, "My ability can only last for another 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, even if you want to escape, we want to be able to stop these zombies." "Big brother Xiao, hurry up and run." Xiao Yingfeng also gasped, "I'm already exhausted. If you don't leave now, I want to be able to hold off these zombies any longer. Just a little longer." At this moment, Xiao Chen's consciousness had already spotted the reinforcements. Beside Cheng Haitao and Zhou Kai was a man with red hair. He was bare-chested and looked very bold, but Xiao Chen didn't know him. Fortunately, there was Cheng Haitao's voice transmission from afar. "Big brother Xiao, this person next to me is called Xiong Huahua, the overlord of the West District and a level 3 weapon master. He is here to help us fight against the zombies." "The overlord of the West District? What is he doing here in the East District, crossing the entire Xifang city? Is it a show of force?" Xiao Chen was filled with doubts, but he didn't have time to think too much. After all, it was only a distance of 500 meters, and with the pace of an ability user, they would arrive in less than half a minute. Xiao Chen saw that in addition to Xiong Huahua, he had brought some manpower. However, there were not many, only 23 people. As soon as these people arrived and saw the situation, they stopped in their tracks. Some even started to back down. "Brother Hua, there are several radiant gold zombies here. Let us get out of here quickly. It doesn't matter whether we smoke or not." "Yeah, brother Hua, is it worth risking our lives just to have a few puffs?" Xiong Huahua nodded and turned around to leave with his men. Damn it, Xiao Chen wanted to curse. It was not easy to wait for hope, and now these people wanted to leave. Wouldn't that make him even more desperate? After all, Zhou Kai, Cheng Haitao, and others had arrived. Sacrificing Ao Zhan, Qin Wu, Li Dao, Xia Yingfeng, and others was already enough. Now it seemed like they were going to be completely wiped out. Xiao Chen was unwilling and hurriedly stopped them. "Xiong you don't have to help, but can you lend us some weapons?" "Lend weapons?" Xiong looked at the knives in Xiao Chen and the others' hands and couldn't help but sneer. "You're using this to kill zombies? No wonder the efficiency is low. Enough with the nonsense. Are you lending or not?" Xiao Chen urged. "Lending weapons is not a problem," Xiong said, "but the awakening pills obtained must be split in half. Also, you need to give us each a cigarette. Otherwise, we'll talk about this later." Swish. Xiao Chen didn't say much and directly took out 30 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from his space and threw them to Xiong. "Here, take them all. Quickly lend us your best weapons." Xiong didn't waste words either. He drew the long knife from his back and threw it to Xiao Chen. Then he instructed the others to pass their weapons to Cheng Haitao for distribution. Xiao Chen took the knife and swung it. Swish! A silver zombie with its body half glowing golden was nearby. If given some time, it would probably level up. Such zombies were tough-skinned and hard to kill, much more so than ordinary silver zombies. With the old knife, it would take at least 2 or 3 strikes to end its life. But now, with just 1 strike, that silver zombie turned into a level 3 awakening pill. Xiao Chen couldn't help but be stunned. What a good knife. No wonder Gong Xian said that weapons reinforced by weapon masters can double combat power. It's true. This knife felt so comfortable to use. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate. Gripping the knife and charging forward, killing zombies left and right, awakening pills fell like rain. Soon he broke through and rushed near the radiant gold zombies, swinging his knife to slash. The radiant gold zombie raised its arm to block. Bang! With one strike, it directly severed the zombie's arm. Xiao Chen's expression became even more excited. With this knife in hand, killing radiant gold zombies didn't seem too difficult. However, Xiao Chen didn't become arrogant. After all, there were too many zombies around, and Ao Zhan couldn't hold on for long. He had to quickly deal with the 3 radiant gold zombies. Capture the leader first. Only by solving the one in charge could he have a chance to save Ao Zhan. Taking advantage of the fact that the silver zombies hadn't caught up yet, Xiao Chen directly mobilized all his spiritual power. He split into 3, transforming into 3 spiritual knives, and slashed toward the heads of the 3 radiant gold zombies. Roar! The commanding zombie barely had time to let out half a roar before its voice stopped. A moment of confusion appeared on its face. The other 2 radiant gold zombies seemed a bit dizzy, unable to maintain their bodies, trembling and on the verge of falling. At this moment, Xiao Chen's knives had already struck. PFF. 2 strikes directly severed the heads of the 2 radiant gold zombies. One turned into mist, while the other left a level 4 awakening pill glowing with golden light. What kind of strength does Xiao Chen have? At the outer circle, about 300 meters away, Xionghuo looked at Cheng Haitao beside him and asked, why is he so strong? Killing radiant gold zombies is as easy as slaughtering dogs? I don't know. Cheng Haitao shook his head. Xionghuo was the overlord of the West District, and in a few days, he would compete with Xiao Chen for dominance over Sifang City. He was an enemy. Of course, if Xionghuo had joined the battle without hesitation and helped Big Brother Xiao, Cheng Haitao might have regarded him as one of his own. But Xionghuo, he was looking for Big Brother Xiao just to exchange for supplies. It was unlikely he would reveal the truth. And that other person? Xionghuo asked again, why is he so strong? Killing silver zombies is as easy as slaughtering dogs. Following Xionghuo's gaze, Cheng Haitao saw Ao Zhan. With the new weapon in hand, Ao Zhan's combat power had directly doubled. Inside the silver zombie circle, he fought dozens of them, killing fiercely. I'm not sure. Cheng Haitao shook his head again. To prevent Xionghuo from asking further questions, he directly cut him off. I'm just a gopher in the shelter in the East District. I don't have access to many things. Of course, even if I did, I wouldn't tell you, an outsider. All right. Xionghuo didn't ask further. Instead, he speculated about Xiao Chen's strength in his heart. He provided level 3 weapons, forged with all his strength. In the hands of level 3 awakeners, they could indeed kill radiant gold zombies. But it wouldn't be as easy as it was for Xiao Chen. It seemed that Xiao Chen had already reached level 4. The key was Ao Zhan. Fighting fiercely in the silver zombie circle, he was exceptionally brave. He should also be a level 4 awakener. In such a small East District, there were actually 2 level 4 awakeners. This was something Xionghuo had never expected. At this moment, the last remaining radiant gold zombie let out a roar, completely changing the course of the battle. The remaining zombies retreated, but they didn't flee. Instead, they gathered around it. Xiao Chen blocked their path, and they charged at him, forcing him to retreat continuously. Eventually, he was isolated outside by the zombies. Thud! Ao Zhan was exhausted, his weapon fell, and he slumped to the ground, gasping for air. He saw the silver zombie grab a nearby bronze zombie and stuff it into its mouth. Crunch, crunch! It bit off an arm. As it fed, the golden light on its body grew stronger. Brother Xiao, let's retreat, Qin Wu suggested as she got up. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded, helped Ao Zhan up, and led Xia Yingfeng and the others back. Of course, they also collected the fallen awakening pills along the way. After reuniting with Cheng Haitao, Xionghuo approached and asked, Xiao Chen, what level of awakener are you now? Level 3. Xiao Chen replied without hiding anything. Thank you for lending me your weapon. He returned the weapon to Xionghuo and also divided the collected awakening pills in half with him. There were over 400 level 3 awakening pills, 320 level 2 awakening pills, and slightly over 100 level 1 awakening pills. Pleasant cooperation. Xionghuo packed the items into his backpack, excited. Ha ha ha, pleasant cooperation. Xiao Chen also laughed and even took the initiative to invite Xionghuo to thank you for your help. I decided to treat you all to a big meal. No need. Xiong Huahua's expression changed, and he immediately shook his head. The four-direction city competition was about to be held, and, strictly speaking, the two of them should be enemies. Going to Xiao Chen's side, now, would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. He refused, saying, I came to you this time, mainly to exchange for some cigarettes. Now that we've exchanged, we'll leave. Saying this, he was about to take his men away. Wait a moment. Xiao Chen hurriedly stopped him. Is there something else? Xiong Huahua asked in a low voice, his hand gripping the knife handle, showing a vigilant posture. Xiong Huahua, your weapon is quite good. Can you exchange some for me? Xiao Chen asked. You want weapons? Xiong Huahua was taken aback. Xiao Chen nodded. No way. Unexpectedly, Xiong Huahua directly refused. Our survival in the West District relies on forging divine weapons. If I exchange them with you, how can we win in the four-direction city competition? If we lose, we will have to obey you. But you're only level 3. You are not worthy of my support to become the overlord. So, I won't exchange weapons with you. Are you afraid that I will use the weapons you exchange with me to win against you in the competition? Xiao Chen questioned. Aren't you implying that? Xiong Huahua countered. No. Xiao Chen shook his head bitterly and said, Xiong Huahua, you also saw that our team's combat power is decent, but our weapons are too trash. To improve our strength, we absolutely need good weapons. I can guarantee you that the weapons we exchange will only be used to kill zombies and will never be used in the four-direction city competition against our own people. What if you go back on your word? Xiong Huahua sneered. It wouldn't help even if I took regret medicine. In that case, forget it. Xiao Chen said. But I hope Xiong Huahua can escort us for a bit longer. That golden zombie is speeding up its feeding on lower-level zombies, is enhancing its power. Meanwhile, our people have been killing zombies for a whole day and are exhausted, unable to sustain another battle. Once you escort us to a safe distance, you can head back to the West District, okay? Rest assured, I won't let you escort us for nothing. At the very least, I'll give you 5 more cigarettes and throw in 2 bottles of Matai as a bonus. It's only about 2 to 3 kilometers. It won't take up too much of your time. Chapter 79. Shocked again and again thud. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, some of Xiong Huahua's subordinates couldn't help but start drooling. Even Xiong Huahua looked at Xiao Chen with a hopeful expression. After holding back for a while, he still did not agree on the spot, but instead asked,